It's 2 a.m. and my wife just came in. I received a picture message from an unknown number. The picture shows my wife holding a bottle, swaying her hips, looking like a princess in a KTV, with a man clinging to her. Seeing this, I calmly crossed my legs and said to my just returned wife, I just received a message with a photo of you at a bar. Don't you want to explain? My wife took a deep breath and slowly said, I don't know about any message. Maybe it's just a bored colleague sending it. Why do I need to explain? I was just out with colleagues at the bar. She wasn't lying, rather quite honest, without a hint of shame. She has time for the bar but not for taking our child to the playground or attending kindergarten parent meetings. Do you know how disappointed Shanshan is? Do you still qualify to be a mother? My wife, filled with guilt, said, I'm sorry, honey, I forgot. Her eyes showed a pitiful look as she bent over, trying to appease me like a little cat. Her skirt was almost wet from the rain. She had used her handbag to cover it when she entered, but now it was fully exposed in front of me. Even knowing she's the wife of the previous tenant of this body, I couldn't help but curse her silently as a witch. My wife's words were sincere, but unfortunately, I'm not the previous tenant. At this moment, my wife spoke in a gentle tone she hadn't used in a long time. I'm sorry, honey, I won't do it again next time. You know, I don't even like going to bars. But I directly asked, what happened between you and Lu Xingchen today? My tone remained indifferent, as calm as if I were telling a story. Lu Xingchen is a name my wife, Xiao Ruyan, often mentioned. He graduated from the Royal College of Art in England, an artist. He's also my wife's new immediate superior. Before my time travel, as a professional cleaner assassin, I had already found out everything using some means. My wife had never seen me like this before, and she immediately felt uncomfortable. After hesitating, she organized her words and said, yes, I did go with Supervisor Lu, but it was a departmental gathering. I really didn't do anything with Supervisor Lu. I scrutinized my wife's charming face closely, and through the subtle changes in her micro-expressions, I sensed something she was deliberately concealing. You know I dislike that person, and I remember you never go to bars. You rejected invitations from your former minister countless times. Why are you suddenly different today? So, have you already had a relationship with him, right? I returned to this question once again. Xiao Ruyan's face flushed red, and she indignantly declared, do you think I'm having an affair? Let me tell you, I'm not. My wife's voice was loud, seeming confident, and her expression indicated she was telling the truth. This made me feel somewhat strange, and I couldn't help but furrow my brow slightly. Alright, I believe you. I've prepared milk and bread for you. After eating, make sure to get some sleep. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Ruyan was stunned for a moment. Perhaps she didn't expect today to go so smoothly. In a somewhat dazed state, she immediately went to the kitchen, while I had already been in the milk, because I needed a day to do something. After my wife brought out the milk, it seemed like she had something to say, but after looking at her phone, she swallowed her words back. Half an hour later, I went to the bedroom. Under the influence of medication, my wife slept deeply, and even after I pushed her hard for half a day, there was no response. Unlocking my wife's phone with her fingerprint, what came into view was a screensaver of her and Lu Xingchen. In the photo, my wife's face was filled with a gentle smile, a smile I hadn't seen in a long time. Just by looking at their relationship, it definitely surpassed that of ordinary friends. After opening the album, there were only some design drafts inside. The photos of me and the children that were originally there had been completely deleted. After opening Feishin, a name called Artstar was pinned to the top. Xiao Ruyan, oh, you still say you haven't cheated. My wife, Xiao Ruyan, comes from a prestigious family. The Xiao family is a large family in Jiangnan, and their family rules are exceptionally strict. For a woman of this background to cheat, it must not be because of money. Since it's not because of money, then it can only be because of love. At this moment, I felt even more unworthy on behalf of the original owner in my heart. Xiao Ruyan proactively added Lu Xingchen. Initially, his wife sought advice on some art issues, but as time went on, they gradually talked about interests and hobbies, as well as some intimate emotional matters. The wife complained to Lu Xingchen about the boredom of life and her husband's incompetence, with every word and line filled with dissatisfaction towards life and annoyance with their daughter. Lu Xingchen's timely concerns seemed to provide an outlet for the wife to vent. I noticed that most of the information is still saved on the phone, while some important content has been completely deleted. Then, I copied the information from the phone to the computer. I then set the indoor air conditioner to 18 degrees. Finally, after giving a cold glance at Xiao Han lying on the bed, I turned and left. At 7 o'clock in the morning, my daughter Chanshan got up on time. Following the previous routine, I helped her wash up and made breakfast. However, at that moment, a thought suddenly occurred to me. I immediately asked Chanshan, when your mom was at home, did you know there was an uncle who often came to play? My suspicion of Xiao Hong arose because my daughter once told Yuan Shen. There was an uncle who liked to buy him candy, but unfortunately, Yuan Shen's mind was too dull to take it seriously. After hearing this, my daughter put down her toothbrush and raised her head, saying, there was indeed an uncle who came to our house. After hearing this, I handed Lu Xingchen's photo to my daughter and asked, is this the uncle? My daughter nodded immediately upon seeing the photo and confirmed, yes, that's the uncle. He also gave Mom a beautiful dress. I smirked inwardly at Chen Feng, I will avenge this grudge for you. I recorded everything my daughter said, and I've saved the footage on my computer and phone. Also, arrange for someone to focus on checking my wife's recent hotel records, preferably with hotel surveillance videos. After dropping my daughter off at school, I immediately went to the pharmacy. Using basic ingredients, I prepared my special poison. I'm adept at using toxins, it's my specialty. Then I went to the company. Manager Lu, I came to request leave for my wife. I looked at the young man in his early 20s, with a smirk on my face. This young man is Lu Xingchen. He probably didn't expect to see me here. Clearly, he recognizes me, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. Of course, no problem. Thank you then. I patted Lu Xingchen's back forcefully, appearing to greet him. In reality, a silver needle hidden in my fingers had pierced through his clothes, penetrating his skin. The needle was coated with my special concoction. These drugs aren't lethal, they'll only cause some symptoms. They say killing with kindness. I'll make this despicable couple pay a price more painful than death, to completely quench the deep-seated hatred. I took 3 days off, citing taking care of Xiao Ruyan whose ill is the reason. When I returned home at noon, Xiao Ruyan still hadn't woken up. The room was chilled by the air conditioning, making the bedroom feel like an ice cellar. The sleeping pills haven't worn off. I turned off the air conditioner and gave Xiao Ruyan some soup with sedatives. These soups numb the nerves and simulate the effects of a severe cold. Combined with the cold environment, I believe Xiao Ruyan won't be able to get out of bed for a week. I need time, divorces require sufficient evidence. In the eyes of her biological parents, Xiao Ruyan's actions are blameless. Xiao Ruyan, with her high education and good looks, is equivalent to a princess in their eyes. Of course, Xiao Ruyan's contributions to the family over the years are undeniable. Despite being from an arts background, she hasn't picked up any bad habits. She dresses modestly and elegantly, usually wearing light makeup. It's a pity how quickly women who cheat change. Perhaps love truly does lower one's intelligence. Time passes second by second. I'm in the study organizing data, uploading images and videos to the cloud drive. Kiki, Xiao Ruyan's intense coughing could be heard from the bedroom. It's 6:30 in the afternoon, Xiao Ruyan woke up. Immediately, I put on a different face and entered the bedroom, pretending to be alarmed. Wife, what's wrong? Are you sick? Let me get you some medicine. Rest well. I turned to fetch the medicine. Once out of the bedroom, my anxious expression turned cold. I bought a camera at the electronics market at noon. At the same time, I paid someone to install a virus on Xiao Ruyan's phone. Every move of Xiao Ruyan's is under my watchful eyes. The moment my wife woke up, she actually sent a message to Lu Xingchen. This didn't come as a surprise to me. Are you there, Chen? I'm feeling sick and might need to take a leave. Could you handle tomorrow's report for me? Darling, I'm here. How are you? Your husband has taken a leave for you. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I love you, you annoying thing. Don't say nonsense, hurry up and delete it. The messages on Feishuan are synchronized in real time. On my phone, after being automatically saved, the message prompt on Xiao Ruyan's phone has been deleted. The message content clearly shows the ambiguous relationship between Xiao Ruyan and Lu Xingchen. Although Xiao Ruyan rejected Lu Xingchen's address, it's clear to anyone with eyes that there's a flirtatious tone. Xiao Ruyan doesn't actually mind Lu Xingchen, and perhaps even enjoys the attention. I held cold medicine and carried hot water as I walked into the bedroom. Perhaps hearing footsteps, my wife instinctively placed her phone under the pillow. This is a typical sign of guilt, which has happened countless times in the past 4 months. Despite the obvious clues, the stupid original didn't discover anything. Xiao Ruyan looked touched and said, "Thank you, dear." However, as I embraced her to feed her water, she instinctively flinched, but was immediately held firmly. The body's instinct is to reject. She also realized something was wrong. Don't trust women who cheat. For love, they can abandon everything, even their own children, who are probably just obstacles in front of love. Xiao Ruyan fell into a deep sleep after taking the medicine, mixed with the Chinese herbs I prepared. Xiao Ruyan would only show symptoms of a cold. Most of the time will be spent in a daze. I wanted to entrust 7th sister Xiao Jingyan to help take care of it, because 7th sister has no children, her husband is the boss of an insurance company, the family conditions are good, and she has been living a luxurious life at home early on, usually idle at home. Because Xiaoruyan needs to lie down for at least a week, I can't stay with her all the time. When I just took out my phone, the phone in my hand rang. It was my mother-in-law. I adjusted my emotions a bit, answered the call and said, "Mom, do you have something?" "Yipping, I'm at your house. Isn't Xiaoruyan having a cold? I'll take care of her today. Homely, you can rest assured and go to work." I had an idea in my mind. I told my mother, my phone got wet yesterday, so I had to reset the system. All the photos in it are gone. Just now, the kindergarten teacher Chen told me that Xianxian is about to graduate. She hopes to collect a class photo. Please tell Homely and send it to me. Of course, I know that there is no family photo in my wife's phone, not even photos of me and my daughter. The purpose of saying this is twofold. One is to test my mother-in-law's attitude towards my wife's affair, and the other is to see my wife's reaction, whether she feels guilty about the child and the family. Oh dear, can't you two talk on the phone yourselves? Are you having a disagreement? Whatever the matter is, tell Mom, Mom will mediate. I sighed heavily as if deeply distressed, and whispered, she might be too busy. Our daughter has wanted to go to the amusement park several times, but she hasn't had the time. But I understand, she works long hours for her job. As long as I manage the household well, it's fine. I'm not afraid of you laughing. It's been over 3 months since we've been intimate. I'm afraid this will eventually affect our relationship. Mother-in-law Wu Gu said angrily, this matter too. We'll talk to her about it later. Don't worry, she's my daughter. She won't do anything embarrassing. Mom, it's all my fault. I blame myself for not being capable. I won't talk anymore. I'm almost at the hospital. I'll make an appointment later. The doctor will have a video consultation with Homely to see him. Keep your phone line open. I'll always maintain a humble tone. My mother-in-law across from me didn't detect any difference. I silently said to myself, don't disappoint me, my esteemed mother. Mother-in-law Wu Gu entered the house carrying an old hen. He remembered my instructions. The first thing was to have Xiaoruyan take a family photo. Coincidentally, just now, Xiaoruyan finished a call with Lu Xingchen. He was exhausted from the ordeal, lying in bed in a daze, on the verge of falling asleep. He could sense his mother coming in, but he only lifted his arm slightly, not saying a word. Why is the fever back? Bai Ping went to the hospital to make an appointment for you. Later, there will be a remote video consultation for the doctor to prescribe medicine for you. What a good husband. You're luckier than me. I mutter under my breath. Mom, I'm exhausted and can't muster any strength. I'm going to sleep, Mother said. Xiaoruyan understood perfectly, knowing that her husband had returned from his business trip. Immediately going to see a doctor for myself, a hint of shame wells up in my heart. Xiaoruyan turns aside. Don't want Mother to see my face. Mother-in-law said, this child, sleep peacefully. The kindergarten teacher wants a family photo. A handful of phones are broken, let me pick one for you. Turning around, Xiaoruyan is already dazed, her head hurts badly, subconsciously picking up the phone. Seeing her daughter's discomfort, the mother-in-law took the phone and said, forget it, let me help you look. Xianxian is so pretty, we must find a nice one. Listening to the sound in the surveillance, a cold smile creeps onto my lips. If it weren't for being in a taxi, I might have burst out laughing. My dear mother-in-law, take a good look at your so-called good daughter. What exactly is it? Xiaoruyan just called Lu Xingchen, the phone was not locked. The moment the mother-in-law opened the phone, she saw the screensaver photo, her face started to turn green. Finally, she stood up outright, trembling all over. Opening the album again, she found nothing. On my synced phone, seeing the mother-in-law staring fixedly at that photo of Lu Xingchen and Xiaoruyan huddled together. Enlarged Xiaoruyan, get up for me, the mother-in-law's face is very ugly, she pulls back the covers. Then pulling Xiaoruyan's nightgown. This really knocked Xiao Honli out. She weakly said, Mom, what are you doing? Let me lie down for a while. I have things to do tomorrow. The mother-in-law roared. What kind of relationship do you have with this man? You disgraceful thing. Get up. After Xiao Honli was ready, he finally woke up from his semi-conscious state. When he saw the phone in his mother's hand, his heart skipped a beat. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he instantly snatched the phone. He grumbled, who gave you the right to touch my phone? The mother-in-law was shaking with anger, gritting her teeth as she asked, fine, there's a secret, isn't there? How long have you been together? How far has it gone? His wife asked puzzled, how long? Normally, he would have noticed immediately, but the illness has slowed his reaction. How long have you been with the man in the screensaver photo? You know I hate lying the most, and I hate infidelity the most. I thought your father and I's upbringing would keep your morals intact. I didn't expect this surprise today. I can't even finish my angry words, the mother-in-law said. His wife finally noticed the photo displayed on the phone screensaver, and her hair stood on end almost instantly. Anxiously, she said, "Mom, it's not what you think. We're just colleagues. He's an international master of art design, my idol, just like how you admire Manhwa. Don't you also idolize celebrities?" The idol mother-in-law stared at her wife fiercely and gritted her teeth, saying, "Do you think I'm a fool? I'm your mother. Can't I see through the idol?" Bipping said, "You haven't been intimate for 3 months. I thought it was because you were too busy with work, but it turns out your heart had already flown away. Tian Yiping told you about this bastard. Why does he say everything? We haven't had marital relations for 3 months. It's just that I've been busy. I absolutely haven't cheated or let anyone touch my mother. Trust me." As his wife spoke, she couldn't help but cry with grievance. Originally, it would have been better if the wife hadn't mentioned it, but her words ignited the mother-in-law's anger. With a crisp sound, the mother-in-law slapped her daughter-in-law directly across the face. Being mother and daughter by blood, she held back some of her strength, but it was still a sharp and resonant slap. "You've lost your conscience. Do you know how much Yiping has sacrificed for this family? When you had high blood pressure and were hospitalized, Yiping ran around in the hospital for 3 days. And what did you do? You just visited your biological father once. That's your own father. And now you've been promoted. You're fooling around with other men. If this gets out, do your father and I still have any face left? Do you think I can't see it? Does the idol chase other idols like that? What's he doing with his hands? Do you have no shame? Don't you know you're already married? Do you even realize you're a parent? How will your daughter see you?" The mother-in-law scolded, a series of questions and reproaches almost knocking Xiao Ruyan senseless, like blows from a hammer. He felt deeply aggrieved. Women are adept at deceiving themselves and others. Xiao Ruyan believes that as long as he maintains his bottom line, it doesn't count as betrayal or infidelity. Defining his relationship with Lu Xingchen as soulmates is simply foolish. Mother-in-law Wu Gu rarely speaks at home. Once she speaks, even father-in-law has to obediently listen. Xiao Hang's voice lacked confidence as he said, "Mom, I didn't cheat," his eyes avoiding hers. Mother-in-law took a deep breath. "Who is this person? Why can't I ask? What's there to fear? Weren't you confident? He's bewitched my daughter, obsessed, even to the point of neglecting her husband and child. Can't I ask about it?" Her anger escalated as she spoke. He harshly slapped his wife's back several times. "His name is Lu Xingchen, my boss, currently the head of the company's design department, soon to be promoted to department manager." His wife lowered her head, flipping through her phone. Looking at the photo on the screensaver, she felt uneasy. She knew she had been acting differently lately, engrossed in artistic discussions with Lu Xingchen, even noticed by her sisters and mother. What hurt her the most was neglecting her daughter. Her daughter used to enjoy being with him. She didn't know when her daughter had slowly disappeared from his world. The thought of her daughter. Xiao Ruyan couldn't help but shed tears, too ashamed to say another word. My mother-in-law sighed and said, "I trust you. You wouldn't do anything shameful. While Yiping doesn't know about you and that man, stop here. Delete the photo on the screensaver first. Then resign from the company. Our family doesn't lack your contribution. If you want to start a company, Mom will support you financially." My mother-in-law's tone was calm, but there was no room for refusal. Xiao Ruyan felt a pang in her heart, wiped away the tears on her face, and firmly said, "I won't resign. I will maintain a professional relationship with Lu Xingchen. Mom, I love art and design. I promise you, I will only be colleagues with him in the future. I know I haven't been attentive enough to the family. Chen Feng may have complained about me too. I will find the opportunity to apologize to him. The album was also my fault. I was too focused on work during that time. It won't happen again in the future. An extremely sincere apology." It's clear that the mother-in-law still believes in her daughter. But as I watched the phone surveillance, I sneered. My mother-in-law sternly and earnestly said, "Listen to Mom's advice. Don't meet that man privately in the future. Once you take that step, there's no turning back." "Mom, I understand." The wife nodded and, in front of her mother-in-law, deleted all the photos from the phone screensaver. Seeing this scene on the phone surveillance, I couldn't help but shake my head. Xiao Ruyan didn't listen at all. He hesitated noticeably when deleting the album. The mother-in-law could make him delete the people from his phone, but she couldn't erase the person from his heart. I sighed. A woman who has changed her heart cannot be kept. In the late afternoon, Xiao Ruyan was contemplating his future and the events of the past few months. It really felt like a big dream. My mother's words in the morning were not insignificant. On the contrary, they deeply moved her. I truly am a fool. Xiao Ruyan lightly bit his lip, murmuring to himself, "Do I love Lu Xingchen? Am I willing to be with him forever? Am I willing to leave my husband and adorable daughter? He silently questioned himself, seeking the answer to the first question. He might hesitate, but when the three questions were combined, he almost instantly made a decision. I won't leave my husband and daughter. I just feel unfulfilled spiritually. My ordinary love for art made me admire Lu Xingchen. Yes, it's that kind of admiration fans have for stars. I don't love him. Xiao Ruyan repeatedly confirmed his feelings, then suddenly realized that he hadn't spent time with his family for over 3 months, especially his daughter. At that time, he was with Lu Xingchen at the company designing together, having dinner after work, and shopping together. However, he didn't have time to take his daughter to an amusement park. Oh, the more Xiao Ruyan thought, the more guilty he felt. His eyes reddened, quickly filling with tears. He truly didn't deserve to be a mother. I'm not qualified. When someone starts to reflect, past events come to mind one by one. Although Chen Feng doesn't understand romance and art, and they don't have much in common, he cares for her in every way. No matter how late he returned home every night, there was always a warm meal waiting. Feeling too exhausted to move, Chen Feng would still bring a basin, gently washing his feet to help him relax. Just like a few days ago when he was having so much fun, he even drank toasts with others. Plus, a colleague sent inappropriate pictures to her husband. After returning home, Chen Feng still prepared steaming hot milk for him. How could I be so foolish? I have such a happy family. I can't let my husband find out. Mom was right, I must keep my distance. Xiao Ruyan felt more and more guilty, muttering to himself. Even if he kept his physical boundaries intact, he knew deep down that his relationship with Lu Xingchen was a betrayal to Chen Feng. You can't lie to yourself. His introspection didn't last long. He soon received a message from Lu Xingchen, tomorrow at 11 a.m. Romantic restaurant, don't be late. A simple message once again left Xiao Ruyan torn. His phone felt as heavy as a ton. Sorry, Manager Lu. I have several design drafts to finish tomorrow. I'm afraid I won't have time. If Xiao Ruyan truly regrets it and wants to sever ties with Lu Xingchen, the first thing he needs to do is block him, delete all of Lu Xingchen's contacts, and then transfer or resign from the company. That's real reflection, real regret. In fact, deep down, Xiao Ruyan still felt a bit unwilling. After a few minutes, another message arrived. Dear, let's discuss the Eternal Heart and the upcoming supplementary design. Xiao Ruyan looked at the message sent by Lu Xingchen, and an inexplicable emotion seemed to overwhelm rationality again. If it weren't for the regret just now, he would probably have agreed by now. Supervisor Lu has something about the Eternal Heart. Let's discuss it at the company. There's no need to go to the restaurant. Lu Xingchen replied very quickly. You call me Supervisor Lu, my dear. Aren't we soulmates and confidants? Calling me like this, I feel very sad. Am I just your pathetic husband? They found out about us. Don't call my husband like that anymore. I have a family now. Maybe my previous behavior misled you, or maybe I was wrong too. In the future, I hope we will only maintain a working relationship. Xiao Ruyan's hands hesitated silently, seeming conflicted, with a painful and sorrowful look in his eyes. I'm going back to England soon. I want to see you one last time. My dear, I came for you. Since you want to end it, why not? Let's leave each other with some beautiful memories. Xiao Ruyan eventually agreed to Lu Xingchen's invitation, forgetting what he promised his mother before and selectively forgetting his previous reflections. This last meeting, it's just the last one. We will return to our families. Xiao Ruyan muttered to himself. 2 lines of clear tears fell again, as if mourning for that love, which ended without any problems. At the same time, Lu Xingchen put down his phone in the villa and nervously said he agreed to meet. When can you give me the money you promised? If I were here, I would definitely recognize you at a glance. In front of Lu Xingchen, there stood Senator Zhu Guide's driver and bodyguard. The bodyguard coldly said, as long as you make Xiao Ruyan divorce and take him away from Linhai, the boss will reward you handsomely. Lu Xingchen nodded and bowed, saying, this woman is very foolish. As long as I speak, he will definitely listen. Please rest assured, boss. The bodyguard disdainfully said, I've been focusing on important matters lately. Also, a reminder for you, Xiao Ruyan's father, Xiao Changhe, is not someone to mess with. Be careful. With a smug look, Lu Xingchen said, I understand how the boss instructed me, I will do as told. This Xiao Ruyan is just a fool. Even if I make him work as a hostess at a nightclub, it will be a piece of cake. The bodyguard coldly said, control yourself. You can't pressure Xiao Ruyan too much, but you need to isolate him. The most important thing is you can train him, but you must not have a real relationship with him. You, as a scum, are not worthy. Remember that. He grabbed Lu Xingchen's neck with his right hand, slightly closing his fingers. The immense force was like a hydraulic clamp, making Lu Xingchen almost suffocate. Due to lack of oxygen, his face turned pale, and he instinctively struggled. Sufficient lesson taught, the bodyguard turned and left. Lu Xingchen's face darkened, and he fiercely smashed his fist on the ground. In the past, he might have had a chance to resist, but the loss of the confidential portable hard drive plunged him into despair. Who knows when that bomb will explode? Most of the people in those videos are either rich or powerful. He doesn't have much time left. I naturally don't know what's going on with Lu Xingchen, but the home videos and phone surveillance have completely grasped the situation of those two. Xiao Ruyan, oh Xiao Ruyan, you really can't change your ways. I adjusted my mood, carrying a just-purchased cart back home. Mother-in-law Wu Ge was cleaning, and when she heard the door lock, she hurried over to greet me. Mom, I respectfully said, even though this mother-in-law in front of me is Xiao Ruyan's mother, I can't direct my anger towards her. From the surveillance, I know that my mother-in-law's values are very upright. She's done a lot of work to help maintain our family, and she's also made her greatest efforts. Good child, leave it to my mother. I'll make you something delicious. You've been working hard, come in quickly. My mother-in-law's words warmed my heart, making me feel as if my own mother was caring for me. I also deeply understand why Chen Feng, despite being neglected by his wife, still persists in this marriage. With such a reasonable mother-in-law and a clever daughter, what is there to be dissatisfied with? If you can endure, then endure. My heart also wavered about my plans, seeing the kind mother-in-law before me. Knowing the true nature of your daughter, how heartbreaking and devastating it must be. But I still hardened my heart and pretended not to care, saying, Mom, I'll do it. Hong Li loves carp. You'll have to take care of her later. She hates the smell of fish the most. After hearing my heartfelt words, my mother-in-law's face showed distress. She gently touched my hair and said, Child, I know I've caused you trouble. This girl doesn't know any better. Don't dwell on it. Tears welled up in my mother-in-law Wu's eyes. What a good son-in-law he is. Only someone who loves his daughter deeply would take such risks. What on earth is his daughter up to? Anger surged through me at the thought. I turned, pushed open the bedroom door, and shouted, Xiao Ruyan, are you deaf or just ignoring me? Has your man returned? Do you, as his wife, not know how to behave? Are you the son? Does the world revolve around you? Do you want me, as your mother, to kneel down to you? That was quite a harsh thing to say, but strangely, it felt somewhat comforting. Deep down, I know half of it was meant for me. After all, what mother wouldn't worry about her daughter? Xiao Ruyan walked out expressionlessly. His mind was consumed by Lu Xingchen. He couldn't comprehend his mother's good intentions, instead, it fueled his resistance. Mom, you're my birth mother. How we get along is none of your concern. And Chen Feng, what do you mean? Are you feeling wronged for being a fish? If you want to, just do it. Who are you talking to with those words? Xiao Ruyan looked at me with cold eyes, his words cutting through like a chill wind. I took a deep breath, suppressing my anger, struggling to control myself. I refrained from slapping this woman. Indeed, a cheating woman is not human. Thinking about the revenge that would soon come, I calmed down, putting on a cowardly facade. I smiled and said, Darling, please don't be angry. You are still sick, you must take care and rest. Chen Feng is a senior bootlicker in the Shaohong department, indeed. After saying those words to Shaohong, deep down, there is some regret. After all, not long ago, she had reflected on returning to her family, but then encountered the matter with Lu Xingchen. The mother-in-law stared at her daughter-in-law with an unbelievable gaze, as if seeing her own daughter for the first time. Xiao Ruyan felt uncomfortable under the gaze. She adjusted her hair and said, Mom, I'm not feeling well today, I have a severe headache. I'll go back to rest first. The mother-in-law didn't speak, but sighed deeply, her eyes filled with worry. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to talk to her daughter again. Then she followed Xiao Ruyan and walked into the room. While I was cooking, seventh sister Xiao Jingyan came back with her daughter Qianqian. Dad, Qianqian misses you so much. A little girl in a white dress rushed into my arms, holding her daughter. Are you good today? Dad's hands are dirty. Shall we play together later? The well-behaved daughter said. Seventh sister Xiao Jingyan said, Yipeng, why didn't you go to the company today? I looked up and noticed this woman in front of me. Even though we had interacted not long ago, I still found her stunning. Xiao Jingyan was graceful, with an exceptional figure. What attracts me most is still your virtuous and motherly aura. I nodded and said I didn't go because I was worried about Hongli's illness. Sister, you've been working hard these days. Keep your mischievous thoughts in check. A hint of sadness flashed in Xiao Jingyan's eyes. You're still so polite with family, he said. As I was about to bring in the slippers, I accidentally knocked my leg against the edge of the shoe cabinet. Losing my balance, I fell backward in a split second. Reacting swiftly, I rushed forward in a single stride, wrapping my arms around Xiao Jingyan. Sister, are you okay? His eyes reddened, and he winced, saying, "Ouch, it hurts. Let me see." Without giving him a chance to refuse, I decisively princess carried Xiao Jingyan onto the sofa. Xiao Jingyan was taken completely by surprise, lifted off the ground. His breath exuded a distinctly masculine aura. Only when lying on the sofa did he belatedly recall what had just happened. His smile instantly turned crimson, and he was too embarrassed to speak. My mother-in-law, who had just come out of the bedroom, witnessed everything clearly. She scrutinized Xiao Jingyan and me with her eyes. But she didn't say anything. I straightforwardly took out the ointment and said, "Mom, should I do it or would you like to?" "I'll do it." My mother-in-law took the ointment and began applying it to Xiao Jingyan. On the other side, Xiao Ruyan inexplicably felt a bit uncomfortable, as if a toy that originally belonged to him had been forcefully taken away by someone. Mechanically, Xiao Ruyan pushed around the food in his bowl, the taste resembling chewing wax. He felt peculiar. Chen Feng simply hugged his sister, something he wouldn't have minded before, but today, for some reason, it bothered him. Xiao Ruyan couldn't contain his nameless anger and casually remarked, "The food is too salty today, Shanshan, don't eat too much." I quickly stood up and apologized. "I'll redo it now. I'm making this gesture to show respect to my mother-in-law and my wife's sister. The purpose is to isolate my wife." Upon hearing this, my mother-in-law was indeed furious and said angrily, "Sit down. If you don't want to eat, go back to your room. Yipeng, sit down and eat. You spoil him too much." My wife's rebelliousness surged in an instant. She slammed the bowl heavily onto the table and declared, "I won't eat if I don't want to." After saying this, she went straight back to the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Shanshan was frightened and at a loss. Her little face looked very aggrieved, and tears were about to well up in her eyes. I rubbed my daughter's head and said, "Don't be afraid. Mommy just doesn't feel well. When she's better, we'll go to the amusement park together, okay?" My daughter smiled and said, "Okay." Perhaps, in her world, a mother was dispensable. Chen Feng had taken on too many responsibilities that he shouldn't have borne. My mother-in-law turned her head away and secretly wiped her tears. She really had no face to say anything. Xiao Jingyan sat uneasily, feeling vaguely that his sister's anger was directed at him. Yet, he felt quite unjust. Clearly, this wasn't his fault. Why should he be on the receiving end of her displeasure? Suddenly, I asked Mom, "Do you and Dad have plans for tomorrow?" My mother-in-law asked with confusion, "I don't think there's anything planned." "What's wrong?" I said, "I might have something tomorrow. I'd like to talk to you too, hoping you can spare some time. Also, I might trouble you to take care of Shanshan again, sis." Xiao Jingyan and my mother-in-law glanced at each other, then at me. Nothing was revealed on my face. My mother-in-law seemed to sense something, nodded heavily, and said, "Okay. I and your dad are waiting for your call." It was already 5:30 after dinner. My parents hadn't arrived yet due to a delayed flight. I quickly washed the dishes and left home under the pretext of going to the company to get some files. After I left, my mother-in-law and Xiao Jingyan speculated that tomorrow's matter might be related to Xiao Ruyan. As I stepped into the room in the early morning, a fragrance mingled with shower gel enveloped me. A warm, gentle touch pressed against my back, evoking endless reverie, as a pair of fair arms embraced me. Xiao Ruyan whispered shyly, "Honey, let's rest. I miss you so much." The icy touch of the sexy silk nightgown almost pushed my willpower to the brink of collapse, but the next second, Li Ji pulled me back again. Even if he hasn't been touched by stardust, who knows if this woman has been touched by other men, a fickle woman. The less trustworthy, the more beautiful women like to disguise and deceive. I took a deep breath, grabbed Xiao Ruyan's arm with my right hand, ready to push her away, but the next second, the pulse under my fingers made me freeze. It was the pulse of joy, and it was about 40 days pregnant. My head exploded at this moment, uncontrollable anger surged into my heart. I immediately turned my head, and said to Xiao Ruyan word by word, "It's been 4 months since we were intimate, right?" My gaze was extremely dark. This kind of indifference was something Xiao Ruyan had never seen before, as if I was not looking at a person, but at a livestock waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, the air around seemed to have solidified. If there were those who had been soldiers or carried out secret missions, they would probably understand in an instant this was the legendary killing intent. "Honey, you're hurting me. It's my fault before, I'm sorry, I neglected you and Shanshan." Xiao Ruyan squeezed out an ugly smile, thinking that I was mocking her previous attitude, instinctively starting to apologize due to guilt. "Get out. We'll talk about it tomorrow if there's anything. I don't want to touch you. Because I don't want to be a scapegoat. I'm not an honest person." I said each word deliberately. These words were like a bitter winter wind, making Xiao Ruyan tremble all over, feeling both wronged and angry. "Chen Feng, I'm your wife. My body is clean. I swear I didn't do anything wrong to you. I have my limits. Xiao Ruyan said loudly. You think I'm dirty, think I'm smelly, think I smell of cooking fumes on me? Touching you is like getting an electric shock. Why am I dirty? It's because Qianqian got sick and vomited on me. Where were you? Think I'm smelly? It's because I washed the vomit stains on your clothes off me. Think I smell of cooking fumes? It's because I'm exposed to it every day in the kitchen. I'm sorry, Xiao Ruyan said shamefully. She didn't expect her past self to be so excessive. She was really out of control at that time. Get out! I pointed to the door and said, I don't want to say it a second time, your vows are not trustworthy. Xiao Ruyan felt as if her face had been slapped hard. A huge sense of shame made her slowly retreat. Chen Feng, you've changed. You're not the Chen Feng I knew anymore. I've apologized. What else do you want? Do you want me to kneel down and beg you? Xiao Ruyan said with a sob, tears streaming down her face. She had been pampered for too long. She didn't really know what a genuine apology was. In the end, the original Chen Feng also had a responsibility. Always compromising, always serving and pleasing without communication. The result was letting the spoiled wife ignore your efforts and trample on your dignity. Chen Feng is dead, I said indifferently, then ignored the woman, pushing her out of the study. I was filled with anger, so I went to the bathroom and turned on the shower, letting the cold water fall on me, quickly calming my restless heart. Rationality returned to my mind, and a deliberately forgotten memory belonging to Chen Feng resurfaced. It was a very humiliating intimate moment for Chen Feng. Judging by the timing of Xiao Ruyan's pregnancy, it seemed to match, meaning that the child in Xiao Ruyan's belly could possibly be Chen Feng's. I brought out Chen Feng's memory. Like watching a movie, the anger that had been suppressed instantly flared up. Following Chen Feng's memories, I seemed to see the most pathetic side of this man, perhaps thinking that his actions were too ugly and despicable, burying them deep in his memory. However, when stimulated by an external force, the past pain struck again. Chen Feng was wrong to say that he hadn't had relations with Xiao Ruyan for 4 months. Over a month ago, Xiao Ruyan said the company's design department was having a dinner to celebrate her jewelry design and Lu Xingqian's design being featured on the cover of a fashion magazine, becoming the highest-selling products of the month. Chen Feng had long noticed the change in his wife's attitude, unwilling to suspect, but that day he inexplicably followed the design department after work, then took a taxi to follow his wife. The venue where his wife and colleagues were dining was a high-end restaurant, with cars parked outside costing no less than 800,000, decorated luxuriously. Only local wealthy people would go there to spend. Chen Feng was embarrassed by his lack of money on one hand, and didn't want to be found by his wife on the other. After all, tracking someone for whatever reason seemed somewhat despicable. If your wife is often invited by her boss under the guise of company dinners to places that far exceed your family's economic consumption, it's best to pay attention. Either your wife is exceptionally beautiful, or she has some value to offer. No one in the world is nice to someone for no reason. Even treating someone to a meal costs money. The relationship between a wife and a boss should be limited to that of an employee, with the salary being sufficient to reflect that. There is no need to get involved in personal matters. Chen Feng anxiously waited outside for hours before seeing his wife stumbling out, thankfully being supported by her friend Wei Bingbing. However, what made Chen Feng's heart sink was seeing Lu Xingqian holding his wife's hand and leaning in for an intimate cheek-to-cheek moment. While there is a concept of social etiquette in the West, it is only applicable in certain close relationships and specific countries, not universally. Lu Xingqian was clearly taking advantage, but his wife seemed oblivious, even waving and smiling back, seemingly clueless. Wei Bingbing, supposedly a good friend, just watched without intervening, truly stabbing him in the back. Chen Feng had always been considerate towards his wife's friends, even preparing gifts for them, but this time it seemed like they were instigating trouble. Chen Feng followed his wife home, while Wei Bingbing just dropped her off at the building entrance before leaving. Chen Feng returned home to find clothes scattered on the floor, vomit in the living room, and his wife already asleep in bed. This was the first time he had seen his wife drunk. She used to abstain from alcohol and avoid social gatherings until Lu Xingqian came into the picture. Chen Feng tidied up, checked for any suspicious signs on her undergarments, and prepared to wash her face. However, what he couldn't accept was hearing his wife, in her sleep, call out Lu Xingqian. Even a man would find this unbearable. Chen Feng raised his arm to strike but hesitated, fearing that confronting this issue would tear their family apart. With their daughter only 5 years old, he couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. Despite Xiao Ruyan's failures as a mother, it was still better than having a stepmother or losing her altogether. Chen Feng lacked the courage to suggest a divorce, as his meager salary wouldn't be enough to support himself in Lihai, and he knew he wouldn't get custody of Qianqian. He couldn't bear losing his daughter. Fueled by resentment, Chen Feng and his wife ended up having a physical encounter, almost as a form of revenge. Strongly against engaging in intimate activities without spousal consent, Reminder: avoid engaging in potentially illegal activities. Learn from past mistakes. The content is fictional. Afterward, Chen Feng felt guilty and quickly wiped his wife clean with a towel, changed her underwear, erasing all traces. Throughout, his wife only reacted, her consciousness drowned in alcohol-induced slumber. Chen Feng's actions provided his wife with a sense of security, preventing any sudden reactions. After reviewing everything, Chen Feng was 80% sure that the child in Xiao Ruiyan's womb was his, but a child conceived during an emotional affair was out of the question. If this child were born, every birthday would be a reminder of his wife's infidelity, leading to disgust and hatred towards the child. For the sake of the child's future, we cannot let him suffer. All these sins are caused by the adulterer. Moreover, it is possible that Xiao Ruiyan has an illegitimate child with her lover outside, so it should not be born. All these will be revealed tomorrow. Half an hour later, I walked out of the bathroom. Perhaps due to the influence of crossing, the quality and body fat percentage of this body were visibly changing. In less than 3 days, the excess fat in the lower abdomen disappeared, replaced by blocky abdominal muscles. The bedroom door was open. Xiao Ruiyan only turned on a table lamp, lying on the bed with a thin silk cloth covering her, curled up, eyes red. When she heard me walking into the living room, Xiao Ruiyan immediately jumped off the bed and blocked me in the living room. But when she saw that I was not wearing a shirt, she was stunned. The contours of my muscles were clear, the muscle lines were very perfect, exuding a strong sense of human body art. When did you start working out? Why didn't I know? Xiao Ruiyan couldn't help but swallow. As someone who had studied human body art, she knew how difficult it was for ordinary people to develop such muscles. In the past, Chen Feng never exercised, and as he reached middle age, he started to gain weight. My arrival seemed to rejuvenate this body, making it more perfect. Xiao Ruiyan, as a wife, should have noticed the changes in my body immediately, but the lack of close contact between us for a long time made her attribute the changes to her own neglect. Xiao Ruiyan had always believed that she was different, and that spiritual harmony between partners was the most important, even when making friends. But when faced with my body that defied logic, she became flustered, blushing, her heart racing, and unconsciously looking down at her feet. Xiao Ruiyan, don't you have something to say? Speak up, I'm your husband. What are you afraid of? Xiao Ruiyan encouraged herself in her heart, and her right hand involuntarily touched the muscles of my abdomen. To be honest, Chen Feng was also a campus heartthrob back then. Even though he didn't take care of himself as he got older, he still looked better than the average middle-aged person, especially with a muscular body. He was like a mature male model. I advise everyone to improve themselves, swim, exercise, pay attention to personal hygiene, enhance their image, read more books, follow the news, travel. Spend your time effectively on yourself, rather than constantly worrying about your partner's infidelity and being suspicious every day. I am better than you, your loss if you leave me. The excellent me can have better choices. Not preaching, just insights. I felt goosebumps all over my body, took a few steps back. If it weren't for Chen Feng's resentment blocking me, I wouldn't mind having a friendly match with the beautiful woman in front of me. But every time I had that thought, the damn original owner's regret made me feel uncontrollably nauseous, as if I was about to vomit the next second. Xiao Ruiyan was a little sad at my retreat, but just now she reflected on some things and found that she couldn't blame her husband. If there is no love, you can choose to divorce. She didn't want a divorce, nor did she want to admit that there was love between her and Chen Feng. The conflicting thoughts made her feel at a loss. Since returning from the bar that night, her mentality had been getting worse, feeling that her husband had changed. The once reassuring home seemed normal on the surface, but it was gradually becoming oppressive. Honey, I'm sorry. This was the third apology from Xiao Ruiyan tonight. When no one treated her like a princess, she was nothing. I can tell that Xiao Ruiyan still hasn't realized the root cause of the situation until now, just instinctively wanting to compensate with her body to alleviate the guilt brought by the emotional affair. No need to apologize, we can talk again tomorrow or the day after. You're just recovering from an illness, I don't want to say much now, go to bed early. I tried to maintain a calm attitude, no one could see that I was angry. Only Xiao Ruiyan felt a sense of alienation. She pursed her lips, tears welling up as she looked at me, saying, "Okay, husband, I really love you, you must believe me." The word love made me feel disgusted. If I hadn't heard the conversation between Xiao Ruiyan and Lu Xingchen on the phone monitoring, I would have a hard time believing that this woman had the face to say she loved Chen Feng. Yes, I believe you. I became more and more annoyed, so I said perfunctorily, "The teacher asked for a family photo in the morning, did mom tell you? Did you forget? If you're free now, send it to me. I remember there's a photo of us taking Chanshan to the museum, I think that one is good." Hearing this, my wife couldn't help but shudder, her face turned pale, feeling intense shame, unable to meet my eyes. My, My phone broke, I just formatted it not long ago. I'm sorry, husband, I'll go to the phone repair shop tomorrow, my wife said nervously. She didn't even have time to think of a logical lie, but since I knew the truth, I didn't want to expose it. It's okay, I'll check the computer, there should be a backup, go to bed early, I said indifferently. Xiao Ruyan felt guilty in her heart, feeling uneasy at the mention of the phone album, watching me leave with wide eyes, not daring to say another word. She returned to the bedroom like a wooden person, collapsed on the bed, the once warm home seemed to have disappeared, tears wetting the pillow. Tomorrow is the last time we meet, I haven't betrayed my family, I love my husband, I love my child. As if each word had a self-hypnotic effect, Xiao Ruyan slowly drifted into a dream. Xiao Ruyan's unusual behavior tonight may be a warning from fate. My plan for her may be a sharp knife that will completely tear apart her ugly soul. Inheriting Qin Feng's memories, every early morning I would recall Qin Feng's despair and pain before his death. This man truly loved Xiao Ruyan, but unfortunately Xiao Ruyan did not love Qin Feng. At the same time, Xiao Jinyan, who returned home, put Xianxian to sleep after washing her, sat alone on the sofa, bored watching TV dramas. The luxurious living room of the villa still felt empty and cold. Ah, what does this enemy want to do? Xiao Jinyan threw the remote control aside in annoyance, curled up on the sofa. Her pink cotton pajamas were very conservative, but couldn't hide her voluptuous figure. After a moment, her body suddenly stiffened. Who? Xiao Jinyan let out a long breath, her fair cheeks blushing. She put her pale fingers back on the armrest, her slightly closed eyes misty, seemingly lamenting her misfortune. The slightly trembling body and the delicate sweat on her forehead made her seem more lazy, more sexy, and charming. The intense guilt made Xiao Jinyan almost cry, but who could understand her loneliness and solitude? Click! The door opened, a tipsy Sima Zhong walked in. You're back, have you eaten? Let me make you a cup of hot tea. Xiao Jinyan's voice trembled slightly, she hadn't yet freed herself from the guilt she felt just now, feeling inexplicably guilty in front of her husband. I've eaten, go rest quickly. Sima Zhong placed the document bag aside, looking at the gentle and beautiful woman in front of him, completely satisfying his inner self. He didn't feel like an emperor in the company, but at home, in front of this eldest daughter of the Xiao family, he was the absolute emperor. Unfortunately, she was not Xiao Changhe's biological daughter. Sima Zhong felt some jealousy towards Qin Feng, but soon Xiao Jinyan made him even more upset. The fair and deep gullies seen from this angle could make any man's nose bleed, but for Sima Zhong, it was a painful torment. A wife who could be seen but not touched was like a joke in plain sight. When Xiao Jinyan arranged the slippers, Sima Zhong bypassed the woman who needed to be pampered and went straight to the bathroom. Xiao Jinyan sighed, not knowing how long this kind of life would last, regretting that she didn't have the right to choose her own life. As the night grew darker, Xiao Jinyan woke up groggily, first looking at Xianxian beside her, then at the time, realizing it was only 1 in the morning. Planning to continue sleeping for a while, she suddenly felt something was wrong, as the light coming through the door crack indicated someone in the living room. She put on her pajamas, gently opened the bedroom door a crack, and looked towards the living room. To her surprise, Sima Zhong was sitting alone on the sofa, talking on the phone and smoking. The living room was filled with smoke, with many cigarette butts scattered on the floor and table. Xiao Jinyan knew that Sima Zhong rarely smoked unless he was troubled. She was about to go out and say a few words when she heard Sima Zhong mention a person. Shu guide, we have a cooperative relationship, I am not your subordinate. If you have nothing to do with Xiao Ruyan, I have already cooperated with you. I only care about when I can get the money from Xiao Changhe. The matter of embezzling NMD company's premiums is about to be exposed, your plan had better succeed. Qin Feng is really useless, his wife is having an affair, it's normal to retaliate against Lu Xingqian, but there has been no movement for months. If necessary, I will personally arrange it and frame Qin Feng. When Xiao Changhe spits out the money, it's none of my business how you deal with Xiao Changhe. Sima Zhong deliberately lowered his voice, then turned to look at the bedroom door where Xiao Jinyan was. His face was not as kind as usual, dark and filled with bloodshot eyes, giving off a sense of resentment and greed like a demon crawling out of hell. Xiao Jinyan covered her mouth tightly, her eyes filled with fear, her body stiff and unable to move, the intense panic almost making her collapse. She never imagined that her husband, whom she spent day and night with, would be such a person. Although Sima Zhong lacked the abilities of a man, he was gentle and considerate to her in daily life, so she never harbored any resentment, at most lamenting the unfairness of fate. But Sima Zhong's demonic appearance behind her back completely shattered Xiao Jinyan's impression. The gentle and kind housewife was at a loss for a moment. Wait! Sima Zhong suddenly stood up and walked towards the room where Xiao Jinyan was. After pushing the door open, Sima Zhong silently stared at the two people on the bed, then closed the door and left after a while. Xiao Jinyan, who was covered in the blanket, relaxed completely, her mind in chaos. If her husband was really the mastermind behind harming her sister's family, what should she do? How would he treat me? Xiao Jinyan used her limited intelligence and chose to endure temporarily, not to confront. Otherwise, if Qianqian got hurt, she wouldn't be at ease even if she died. The restless night passed, and Xiao Jinyan waited for Sima Zhong to leave the house before collapsing on the ground. Fear drove her to quickly put on her clothes, limping as she took Qianqian and got into a taxi. At the same time, Xiao Ruyan also left the house, drove towards the company, not only thinking about her own design drafts, but also thinking about the 11 o'clock appointment at noon, feeling very unsettled. After I finished washing up, I planned to pick up my parents and then pick up my in-laws, but I didn't expect Xiao Jinyan to arrive home with Qianqian ahead of time. Xiao Jinyan was so anxious that her forehead was covered in sweat. When she saw me, it was as if she had found her backbone, and she hugged me immediately. She was dressed very casually today, the light and thin long dress couldn't hide her great figure, and the huge and incomparable fruits squeezed together brought destructive charm. Her swan-like slender snow-white neck, slender waist, delicate collarbones, all exuded mature and charming charm. Don't rush, take your time, what happened? I tried to control my eyes from looking down, and spoke in an extremely gentle tone. To be honest, I still liked Xiao Jinyan very much. If she wasn't already married, I might have developed a relationship with her. Sima's Hong. It's Sima's Hong. Ruyan and you are both in danger. Xiao Jinyan's pretty face was full of pain. The foot injury she encountered yesterday had worsened during the recent run, and her ankle was swollen. Hearing the name Sima's Hong, I already had a guess in my heart. As a wife who sleeps by my side, she must have heard something. The fact that she informed me immediately was enough to prove that she was a good woman suitable for a family, much better than Xiao Ruyan. Don't worry, I'll treat your foot first, otherwise your foot will be useless today, I said in a deep voice. Let me clarify that I have no intention of retaliating against Sima's Hong, I just pity this beautiful woman. I asked Qianqian to get the medicine, and I helped Xiao Jinyan sit on the sofa. Xiao Jinyan frowned slightly in pain, trying to bring her plump legs together, shifting her huge buttocks to the side. From my perspective, the long dress was almost bursting open by the mature body like a peach, the beautiful curves sparking endless imagination. Qianqian obediently brought me the ointment and then went to do her homework. I slowly took off Xiao Jinyan's socks, handling them as gently as if they were a treasure. Xiao Jinyan bit her lip lightly, trembling nervously all over. Her character was somewhat weak. Even when I massaged the swollen part of her ankle, she was as quiet as a lamb, lowering her eyes and not daring to make a sound. I kept rubbing the delicate ankle with the palm of my hand, allowing the secret ointment to seep in. Xiao Jinyan felt a coolness at her ankle that gradually turned into heat, and this heat seemed to flow into her heart, making her almost unable to control herself from making a sound. Is it better now? Xiao Jinyan trembled. She felt as if she was in a hot wave, a feeling that only appeared in dreams. You just twisted your ankle again, it will be troublesome if not treated in time. Endure a little longer, pretend I'm a doctor. There's no doctor like you. Strong shyness made Xiao Jinyan's skin, as white as mutton fat jade, blush beautifully like a rose. Even if she tried her best to suppress her inner excitement, she couldn't resist her body's instincts. The fine beads of sweat were about to soak through her skirt. If it lasted a little longer, Xiao Jinyan couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't do something embarrassing. Okay, you can walk now. After injecting all the medicinal power from the ointment, I tidied up. Besides the smell of the ointment in my palm, there was also an indelible fragrance of orchids, lingering. Thank you. Xiao Jinyan gasped heavily, feeling lost in her heart. After the embarrassment passed, she remembered the main issue. After telling me about Sima's Hong, I immediately understood. I might not be able to explain everything, but I knew who the enemy was. Sima's Hong misappropriated the insurance premium. It's definitely impossible to make up for it, so he wanted the company to go bankrupt directly. In order to compensate for his loss, he framed me for injuring Lu Xingqian, knowing that her father would definitely intervene in such matters. Whether it's for the reputation of the Xiaojia family or for his own daughter, the mysterious money that may be in the hands of the father-in-law is the target of these people. Is the target not me and Xiao Ruyan from start to finish? No. Just now, Xia Jinyan said that Zhu Guide colluded with Sima's Hong, and even specifically mentioned Xiao Ruyan. Could it be that two groups of people are planning at the same time? Is it necessary to go through all this trouble? With Zhu Guide's ability, he could just have someone take Xiao Ruyan away. Why go through such a big circle, especially sending someone to seduce Xiao Ruyan into an affair? This matter also gives me a headache. The clues seem abundant, but in reality, they make the originally clear situation more complicated. Forget it, it has nothing to do with people like Chen Feng, I'll just watch from the sidelines, as long as you don't provoke me, otherwise I'll let you taste what a biochemical crisis is, I said to myself. Next, I took Xia Jinyan and Shanshan to pick up Chen Feng's parents, then detoured to pick up the mother-in-law and father-in-law. When the parents of both sides met, there was a lack of warmth, especially Xia Kang, who had a cold face from start to finish, as if suppressing his anger. Brother-in-law, today is a family gathering, right? Zhao Jins hugged my arm without any hesitation, smiling. There is indeed something today. Why, are you coming along too? I raised my eyebrows and asked. Zhao Jins lowered her voice and said, I heard Aunt and Uncle quarreling yesterday. Uncle wanted to call my sister and you over, but was stopped by Aunt. Brother-in-law, are you going to confront them? Among the 3 golden flowers of the Xiao family, Zhao Jins is the smartest, appearing innocent and lovely on the surface, but actually very scheming, with different insights into things. Don't inquire, it's not good for you, be careful yourself recently. I reminded her, believing that Zhao Jin's intelligence should make her aware. Came for our family? Zhao Jin's expression became serious. I didn't say anything, driving towards the romantic restaurant. Today, I rented a luxury business car, originally 7-seater, excluding Xia Jinyan, Shanshan, and Zhao Jin's. It was enough. I didn't expect everyone from the family to come today, filling the entire car. Old father-in-law Xia Kang didn't say a word after getting in the car. He was always a dignified person. His military background made it hard for him to hide things. But with Chen Feng's parents present, it wasn't appropriate, so all he could do was keep tapping his leg. Let's go to the romantic restaurant. I've reserved a private room. Xiao Ruyan went to work in the morning, and it's close to the company. I broke the silence. You call the shots, it's time to have a good talk, Xia Kang said in a muffled voice. The atmosphere remained heavily suppressed. Soon, the car parked in the romantic restaurant's parking lot. Everyone got out of the car. I saw it was almost 11 o'clock. According to the phone monitoring, the 2 lovers had already arrived, so I called on the Bluetooth phone. Hey, Ruyan, where are you? I deliberately asked, as the speaker was on, so everyone could hear. I'm at the company. Is there something wrong? Xiao Ruyan tried to sound calm. Are you free now? My parents are here, along with our family and in-laws. Let's have a meal together, I said slowly. There was nothing wrong with this statement. Even the old father-in-law and mother-in-law couldn't find fault. Oh, then at night, I'm at the company now. Really can't spare the time. I have a design draft to revise. Xiao Ruyan quickly replied. My goal has been achieved. Let everyone hear clearly how Xiao Ruyan, this despicable woman, has time to be with her lover but not with her child and parents. Zhao Jin's eyes flickered with cunning as he stood at the back with his hands behind his back. Xiao Jinyan, holding Shanshan, seemed absent-minded, almost unaware of how close she was to me, perhaps seeking a sense of security subconsciously. Wu Ge frowned when he noticed but decided it was not the right time to speak up. Forget it, let's talk later. Today, let's welcome the in-laws first, let's go. Xiao Changhao waved his hand and led the way inside. At 11 o'clock in the morning, romantic restaurant. The spacious restaurant was sparsely occupied, with a musician playing the piano in the middle, the melodious sound echoing in the hall. This restaurant, themed around romance, had witnessed countless love stories, some ending, some continuing. Xiao Ruyan looked stunning today in a deep gray V-neck dress that accentuated her already exquisite figure. She even wore light red lipstick and eyeliner, exuding irresistible charm. Darling, you look beautiful today. This is for you. Seeing this beauty in front of him, Lu Xingchen couldn't help but feel nervous. He was still under the influence of painkillers, feeling a bit excited. Roses symbolize love. Xiao Ruyan took the rose and placed it on the table, feeling conflicted. Let's keep a normal relationship from now on, okay? I think it's not right, Xiao Ruyan said softly. Why? Lu Xingchen was taken aback, feeling like he was about to succeed. Why was she pulling away? I already have a family. I don't want my husband to misunderstand. Looking back, I may have done some irrational things, forgetting that I am already a mother, Xiao Ruyan said slowly and heavily, as if speaking to Lu Xingchen and to herself. Unconsciously, her eyes filled with tears, making her look even more pitiful. Lu Xingchen's PUA tactics were very skilled. Whenever a woman showed signs of withdrawal, he would lean in, staring at her intently. You said before that we are spiritual companions. Our relationship should transcend worldly views. You are special. Do you understand? We are for art. Everything is for art. I need to think about it. Initially determined to cut ties, her heart wavered due to the pursuit of art. Lu Xingchen equated art with himself, and foolish women often fell into such traps. Xiao Ruyan felt even more confused, watching Lu Xingchen, the internationally renowned art master, as her emotions and rationality clashed. Darling, I know you love art. Come with me to England. It's an art paradise. I love you more than anything. I want to introduce you to my mother, my family. I want to marry you. We will be together forever," Lu Xingchen said excitedly, grabbing Xiao Ruyan's hand. The entire restaurant echoed with Lu Xingchen's emotional confession, drawing everyone's attention. Amidst the discussions, our family also turned to look. At this moment, Xiao Ruyan seemed to be shocked by Lu Xingchen's confession, unable to react for a moment, and did not pull back the hand held by Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen's confession was like lifting the ugly veil that his wife had been trying to disguise. I led my family to look at the table where my wife was, and they all recognized the two people sitting at the table. The bright red roses on the table were particularly dazzling, as if blood was spurting out from the heart. The whole family was completely frozen at this moment. Father-in-law Xiao Changhe was trembling with anger, his blood pressure soaring due to excessive anger, continuously impacting his brain, to the point where he could hardly stand. Mother-in-law Wu Gu wished she could find a hole to hide in, wishing she didn't have this daughter at all. She held onto Rong Xin tightly, preventing the two from falling. Zhao Jins had anticipated this early on, a faint smile appearing on her lips, covering her daughter Chanxian's eyes, not wanting the child to see this ugly scene. Sister-in-law Xiao Jinyan covered her mouth, shocked as she looked at her sister. For a moment, she even felt an inappropriate sense of joy. I felt it was almost time, everything was within my expectations. The proposal play of the two lovers was truly wonderful. Don't say I deliberately watched Xiao Ruyan being seduced without any reaction, even bringing her family to witness it. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. If she hadn't cheated, had nothing to hide, would she need to lie on the phone? The past Xiao Ruyan was flawless in front of her family. Even if I presented evidence, it wouldn't be useful for them to see it on the spot. At this moment, my wife was moved by Lu Xingchen's words, her eyes slightly reddening, a faint sob coming from her delicate nose. When Lu Xingchen tried to wipe it with his hand, I rushed over like a tiger pouncing on its prey. "Lu, you seduced my wife. I'll kill you." My voice was like thunder, startling the two lovers. Lu Xingchen didn't react, and I heavily punched his face, instantly breaking his nose bridge, blood gushing out. Pain. It was very painful. Lu Xingchen had never felt such pain before, each punch felt like a hammer. All he could do was protect his vital parts in a panic. I watched this guy holding his nose, hands clutching his head, howling in pain like a wild dog. Inside, I couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. I aimed to hit hard, but in reality, I was very measured. Except for the initial punches, the rest of the strikes used special interrogation techniques, targeting nerve-dense areas. Even a minor injury couldn't be considered, and the Public Security Bureau would at most give a 5-day detention as punishment. Xiao Ruyan's mind was blank at this moment, with only me and Lu Xingchen in her eyes, not noticing the family members approaching. "Honey, please, don't hit him. It could be fatal." Xiao Ruyan watched my punches getting stronger, subconsciously grabbing my arm and pulling hard. This petite woman couldn't move me, but as I had a thought, I fell backward, then slammed my head back hard. As a professional cleaner, my control over the environment and mechanics had seeped into my bones. I could ensure my absolute safety. The back of my head hit the table leg, instantly dyeing my entire head red with blood splattering out. No one knew it looked serious, but it was just a scalp laceration. However, in the eyes of everyone present, Xiao Ruyan had clearly pushed her husband down to protect her lover and caused her husband serious injury. "Son!" Rong Xian let out a heart-wrenching cry, rushing towards me like crazy, wanting to help me up forcefully, then hurriedly trying to press my wound with clothes. "Mom! How did you?" Xiao Ruyan's mind went blank the moment she saw Rong Xian. Her heart started beating wildly, and she stammered, I didn't mean to. It wasn't me, I didn't. I just wanted." Before she could finish her words, Xiao Changhe rushed over like an angry lion, raised his arm with fury, and slapped her heavily. The slap was powerful, with no mercy. There was a loud smack as Xiao Ruyan fell to the ground, her head buzzing, eyes seeing stars, a red palm print on her delicate white cheek. At the same time, a trickle of blood seeped from her ear. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen regained his senses, stood up, and saw Xiao Changhe knocking down his wife. Thinking Xiao Changhe was helping catch the adulterer, Lu Xingchen rushed forward to defend his masculinity. "You old man, how dare you touch my woman, go to hell." Lu Xingchen's fist hit Xiao Changhe's chest. Being young, the weak, he was too much for the elderly father-in-law to handle. The punch almost knocked Xiao Changhe off balance. Xiao Changhe took a few steps back, supported by Wu Ge before falling. Rong Xian wailed, pointing at Lu Xingchen with red eyes, shouting, "If anything happens to my son, I'll take your life. You wait and see. It wasn't me, I didn't do anything, I don't know anything." Lu Xingchen noticed me lying in a pool of blood, thinking a life was lost, he started trembling. Pointing at Xiao Ruyan, he said, "It was this woman, nothing to do with me. She seduced me first, initiated contact, go after her." After speaking, he scrambled out of the restaurant. Zhao Jins took Shanxian away from the hotel. Xiao Jinyan helped her mother support Xiao Changhe, and quickly gave him emergency medication for heart disease and high blood pressure. Xiao Ruyan made no defense, her eyes empty, as if she had lost consciousness, her heart truly cold. If Lu Xingchen had shown some responsibility, she might have felt comforted, but reality gave her a louder slap. Her judgment was so poor, how could she have been so blinded by lust? She had promised her mother not to contact Lu Xingchen again. Why did she agree to meet him? She only wanted closure and to return to her family. Why didn't fate give her that chance? Xiao Ruyan looked up blankly, met with her mother's disappointed and resentful gaze, as if she saw an enemy. Her mind couldn't function properly, taking a while to realize her father was hit by Lu Xingchen. Dad, are you okay? Xiao Ruyan tried to help her father, but was pushed away by her mother Wu Gu. Let her go, I don't have this daughter, let her go. Xiao Changhe weakly said, his face turning blue, as if he had no strength left. At that moment, Xiao Ruyan felt an unprecedented despair, looking again at Chen Feng lying in a pool of blood, overwhelmed with guilt and heartache. Husband, how are you, husband? Please speak, forgive me. I'm sorry. Xiao Ruyan knelt on the ground, reaching out to hold me, but was frozen by Rong Xian's hostile gaze. My son is not your husband, don't touch him. Rong Xian held my head, her eyes full of hatred, her daughter-in-law now her greatest enemy. She covered her face, crying and apologizing continuously, knowing it was all too late. Some things, once done, cannot be undone. Some things, once tainted, can never be cleaned. Who would believe that Xiao Ruyan came to the appointment just to see off Lu Xingchen? Who would believe that she was ready to refuse to return to her family? Who would believe that the carefully prepared bouquet of roses was not a gift exchanged between lovers? Who would believe that Xiao Ruyan is innocent? That she did not cheat? That her body is still pure? The psychological dam that was originally used to deceive oneself and others is gradually collapsing, and Xiao Ruyan tastes the taste of being speechless. Her head is spinning. At this time, some of the surrounding guests took out their phones to start recording videos. To them, the scene in front of them was too lively, like a drama with twists and turns. What's going on? The husband caught cheating with the whole family? Look at this woman, obviously married but still fooling around outside, how despicable. You can't judge a person by their appearance. This husband is really unlucky. His own wife beat him up for her lover, and the lover even hit her own father. There were all kinds of comments, and the incident quickly spread online. However, due to the protection of privacy for non-public figures in this world, most of the videos were pixelated. But even so, many people still recognized the main characters in it, and a hidden tide began to surge. Perhaps no one would have expected that a storm sweeping through the entire Linhai would start like this. When someone was injured in the restaurant, an ambulance was called immediately. The emergency doctor and nurse pushed me and my father-in-law to the parking lot. Xiao Ruyan followed behind, her face pale like a zombie, carefully holding onto the hem of my pants with her right hand, as if this could make her feel at ease. Chen Feng's mother, Rong Xian, was worried about her son's injuries and had no time to scold her daughter-in-law. Her gaze never left me. This was also my purpose. Rong Xian liked her daughter-in-law too much, and there was a bond between Chen Feng and Xiao Ruyan. If Rong Xian were to completely give up, I would have to appear even more miserable. Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Xiao Ruyan cried with tears in her eyes swollen, and the left side of her face, slapped earlier, gradually turned purple over time, frighteningly swollen. At this moment, Xiao Ruyan had completely lost her former beauty and elegance, looking disheveled like a stray dog crawling out of the sewer, constantly howling. Perhaps Rong Xian softened a bit, seeing the crowd around, and her granddaughter still needed her biological mother. She couldn't force her to death. But just as she was about to speak, an unexpected voice interrupted. Sister, where are you going? The speaker was a woman dressed in luxurious clothes, with an old woman standing next to her, wearing bright red lipstick. I squinted and saw that this woman was Fisher, whom I had seen at the company, Lu Xingchen's so-called sister who owned a bar. Xiao Ruyan panicked when she saw the two of them, recalling what Lu Xingchen had told her earlier, that he wanted to introduce his family to her today. But there had been enough misunderstandings earlier, and her mother-in-law had finally spoken to her. If there were more misunderstandings, she would be truly wronged. It seemed that Fisher had not noticed all the commotion, but instead deliberately walked over with the old woman. Mom, this is Xingchen's girlfriend, Xiao Ruyan. Take a good look. This is your future daughter-in-law. Fisher said loudly. Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe, who were about to get on the ambulance, as well as my parents, all turned their gaze towards Fisher. You've got the wrong person. I'm not. Get lost. Xiao Ruyan's face turned red, shouting sternly, tears uncontrollably falling. If there was a crack in the ground, she would have wanted to hide in it to avoid the mocking and sneering gazes of the people around her. Fisher pretended to suddenly realize, patted her head, and said, "Oh, I see, my bad. Look at me, what was I thinking? Xingchen said you are about to divorce, I almost forgot, sorry. Mom, let's go." The old woman looked at Xiao Ruyan with muddy eyes and said, "Big butt, good for bearing children, the daughter-in-law here is pretty good." They finished speaking lightly when their lips touched, leaving Xiao Ruyan feeling desperate. And I, lying on the stretcher, if it weren't for pretending to be injured, I would have probably laughed out loud long ago. To Lu Xingchen's wife, she was truly a hindrance, but to me, she was like a divine assist. I could tell from their micro-expressions that these two women had no good intentions from the start. They seemed to be intentionally pushing Xiao Ruyan into a corner, but their methods were subtle and relaxed, indicating they were experienced in dirty deeds. As a cleaner, I have seen too many dark things, with many big shots liking virtuous women and enjoying toying with people's hearts, sending specialists to seduce them into corruption. The fate of these originally virtuous women would not end well. Being sold to the red light district after being played out might be the best outcome, the worst being their body parts being sold off at a price. "Mom, it's not like that, listen to my explanation." Xiao Ruyan pulled Rong Xian's sleeve, saying in a mournful tone. Looking pitiful as she did, under normal circumstances, Rong Xian would have embraced her for comfort long ago. But the current Rong Xian was filled with anger, forcefully shaking off Xiao Ruyan's hand. "Who is your mom? How many moms do you have? I am not worthy to be your mother, that person is your mother, go to her. If something happens to my son, you won't need to remarry, you'll find a replacement directly. Mother-in-law, congratulations on finding a good son-in-law. Your Xiao family is truly a prestigious and strict household." "Shameless," Rong Xian said sarcastically, her anger barely contained in her eyes. "Mom, listen to me, I don't even know them, I don't have a boyfriend." "Mom, believe me, I am innocent, I have not done anything to betray Chen Feng." Xiao Ruyan was afraid she couldn't explain clearly, so she knelt heavily on the ground and swore. This was the second time Xiao Ruyan knelt down, and under her oath, Rong Xian's angry heart suddenly wavered. Because a woman caught cheating would never face her mother-in-law so boldly, could there be a misunderstanding here? But the photos in her son's phone clearly showed intimate contact between them. A married woman holding hands and embracing another man had already crossed a line. Emotional infidelity was just a step away from physical infidelity. The thin monkey-like adulterer just claimed that Xiao Ruyan initiated the contact, willingly approached him. If that was true, Rong Xian now found it disgusting to think about. Rong Xian's attitude was wavering, but her incoherent and sarcastic words provoked her in-laws who couldn't stand it anymore. Xiao Changhe struggled to sit up, raised his arm, pointed at his wife with trembling fingers, and gasped, Let her go. She is not my daughter, a disgrace to the Xiao family." Tears welled up in his eyes. The old soldier who had fought his way out of the sea of corpses and blood in his youth, never complained even when shot, never begged for mercy when wronged. A lifetime of honor was now in the hands of his daughter. Apart from crying when his parents passed away, these tears were unprecedented. Xiao Jinyan knew her foster father was truly heartbroken. She wanted to speak up about what she knew, but it wasn't the right time. Wu Ge genuinely cared about the old man's health, and resented his daughter's incompetence. She hadn't planned to speak up, but the repeated provocations made her unable to bear it. She couldn't take it anymore and walked up to Xiao Ruyan, slapping her across the face. "Mom!" Xiao Ruyan covered her face, looking incredulously at her mother, saying with grievance, "I don't have a daughter like you. I really wish I had never given birth to you." Wu Ge said harshly, turning away heartlessly. "It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this." Xiao Ruyan felt numb, staring blankly at the ground, her eyes lifeless. Seeing this scene, I felt a sense of foreboding in my heart. He was not trying to push someone to a dead end, but to kill them emotionally. Everyone has a threshold for mental health. Once the pressure becomes too much, it can lead to depression or even suicidal thoughts. Everyone should pay attention to mental health and engage in healthy culture. The original owner loved Xiao Ruyan too much, to the point where it was bone deep. This kind of person, in an animated series, would be a character like the enthusiastic Yang Yang, deserving the title of the Green Hat King. In order to prevent Xiao Ruyan from reaching a dead end, I had to let the original owner's lingering regrets completely control my body. I had to speak up and say, Ruyan, don't leave me, don't go. How can I live without you? This seasoned confession of a devoted person made me sick to my stomach. I closed my eyes, pretending to be unconscious and making sounds, while pressing the acupoint on my ribs with my right hand. Each call not only moved Rong Xian, but even the eyes of the in-laws turned red. Xiao Ruyan heard my voice in her ears, as if it was a divine voice coming from the heavens, a voice of redemption. She almost crawled and threw herself onto me, crying out, "Honey, I'm here, honey, I'm sorry, please wake up. It's all my fault, I deserve to die. Wake up, honey." Her sorrowful sobbing sounded like a blood-crying cuckoo, making people feel a sourness in their hearts. Some things can be regretted and turned back, but some things are like ink dropped in pure water, how can they be cleaned? Just as water was splashed in front of a horse in ancient times, now it's Ruyan's infidelity. Xiao Ruyan almost fainted from crying, overwhelmed with regret, while her husband was still confessing his love in a coma. This made her feel even more disgusted with her own soul, feeling repulsive, emitting a foul odor. Now even Rong Xian couldn't stop her, feeling that this was a sin. How could such a good family end up like this? Xiao Ruyan's misfortune today was not over yet. Perhaps even heaven couldn't bear it, or maybe it was because Lu Xingqian's aura of misfortune was too strong. The restaurant manager hurried over with a small bag, saying loudly, "Madam, you left your things in the store." Xiao Ruyan was confused. She didn't leave anything behind, so she tried to recall. Suddenly she remembered that when Lu Xingqian came, he was carrying a bag besides the roses, but since he didn't mention it, she didn't ask. Squinting, I recognized that the bag was undoubtedly the one carried by the woman named Fisher when she came to the company, most likely still containing those dirty items. Just as the hotel manager handed the bag to Xiao Ruyan, my right foot coincidentally kicked it, and then my blood pressure began to drop rapidly. Clatter! The contents of the bag scattered all over the floor, all of them adult items that were unbearable to look at, including whips, neck collars, bells. What is social death? What is an eternal injustice? Xiao Ruyan felt the blood rushing to her face, then she became fearful. She quickly explained, "It's not mine, it has nothing to do with me." After experiencing the scenes just now, who would believe that she was truly innocent? Rong Xian was first confused, then spat out in disgust. She realized for the first time the true face of her good daughter-in-law. If she weren't a person of quality, she would definitely have cursed it out loud. Shameless! Shameless! Wu Jiyi's eyes turned red. She never imagined that her proud daughter would act so shamelessly in private. Playing games with your husband can be called fun, but being with a lover is despicable and shameless. Is Xiao Ruyan wronged? Very wronged? Isn't she wronged? She is indeed wronged. She clearly saw it in the private room of the bar, and even almost tried it. Just because of fear, she backed off at the last minute. If Lu Xingqian continues to entangle, gradually breaking the boundaries, Xiao Ruyan may become a different person. Xiao Ruyan's hands and feet were cold, her red lips slightly open, wanting to explain again but helplessly finding that she couldn't explain it at all. It might even make things worse. If she asks her colleagues for help, it will inevitably reveal that she was alone with Lu Xingqian in the bar. Without video evidence or witnesses, no one will believe her. The patient's heart rate is too fast. Prepare for resuscitation. Prepare for cardiac resuscitation. Hurry! Medical staff looked at the abnormal heart rate, feeling anxious. This is a method I used to constrict my blood vessels, combined with head bleeding causing changes in heart rate. On the other side, the old father-in-law was really driven mad, his blood pressure soaring. If I hadn't made Xiao Jinyan give the old man heart disease and anti-hypertensive medication in advance, he might have passed out directly. Now no one will care about Xiao Ruyan anymore. She will have to bear the consequences of her actions. Even the emergency doctors and nurses understood each scene. They didn't want to waste too much time and were about to leave. Xiao Ruyan somehow found the strength and managed to get on my ambulance. Rong Xian asked her to get off, even scolding her in a very stern tone. "You don't deserve to be by my son's side. Get off. Mom, I want my husband needs me too. Mom, let me stay with him. If something happens to Chen Feng, I won't live anymore." Xiao Ruyan's tone was unusually firm, leaving Rong Xian speechless. The more she looked at her daughter-in-law, the more displeased she became. When one person starts to dislike another, the good deeds of the past turn into sins. If I had known earlier, why bother now? You had a great time with your lover. If there are no feelings left, you can get a divorce. Why ruin my son alone, my poor granddaughter? You, as a mother, have no shame. How will your daughter face others in the future? Rong Xian became more and more agitated, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Even though she had mentally prepared herself yesterday, seeing the despicable side of her daughter-in-law was still unacceptable. Mom, I know you don't believe me, but I promise I didn't do anything excessive. I didn't even touch those toys. Stop promising. I see through you. You were good to the family in the past, but it was all out of guilt. You better divorce my son, go harm whoever you want. Rong Xian said with a sense of disappointment. No, I won't divorce. I love Chen Feng. Xiao Ruyan touched my face with her slender, cold hands, tears falling down. I could feel the original owner's regret being touched, and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. I'd rather believe that a toad has 3 legs than believe the words of a cheating wife. If only I had known earlier, why bother now? When you were hugging and laughing with your lover in the past, did you ever think about what would happen if your affair was discovered one day? Have you figured out how to explain to Qianqian? Although Jin separated the child should have seen you at the beginning. With that man, Rong Xin hesitated for a moment before speaking. Don't think you can fool the child just because they have no memory. Qianqian? Qianqian was here just now. The wife's head buzzed, feeling dizzy and almost falling on me, but the medical staff caught her in time. It's my fault, all my fault. I will explain to Qianqian properly. She's a sensible child and will forgive her mom. The wife borrowed some alcohol and vigorously rubbed her hands. The hand that was just held by Lu Xingchen was given special attention, and she suddenly felt disgusted. In the past, she had always chosen her career without hesitation over family matters. Even though she instinctively sensed that the talented designer Lu Xingchen had some thoughts about her, she never refused. On one hand, she enjoyed the benefits brought by the other party's career, but never thought that these actions were already crossing the line. However, she was a bit late. Last night, the pus and blood dug out by Lu Xingchen remained in the nail gap, and it had already contaminated her hand just now. Delayed by these efforts, it had already seeped into the skin, and even high-concentration alcohol couldn't wash it away. Rong Xin suddenly felt worried. She felt that Xiao Ruyan's spirit was a bit off, but she couldn't say it. Soon, the ambulance was sent to the first hospital. Due to Xiao Chang's special status, he was directly admitted to the special ward, and I followed along to stay there. Zhao Jins had already taken Qianqian back home at this time. The daughter was very sensible and didn't ask anything, finishing her homework and then eating. At this moment, Xiao Changha had already recovered after receiving emergency treatment. He was lying alone on the bed, silently staring at the white ceiling. Have something to eat. Your stomach isn't very good. I had the hospital chef make some red date and corn porridge. Wu Go held a thermos and sat beside the old man at home. It was evident that she had secretly cried just now, with traces of tears still in the corners of her eyes. How is Chen Feng? He's okay, just lost too much blood, coupled with the urgent situation affecting his heart, causing unstable blood pressure. What about Chen Feng's parents? Xiao Changha asked. They've been arranged for, but who can eat at a time like this? Wu Ge sighed and said softly. What about that shameless scum? Xiao Changha clenched his fist, the joints turning white from exertion, emitting a crisp sound. Wu Ji's expression changed slightly. She quickly patted Xiao Changha's chest and then whispered, She came over just now to see you, but I drove her away. She should be with Chen Feng now. I heard that when Chen Feng was being rescued just now, she was kneeling outside the whole time, and no one could pull her away. Isn't that causing trouble? Whether it was the mother's heartache for her daughter, disappointment in her heart, or seeing her daughter's absent-minded appearance, she couldn't bear it and instinctively spoke kindly. She deserves it. When Chen Feng was unconscious just now, he was calling her name. How deep must their feelings be? Can this scum be so heartless? When I can get out, I will hold a family meeting and kick this shameless scum out of the house. Xiao Changhe began to breathe heavily, gritting his teeth. Stop calling her a scum. She is still our own flesh and blood, raised by both of us since childhood. In the end, we also have a responsibility. Being too indulgent is not good either. Wu Gu hesitated for a moment and then asked, Old Xiao, do you think Chen Feng will forgive Ruyan? I mean, can they stay married? Forgive my ass. What iron-willed man can watch his own wife cheat? Chen Feng is a useless waste. I've never liked him. If it were me, I would chop up the adulterers. Xiao Chanha cursed. Wu Gu was shocked to hear this and quickly looked around, finding no one there. She scolded, Are you crazy? That's your own daughter. You say you'll chop her up? How would Chen Feng react if he heard that? Will you watch or hand him the knife? Xiao Changha closed his mouth sullenly and said, I just said that. Now that something has happened, the family will definitely know. Ah, how did such a scum come about? What do we do now? I've asked Lu from the communications department to restrict online postings. The restaurant incident shouldn't escalate for the time being. My idea is, if Chen Feng can accept our daughter, can the Xiao family offer some compensation? Develop in a new unfamiliar place. If the family can help a bit, I believe Chen Feng can also achieve something on his own. At the very least, there won't be any worries about food and clothing. I think this is also good for everyone in the family. What do you think? Even if Chen Feng dislikes Ruyan and wants to find someone else, as long as they don't divorce, we can turn a blind eye and a deaf ear. Wu Gu expressed his thoughts. Wu Ji's words made Xiao Changhe fall into deep thought, as what parents don't love their daughters? Even if this daughter is disappointing and causes trouble, parents still have to support her. This is parents. The hearts of parents are the same all over the world. In the past, Wu Ge had the idea of taking care of Chen Feng, not necessarily making him a member of parliament, but at the very least, starting a company to have a decent life. However, Xiao Ruyan would rather die than allow Chen Feng to be anything other than a regular salesperson. In fact, Xiao Ruyan's intentions couldn't escape Wu Ji's notice. She was afraid that if Chen Feng became successful, he would be uncontrollable and wouldn't willingly stay at home to take care of household chores. Even when Xiao Ruyan had an emotional affair before, she was very clear that her strongest support was Chen Feng. With him by her side, she could pursue art freely. Just do as you wish. I've already lost face. I don't mind losing it again. I'll go ask my old classmate. Xiao Chunhe shook his head inside. Wu Ge also breathed a sigh of relief and said, in the end, it was Ru Yan who caused this. She made such a big mistake. I don't have the face to see my in-laws, or even Chen Feng. Enough, I have a headache. You go back and rest early. Let Jinsei take care of Qian Chen. All we can do now is try to make amends. Xiao Chunhe closed his eyes. Wu Ge sighed lightly, left the thermos on the table, and then pushed the door and left. At the same time, a video about famous art designers and their girlfriends' communication started spreading wildly on various online platforms. These videos were edited, showing everyone's faces very clearly, with only the crucial parts blurred. The content was as provocative as those underground female stars in Dongying. Xiao Ruyan was the last to appear, with only hugs and suspected kisses. But because of her outstanding appearance, she quickly became popular, and precisely because there was no video of them in bed, it made people imagine and speculate even more. Now, anyone who says Xiao Ruyan didn't have a relationship with Lu Xingchen, even God wouldn't believe it. I released this video naturally. The content is completely true, without any fabrication. Xiao Ruyan should have anticipated these ugly things when she did them. As for whether anyone would suspect me, the answer is, of course not, because at this moment, I am already unconscious. With my leading hacker technology in this world, even if the servers were turned upside down, they wouldn't find any trace of my intrusion. My next plan is to invade the servers of NMD Company. This company is obviously not normal. After Xiao Jinyan told me about Sima Zhong's affairs, the conspiracy behind it has become apparent. However, I always believed that Sima Zhong played a minor role in it. The real big fish has not surfaced yet. Director Liu of the Internet Surveillance Department in Linhai City was focused on the video of the romantic restaurant, completely ignoring those online platforms. It can be predicted that by the time dawn breaks, these videos will probably spread throughout Jiangnan, and even spread to the whole world at an exaggerated speed. In the special care ward, the air was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant, and the heart rate monitor at the head of the bed would beep every now and then. Xiao Ruyan knelt by my bedside. The icy hard floor had already made her knees swollen and red, but the pain in her knees was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. She was punishing herself with this almost self-torturing behavior. May God help my husband wake up soon? Xiao Ruyan closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and silently prayed. In my heart, I sneered at these regrets. Are they useful? How can this pain compare to the memories of Chen Feng's original self? The greatest pain in the world is death, and Chen Feng could feel life slipping away before his eyes. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such deep resentment. As Xiao Ruyan prepared to recite the Diamond Sutra again, she suddenly felt an itch in her lower body and unconsciously rubbed her legs back and forth. She had just used the restroom and hurried back to see me, unaware that the toxins originally only on her hands had silently infected her private area. Rong Xian walked in carrying food and saw Xiao Ruyan's appearance, furrowing her brows. She found it increasingly difficult to understand this daughter-in-law. What was she thinking? Could learning art lead someone to stray and be so indifferent? Or was she just putting on a show for herself? As an old lady with no money, what benefit was there in showing off to herself? With today's events, divorce was certain. Get up, I have something to ask you, Rong Xian said, tapping the table and lowering her voice. Xiao Ruyan gently bit her red lips, struggling to sit up. Her legs could no longer stand straight or bend. Despite this, she gritted her teeth and moved in front of Rong Xian, not daring to sit down, just bowing her head and softly calling out, Mom. This familiar yet unfamiliar mom almost brought tears to the old lady's eyes, but she managed to control her emotions after a moment. Tell me, how far have you and that man gone? Rong Xian asked. She wasn't asking for herself but for her son, who was right there. If he remained unconscious like this, how frustrated would he feel? If a little stimulation could wake him up, that would be good. Rong Xian almost wanted to slap Xiao Ruyan a few times. In her heart, she felt conflicted about this daughter-in-law who had saved her son's life but now endangered it. Mom, believe me, I might have done some things that crossed the line and led to misunderstandings. But my body is absolutely clean, untouched by anyone, Xiao Ruyan swore to the sky. Rong Xin was half doubtful and half believing. Being ambiguous with that man during the day, lying to her son on the phone, and now repeatedly assuring her. This was the effect I wanted to achieve. Xiao Ruyan felt wronged. She really hadn't taken that step, or rather, she didn't have the courage for it yet. Unfortunately, no one would believe her now, as she was already a young widow who had given birth to a daughter. How could she prove her innocence? Mom, I was wrong. I will change in the future. I will resign from the company, compensate Shanshan properly, and take good care of you all. Give me a chance. If anything happens to my husband, I will give my life to you, Xiao Ruyan said through her pain. The only thing she could fight for now was her soft-hearted mother-in-law. Rong Xian now found the scattered adult toys somewhat disgusting and was at a loss for words. Whether the other party's words were true or false, her first reaction was suspicion. With so much happening today, Rong Xian was tired and waved her hand, saying, whether you have changed your heart or have other thoughts, I don't want to deal with it now. You better leave, I really can't trust you staying here. Just as Pan Jinlian poisoned her husband in ancient times, now Xiao Ruyan was harming lives. Rong Xian had only said it casually, but she suddenly became alert. Who knew what this woman was really thinking? Unfaithful women simply couldn't be trusted. Mom, how can you think of me like that? Xiao Ruyan began to smile bitterly. With so much happening today, she was mentally exhausted and had no energy to argue with her mother-in-law. Rong Xian sighed and prepared to help me tuck in the corner of the quilt, but Xiao Ruyan took the initiative and placed my hand on her chest. The gentle and soft touch tempted me, but then I felt a tingling sensation on the skin touched by Xiao Ruyan. I immediately realized that the other party had been exposed to toxins, which made me sigh inwardly. Although these toxins could simulate a dirty disease similar to gonorrhea, the infectiousness was not strong. Infection only occurred when skin contact exceeded 1 minute and the toxin concentration on the skin was very high. It could be imagined that Lu Xingchen was careless, probably not washing his hands after squeezing the pus from below, and now Xiao Ruyan was reaping what she had sown. Mom, it's almost 9 o'clock, why don't you go back to sleep for a while? Xiao Ruyan forced herself to stay alert and said. Rong Xian shook her head and said, I can't sleep now. But you've got me confused. Did that man contact you just now? Xiao Ruyan was stunned. She hadn't had time to check her phone since entering the hospital, but when reminded, she took out her phone. As expected, there were more than a dozen missed calls and over 30 unread messages. Ruyan, are you okay? I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that. I was just too nervous. I love you, Ruyan. That loser is not worth your love. Come with me, I've already booked the plane tickets. The results of the Eternal Heart Awards are out. Ruyan, come to the company. Let's witness our child together. Lu Xingchen was still using his old tricks, and the tone of the messages was ambiguous. The former Xiao Ruyan used to enjoy these messages, always showing a sweet smile, but after today, she dared not look at them anymore. If she was misunderstood to have private contact with Lu Xingchen, what would she be in the eyes of her family? A shameless woman? The inner fear and anxiety prompted her to delete all messages and calls as quickly as possible, and block Lu Xingchen's number. There was a time when Xiao Ruyan was devoted to her career, even believing that her career was more important than her family, and that she could sacrifice everything to enter the sacred realm of art. But when it came time to make a choice, she found that she couldn't do it. Her husband, daughter, and parents were not something that so-called art could replace, or that she should equate Lu Xingchen with art and design. She had been misled by Lu Xingchen. The past communications and interactions made Xiao Ruyan doubt whether he was deliberately leading her to make mistakes that would cause misunderstandings with her family. She simply liked art and design, and in the past, she had not given up on her family, trying to balance family and art and design. When did things start to change? After deleting the messages, Xiao Ruyan looked dazed, reflecting on past events and repeatedly confirming what kind of emotion she had towards Lu Xingchen that led her to do something so unacceptable. She did not notice that her mother-in-law, Rong Xian, was observing her with a sneer of sarcasm. Rong Xian had seen female teachers having affairs at the school where she worked, so she was not easily fooled. Xiao Ruyan was clearly still in contact with that adulterer. Humph, if you want to act in front of me, I'll play along. Linyu is the territory of your Xiao family. We can't afford to provoke you, but we can avoid you. Rong Xian thought to herself. Rong Xian did not have the ability to see through people's hearts, but even if she knew about the misunderstanding, she didn't care. You, Xiao Ruyan, are inconsiderate by nature. You have been hospitalized for so long today, and you still haven't decisively ended the relationship with that man, which proves that you never really wanted to end it. Apologies, tears, all just acting, all fake. Xiao Ruyan doesn't realize that her momentary negligence has caused such a big misunderstanding with her mother-in-law, and once a misunderstanding arises, it's not easy to resolve. As I squinted at the clock on the wall, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. I knew those videos had probably spread by now, so I had to wake up for the next plan. Ahem! I coughed violently, then slowly opened my eyes and said in a weak voice, Xiao Ruyan? Awake, honey, you're awake? My wife almost instantly leaned over me, tears in her eyes, and said excitedly, Get out, stay away from me. I raised my arm, pointed to the door, and said excitedly. My wife's expression froze instantly, thinking that my confession while being taken away in the ambulance represented my true feelings, but reality gave her a harsh reality check. Fortunately, my wife was prepared early on. After all, being caught cheating to death today, if her husband didn't show any anger, that would be truly scary. It's better to be willing to talk to her, willing to release the anger, that's the best news for her. Honey, I won't leave, I was wrong. Xiao Ruyan held my hand tightly, pitifully saying, Honey, don't be agitated, I will explain to you slowly when you get better. The old me would have fallen for this, as long as Xiao Ruyan acted this way. With some gestures, no matter how wronged, I would compromise immediately. Don't let me scold you, don't touch me, I find you disgusting. I said coldly, feeling secretly pleased. This woman in front of me knows how to act wronged, but how come she didn't know when she was flirting with Lu Xingqian back then? Romexayan first called the doctor outside to check on me, then came back and heard what I said, couldn't bear it, and was afraid that her son would be stimulated again, so she quickly pulled Xiao Ruyan away. Xiao Ruyan stumbled and almost fell to the ground, leaning against the doorway, her beautiful eyes never leaving me. Stay away from my son. You're in the way, can't you do something right? Go serve your father. Mom, Dad has sister and mom there, I just went there, can you let me stay? Xiao Ruyan said somewhat aggrieved. Romexayan gave Xiao Ruyan a cold look. This daughter-in-law knows how to act. She was flirting with her lover on the phone before, and now she's pretending to be affectionate here when her son wakes up. It's really disgusting. But the doctor and nurse quickly came to examine me. Following the principle of not disclosing family affairs, Romexayan didn't speak harshly. Romexayan still prioritized her son in her heart, focusing on the doctor's examination, and didn't care whether Xiao Ruyan lived or died. The doctor shone a flashlight into my pupils, had me move my limbs, and then said, There shouldn't be a big problem, mainly caused by excessive excitement leading to fainting. The patient should not be under too much stress in the near future. The brain CT scan didn't show any damage, but because of the knock to the back of the head, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be other complications in the future. At this stage, the patient needs to stabilize their emotions and rest well. Okay, thank you, doctor, Romexayan quickly said, staring at Xiao Ruyan with a fierce look. Although the doctor concluded that there were no immediate issues, he didn't say there were no issues at all, as brain injuries could potentially have long-term effects. And the reason why her son was injured was because of this poisonous woman. To protect her lover, she pushed her husband into serious injury, possibly even causing brain damage. Thinking of this, Romexayan's heart felt like it had been stirred with a knife, thinking about her past love for Xiao Ruyan. She almost wanted to slap herself, realizing how blind she had been to think that she was a good daughter-in-law. Xiao Ruyan's eyes were filled with tears, her white teeth lightly biting her red lips. She had wanted to restrain herself, but the tears couldn't help but fall onto her dress, her body trembling slightly. She felt guilty and regretful. Xiao Ruyan almost wanted to slap herself, wondering how she could have thought of pulling her husband down. Was it really to protect Lu Xingqian? I'm going crazy. Xiao Ruyan's mind was too chaotic, she couldn't understand the situation at that time. As long as I don't speak, this accident will forever make Xiao Ruyan feel guilty and self-blame, even leading to self-deprecation. Because the whole thing was indeed disgusting, especially protecting the adulterer in front of the whole family and causing her husband to be seriously injured. Xiao Ruyan, I will keep this secret for a lifetime, you will never be able to repay it. I will make you taste the pain of Chen Feng's death. I thought to myself. Romexayan touched my hair and said softly, Son, the doctor said you're fine, we'll take Chen back to our hometown tomorrow. Mom has a pension, even if you stay at home, Mom can support you for a lifetime. Romexayan finally adjusted her attitude. This is a real mother, there is no unconditionally supportive mother-in-law in reality. Xiao Ruyan's heart tightened, she wiped away her tears and anxiously said, Mom, you can't do this. Mom, I was wrong, give me a chance. Mom, I am Chen Qian's biological mother. Don't call me Mom. Didn't you acknowledge a mother-in-law in advance? If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes today, I'm afraid I wouldn't believe that anyone could do such a shameless thing. Romexayan heard Xiao Ruyan calling her mom and couldn't help but think of what happened during the day, feeling extremely disgusted. Xiao Ruyan was directly speechless by these sarcastic words. She wanted to explain that she didn't know, but if investigated afterwards, it would be found that she had met that person named Fei Shui in a bar, and even tacitly acknowledged her relationship with Lu Xingchen at the time. Besides proving that she was a habitual liar, there was no benefit to this outcome, so Xiao Ruyan chose to remain silent, just tearfully looking at me. The call for help when she was unconscious in front of the ambulance had now become Xiao Ruyan's life-saving straw. She knew that to salvage her family, to gain forgiveness, besides appeasing her mother-in-law, she could only arouse her husband's love for her. People who study art and design are more emotional than rational, but when rationality returns, they will instinctively calculate. Xiao Ruyan's scheming thoughts were loud, but she didn't realize that the man who loved her the most had already left her forever. If it weren't for my intervention, Xiao Ruyan would probably face one conspiracy after another, while Chen Feng would face one cuckoldry after another. Rong Xian's words were heard by Wu Gu, who had just entered the room. The mother-in-law's face turned red and white alternately, feeling both embarrassed and ashamed. "Mother-in-law, I heard Chen Feng woke up. I came to see." Wu Gu tried to put on a smile, slowly walked in, slightly bowed his back, looking very humble. Xiao Ruyan had never seen this appearance before. She knew her mother was paying for her mistakes. How proud her mother was, always dignified and elegant, never bending her back, all because of her own sins. "In-law, you're here?" Rong Xian instinctively called out to Wu Gu, but then closed her mouth, feeling bad about what her daughter-in-law had done, making her resentful and not in a good mood to see Wu Gu. What kind of person could raise a daughter without shame? Maybe it's a family issue. Wu Gu probably doesn't know what kind of thoughts he has instilled in his daughter behind his back. Regarding infidelity, he does not feel ashamed, but rather proud. Sometimes infidelity is not just one person's business, often affecting the entire family, even the whole family, unless one is shameless or completely leaves the original circle. Otherwise, shame and doubt will accompany family members for a lifetime, and even the mistakes made by children will be attributed to the education and genetic inheritance of parents. Wu Gu felt sour in his heart, and she also understood Rong Xian very well, but who made her have only one biological daughter? For the sake of the reputation of the entire Xiao family, all she could do was to try to suppress the situation within a controllable range, and she was prepared to do so. Even if Chen Feng now wants to use all of Xiao Changhe's resources, Wu Gu can now make decisions, even if it means creating a city-level counselor or a company worth billions. "Mother-in-law, it's my fault for not disciplining properly, I apologize to you," Wu Gu said as she bent her waist 90 degrees. Rong Xian couldn't bear such a grand gesture, instinctively helped Wu Gu up, and sighed, "It's all the children's own business." "I know you have a good heart, let's talk about the future later. The doctor just said Chen Feng needs rest. What do you think?" Both explicitly and implicitly, they were trying to drive people away. In the past, Rong Xian, because of the Xiao family's status, usually tried to please her mother-in-law, fearing that her son would not be happy in Linhai. But all her past sincerity was in vain. If she had known, she wouldn't have let her son get married, and now he ended up as a son-in-law who was cuckolded. Mother-in-law Wu Gu was also a famous beauty in Linhai, extremely intelligent, with a strong sense of the overall situation and communication skills, and was Xiao Changhe's behind-the-scenes strategist. Xiao Changhe was injured on the front line and transferred to Linhai City to become the director of the Public Security Bureau. Due to his hot temper, he offended many people and almost resigned because he couldn't issue any orders. It was thanks to Wu Ji's efforts that he was able to secure his position and be promoted step by step due to his work ability. The most terrifying thing was that Xiao Changhe's network had always been managed by Wu Gu, especially the rumored Wu Salon, which almost captured all the noble ladies in Linhai. The main reason for the failure of the struggle back then was that Wu Gu was not around, and Xiao Changhe made the mistakes that all men would make, falling into the trap set by the enemy, and no one in Linhai helped. If it weren't for Wu Ji's intervention, Xiao Changhe would probably still be in jail. Dealing with a retired teacher who lacked insight, with such a mother-in-law who could easily handle various forces, was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Perhaps Wu Gu simply didn't want to use any means, and the best approach was to be sincere. With red eyes, Wu Gu held Rong Xian's hand and said, "Mother-in-law, you can't say that, it's all my fault. I know the contributions Chen Feng has made to the family. No matter what happens to the two children in the future, I will always consider Chen Feng as my son, and he is the one who has been wronged in my family. Whether you scold or beat him, it's up to you. I won't interfere." "Xiao Ruyan, why are you standing there foolishly? Come over here and kneel down." Xiao Ruyan had knelt down too many times today, and obediently knelt down in front of the two elderly mothers. Even if his knees were sore, he didn't dare to move, pitifully lowering his head, tears still streaming down. Wu Ge had already had a serious conversation with Xiao Ruyan just now, knowing that her daughter had not been unfaithful physically, so she was somewhat confident. After all, it was just a slight deviation in thoughts and a few touches. As long as Chen Feng was willing to forgive, then all would be well. Of course, the premise was that her daughter did not lie to her. Wu Ge believed in her judgment of her daughter and believed that it had not reached the final step. Wu Ge now thinks back and feels a cold sweat on his back. If he hadn't been discovered today, those disgusting toys would sooner or later be used on his daughter. Just thinking about it makes his scalp numb. When that day comes, not to mention saving face, the whole family might as well commit suicide by hanging themselves collectively to avoid embarrassment. Wu Ge looked at me seriously, then at Rong Xin, and said, Xiao Ruyan's thoughts are problematic, there's no need to sugarcoat it, cheating is cheating. However, Chen Feng, my in-law, Ruyan's body is still clean, I still believe in her, do you believe it? Believe it or not? The facts are right in front of us, why ask if we believe it? Rong Xin hesitated. Wu Ge was staking his reputation on this. Based on what she knew about him, his credibility should be high. Although what Xiao Ruyan did today was disgusting, in the minds of the older generation, as long as it didn't go too far, there might still be a chance for redemption. Rong Xian's thoughts were wavering, and she finally looked at her son, hesitantly saying, Son, what do you think about this situation? Chen Feng, Mom knows you've been wrong these years. If it weren't for your silent dedication to this family, my wicked daughter wouldn't have been able to pursue any career, but instead would have hindered you. Your father-in-law and I have decided to compensate you well. Whatever direction you want to take in the future is fine. If you want to start a company, Mom will give you money. If you want to go into politics, Mom will help you make connections. You're still young. Opportunities are plentiful. I'm putting it out there today, there's nothing in Lihai that I, Wu Ge, can't accomplish. Wu Ge said bluntly. This time, not only did he stake his own reputation, but he also staked the entire Xiao family. As long as you ask, and as long as I have it, I will do it all. That's Wu Ji's domineering nature. Chen Feng, your mother-in-law is not simple. No wonder she has a tight grip on you. Looking at how good she usually is to you, all of this goodness is built on your wholehearted care for her precious daughter. If she had supported you back then, how could you have ended up dying tragically at home, with no one caring about you? I sneered inwardly, but my face showed a deadened expression, not even looking at Wu Ge. Seeing my reaction, Wu Ge was somewhat surprised. Based on her understanding of me, I should have reacted to what she had just said. Xiao Ruyan's hopeful eyes turned to disappointment. She knew that she wouldn't be forgiven in the short term. If I had seen my husband holding hands with another woman in a restaurant and being proposed to, I would probably be angry and go crazy too. The entire hospital room fell silent. After a moment, I spoke up. I call you Mom again because you were good to me in the past, but some things, once done, are done. I found out about some things and wanted to discuss them with the family, but I didn't expect to run into Xiao Ruyan and her lover. No, husband, he's not my lover, I don't love him. Believe me. Xiao Ruyan interrupted me, anxiously pleading. My eyes emitted a cold, fierce aura. Just one glance at Xiao Ruyan and she was too scared to speak, her face even paler. Chen Feng, continue speaking. Ruyan, keep your mouth shut. Wu Ge furrowed her brow, keenly sensing that something was off with this son-in-law. His character no longer seemed as weak and cowardly as before. However, she attributed it to her daughter's wrongdoing, turning a decent person into this. Well, I have something to say, let's wait for everyone to gather here. I said slowly, with a very serious expression. This caught Wu Ji's attention. Rong Xian said with concern, Son, do you have to say it now? Can't we wait until you're better and discuss it at home? Yes, let's discuss it at home. Don't worry, your father-in-law will definitely give you an explanation. If Xiao Ruyan meets that man again, without waiting for her father, I will personally break her arms and legs. Wu Ge stared at Xiao Ruyan fiercely and said, It's too late. Some people don't want our family to live well. You better call your elder sister and dad. If not, I'll go to dad's ward myself. Is there something else going on? Some people? Could it be that someone? Wu Ji's mother-in-law's heart skipped a beat, sensing that there was more to my words, her expression turning serious. Yes, it's a big deal. You better have my dad take his medicine early. If it's not convenient, I'll go myself. I tried to get up to prove that I was fine. Seeing my weak appearance, Wu Ge quickly pushed me back down, saying, Your dad is fine, just high blood pressure. He even went for a walk by himself just now. Xiao Ruyan, go inform your dad to come over as soon as possible. My clever mother-in-law never addressed me differently throughout, still treating me as a son-in-law, showing her deep thoughts. My wife looked bewildered, inheriting her mother's youthful beauty perfectly but lacking in intelligence and emotional quotient. What are you standing there for? Go quickly. Wu Gu impatiently kicked her daughter, holding back her anger. "Oh, okay, I'll go call Dad right away. Mom, why don't you come with me? Get lost." Xiao Ruyan was reluctant, afraid to face her old father alone, the fear seeping into her bones. But she brought this upon herself, and she would have to bear the consequences. Many people couldn't sleep at this moment, never dreaming that my reckless actions would ruin the plan. Originally, I wanted to keep the struggle within a certain range, but it backfired, all of which happened later. Xiao Ruyan and I involuntarily became pawns on the chessboard. Wu Gu, a very traditional woman, detested impure relationships even more, especially among her loved ones, with higher moral standards. She could accept her daughter's divorce due to relationship issues but absolutely couldn't tolerate infidelity within marriage. She couldn't understand how her own daughter could do such a despicable thing, causing her more pain than others. Even being with me deepened her pain out of guilt. After Wu Gu and her wife left, pretending to fetch hot water, she waited outside the ward, knowing when to stop, not wanting to pressure me too much. With confidence, she knew that with a little slack, she could lead me wherever she wanted. I ignored my mother-in-law, not even saying goodbye when she left. Showing too much respect and politeness at this point would seem abnormal. I was confident that my covert actions left no trace, but a woman's intuition was unreasonable, even for the most skilled professional. Sometimes, facing a woman's intuition, you just have to admit defeat, even without evidence. She would still believe it was you. "Mom, where's Dad? Is he not going to deal with Lu Xingchen?" I asked, feeling strange as I had only seen him briefly since being hospitalized and didn't know where the old man had gone. Old Chen had once chased off people who bullied Rong Xian with a kitchen knife, showing his fierce side. So my guess was reasonable, but Rong Xian denied it, saying, "Don't involve your dad in your own affairs. Your brother called just now, and your dad doesn't want him to come back, finding ways to keep it from him. If he calls you, remember not to ask him to return. When he loses his temper, it's like the sky is falling. Resolve the matter with Xiao Ruyan properly. If necessary, get a divorce. Don't stir up any trouble. Think about Qianqian." For a moment, my head felt dizzy. I tried to recall the memories of the original owner and discovered that I had a younger brother. However, after getting married, Chen Feng rarely kept in touch with his younger brother. Chen Feng's younger brother, named Chen Yisong, is 30 years old. The relationship between the two brothers is very good. Chen Yisong, due to his lower intelligence than normal people, was often bullied in his childhood, and it was Chen Feng who protected him. By the age of 13 or 14, Chen Yisong had a huge appetite, grew tall rapidly, had abundant physical strength, and even drinking water made his muscles swell. He looked like a 20-year-old from a distance. After entering high school, Chen Yisong became Chen Feng's bodyguard. Anyone who touched Chen Feng would face Chen Yisong's fist. The school's physical education teacher noticed Chen Yisong's physical abilities. Despite his low intelligence, he excelled in a few sports, bringing honor to the school solely based on his physical prowess. He was recommended to a prestigious high school as a sports talent. In his first year of high school, Chen Yisong got into trouble by punching the son of a local nobleman who had tried to steal Chen Feng's girlfriend. Fortunately, the nobleman was found with contraband, and Chen Yisong was hailed as a hero. Unable to stay in the area, Chen Yisong, who was nearly 6 feet tall, was sent by his family to the military for training. They hoped the strict discipline of the military would tame this brute. Unexpectedly, Chen Yisong thrived in the military, thanks to his exceptional physical abilities, strength, and unwavering obedience due to his simple mind. He quickly rose through the ranks and is now a deputy company commander in the elite Tiger Reconnaissance Battalion of the military region at the age of 30. During Chen Feng's wedding, Chen Yisong returned from his post on the border to attend. He knelt before Chen Feng and Xiao Ruyan 3 times at the wedding, then was taken back to the military and put in confinement. This giant of over 6 feet tall caused quite a stir at the wedding. Due to Chen Yisong's status, the objections from the Xiao family lessened somewhat. A 24-year-old captain with no background achieving such success was indeed promising. Chen Yisong is set to be promoted to company commander this year, with the possibility of further advancement in rank. This achievement is unprecedented in the northern Xinjiang military region, but no one dares to question it. Chen's reputation was built on his fists and the blood of his enemies. At this point, I understood why my mother, Rong Xian, was afraid. This wasn't Chen Yisong, this was Wu Song. Then what am I? Wudalong? Chendalong? Is Xiao Ruyan Pan Jinlian or Xiao Jinlian? My scalp tingled. Following the normal course of events, after Chen Feng's death at home, Chen Yisong would not let it go. With his simple mind and military resources, he would easily discover Xiao Ruyan's infidelity. A scenario where he avenges his brother by killing the unfaithful couple would surely unfold. The Xiao family would not let it go either, and Chen Yisong would be forced into action, likely leading to bloodshed before that. Did I oversimplify things? They're not after Xiao Changhe but after this guy, Chen Yisong? I couldn't help but straighten my back and tried to calm down. It's really a big mess. Xiao Ruyan is so carefree, did she not consider the consequences before cheating? The Chen family is not without people, there is a ruthless person in the Chen family. It's true that women with love on the brain are not wrong. Women who cheat are not afraid of death, and those who stand in the way of love are enemies. Even if your brother is Wu Song, he can't stop his wife from cheating. Rong Xian saw that I was not right, patted my arm, and said, "Don't worry about your brother. He has grown up now, has a sense of responsibility, and won't be like before. What I am most worried about now is you. Don't be too upset. If we divorce, we can find someone else. There are plenty of good women out there." "Oh, I'm not worried, Mom, hurry and call Dad to come back," I replied casually, but secretly included my brother in my plans. Regardless of whether there are calculations against Chen Yisong, as long as he is from the Chen family, he will eventually be involved. Time passed quickly, and 5 minutes later, Chen's father came back with some fruits. He looked a bit nervous, wanting to speak but hesitating. Before Rong Xian could ask, my mother-in-law and Xiao Jinyan helped Xiao Changhe walk in. My wife walked at the back, looking at her face. She must have been slapped at least twice again. Her stunning face now looked unrecognizable, like a stranger holding a photo wouldn't be able to recognize her. There was still some blood under Xiao Ruyan's nose, but she didn't care. After everyone went in, she leaned against the door, like a criminal awaiting judgment, silently waiting for everyone's accusations and scolding. Xiao Jinyan wore tight jeans that perfectly outlined her large curves, especially her strong and round legs, full of a plump feeling, with no gaps at the end of her thighs. She wore a simple long shirt on top, giving off a homely style. Although not as stunning as Xiao Ruyan, she exuded a gentle and virtuous aura. I couldn't help but look a few more times, unnoticed by others. Only my wife and Xiao Jinyan noticed. Especially Xiao Jinyan, she felt a hot gaze sweep over her body, lingering a bit longer on her chest. For some reason, she didn't show any anger but instead unconsciously glanced at me, her watery eyes containing a seductive charm, her cheeks blushing. My wife felt uncomfortable, took a few steps forward, and stood between me and Xiao Jinyan. Xiao Changhe's face was like an ancient iceberg, emitting a majestic aura, but this aura completely disappeared after seeing my family. The former city leader respectfully bowed to Chen Feng's parents and said, "I'm sorry for my daughter's misbehavior. I've embarrassed you both." Even though Rong Xian and Chen's father were resentful, seeing such a high-ranking official bowing so deeply, they instinctively stood up but couldn't bring themselves to forgive. After all, only their son could forgive. How could they replace him? "Shan Feng, you can hit him, scold him, do whatever you want, I will pretend I don't have this daughter," Xiao Changhe said slowly. "Hit him, scold him, everything is fine, but divorce is not allowed." I couldn't help but sneer in my heart, and said expressionlessly, "Dad, I'll call you for a while. I won't divorce for now." Everyone looked at me in surprise, especially Xiao Ruyan, who was overjoyed. She quickly ran over and hugged me, saying, "Honey, forgive me, trust me, I didn't do anything wrong to you. I won't divorce, I don't want a divorce, I don't want to leave this home. Get away from me, stay away." I pushed my wife to the ground in disgust, then gasped for breath and said, "I'm not divorcing you because I don't want to be manipulated, not because I forgive you, you don't deserve forgiveness." This statement surprised everyone even more, especially the word manipulate, which struck a nerve with my in-laws. Xiao Changhe instantly exuded a terrifying aura, like an angry lion, staring at me intently, saying, "What's going on?" Xiao Jinyan was about to speak but I interrupted her with a look. My mother-in-law noticed our subtle movements, her expression changed involuntarily, then she seemed lost in thought. I asked Chen's father to turn on the projector. Although everyone found it strange and didn't understand the meaning, they remained silent, waiting quietly. A few months ago, after Xiao Ruyan's boss Lu Xingchen came, her behavior became strange, showing signs of infidelity. I said slowly, "Husband, I didn't." My wife said anxiously, "I just neglected things at home, I didn't do anything to betray you." I remained silent, but my father-in-law slammed the table and roared, "What right do you have to speak? Who do you think you are? Do you think we're blind? Either listen to your husband now or get out." My wife clutched her clothes helplessly, retreated to the side, but her eyes were pleading as she looked at me. I glanced at Xiao Ruyan, a cold smile playing on my lips, thinking that a villain needs another villain to expose them. "I'm not afraid of your mockery. We haven't been intimate for months, right, Xiao Ruyan?" I prompted my wife to admit. Xiao Ruyan pursed her lips, nodded, and said, "I'm sorry, I was indeed too busy during that time." With this admission, the blame for the child in her belly wouldn't fall on me, and I would see how she explained it later. 4 days ago, I found a cigarette but in the bathroom at home. Shanxian said you brought a man home. And you didn't attend Shanxian's parent-teacher meeting, and I couldn't reach you that night. Then I received a picture message. I said slowly, then pressed a button on the remote control. The projector clearly displayed the cigarette butt, as well as my wife's debauched behavior in the bar, accompanied by Shanxian's description. The atmosphere became very tense, my in-laws' faces turned red, and my father-in-law Xiao Changhe struggled to stand up, wanting to kill his shameless daughter. Rong Xinxin was heartbroken and furious. She and Shen's father were prepared psychologically, having seen the video before, so they didn't stop me from presenting the evidence, wanting to embarrass this shameless woman. Xiao Ruyan hurriedly explained, "Mom, Dad, it was a colleague gathering that day. I might have had a bit too much to drink, it wasn't intentional, and I will never go to such places again. And the cigarette, but I really don't know how it ended up in the bathroom." That day, Lu Xingchen was passing by our house in his car. He asked me to alter a limited edition skirt for next spring, and he needed to use the bathroom, so I let him in. At that time, Wei Bingbing can testify, I didn't betray my husband, please believe me. I'm really being wronged. Her explanation, combined with Xiao Ruyan's tone, made everyone somewhat believe her. To me, Xiao Ruyan's explanation was worthless. Besides the video, anyone could fabricate innocence. It was like daydreaming. Even the video could have been edited. Who knew if she was truly clean or just pretending? I couldn't believe Lu Xingchen was impotent. Two people alone in a room, day and night together, with tempting opportunities, would he just watch? I sneered inwardly, knowing this was just the beginning, with more explosive revelations to come. The huge projector continued to play the footage, accompanied by my cold commentary. Someone sent me a video, and I knew immediately that Xiao Ruyan was having an affair. So I asked my friend to investigate and obtained the surveillance footage from the hotel corridor. The edited footage began playing, and besides Rong Xian and Shen's father, everyone from the Xiao family stared in disbelief. The video showed Xiao Ruyan embracing Lu Xingchen in a hotel room, with a moment where they almost kissed. Next, it showed Xiao Ruyan's disheveled appearance in the hotel corridor, followed by the record of the room occupant going to a man's room late at night, plus video evidence. Xiao Ruyan's eyes went blank, her mind empty, and she trembled violently, her face devoid of color, shaking uncontrollably. The blood rushed to her head, making her cheeks flush with shame. The family's disgusted looks made her feel like she was in an ice cave, causing her to collapse on the ground. Still claiming innocence? No shame, going to a man's room. Is this your good daughter? Xiao Chanhe was also extremely embarrassed, glaring fiercely at Wu Ge for the first time. He felt deceived by Wu Ge and his wife, more so losing face in public. Wu Ge was dumbfounded, knowing that based on the video alone, Xiao Ruyan must have slept with the man named Lu Xingchen. It was like slapping them in the face with a shoe sole, especially after his earlier assurances. His reputation meant nothing to his daughter? Facing his own mother's lies, Wu Ge felt disheartened, lacking the strength to scold Xiao Ruyan. It was a feeling of utter despair. Sometimes the greatest punishment is not physical, but complete disregard. No, it's not like that. The video is incomplete. I didn't do it, husband, mom, dad, believe me. I didn't do it. Xiao Ruyan cried in agony, feeling like her heart was being cut with a knife. She knew she was wronged, yet not wronged, as her laughter in the video proved her willing embrace, not coercion. The laughter felt like steel needles piercing her heart, seeing herself in the video as a stranger, realizing the magnitude of her mistake from an outsider's perspective. Soulmates or not, cheating is cheating. Emotional infidelity is still infidelity. A wife in a marriage should have self-awareness and maintain boundaries with the opposite sex. The scenes in the video were not behaviors of a faithful wife, it was betrayal. I paused the video expressionlessly and said, Mom, Dad, the authenticity of these videos is undeniable, but we need to consider the sender's intentions. Is it a threat, blackmail? Do they have more explicit footage of intimacy? Or do they simply want me to divorce? My words shifted Xiao Changhe's anger, his temples throbbed, eyes bloodshot, exuding a fierce and menacing aura like a dying wolf. You're right, beast. Do you know you were secretly filmed? Do you have any other secrets? Xiao Changhe turned to his wife with a cold, menacing tone, as if he could devour her in the next moment. Wu Ge quickly kicked his wife down and scolded, Stop crying, kneel down and talk to me. It's truly a case of tough love. The mother-in-law intervened again, perhaps not wanting the wife to be under too much pressure and take a drastic step. She harbored some dissatisfaction and wariness towards me, as I had quietly gathered evidence and had not shown any abnormal behavior in the past few days. This level of scheming indeed made people worry and fear. No, I didn't. That day, he tried to hug me, but I pushed him away, and he didn't kiss me. The way I looked in the corridor was due to gastroenteritis. Please believe me. Honey, you must believe me. The wife's knees were too painful to kneel, so she lay on the cold tiles, curled up and cried loudly. It's so unjust. The wife cried until she had no tears left, trying to explain through sobs, but unfortunately, there was no complete video to prove her innocence. Secretly filming? Who could do such a thing? Only Lu Xingchen. But why did he do it? He is clearly a talented international artist. Did he release the edited video to ruin Chen Feng just to be with me? How much does he really love me? He has ruined me. Xiao Ruyan's mind was in a mess, with a conflicting psychology emerging. For artists, when emotions take over, logic and reason seem unimportant. If he truly loves me, then his behavior, though crazy, might be forgivable. Maybe I gave him too much hope, leading him to fantasize, so it's all my fault. Xiao Ruyan started belittling herself and even had thoughts of exonerating Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen really stops at nothing. He even used secret filming. Xiao Changhe smirked. Anything else? You've made such a fuss, show the rest, I can handle it. I nodded and continued playing the video with the remote control, saying, Xiao Ruyan and Lu Xingchen's relationship is well known in the entire NMD company. I retrieved the video from the security department. Take a look. In the footage, the wife and Lu Xingchen walked hand in hand into the office, even embracing each other. In the past, the wife didn't see any issue with this, considering it as a way of communication between soulmates or intimacy between good friends. But when she saw herself in the video, she felt as if she were naked, exposing her ugly and disgusting side to everyone. She was ashamed and disgusted to the extreme, wishing she could disappear. At the same time, she felt resentful. Why couldn't Chen Feng give her some dignity? Why did he have to show it to the family? When a person's mind can't handle the pressure, the instinctive self-protection is to shift the blame. Even if the other person did nothing wrong, the blame must be shifted to them. It's my fault for cheating, but you can't say it, you can't tell anyone. This kind of invincible theory of reversing right and wrong is basically unsolvable. You talk about morality with her, she talks about law with you. You talk about law with her, she talks about emotions with you. As a cleaner who walks in the dark, my psychological skills are at a master level. If I don't immerse myself in the detective's thinking, the evidence at the crime scene can't be handled properly. Now that I understand Xiao Ruyan's state of mind clearly and notice her strange gaze towards me, I start to mock her internally. Truly, a leopard can't change its spots. No mercy for scum. You really think Lu Xingchen loves you, you foolish dog? Wait until I slowly expose Lu Xingchen's hypocrisy, then you'll see what kind of trash you love. I ignored Xiao Ruyan's resentful gaze and continued playing the video, saying, this Lu Xingchen is not simple. He must have ulterior motives for getting close to Xiao Ruyan. Take a look. As I spoke, the projector played videos of women entering Lu Xingchen's office and then leaving disheveled. What does this prove? The design department needs to design clothes, so it's normal for designers to look at them, right? Xiao Ruyan pursed her lips and said softly. This was basically defending Lu Xingchen. Xiao Changhe was about to get angry again, but was stopped by Wu Gu. Wu Gu understood. His son-in-law was really extraordinary, quietly collecting so much evidence. No wonder they say not to provoke honest people. When honest people are provoked, they can be ruthless. Wu Gu was also glad that he had treated his son-in-law well. Otherwise, if this evidence were to be released, the entire Xiao family would be in chaos, and their ancestors' reputation would be tarnished. This is a video of Lu Xingchen and the PR department's Chen Ai are having an affair. This person is quite skilled at seduction. I continued playing. This video was even more explosive than before. Xiao Ruyan had seen it, but her father-in-law and mother-in-law had no idea that their daughter had fallen for such a person. If I didn't expose Lu Xingchen's true colors, my in-laws might still understand their daughter's choice. After all, Lu Xingchen was a nationally certified international art master, much better than the useless original self. When public opinion spread, with a little push from the Xiao family, they could easily portray Xiao Ruyan and Lu Xingchen as pitiful lovers. As for me, the cuckolded husband, I would be bombarded with fake negative news, making people believe that Xiao Ruyan's affair was the truth. So, I couldn't gamble on my in-laws' conscience and morals. I had to act before the worst outcome unfolded, executing all my plans to prevent them from turning the tables and distorting the truth. Xiao Ruyan was increasingly disappointed with her husband. She understood that Lu Xingchen's affair had happened because she had kept him waiting for too long. This led to some resentment in her heart. Why did everyone think she was having an affair when she hadn't physically cheated? It was so unfair, wasn't it? At times, her intelligence kicked in, and she guessed my intentions. But because she was at fault first and had been reprimanded many times before, she didn't dare to speak up again. I contacted Anna, Lu Xingchen's wife in England. She told me that Lu Xingchen is a fraud. They have been married for many years, and I continued. This revelation made Xiao Ruyan unable to contain herself any longer. She exclaimed, "He's married? Impossible. His file clearly states he's single. I've seen his personnel file with my own eyes." I snorted and said, "That's the problem. Why would the company do this? And why doesn't General Manager Wang Wei say anything about your relationship with Lu Xingchen? Doesn't he know it would affect the reputation of the Xiao family?" Then, I presented the evidence, a photo of the unattractive Anna with Lu Xingchen in a wedding dress, and the marriage certificate issued in England. Xiao Ruyan was dumbfounded and muttered to herself, "No, he couldn't have lied to me. He's an international art master. He said it was for art, for the pursuit of art." Unable to bear it, Wu Ge cried and slapped Xiao Ruyan, saying, "Why are you so naive? Would an art master be interested in a married woman like you? And all for you? Use your brain. He's just trying to deceive you." I didn't want to deal with fools, so I continued scrolling through the video, saying, "Lu Xingchen's morals are extremely low. His wife Anna is the only daughter of the art master Smith. After Master Smith's death, he started fooling around with his wife's best friend, even contracted syphilis, and when discovered, he sued for divorce and took away Anna's property. At the same time, he plagiarized a large number of Master Smith's artworks. Today, Mrs. Anna has submitted the evidence to the newspaper and initiated legal proceedings. The video shows the process of Master Smith creating artworks for Lu Xingchen, as well as the newspaper released in England today, and a recording of Anna talking to me on the phone. In fact, there is no room for debate anymore. Lu Xingchen is a complete fraud packaged. This fact probably makes Xiao Ruyan think that her affair is even more unacceptable. In other words, she is just like a stupid dog, letting the other party play with her emotions, and may even lose her family, husband, children, parents, reputation. Xiao Ruyan felt dizzy when she thought about this. She was really foolish, falling into someone else's trap. She now regrets it deeply, with all the evidence in front of her, including the confession of Lu Xingchen's wife. The shame brought by this evidence seemed to constantly pierce her beliefs like a spear, making her feel like her heart was frozen and gradually being torn apart inch by inch. The pain made it hard to breathe, and endless self-blame and anger began to spread in her heart. Xiao Ruyan raised her arm to wipe away her tears, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't clean them. The tears of regret flowed uncontrollably like a flood. It is a fact that she did not have a physical relationship with Lu Xingchen, but it is also a fact that she was taken advantage of. Thinking back to the ambiguous terms they used in their messages not long ago, like "dear," "I love you," "baby," and so on, the more she thought about it, the more disgusted she felt. She couldn't face her husband and mother-in-law at all. The immense shame made her unable to lift her head. She could do nothing but cry. Xiao Changhe and Wu Ge glanced at each other, almost sighed at the same time. If possible, they really wished they had never had this daughter. She was simply too foolish. The Xiao family had never produced such a fool, being played around by a fraudster. Normally, before having an affair with someone, shouldn't you investigate and understand them first? The information I found online, there is no reason why Xiao Ruyan couldn't find it. She believed everything the other party said without any judgment of her own. Watching Xiao Ruyan collapse, I had no sympathy at all. This woman brought it upon herself, thinking about the poor original owner Chen Feng, lying coldly on the sofa, feeling life slipping away in his wife's betrayal. At that moment, Chen Feng wished to destroy the whole world. Whatever I do to Xiao Ruyan is not excessive, because she has already caused the death of the man who loved her the most. She will spend the rest of her life atoning, living forever in remorse. Hatred surged in Xiao Ruyan's heart. Besides crying, her eyes were bloodshot. The inner anger was almost overflowing. She wished she could immediately tear Lu Xingchen to pieces. Her hands were tightly gripping the stockings on her beautiful legs, her nails digging into her skin, faint traces of blood seeping out. Because she was hanging her head, except for me lying on the bed seeing clearly, no one noticed the resentment in this woman's eyes. I felt very happy inside. This despicable woman finally realized she had been deceived. Unfortunately, she couldn't hear her own heart. She must be in great pain now. But this is not over yet. I said in a deep voice, "I suspect that someone has planned this whole thing. First of all, it is the general manager of NMD company, Wang Wei, who was promoted by his father-in-law, but the whole company knows about it. He didn't even say a word to his father-in-law, let alone hint at anything. He couldn't possibly not know about the Xiao family's generations of good reputation. He couldn't allow a woman who cheats and has affairs to exist." This made Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe blush a bit, but they didn't refute, they just listened quietly. They found that their son-in-law seemed to be meeting for the first time, with quick logical thinking, calm and methodical speech, completely breaking their preconceptions. Xiao Ruyan raised her head in confusion, her numb eyes showing some signs of loosening. She thought I was trying to defend her, but then my words plunged her back into despair. If this whole thing was planned, and if Xiao Ruyan had a strong will, then the following events wouldn't have happened. Yesterday, my eldest sister told me something, and when you combine that with this situation, it seems that the mastermind behind the scenes was targeting you. I looked at my father-in-law, Xiao Changhe, and said each word deliberately. Xiao Ruyan continued to hang her head, exactly as I said. With her strong will, she wouldn't have done anything to betray herself and end up deceived so miserably. After getting my permission, Xiao Jinyan recounted everything she had heard at home about Sima Zhong. Bang! Xiao Changhe was furious to the extreme, cursing, "He's an ungrateful wretch. I thought he was somewhat talented back then, and only married you off out of consideration for the Sima family's reputation. I never expected this." Wu Bu tenderly held Xiao Jinyan's hand and said, "I'm sorry, miss. You must divorce. This marriage must end. Mom will find you a husband who will cherish and care for you." "Mom, what are you saying?" A blush crept onto Xiao Jinyan's face involuntarily, her watery eyes stealing a glance at me before darting away like a deer. My scalp tingled. Although I really liked Xiao Jinyan, a beautiful and homely woman, now was not the time for love and romance. The urgent matter at hand was to expose Xiao Ruyan's affair and clear myself of suspicion. I couldn't afford to make any mistakes, or I'd be caught red-handed. I quickly changed the subject, saying, "Dad, this isn't just about your son-in-law. Let me show you a few photos I had my detective friend take." "Don't call him son-in-law. This scoundrel doesn't deserve it." Xiao Changhe's anger had not subsided, and he still exuded a terrifying aura. City Councilor, future City Council Chairman Zhu Guide. He should be involved. On the night Lu Xingchen and Chen Iyer were arrested, his bodyguard was seen outside the Public Security Bureau. I opened the last few pictures, showing both the bodyguard and the legal department's Lu Ruyan. Xiao Changhe had a deep impression of this bodyguard, almost gritting his teeth as he coldly said, "Zhu Guide's lackey, Zhu Can. My sister just said they were after the money in your hands, maybe even wanting to drag the Xiao family down. There's no value in targeting me and Xiao Ruyan, so you both need to be careful," I deliberately said. In fact, I had some speculations I hadn't mentioned. The other party had more means at their disposal, but they hadn't used them on Xiao Ruyan, always aiming for a forced divorce. According to the plot of the mastermind behind the scenes, after the divorce, Xiao Ruyan would have only two paths. One was to whitewash the affair and divorce, accept Lu Xingchen into the Xiao family, and gain access to the family's resources. The second was that after the divorce, Xiao Ruyan would eventually discover Lu Xingchen's true nature. With Xiao Changhe's temper, he would definitely disown her, and she might end up in despair without any relatives. Or maybe, the last idea seemed absurd, considering the efforts of a married woman. From a benefit perspective, it wasn't worth it at all. But I wouldn't overlook any clues or ideas, no matter how absurd. In the battle of wits between the cleaner and the detectives, success or failure often hinged on the most unimaginable details. Many colleagues had died due to their own arrogance. Xiao Ruyan's tear-streaked face, once stunningly beautiful, had dried up, and any resentment towards Chen Feng had long disappeared. She listened to the conspiracy behind her, feeling scared in her heart. Guilt and regret brought her to my side. "Honey, I was wrong, they are too bad. I know I can't explain now, they edited the video, I didn't do anything to hurt you," Xiao Ruyan said cautiously. She was begging for forgiveness, no one in the entire ward trusted her, including her own mother. It was truly a tragedy. Just as her slender fingers were about to touch my clothes, I exaggeratedly dodged away. Xiao Ruyan froze almost in humiliation, but under my sharp gaze, she timidly withdrew her hand. "Since it's an edited video, what really happened in the hotel that day? If it's just to frame you, I believe they wouldn't go to such lengths. I actually believe you didn't sleep with Lu Xingchen that day." I knew how to handle this. I couldn't let Xiao Ruyan fall into complete despair. My words as a husband made everyone listen attentively, even my in-laws' expressions softened. Xiao Ruyan looked up in disbelief. She probably couldn't explain it herself, and didn't expect me to prove her innocence, which deeply moved her. The feeling of being trusted filled her heart, as if the withered flower called love was quietly being nourished. A woman like Xiao Ruyan couldn't always be pampered. She needed to be both supported and suppressed, otherwise she would lose herself. The original owner, Chen Feng, did a poor job, too submissive, not understanding that being a sycophant had no status or dignity. No matter how much he did, it was all for nothing. If it wasn't for my arrival, even without Lu Xingchen, there would be Li Xingchen. I replayed the video, pointing at the hotel scene in the projector, saying, since it's edited, there must be some secrets that can't be discovered. If you say you didn't sleep with Lu Xingchen, then what was playing in the missing footage? Now the whole family is here, facing an unknown danger. We must unite to face difficulties together. At this moment, you must not lie or try to cover up. My goal was to pull the biggest support for my wife to my side, creating a sense of psychological loneliness and guilt, deepening her repentance and remorse. My little scheme wasn't noticed, but instead gained everyone's approval. Speak! Don't lie now, you should understand the seriousness of the situation. Xiao Changhe looked at me with some admiration. He also resumed his authoritative stance. Wu Ge sighed, worried that Xiao Ruyan was under pressure, so he pulled her closer. Softly said, "Speak up, you can't hide it. Even if you did something wrong to Chen Feng, now is not the time to hide it. They are not after you, they are after your dad and the Xiao family." The tone was still gentle, but the mother-in-law's tone was unmistakable, coming from these top-tier family members who knew the rules and cruelty of the upper class very well. Perhaps just a small matter could lead to the disintegration of an entire family, and it was possible that several lives could be at stake. Chen Feng's parents had already concluded that Xiao Ruyan had an affair, and what made them even angrier was that their son was implicated by Xiao Changhe. Even if Rong Xian had a broad mind, seeing Xiao Ruyan was like seeing a jinx, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Under the immense pressure of this almost public trial-like gaze, Xiao Ruyan began to recount the entire process at the hotel, which sounded reasonable, and everyone assumed that Xiao Ruyan wouldn't lie at this point. But I smirked. This woman really was not one to give up easily. She avoids the important issues and doesn't mention the missing seconds in the video. It seems that this secret is very important, or this person has made Xiao Ruyan dare to speak out against her parents' pressure. Who is the person she is trying to protect and hide? Without the original video and unable to use the complete video taken by Lu Xingchen as evidence, it is difficult to prove that someone had been in the room at that time. Therefore, my focus is on the video in the hotel corridor. I want to deepen the impression that Xiao Ruyan is a habitual liar to those around her. If she ever wants to tell the truth, no one will believe her, and she won't get help from her family. The wolf is coming. This story is timeless and universal in any world. After Xiao Ruyan choked out her words, there was silence, and everyone had their own thoughts. Wu Ge and Xiao Changhe, as parents, believed that their daughter would not lie at such a time. The current situation almost defaults to a relationship having occurred, and the crucial point now is whether this video will become a leverage against the Xiao family. Especially when Xiao Jinyan mentioned the money in the hands of her father-in-law that Sima Zhong and Zhu Guide were eyeing. I didn't ask about the money, and the father-in-law didn't explain, indicating that there is more to this situation. I am now actively involving Xiao Changhe and the Xiao family to ensure my safety and distance myself as far as possible. If one's own strength is not enough, revenge is not an option. The most effective way is to use others to achieve one's goals. Wu Ge and Xiao Changhe exchanged glances, somewhat skeptical, as they also speculated about the intentions of the mastermind behind the scenes. They had no idea that many clues were deliberately fabricated by me to shift the blame onto the mastermind, increasing the crisis in the minds of the mother-in-law and father-in-law. "Husband, I really didn't let anyone touch me. These videos are incomplete. I pushed the person away at that time," the wife said tearfully with regret. I squinted and coldly said, "You're lying. When the person behind the scenes sent me the video, I was also afraid it was fake. So I had it analyzed. The room's hidden camera video was inconclusive, but the corridor video had been tampered with. I had a friend check your hotel room records, a 5-star seaside hotel, and within an hour, I got the corridor video. The corridor video had been expertly edited, with a few seconds hidden, meaning there was a gap. Mom, Dad, why do you think the person behind the scenes did this? What are they hiding?" Xiao Changhe and Wu Ge fell into deep thought simultaneously, while the wife's expression started to panic, her eyes revealing unease and fear. This woman probably never imagined that I could almost deduce the truth based on a small loophole. I intentionally created a Sherlock Holmes-like image, trying to shift the blame onto the mastermind behind the scenes, ensuring that the original video in the hotel room does not fall into my hands. Still lying. Hopeless. Xiao Changhe sighed deeply, showing a desolate look without scolding or hitting this time. Wu Ge furrowed her brows and said in a deep voice, "Ruyan, have you been threatened, or does the other party have some leverage over you? Be honest with Mom. In this small area of Lehigh, no one can touch my daughter. Don't worry, even if the sky falls, Mom will support you." Wu Ge was indeed a heroine who once dominated the scene, speaking forcefully and confidently. Unfortunately, she might not be able to warm her daughter's heart with her words. I was indifferent to this situation. If my wife reveals the truth, it satisfies my curiosity, but if she doesn't, it's fine too, as the Xiao family will eventually find out. Li Yicheng's retrieval of the video cannot be hidden from the Xiao family, and it was indeed a real incident. The only flaw shown by the mastermind behind the scenes was being too hasty. The rush to want to confirm that Xiao Ruyan is having an affair, but ignoring the timing. Xiao Changhe and Wu Ge do not believe that I would lie about such a thing, and they will investigate afterwards. When the Xiao family, this behemoth, mobilizes, no one can escape. Xiao Changhe glanced at his wife, his eyes cold. The repeated deceptions had disappointed him to the extreme about his daughter. Even the closest relationship cannot withstand repeated deception. I am now letting Xiao Ruyan taste the bitter fruit of lying, taste the taste of being alienated by everyone. Wu Jiyi's encouragement seemed to be useless. His wife's eyes became more panicked. She looked around in confusion, barely opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. 10 slender white fingers stirred together, finally hanging their heads, as if a death row prisoner about to be executed. Even though she was wearing clothes and the room had central heating, she felt cold all over, especially the scrutinizing gaze of her family made her extremely uncomfortable. She couldn't explain, nor could she speak. The intense guilt almost overwhelmed her, not to mention Lu Xingqian's betrayal, which made her feel sick and uncomfortable now. Rong Xian was not interested in these so-called truths. She believed that her son was implicated by the Xiao family, and this so-called daughter-in-law was a shameless and despicable woman. It was fortunate to encounter this incident to see through a person's true nature, habitual lying, fickle. This kind of woman would still seduce other men even without Lu Xingqian. What's the use of being good-looking? Just like a vase, only good-looking. Alright, a woman who has an affair, her heart is not at home. No matter how much you ask, you won't get anything out of it. If there is a home in her heart, she wouldn't do shameless things. My son just woke up. Now that things are clear, you shall family deal with it yourselves. Don't drag my son down. Ask again in the hospital room, Rong Xian said without any politeness. Rong Xian's words were harsh, but Xiao Changhe and Wu Ge could only endure it. After all, rough words are not without reason. Ultimately it seemed that Qin Feng was the one who suffered a loss. In the end, it was all because of the Xiao family. Xiao Changhe's face turned red. The more he wanted face, the more he couldn't bear it. But he couldn't say anything. He stood up, bowed and apologized again, saying, "You two should rest early. I will give an explanation for this matter." The shorter the content, the bigger the matter. Those who knew Xiao Changhe understood that this Xiao Changhe was indifferent to family ties, just like he was more than 10 years ago. Even if his own uncle stood in front of him, there was only a dead end. Wu Ge forced a smile and said, "You two should rest well. I have arranged a bed in the next special care ward. We won't disturb you. Oh, Ruyan, come with me. Leave Jin Yin to take care of Qin Feng." Xiao Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then looked at her mother abruptly, and then at Xiao Jinyan. As a woman, her instinct made her realize that something was wrong, and she subconsciously emitted hostility. Unfortunately, she had a pile of unresolved issues herself, and Xiao Changhe pushed her out of the room. Rong Xian vaguely guessed Wu Jiyi's thoughts, but found it absurd. What kind of thing is this? These aristocrats' thoughts are really beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Old man, I'm tired, let's go back to sleep. Jin Yin, take care of Qin Feng, trouble you tonight. Rong Xian pulled Chen's father and said gently. The old lady had seen Xiao Jinyan a few times, and she felt very good about this girl, especially her qualities of a virtuous wife and mother. She even fantasized that if her daughter-in-law was Xiao Jinyan, her son would definitely not have such a hard time. Although Xiao Ruyan was beautiful, beauty alone cannot sustain a marriage. One should marry someone like Xiao Jinyan who was down to earth to live a good life. Xiao Jinyan's cheeks were red. She adapted quickly, brought a basin obediently, poured hot water at the right temperature, and then prepared to wipe me with a wet towel. This mature and dignified beauty has too much impact on me, a fiery young man. Sister, my back feels uncomfortable. Can you help me wipe it? I said with a smile. Xiao Jinyan replied softly, her crystal-clear earlobes turning red with shyness. After she wrung the towel again and wiped me clean, I could hardly stand up. My legs were a bit weak, the tight jeans almost bursting open due to excessive movement, and sweat beads kept dripping down from my head. My black hair was almost stuck together because of sweat, and the dignified and steady clothes on my upper body were soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to my skin, revealing the perfect curves in front of my eyes. 10 delicate toes were wrapped in black stockings, twisting with the owner's emotions. I'm getting water for you to soak your feet. Xiao Jinyan blushed and carried the basin to the bathroom, then washed her hands, especially the palms, carefully, and even sniffed them. She was a clean freak but had never served Sima Zhong like this before, feeling a bit guilty in her heart. But thinking of Sima Zhong's cunning and secret in my meticulous care, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. What's the use of thinking so much? It's just taking care of a patient. Xiao Jinyan tried to calm herself and then walked out. My gaze never left her peach-like voluptuous figure, and when she squatted down to wash my feet, I almost had a nosebleed from where my eyes landed. Is the water temperature suitable? Xiao Jinyan's face blushed with a peachy hue, her white teeth lightly biting her red lips. It seemed like the first time she had served another man as a woman. Sima Zhong never let her touch him in the past, explaining that he had health issues, and after years of seeking medical advice without results, she had given up. But my appearance seemed to have changed her whole life. With excitement and joy, concerns and worries, various emotions intertwined. Xiao Jinyan carefully washed my feet with a towel, sensing my gaze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She gently lowered her head, not daring to meet my eyes, her eyes showing infinite charm with a hint of confusion. The faint scent of orchids and musk lingered around her nostrils, making me sigh involuntarily. The woman in front of me was at the most beautiful age. Although her figure was no longer as slender and graceful as a young girl's, under the soil of time, she had shed her greenness and turned into a juicy peach. Sima Zhong was truly a fool, not cherishing such a good wife. One thing I could never understand was Sima Zhong's betrayal, which was foolish to some extent. There are no secrets in the world, and Xiao Yanyan's affair mostly affected the reputation of the Xiao family. Xiao Chanhe might have money in his hands, but how much could it be? Unless the money was dirty or involved in more complex struggles. I checked the time, picked up my phone, inserted a virtual SIM card, and sent a message along with a packaged file. Xiao Jinyan heard the sound of me pressing the keys, subconsciously wanting to raise her head, but I pressed her head down on my lap. The masculine aura instantly made Xiao Jinyan's mind go blank, forgetting everything that had happened in the past 5 minutes. The late-night strong wind howled, blowing dark clouds over the sky of Linhai City, followed by dazzling lightning and deafening thunder. Boom! Sima Zhong suddenly woke up in front of his desk, his eyes filled with fear, sweat on his forehead, his heart beating violently, making him feel like he was suffocating. He felt a vague unease in his heart and walked to the window to look outside. Only orange street lights and occasional wild cats and dogs passing by. I'm scaring myself. I hope everything goes smoothly, Sima Zhong muttered to himself. He did not notice a tall, sturdy man in a black suit staring at him intently in the shadow where the street light did not reach, with a cigarette lighting up, casting a faint and flickering light. Xiao Changhai is old, not dead. Upon learning of Sima Zhong's betrayal, he contacted the private armed forces of the Xiao family directly after leaving the hospital. If it weren't for wanting to observe if there were any other so-called masterminds behind the scenes, Sima Zhong would have been secretly taken to the interrogation room by now. Of course, I didn't know about this situation, but it didn't surprise me either. The Xiao family wouldn't have made the hidden figures wary if they didn't have the ability, thinking of finding a breakthrough from Xiao Ruyan. At the same time, a cybercafe server suddenly logged into a standby computer and forwarded a video and email to major media outlets nationwide. Explosive! Internationally renowned art master turns out to be a packaged fraud, confirmed by international media. Revelation! Famous art master Lu Xingchen is actually infected with a new type of gonorrhea, feared to affect multiple employees of the NMD group. The new type of gonorrhea is highly contagious, and the first hospital of Linhai City has identified it as the first case, likely related to a designer's private life. These videos are diverse, some are newspapers published abroad in the morning, some are Lu Xingchen's case and medical treatment videos, and there are also video screenshots from the Salted Fish Forum. The Xiao family's influence is strong in Jiangnan, but it cannot control the vast empire as a whole. Imperial Capital Empire Daily Editorial Department. Editor. There's big news here. However, it may possibly involve a celebrity's privacy. An editor excitedly pushed open the office door of the chief editor. The chief editor, who was close to 60, didn't even look up, his eyes fixed on the computer screen, then suddenly smiled. Someone is causing trouble. But since the evidence is so compelling, there's no reason not to publish it as a headline, remove all the originally planned headlines from the newspapers, and let this celebrity shine. But chief editor, won't this offend people? After all, he was just recognized as an outstanding talent by the country. The editor asked in confusion. Don't worry, if you don't publish it, someone else will. It just so happens that the empire is preparing to clean up a group of parasites. Those guys below have gone too far, always thinking the grass is greener on the other side. Does our country not have outstanding talents of its own, needing recognition from other countries? Look at these so-called talents, they haven't learned the good things, but have learned all that rubbish thinking. The chief editor said with a smile. He ate from the iron rice bowl given by the country, keenly aware that someone had deliberately leaked it, but as long as it was real news, who cared where it came from? News emphasizes timeliness, and the chief editor believes that this news will spread nationwide by tomorrow. Just as the chief editor thought, I didn't send it to just one media outlet, but to all 768 media organizations nationwide, even down to the media in prefecture-level cities and counties. No matter how powerful the Xiao family is, no matter how cunning the hidden figures are, they probably can't stop the national media news. This method of attacking through public opinion is the first time in this world because there is no more advanced hacking intrusion technology, and all sent network emails and information cannot escape monitoring. In this situation, unless one is willing to go down with the ship, no one will voluntarily expose negative news. Most conflicts are resolved under the influence of conglomerates and gatekeepers. The clash between foreign and local ideologies is not only reflected in culture but also in economics and military affairs, fundamentally about the distribution of interests. I'm afraid I couldn't have dreamed that just a small international art designer would become the fuse for the opening of a struggle between two sides. Linyuan City First Hospital, Ward. Okay, I've finished washing up. Let me give you a shoulder massage. It's not good to lie down all the time. The voice was soft and gentle, like a breeze unintentionally entering the heart. Xiao Jinyan gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, the blush on her face making her more beautiful than usual, with a hint of shyness in her beautiful eyes. Thank you, Jinyan. I turned to embrace her plump and soft waist, whispering in Xiao Jinyan's ear in a very low voice. What? What are you saying? You're so bad. Xiao Jinyan immediately stood up as if shocked, her face turning red. The moment just now made her heart beat faster, and a sense of unprecedented joy surged within her. This unique ambiguity and intimacy made Xiao Jinyan feel that her efforts were not in vain, but when she thought of Xiao Ruyan, she felt a hint of confusion. Having wandered in the dangerous darkness for years, I, different from the original Chen Feng, appreciate the gentleness and virtuousness in Xiao Jinyan, unlike Xiao Ruyan, who is just a beautiful vase to be displayed on the table. Xiao Jinyan turned around and stood behind me, her slender fingers pressing on my shoulders with just the right amount of force. Phew! I let out a long breath, the pressure from the heavy burden on my back making me wish time could stop. I even felt the urge to divorce and marry Xiao Jinyan, but then I realized it was unrealistic. The Xiao family would not allow another daughter to marry me, as it would tarnish their reputation unless certain circumstances arose. I am an INTJ personality undertaker. In a sense, I can be considered a genius. I am known as the architect among undertakers, the best strategist. Now is not the time to plan all this. What am I forgetting? I shook my head abruptly, feeling a jolt inside. Beauty deceives me. What I should do now is to take out my phone and monitor Xiao Ruyan. The woman who refuses to disclose things to me will definitely disclose them to her parents. This must be an emotional scandal, a betrayal to the family. Is there another lover? Is Lu Xingchen just a scapegoat? A hint of killing intent flashed in my eyes, but quickly subsided. I patted Xiao Jinyan's plump buttocks heavily and said with a smile, I'm going to sleep. Will you stay with me? What are you thinking? Thinking? Wait until you. Divorce, don't provoke me. Xiao Jinyan's voice was very soft for the last few words, almost as if she was talking to herself. Although Xiao Jinyan was a bit embarrassed, her beautiful eyes could not hide her joy. The happiness she felt today far exceeded the sum of her married life, and she even did some bold things. I'll just lie next to you. Just call me if you need anything, Xiao Jinyan said gently. She curled up on the accompanying bed next to me, as obedient as a Persian cat. After helping me wash up, she was also quite tired, her face flushed, her sweaty hair sticking together and not yet dry. I felt a bit helpless, not knowing if Wu Ge did it intentionally or unintentionally. What should I do in this situation? The charming and gentle peach blossom eyes of the other party stared at me as if there were flowers on my face. The distance between us was only an arm's length, so I reached out my hand and playfully hooked my finger under her fair and smooth chin. I lightly scratched a few times, making Xiao Jinyan even more embarrassed. This man was really too much, treating her like a cat? Her soft nature could only dodge back and forth, unable to speak out if it was slightly heavier, feeling so itchy that she was about to cry in grievance. I know some people have gone too far. Although I am not the original Chen Feng, I am still occupying someone else's body and identity. It is not appropriate to flirt around before the issue is resolved. Okay, I was wrong. I gently wiped the corner of the other person's eye with my finger and said softly. The beautiful woman blushed and covered herself with the blanket, leaving only the curvy silhouette covered by a towel. I turned off the bedside lamp, quickly put on the Bluetooth earphones, opened the phone monitoring, and found that Xiao Ruyan seemed to have reached the end of the conversation. The trouble you caused, I wish I never had you. Shu Guide, that bastard, is also an accomplice. This is the big brother you always talk about. Xiao Changhe's voice was not loud, as if afraid of being heard outside, but the anger was hard to conceal. Wu Ge persuaded, now is not the time to talk about this. The daughter did not intentionally provoke, it is definitely you and me, even the Xiao family that are being targeted. Xiao Ruyan choked on the side, not saying a word. Then hand over that money. I'm tired after all these years, and there are not many capable descendants in the Xiao family. Xiao Changhe said dishearteningly. Isn't there any other way? Wu Ge hurriedly asked. Xiao Changhe smiled bitterly, this beauty trap was set up just to destroy the talisman on me. With my daughter involved in such a scandal, I have no face to be her guardian. This talisman should be Xiao Changhe's reputation in Linhai. With this honor, whether in the capital or in local clans, they would show respect. The so-called guardian and that money are things I currently can't figure out, but it has nothing to do with me. In a sense, what I did is similar to the mastermind behind the scenes, but the only thing that puzzles me is why the target was locked on Xiao Ruyan and with such a complex scheme. The more complex the scheme in the world, the lower the success rate. If one link goes wrong, the whole plan will collapse. The scheme against Xiao Ruyan seems to not care about success, whether it's Chen Feng as a husband or Lu Xingchen, the former is useless, and the latter is scum. Xiao Ruyan, caught between the two, will gradually feel despair as time goes on and things are exposed. But what's the use? Is it just a vicious cycle? When my head started to ache, my wife suddenly said, "Dad, Mom, I really didn't know I would meet that person, it was just a coincidence, I haven't seen him since." Stop. I'm not interested in knowing about you and your lover. Don't mention it to me. I guess you were hooked just like that Lu Xingchen did. It's true what they say, flies don't bite seamless eggs, you're just a rotten egg. Xiao Chanhai gasped and said. Wu Gu also said disappointedly, "Why did you transfer schools in high school? Do you not know your limits from back then?" Those people behind the scenes have even investigated this matter, making this person appear in front of you. With your temperament, besides Lu Xingchen, sooner or later, you will fall into someone else's arms. The most important thing in your dad's life is about to be ruined by you. Dad, Mom, how many times do I have to say it? I am innocent, please believe me. And back then, I had no choice, I've told you, I was normal. The wife couldn't help but cry. This sense of urgency was unprecedented, but because of too many lies, her parents would never believe her. Next, there was a long silence among the three, perhaps due to old age and exhaustion. Xiao Changhe was the first to snore, then Wu Ge whispered to Xiao Ruyan. The conversation between the mother and daughter was very quiet, and the phone in the pants completely muffled the sound. I closed my eyes and carefully pondered the conversation between the three people. The person Xiao Ruyan met that day was someone she went to high school with. Maybe there were emotional entanglements, maybe there were other things. Moreover, this person's identity is somewhat special, even requiring someone behind the scenes to edit videos to cover up. Xiao Ruyan's expression that day in the hotel room was surprised, with a hint of nervousness, as well as an indescribable excitement. I consider myself a master of micro-expressions, but even the most skilled master cannot read minds. Xiao Changhe believes that this person plays a role similar to Lu Xingchen, both used to seduce Xiao Ruyan into an affair. Xiao Changhe must also know this person and is unwilling to even mention their name. The more I think about it, the more strange it becomes. I tried to search for memories of the original body Chen Feng, but apart from having a nosebleed several times, I found nothing. Could this stupid original body have been cheated on long ago? I wish the original body could be resurrected so I could have a good chat with him about whether he was drunk on the wedding night and touched someone other than Xiao Ruyan. It's rare for a stunning beauty with a wealthy background to marry an ordinary college student. Such a magical thing probably only happens once in billions. Is he happy to be a father, or is it to avoid trouble? Lu Xingchen should know this person, he doesn't seem like the type to die so easily. Oh, I also need to test Chen Feng's daughter. Luckily the testing technology in this world is advanced, results can be obtained in half an hour, and reports can be anonymous. But then again, with such advanced testing technology, wouldn't everyone be having affairs in this world? That would be truly disgusting. I felt a layer of goosebumps all over my body, wishing there was a choice. I wish I had never crossed into this body, not having to feel nauseous every night and unable to sleep. In the darkness, a blurry figure approached me, a familiar fragrance lingering, then a warm and moist lip pressed against my face. The owner who kissed me carefully returned to bed, seemingly laughing softly under the covers. I also smiled, my whole body relaxing, ready to rest well as tomorrow would be another exciting day. At 5:30 in the morning, the hospital ward gradually became lively. Since my father-in-law and I were in the special care ward, there were no idle people disturbing us, only nurses who left after taking our blood pressure. Xiao Jinyan saw that I was about to wake up, so she hurriedly went into the bathroom to wash her clothes, blushing at the dream she had last night while washing. Do I like Chen Feng? When did it start? I didn't even notice it myself. Maybe staying at home is too lonely, too boring. I am also a normal woman, I also need care and attention. I really envy Ruyan, and I really like Qianqian. If I were Ruyan, I would definitely be a good wife. What does Chen Feng think? Why did he tease me last night? Does he think I'm a bad woman? Xiao Jinyan looked at herself in the mirror, her mind in a mess. When she came out, I was leaning against the bed, admiring the mature and beautiful woman in front of me with great interest. Other caregivers become more tired the longer they stay, but Xiao Jinyan is different. She looks as radiant as a well-nourished lamb, with fair and tender skin, not inferior to an 18-year-old girl. Truly a virtuous wife. She brought me a basin of hot water, took good care of me to wash up, and then wiped my body again with a hot towel. Marry a virtuous wife, have a concubine of beauty. I nodded in agreement, stretched lazily, and started looking at my phone. It might still be early, the morning news usually starts at 6:30, I'm not sure how much influence it has, as long as it can reach Xiao Changhe's ears smoothly. When Xiao Jinyan turned around to leave, I looked at her plump figure and couldn't help but hold her delicate right hand. Even though we said we wouldn't talk about love yesterday, who could resist when faced with it? I can only say that my mother-in-law Wu Gu is really cunning, using her daughter who was about to divorce to trap even me, a professional cleaner. Xiao Jinyan tried to pull her hand back but failed. Her face turned red, she dared not look at me, and pleaded, "Auntie will be here soon, can you let go of me?" And, "This is not appropriate, Ruyan will have opinions." My heart died long ago. With all the disgusting things she did, do you think we have a future together? Besides, if my mom asked you to stay, don't you understand what that means? I said with a bitter smile. I pulled this beautiful woman to my side, embraced her waist, and gently kissed her lovely earlobe. She is the first woman I have set my eyes on since coming to this world, and I cannot let go no matter what. Xiao Jinyan did not expect me to be so bold. Her body stiffened instantly, trembling nervously, filled with torment and shyness. She has always been arranged by her foster parents, attended all-girls schools, studied knitting and sewing in college, and has never been in a relationship. She is unsure of her feelings towards me. I am not divorced yet. Sima Zhong messaged me yesterday, I saw it but didn't reply. Am I a bad woman? Xiao Jinyan's voice trembled. Feeling extremely ashamed, she felt her body heating up, her emotions restless. No, you are the best and most gentle woman in the world. It's my fault. Maybe because of Rian's betrayal, my mindset is not right. Please forgive me. I whispered softly in her ear. I couldn't help but smile bitterly in my heart. I can't tell her that I am a time traveler and have no relation to Chen Feng, right? Even if I say it, would she believe me? But if I don't say it, Chen Feng is still not divorced, and our identities remain a problem, making it difficult for us to move forward. Xiao Jinyan sympathetically moved her hand to my head, gently stroking it, her eyes filled with pity and affection. The refreshing fragrance emanating from her calmed me down completely. There was a moment when I didn't want to do anything but just quietly lean on each other. Xiao Jinyan enjoyed the intimacy between us when we were alone. The thin layer of paper between us could be torn at any moment. Just as I was about to make a bold move, footsteps suddenly approached from outside the door. Xiao Jinyan stood up as if shocked, blushing and quickly tidying up the mess I made of her clothes and hair. Jinyan is here too? Rong Xian, seeing Xiao Jinyan's appearance, felt a sense of déjà vu, as if she saw the former Xiao Ruyan. Auntie, you're here. Xiao Jinyan shyly lowered her head, her hands fidgeting nervously, like a high school graduate. Seeing me in high spirits, Rong Xian was grateful to Xiao Jinyan, took her hand, and said, "Thank you, Auntie. Let's go out and talk. Let this boy dress himself." Despite any grievances towards the Xiao family, Rong Xian's attitude towards Xiao Jinyan was very good. She even took the opportunity to chat with her in the corridor, laughing at funny stories related to me, without any reservation. The two of them were intimate, like a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, a scene that happened to be seen by the wife. The wife deliberately went home, took a shower, changed into a dress that Chen Feng bought for her last year, which she found unattractive at the time but seemed intentional today. It was a very fitting white fishtail skirt that accentuated her swan-like neck and delicately exposed collarbones. Her perfect sexy figure was outlined to perfection, with intricate lace designs giving the dress a sense of purity akin to a wedding gown. Paired with white high heels and nude stockings, her figure appeared even more slender. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, her swollen face now mostly recovered, revealing fair skin with a touch of eyeshadow to conceal dark circles. Her slightly lowered eyes exuded a hint of depth, while her lips painted with red lipstick covered her natural paleness, exuding a cold aura that made her seem lonely as if she did not belong to this world. A pair of emerald green jade earrings hung from her sexy earlobes, swaying rhythmically with her graceful steps. These were the earrings Rong Xian gave his wife on their wedding day, but unfortunately, she had only worn them once due to fear of damage from work. Despite yesterday's ordeal, she still stood out among the crowd, exuding an unmatched beauty. Some male attendants were left dumbfounded, nearly walking into walls. "Sister, you're here." Xiao Jinyan sought his wife and inexplicably felt a bit guilty, quickly distancing himself from Rong Xian. Rong Xian snorted and took Xiao Jinyan's hand, considerately saying, "You took care of me all night yesterday, so hurry up and rest. Auntie really appreciates it. I wish my son could have a daughter-in-law like you." This was a sarcastic remark towards his wife, who had made a mistake first and now, after sleeping and changing clothes peacefully, was dressing up so flamboyantly for her lover. Such a woman was useless to bring home, utterly unreliable in critical moments, showing no signs of remorse. He must quickly divorce his son, or else he would die at the hands of this heartless woman. Rong Xian kept silently criticizing in his mind, ignoring Xiao Ruyan and showing a stark contrast in his attitude towards Xiao Jinyan. Sister, you two talk first. Auntie, I'll go see my parents. Xiao Jinyan didn't want to embarrass his wife and left on his own. Xiao Ruyan never spoke to her sister-in-law throughout, her eyes hiding a hint of pain and anger. Her fingers holding the thermos turned white, waiting until her sister-in-law left before approaching Rong Xian. Mom, I made some porridge for Qin Feng, Xiao Ruyan said cautiously. Don't call me Mom. I feel disgusted just hearing that word. Rong Xian took on the demeanor of her former homeroom teacher, her stern gaze seemingly piercing through her old glasses to see through Xiao Ruyan, the pressure making Xiao Ruyan lower her head even more, like a student who had made a mistake. Mom, I'm sorry, I apologize. Tears welled up in Xiao Ruyan's eyes, quietly sobbing. Her tearful appearance, combined with her exquisite face, was enough to move even the toughest person. Xiao Ruyan could be foolish at times and also have moments of high intelligence. Her attire today was meant to ease the tension at home, hoping to create some good memories. As expected, Xiao Ruyan's obedient apology left Rong Xian speechless, softening the heart of the once outstanding teacher. Especially seeing the jade earrings on her earlobes, she felt a pang of sorrow, almost shedding tears. These jade earrings were passed down to her by her mother-in-law, especially as her mother-in-law held her hand before passing away, earnestly hoping to find a good daughter-in-law for her son. But this supposedly good daughter-in-law turned out to have a bad heart, flirting with men outside, leaving her son in a difficult situation. Thinking about this, Rong Xian's eyes reddened, turning away from Xiao Ruyan. Mom, I'm sorry, I disappointed you. I want to see Qin Feng, please, his wife pleaded with a choked voice. Rong Xian took a deep breath and said, I can't make decisions for my son. If you want to see him, go ahead. But if you lie again, it's better not to see him. The doctor said he can't handle any more shocks. Mom, I won't lie again. I've been wronged, you must believe me. And I had my reasons for what happened at the hotel. I'm afraid it will cause trouble for Qin Feng if I speak up, Xiao Ruyan sobbed. At this moment, Rong Xian had little patience for his daughter-in-law, so he snorted and went to find Chen's father. Click! The door of the ward bedroom was opened. I happened to finish using the toilet and almost bumped into the other person. Her warm and delicate body pressed against mine, and a light fragrance instantly enveloped me. Why is it you? I frowned and said, then pushed her away directly. Even if I looked down on this woman, I had to admit the creator's magic. Even though this woman was in her 30s, she still seemed like a carefully crafted beauty, with a snow-white swan-like neck, long and straight legs, and an hourglass figure that could almost instantly attract all the opposite sex. Especially today, she dressed up carefully, with light makeup on her face, concealing her original haggard look. Husband, please, don't be like this. I'm scared. You weren't like this before. After being pushed away by her husband, the wife felt wronged, but more of self-blame and regret. I don't want to touch you because I feel you're dirty. Lu Xingchen had a serious dirty disease when he was abroad. I saw him visiting the urology department at the first hospital when I was getting your medicine. He left in a hurry and dropped his test report and medical records. Lu Xingchen has a serious dirty disease, and any woman who has had relations with him could be infected. I handed the medical records in my pocket to Xiao Ruyan. Xiao Ruyan widened her eyes, feeling extremely disgusted, and didn't want to take them. With a slightly excited tone, she said, Husband, why didn't you tell me? Otherwise, could I have gone to dinner with him? Ha! You think I should have told you? When Li Fei caught the affair, I told you, how did you respond? Do I need to remind you? And you still haven't reflected on it until now? Do you think as a married woman, you should accept a man's invitation alone? Oh, I forgot, he wanted to propose to you at that time. If I had said Lu Xingchen had a dirty disease, someone would have been very disappointed. Is there anything else? If not, get lost. I feel disgusted when I see you, I said coldly. Husband, I brought you food, I want to talk to you. Xiao Ruyan's beautiful eyes contained a hint of resentment, like ripples in the autumn water, making people feel sorry. The wife had nothing to say after being rebuked by me, as it was indeed she who had done those disgusting things first. It was unfair, she had no idea that Lu Xingchen would bring roses and those toys, or that he would propose. She thought it was just a normal dinner, and then they would part ways. Who would have thought Lu Xingchen would be so disgusting? Thinking of Lu Xingchen's dirty disease, Xiao Ruyan's stomach churned. She handed me the thermos, then rushed into the bathroom to vomit. Unfortunately, she hadn't eaten anything since last night, and all that came out was acid. The carefully applied makeup was ruined. I raised an eyebrow, remembering that she was less than 2 months pregnant. The medicine I gave was simulating a venereal disease, not a real virus, and it would naturally disappear in 4 or 5 days at most, the main effect being to make people mentally tense due to the illness. I didn't like it, but Xiao Ruyan was pregnant with a child during her mental affair, but the original owner had done stupid things, and now I needed to help clean up the mess. So whether Xiao Ruyan wanted to keep the baby or not, I would respect her wishes, but before that, let her be afraid for a while. So, she said, you better go check it out, don't really get sick, your parents will be in trouble too. Honey, I'm sure I'm not sick. I haven't done anything with Lu Xingchen. At most, he took advantage of me a bit. I hate myself, it's my fault for being confused at that time. Honey, you have to believe me. I know you may not believe anything I say now, but my dad has gone to investigate, he will clear my name. Xiao Ruyan said tearfully. She still doesn't understand why things have turned out this way, how even though she told the truth, no one believes her. It seems like everyone in the family has decided that she cheated and had a relationship with Lu Xingchen. There's no way to explain, the hotel's hidden camera footage has been edited by someone behind the scenes, she has no evidence at all. Do you dare to say you're innocent? Are you really innocent? Ask yourself, who was in your heart during that time? I said coldly. Xiao Ruyan may have been prepared for my question, or she may have asked herself repeatedly in her heart, she also wanted a chance to talk to me. Unfortunately, she was caught red-handed yesterday, so she knew that saying these things now would seem fake and like lies. But Xiao Ruyan was unwilling to give up any chance to repent and make amends. She choked up, saying, honey, I was a bit vain at that time, I was deceived by Lu Xingchen's words, thinking he represented art. He has expressed many times that he wanted to further develop with me, but I rejected him every time. Honey, I can't leave my family, I can't leave you in Qianqian. I don't love Lu Xingchen at all. Maybe you loved Lu Xingchen before, maybe I admire your courage, but now that I've exposed Lu Xingchen's mask, you don't love him anymore? Do you know, you've called Lu Xingchen's name in your dreams more than once. Do you want me to play it for you? I said slowly, with a cold murderous look in my eyes. Feeling the humiliation from the original memories, if possible, I really wanted to kill this despicable woman in front of me. Xiao Ruyan should be grateful that she's still alive now, purely because of the resentment left by the original owner's influence on me. The original owner was truly the dumbest lapdog in the world. No, this can't be. Honey, you're lying to me, right? I never dream when I sleep. Xiao Ruyan's face turned pale instantly, her eyes filled with horror. She didn't ask me to show evidence, because she was afraid that if I really did, she would have no face to show up in front of me. Her self-deceiving answers were more like a denial of her past self. Of course, I had no evidence, but I also believed that Xiao Ruyan wouldn't dare to let me have any evidence. I just wanted this woman to realize what kind of person she really was. Infidelity in marriage is unforgivable, forgiveness is just self-deception and compromise with reality. And Chen Feng, who could forgive Xiao Ruyan, has long been dead. I'm not Chen Feng, I have no responsibility or obligation to Xiao Ruyan, the one who made the vows at the wedding was Chen Feng, not me as the transmigrator. It's meaningless to say these things now, you don't really know me, I don't even like to drink porridge. I opened the thermos, sneering. This caught Xiao Ruyan off guard, her face turning even paler. In her limited memories of being together, she recalled that Chen Feng had never drunk porridge in front of her. On the contrary, because she liked porridge, Chen Feng would make it in various ways for her, and as for what happened to the leftovers, she never cared, just assuming Chen Feng had finished them. I'm sorry, honey, I really didn't know. Xiao Ruyan has said I'm sorry countless times these days, but she is also clear that she cannot make up for her shortcomings to her family. She had to admit that she had indeed repeatedly crossed the line, even if she tried to explain, her so-called soulmate was also a kind of emotional affair. Alright, I don't want to dwell on these things. Since you're here, I want to ask, who are you trying to hide by deleting the video in the hotel corridor? I asked. Xiao Ruyan's face changed slightly, she shyly avoided my gaze, remained silent for a moment before speaking. I've said it, husband, can you forgive me? Go ahead and tell me. I didn't even look up, pretending to be uninterested, but in reality, the corner of my eye was watching Xiao Ruyan's micro-expressions and movements. Husband, I had a first love when I was in school, it was Zhu's son, Zhu Zitao. The person who appeared at the hotel that day was him, but I assure you we have no relationship. He went abroad during college, and I haven't seen him since. I'm not sure why he appeared, he just greeted me. He was one of the sponsors of the event that day, and we haven't been in contact since. Xiao Ruyan said softly. Even if he contacted you first, you probably wouldn't have met him, after all, your heart was with Lu Xingchen at the time, I said disdainfully. No, husband, I'm sorry. Xiao Ruyan became even more ashamed, not knowing how to explain. Xiao Ruyan's words should be true, but I vaguely felt that something was wrong. I tried to recall and connect the memories in Chen Feng's mind, then suddenly smiled coldly. I remember this Zhu Zitao was our senior in college, right? Your relationship in college should have been good, so why did he go abroad so suddenly? I stood up and walked slowly towards my wife, my eyes emitting a captivating light. Husband, why are you asking this? We separated after graduation, and we didn't contact each other again, Xiao Ruyan said nervously. I smiled meaningfully, staring at my wife's beautiful face, and said, back in college, were you deliberately getting close to me? Shortly after we got together, someone intentionally cut my hand with a knife, not only permanently losing the sense of touch in my index finger but also leaving a psychological shadow, making it impossible for me to play the piano again. Are you telling me, looking into my eyes, that none of this has anything to do with you? Husband, I'm sorry, really sorry, I didn't want this. Zhu Zitao pursued me in college, I really didn't like him, so you approached me on your own, used me as a shield, let Zhu Zitao transfer his hatred onto me? Then he ruined my hand, and because it caused a big stir, he went abroad to avoid trouble. So when you married me, it was out of guilt. Pity me. You never loved me, Chen Feng. My voice became colder and colder, looking down at my wife, the distance between us less than an inch. Chen Feng had some doubts about the truth back then, but he chose not to investigate, deliberately avoiding all clues, and didn't seek justice. Xiao Ruyan's legs weakened, kneeling on the ground, her makeup washed away by tears. She shook her head in pain, saying, Husband, I did have thoughts of making it up at first, but during the time when I was working on my graduation project, you took care of me so meticulously, I truly fell in love with you from that moment. Can you believe me, please? Were you in love with me then? You just wanted a free servant. By the way, did Lu Xingqian also take care of you meticulously, so you fell in love with her too? I sneered. After the ugly veil was torn off, the true soul was revealed. Xiao Ruyan simply couldn't deny the affair during that period, even if it was an emotional one. She felt dirty, unworthy of uttering the word love. Overwhelmed with deep regret, Xiao Ruyan painfully realized how foolish she had been, betraying her family and the sacred vows between husband and wife. There is no remedy for regret in this world, past wrongs are stains that cannot be washed away. However, Xiao Ruyan refused to accept this fate, especially after exposing Lu Xingqian's hypocrisy. She instinctively distrusted any man who approached her, except for Chen Feng, who made her feel safe again. This was her primary motivation for seeking forgiveness and returning to her family. Yet her current actions were driven by instinct and intuition, without a clear understanding of her true feelings. It's hard to say whether she would quickly invest emotions in another man who made her feel secure after some time. I am constantly pushing Xiao Ruyan's emotions to the limit, keeping her on edge, helping her gain a clearer understanding of herself, recognizing her own darkness, and reshaping her life values and perspectives. Honey, I'm sorry. I know you may not believe me now, but give me a chance to make amends. Do you like my sister? I can accept it. Tears welled up in Xiao Ruyan's eyes as she seemed to anticipate my next move, throwing herself into my arms. Her delicate arms wrapped tightly around my waist like white jade, clutching my back tightly. She rested her head on my chest, seeking comfort and warmth from my beating heart. Xiao Ruyan, do you even know what you're saying? You're dragging Chen Feng's moral standards down to your level. I swear to God, I won't be involved with any woman until I divorce you. If I break this oath, let the heavens strike me down. I sneered at Chen Feng's oath. What did his oath have to do with me? But one thing was right, I couldn't get too close to Xiao Jinyan until I cleanly cut ties with Xiao Ruyan. Wu Gu appeared impartial to his two daughters, but he favored his biological daughter. To protect the Xiao family's reputation, the mother-in-law might resort to drastic measures, with Xiao Jinyan being a crucial bargaining chip. Until the situation was resolved, I could only watch Xiao Jinyan from afar, like bait on a hook given by the mother-in-law. Seeing Xiao Ruyan's wavering resolve, I seized the opportunity to feign anger and pain, saying, Xiao Ruyan, let's get a divorce. You must admit that even without Lu Xingqian, there would be others. The world is vast, and outstanding men will come for you. How long can a woman's beauty last? 10 years? 20 years? At 30, Xiao Ruyan was at the peak of her beauty but felt a sense of crisis, evident in her sudden interest in makeup to avoid being outshone. Xiao Ruyan had been too sheltered by Chen Feng, believing he would always protect her and enjoying his love while craving external excitement. Xiao Ruyan was truly scared, as if facing a judge's verdict, a fate she had anticipated. A person with a sound mind wouldn't be with a woman who had strayed. But I didn't cheat, I just idolized him. What should I do? Who can prove it? Xiao Ruyan's mind was in chaos, almost collapsing into my arms. I didn't embrace or support her, letting her kneel at my feet. I have prepared the divorce agreement. Over the years, I have been the main breadwinner for the family, but I will not keep the house, car, or savings. I will leave with nothing. The custody of Chanshan belongs to me, as you have not fulfilled your duties as a mother over the years. I have drafted the agreement, so sign it now, and we will go our separate ways from now on," I said indifferently, taking out the divorce agreement from the folder on the bedside table. I had prepared this document long ago, intending to present it when everyone was present. However, my mother-in-law, Wu Gu, was quite cunning. Every time I had the intention, it seemed like she could see through me and quickly changed the subject, while also offering various temptations. The goal was simple: to prevent the divorce. As long as we didn't divorce, the reputation of the Xiao family could be maintained. In addition, any conditions could be proposed, even keeping Xiao Jinyan as a bargaining chip. If Xiao Ruyan had half of Wu Ji's ruthlessness and wisdom, Qinfeng probably would never have suspected that his own wife would cheat on him. Now, I wanted to take advantage of my wife's emotional vulnerability to use moral pressure to force her to sign the divorce agreement. As for when to officially file for divorce, the decision was entirely in my hands. "Husband, I won't divorce you. You said in front of my parents yesterday that you wouldn't divorce me." Xiao Ruyan didn't even look at the divorce agreement, but pitifully looked at me with her beautiful eyes, filled with infinite sadness. The divorce agreement seemed to strike her deepest fears. Even during the happiest times with Lu Xingchen, she had never thought about divorce. In the 100 years of the Xiao family, there had never been a divorced woman or a woman who had cheated. "Sign first. What you and Zhu Zitao have brought to me, I will repay in the future." My hand gripped my wife's delicate white throat, and as I coldly smiled, I began to exert pressure. The suffocation made Xiao Ruyan struggle, and just as she started to choke violently, I released my grip at the right moment. Xiao Ruyan fell back, coughing intensely. "Sign it. After signing, we can still talk. We can discuss anything you want." I threw the divorce agreement and pen in front of Xiao Ruyan, looking down on her from above. "No, I won't divorce you. Husband, we have a daughter. Give me another chance." Xiao Ruyan was on her knees, almost kneeling on the ground, in a posture close to submission, but she seemed unaware of how impactful and tempting her current state was to me, a stranger. Her white tight-fitting skirt almost reached its limit, and her perfectly curved voluptuous figure exuded an irresistible charm. A normal man would probably have taken immediate action against this beautiful woman. "Are you testing me with this? I have to admit, I'm starting to regret it. Qinfeng, how about considering not seeking revenge?" I touched my nose, boldly scanning Xiao Ruyan with my eyes. Xiao Ruyan seemed to sense something, feeling the burning gaze that seemed to penetrate her clothes. She had felt this way more than once in the company and public places. Usually, she found it extremely repulsive, so her daily attire tended to be conservative. But now, she inexplicably felt a hint of joy. It turned out that in her husband's eyes, she was not worthless. At least her body still had enough allure. She seemed to have caught a lifeline and struggled to get up, pressing herself against me and grabbing my shirt sleeves tightly. Like a desperate gambler, her expectations were rapidly declining, but in order to maintain the marriage that gave her a sense of security, she was willing to stake her own body. This was unimaginable in the past. The proud eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Ruyan, had always been proud. Otherwise, she wouldn't have changed her name from Jinyu to Ruyan. In the past, whether it was out of guilt, love, or pity for Qinfeng, she only did things that conformed to her role as a wife on the surface. In family life, she only invested more in material wealth, without integrating her emotions into the family, always maintaining a detached state. Yet she wanted to demand more affection to satisfy her own unease and relieve her mental stress. The care of her husband and the cuteness of her daughter were all things she coveted. Emotions and material things have never been equal, and givers should not expect equal rewards. Can all these really be calculated with money? Of course, you can hire a maid with money, but can the maid stay with you for a lifetime? When you have white hair, it may not be your children who guard you, but your other half who loves you the most. Young couples who grow old together will only brew true love in the plain and accompany each other to understand each other's intentions better. It is difficult for Xiao Ruyan's family background to have someone explain this to her. To comprehend it on her own, she needs time to settle or some stimulating events. "Husband." Xiao Ruyan's beautiful face was filled with sorrow, and her pitiful appearance was heartbreaking. She tried to stick close to me, with her body weight completely pressing on me. With both hands tightly gripping my clothes, she whispered in repentance, and a barely perceptible morbidity appeared in her eyes. Her snow-white skin, like that of an 18-year-old girl, transformed this morbidity into a touch of bright crimson on her cheek. Her extremely slender waist, under the figure-hugging long skirt, showcased her voluptuous and perfect figure, making it an artwork inadvertently created by God that one couldn't help but admire critically. "Oh my, is this for real? My thoughts were like a sailboat on the sea, swaying violently. At this moment, my wife's eyes were slightly charming, deliberately pleasing, making her look like a blooming peony. Especially her long and beautiful legs firmly locked my gaze. As my gaze moved downward, my wife had already kicked off her shoes, her crystal clear and lovely toes curled up, the red nail polish contrasting with her increasingly fair feet, like a lotus bud waiting to bloom. Just as I was about to give in and go against my decision, the door of the ward suddenly opened. Mother-in-law Woo-go saw her daughter leaning against her son-in-law, with both hands still grabbing his clothes as if about to tear them apart, immediately misunderstanding the situation and becoming embarrassed and angry. "Can't you two control yourselves? How can you do this kind of thing in broad daylight?" After Woo-go got angry, she still felt somewhat pleased. If they really made up, she could save some energy to deal with the crises outside. She wanted to praise her daughter, but couldn't show it on her face, while also remembering the most difficult situation at hand. So, with a stern face, she said, "Xiao Yun, come in, take the young lady to the next ward, collect her phone, and don't let anyone get close." As soon as she finished speaking, a woman about 1.8 meters tall, around 30 years old, walked in. This woman was wearing a simple black sportswear, had short hair, and a scar ran horizontally from her forehead across her left eye, completely destroying her once exquisite beauty. Although I didn't see more, just by looking at the muscles visible, I could tell. This woman must have undergone special training for a long time, and her hands must have been stained with blood, exuding a fierce aura all over her body. From the Xiao family? They came quickly. It seems that Xiao Changha had already started investigating last night, I thought to myself. My wife clearly recognized Xiao Yun and a hint of fear appeared on her face. She quickly stood up and shook her head at Wu Gu, saying, "Mom, why are you locking me up if I don't leave? My husband wants to divorce me, Mom. Don't let Xiao Yun see me." "Divorce?" Wu Gu raised an eyebrow, turned to me, and said, "Chen Feng, that's not what you said last night." I sneered, "Mom, I'm asking you, do you know about Zhu Zitao? Do you know that your daughter used me as a scapegoat, disabled my hand, and caused me to have a mental illness?" Wu Ji's eyes widened slightly. She was sharp-witted and intelligent, just like the clever Huang Rong in Another World of novels. With just one sentence from me, she analyzed a lot of things. No wonder her daughter insisted on marrying a university student with no future, showing little concern for the family and husband after marriage, even being cold. It's no wonder an unremarkable woman could steal her heart. It's not because of love, it's because of guilt, and everything makes sense now. Wu Gu suddenly turned her head and slapped Xiao Yun in the face. She had given up hope on her daughter's marriage and didn't think she had the ability to solve their problems. Forcing two people who don't love each other to be together, even immortals can't do it. You actually kept this from the family. Do you think you're great? If you don't love Chen Feng, there's no need to be together. You've ruined his life, do you know that? Wu Ji's face darkened, her gaze sharp as a knife. She realized that her education had gone wrong. "Mom, I don't not love Chen Feng, I do love him, Mom, believe me, I don't want a divorce." Xiao Yun bravely faced Wu Gu for the first time, looking at me with a determined gaze. This made Wu Gu look at her differently, feeling relieved. Without this statement, her daughter would probably be beyond saving. The only one who could resolve the situation now was Chen Feng, Xiao Yun's husband. "Xiao Yun, take her away. Don't let her out of your sight. If she dares to make a scene, you know what to do," Wu Gu said coldly. Xiao Yun said nothing and silently took Xiao Yun's phone, twisted her arm, and left the ward. Wu Ji's decisive actions opened my eyes and made me more cautious. In Chen Feng's memory, his mother-in-law was a gentle and elegant woman, but behind the scenes, she was different. My plan wasn't foolproof, so I had to be more careful in front of this mother-in-law to avoid being exposed. Xiao Yun struggled to no avail, her eyes moist, as if she could cry at any moment. After Xiao Yun left, the ward became quiet again. I checked the time on my phone, it was 6:40 in the morning. Wu Gu suppressed her anger, picked up the divorce agreement on the floor, scanned it, sighed, and said, "I feel sorry for you. You didn't bring it out last night immediately, afraid that your father and I would lose face, right?" I squinted, not answering immediately because her seemingly casual words contained a probing meaning. What was she trying to find out from me? Did she think I was prepared in advance? Was she wary of me? She entered quickly, with a face full of anger, surely due to other issues. It was 6:40, 20 minutes before the morning news. She got news from the media, which made her unable to resist slapping Xiao Yun. She needed to distinguish friend from foe now, an instinctive reaction, not intentional suspicion of me. Thinking of this, I deliberately lowered my head and said in pain, "I originally planned to bring it out at the romantic restaurant, but I didn't expect so many things to happen. I can't stand being cuckolded. I hope to part ways with Xiao Yun gracefully." At this moment, the angrier and more candid you are, the less suspicion you will have. Like Wu Gu, a fox spirit who has been practicing for many years, any flaws will be discovered. Chen Feng, I understand your feelings, but as you said, the enemies we are facing are attacking us. So you cannot divorce. At least not now. Wu Ji's gaze turned sharp. This is an order, not a negotiation. At a critical moment for the reputation and survival of the Xiao family, the thoughts of a mere son-in-law are irrelevant. Even Wu Gu explaining this situation in person is already giving me a lot of face. If Chen Yisong were here, Wu Ji's words would definitely be different. After all, it's the tragedy of ordinary people. I thought to myself, feeling helpless. Even if I have great abilities now, I dare not use them, because the more I do, the more mistakes I make. Mom, what do you want to do? Let's not beat around the bush. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Xiao Ruyan married me from the start to scheme against me. You know how the Xiao family treated me as their son-in-law over the years, right? Now that Xiao Ruyan has cheated, morally and logically, the Xiao family owes me an explanation. When to divorce is up to me. I want a divorce now. Xiao Ruyan makes me sick. I pretended to be angry. Although I was cursing Wu Ji's own daughter, Wu Gu seemed unaffected by any emotions. After I finished venting, she showed a faint smile, folded the divorce agreement in her hand, and put it in her bag. Mom knows you're angry, and I also just found out about your and Ruyan's university story. Don't worry. The Xiao family will definitely compensate you satisfactorily. Now there's something I want you to help with. Take a look at this video. Wu Gu took out her phone and handed it to me. There were 2 videos on it, both edited, which were the ones I sent to major newspapers and media last night. As I watched, I noticed from the corner of my eye that Wu Gu was observing me the whole time, seemingly still suspicious or trying to eliminate suspicion. However, Wu Gu was destined to be disappointed, as Chen Feng's past was traceable. But she would never have thought that the person in front of her was not Chen Feng at all, but a professional cleaner trained to operate in the dark. Cleaners are bound to face interrogation, so the first thing a cleaner must do is hide and deceive. Cleaners who fail to do these 2 things well will soon be caught or killed by hostile forces. This is. Xiao Ruyan is indeed lying. Her relationship with Lu Xingchen is disgusting. How could Qianqian have such a mother? Lu Xingchen is really sick. I've told Xiao Ruyan before. My face turned red, and I roared in anger, then rushed to the bathroom and started vomiting into the toilet. I vomited until my face turned pale, then frantically started washing my hands with soap. Because the video intentionally did not blur out the private parts of Lu Xingchen infected with a dirty disease, normal people would find it disgusting to watch, so my reaction was actually very normal. This video was probably used by Wu Gu to test me, as normal media broadcasts would not show private parts. Wu Gu knew that I had previously investigated Xiao Ruyan. Although I blamed it on the mastermind behind the scenes, many things were indeed coincidental. For example, I coincidentally ran into Lu Xingchen at the first hospital, coincidentally obtained medical records and test reports. If I hadn't laid the groundwork in the early stages, I would have been exposed by now. I didn't actually know that half an hour ago, I was Wu Ji's prime suspect. Just last night when the evidence was being presented, Wu Gu was relieved that I hadn't spread the evidence. But at 2 in the morning, when she saw the video about to be played in Lu Xingchen's dirty disease, she immediately had someone investigate my recent whereabouts. Under the personal arrangement of Xiao Changhe, almost half an hour later, all the intelligence I had gathered in the past few days was consolidated. The facts proved that my caution was correct. The entire line of clues was very clear, and logically could completely prove my innocence. Li Yicheng was brought from the orthopedic hospital bed at the first hospital to Xiao Changhe. Li Yicheng, who had been tortured beyond recognition, originally did not want to betray me, but unfortunately the Xiao family was too ruthless. A phone call revealed all the information about Li Yicheng's family. The results naturally proved that there was indeed a mastermind behind the scenes, and all the videos were deliberately provided by someone. Xiao Changhe had long locked onto the clues at the hotel, combined with some things and people mentioned by Xiao Ruyan. He already had a guess about the mastermind behind the scenes. Originally, he did not want to mobilize people to investigate his son-in-law, but Wu Gu insisted on investigating. From midnight to 6 in the morning, during this time, half was spent investigating me, and the other half was spent investigating Sima Zhong, Zhu Guide, and Lu Xingchen. The Xiao family's background was very strong, and when Xiao Changhe took it seriously, almost nothing in Linhai could escape his notice. Sima Zhong was under full surveillance, Zhu Guide had not left the villa, only Lu Xingchen had disappeared without a trace since leaving the romantic restaurant. The so-called sister and mother of Lu Xingchen could not be traced either, as if they had evaporated from the earth. All these events also proved that I am innocent, and with my abilities, I could not have done these things. At this moment, The atmosphere between Wu Gu and me was unusually heavy, and the pressure he exerted on me was increasing. There was no sound in the ward. Wu Gu calmly looked at me and said, "Chen Feng, you have changed a lot. I almost don't dare to recognize you. If someone's wife has an affair, wouldn't they change a lot?" I was able to stay calm yesterday because I didn't know about the disgusting things Xiao Ruyan had done. She ruined me for a lifetime, I said fiercely. Reversing my attitude from yesterday to today was attributed to Xiao Ruyan's confession just now, allowing me to have some negotiating capital for all of Wu Ji's demands. Refusal was obviously not an option, but I could try to fight for the most favorable conditions for myself. Wu Ge frowned, wishing he could scold his stupid daughter for dragging her feet, but the most urgent task now was to appease, even if it meant lying to stabilize her husband's emotions. How could he be so foolish as to expose himself? Clearly he was her biggest support until last night, but now he had become a powder keg ready to ignite at any moment. Chen Feng, since you want a divorce, there's nothing more for Mom to say. After this is over, you can separate. But at this time, I still hope you can calm down. The mastermind has already started to attack. These videos are probably just the first step. Your enemy should be these people, Wu Ge said gently. Wu Ge was truly the former queen of the salon in Linhai. Her diplomatic skills were almost maxed out. Another person would probably be led by the nose. My biggest enemy now is Xiao Ruyan. I could have been the greatest piano master. I love the piano more than anything. I raised my once injured right hand. With an ugly scar on my index finger, under the pale light it looked like a centipede, sending chills down one's spine. Wu Ge was moved, feeling somewhat awkward. Breaking someone's future was like killing their parents. This hatred was not easily resolved. Helpless, Wu Ge could only bring out the ace up his sleeve, the method he least wanted to use. Mom can see that Jin Yan has a good impression of you. After this period of time, when Sima Zhong and Jin Yan divorce, Mom will agree to you being together. Wu Ge thought he was very sincere, but it made my scalp tingle. Truly a noble's mindset, even treating an adopted daughter as a bargaining chip. A single sentence determined a person's fate, without even asking what Xiao Jinyan thought. Even if the two of us are in love, we absolutely cannot be bound together in this way by Wu Gu. Otherwise, I might end up like Sima Zhong in the future, where a good wife is given to someone else without divorce. I smiled bitterly and said, I haven't divorced Xiao Ruyan. It's ridiculous to talk about this now. Based on the most basic moral principles and the qualities my parents taught me, I am not allowed to cheat in marriage. If you can't bear to lose me as your son-in-law, I can address you as such for a while longer. Wu Ji's face turned red and white alternately, almost bursting into anger. She could see that Xiao Jinyan was interested in me and thought it would work out, but she didn't expect me to push back. Don't try to manipulate me. After all, I am still your mother. Xiao Ruyan's mistakes are indeed related to my upbringing, but now is not the time for this. I hope you can explain everything at today's press conference, stating that it's all false accusations and that it was just acting at the time. A real crew will admit to this. Of course, I know you are wronged, but the reputation of the Xiao family cannot be tarnished. You should understand the implications here, Wu Ge said straightforwardly. I squinted my eyes and suddenly sneered. This is truly the worst idea I've ever heard. My respected mother, doesn't the Xiao family have anyone with a brain? These videos clearly show Xiao Ruyan cheating, just without intimate physical contact in the bedroom videos. Even if I say it's a false accusation at the press conference, it's useless except for being mocked as a cuckold. Do you really believe Xiao Ruyan didn't lie? How many lies has she told these days for that lover? Did they really not sleep together that day? Who knows? As soon as I finish explaining, their video will be released. The Xiao family will not only have their reputation ruined, but the whole family will be finished by manipulating public opinion, fabricating lies. Wu Ge, upon hearing this, was also confused, her face pale, and she took a few steps back against the wall. Because things happened too suddenly, the entire Xiao family did not have a good solution in a short period. Perhaps their aristocratic mindset had solidified, only thinking about whitewashing Xiao Ruyan to protect the family's reputation. But in reality, Xiao Ruyan's misdeeds cannot be whitewashed, even widely known within the company. The so-called clarification by the Xiao family afterward was just a joke, and it would have been better not to say anything. Those people in the Xiao family are indeed fools. Chen Feng, do you have any ideas? Wu Ge suddenly asked. Smart as she was, she sensed that I had a plan and encouraged me to speak up. Xiao Ruyan's infidelity during marriage is a scandal, but what if it's after divorce? I will issue a statement that we divorced half a year ago, before Lu Xingqian returned to the country. Xiao Ruyan and Lu Xingqian had a normal romantic relationship, and as for Lu Xingqian's personal life and character, it was Xiao Ruyan's own foolishness, unrelated to the Xiao family. I said slowly, my eyes full of sarcasm. In another world, some celebrities caught cheating play this game, which is indeed a more secure plan than the Xiao families, but it's Xiao Ruyan who will suffer. I let Wu Ge choose whether it's Xiao Ruyan alone with a tarnished reputation or the entire Xiao family's reputation destroyed. Are you still insisting on divorce? At this point, the method you suggested is indeed the best. Xiao Ruyan should bear the consequences of her own mistakes. Wu Ge quickly made a decision. As for the divorce agreement in front of the Xiao family's elites, it was like a joke. As long as Wu Ge agreed, Xiao Ruyan could smoothly proceed with the divorce even without signing. I had no doubt about Wu Ji's choice. I used the ancient art of strategy, the art of the sun, to guide the situation within limits and make the other party choose exactly as I planned. So when you hold the press conference later, just notify me. Also, it's best to release a more sensational news to divert media attention while I clarify things, so that the impact can be minimized, I casually said. Okay. Wu Ge looked at me deeply, with a hint of fear in his eyes, as if meeting me for the first time. Then he continued, your body hasn't fully recovered. I'll have Jin Yen come in to take care of you. You think about the script first, the divorce will be set for March 1st, just use your divorce agreement. Even though it's a divorce, you can't change your mind, leave home, or leave Linhai. It's not to restrict your freedom or threaten you, but for your safety, in the end, it's the Xiao family's debt to you. I keep my word, the Xiao family will definitely try to compensate you. I didn't care about the so-called compensation at all. Don't think that the things of the powerful are easy to obtain. Behind every gift from God is a price tag. I don't want to deal with the hidden hands plotting against Xiao Ruyan for now, regardless of their motives. It's best for Xiao family to step in with my original identity as Chen Feng. Lu Xingchen, the only enemy of Chen Feng, has been infected by a highly contagious virus simulating gonorrhea that I secretly administered. This despicable guy won't be able to hide for long. Lu Xingchen is now a source of the virus. With the geometric increase in infected people in a short time, no matter how powerful the hidden hands are, they won't be able to conceal it and will eventually be exposed. Unless Lu Xingchen is silenced now, then I would have avenged Chen Feng by using another's hand. I lay relaxed on the bed, waiting for Xiao Jinyan, the virtuous beauty, to take care of me. I really feel more hopeful about the days ahead. On the other side, Wu Ge returned to Xiao Changhe's side. There were many people in the ward at this time, some were consultants sent by the Xiao family, and some were Xiao Changhe's friends. These friends' relationship with Xiao Changhe was like that of retainers in ancient times, usually idle but ready to exert themselves when needed. Saving your life means risking it, taking money means putting in effort. Depending on how much you give, that's how much you receive. Xiao Changhe's face was an abnormal red, his eyes filled with anger and excitement, dressed in a sharp suit. He didn't look like a patient at all, but more like a warrior ready for battle at any moment, holding a phone and arguing with someone on the other end. Shu Guide, you better obediently hand over your bastard, I will give you and your son a decent death. That's right, I'm crazy, I was driven crazy by you all. Don't think I don't know your intentions, forget about that money, I'll use it to take you all down with me. Ha ha, I'm waiting for you, Zhu Guide, enjoy a good meal, you won't have it soon. The call was hung up, Xiao Changhe's face quickly darkened, no longer showing any excitement. The whole process was like a change of face. This call was actually a performance, everyone got what they wanted from it. Xiaoqi, Zhu Guide's bastard doesn't know where he's hiding now, please help me find him. Xiao Changhe turned to an old man beside him. He was called an old man, but he didn't look like one at all, wearing an ancient blue robe, with a straight posture like a sword, sharp-eyed like an eagle, making it intimidating to meet his gaze. His arms were longer than usual, almost reaching his knees, with large hands and fingers like steel bars. If these fingers were clenched together, the force produced would be extremely terrifying, like an eagle hunting. Wu Ge frowned, clapped his hands, and said, everyone calm down, please step out for a moment. Uncle Qi, please make a trip yourself. This matter doesn't require your presence for now. I will call you personally when the time comes. Everyone looked at each other, but surprisingly, they all obediently left. The old man called Uncle Cho chuckled and looked at Wu Ge with some kindness, saying, little pigeon, still keeping a distance from Uncle Qi? I'll go take down the heads of the Zhu family father and son now, okay? Uncle Qi, what are you saying? We are all law-abiding citizens. Besides, you've been retired for so long, isn't it better to enjoy your retirement peacefully? Wu Ge said impatiently. Uncle Cho gave Xiao Changhe a sideways glance, snorted coldly, and then left. His walking posture was strange, with his left foot taking a half step forward, and his right foot immediately catching up, as if wading through mud. Clearly an ordinary old man with hands behind his back, but exuding a cold and fierce aura, making people shudder. Moves like a sick tiger, stands like a sleeping eagle. Uncle Chiu, who once caused a stir in the Linhai rivers and lakes, unexpectedly reappeared today, which might cause a huge commotion. Xiao Changhe's face looked even worse, but he was helpless. Sometimes in the face of major events, his subordinates preferred to follow Wu Ji's arrangements. Strategic planning has always been Xiao Changhe's weakness, and he knew it himself. What did that kid say? Did he agree? Xiao Changhe asked in a low voice. In the end, it was Xiao Ruyan's foolish act that caused his son-in-law to suffer humiliation again. It might not be easy to reconcile in the future, they might even become enemies. Our son-in-law is not simple, he came up with a better idea. Wu Ge handed the divorce agreement to Xiao Changhe expressionlessly and relayed my words. Bang! Xiao Changhe slammed the coffee table, causing it to shake violently, and the teacup on the table rolled to the ground. Good kid, playing a trick on me. How come I never saw him so clever before? Xiao Changhe wasn't angry inside, perhaps he was too disappointed in his daughter, making him feel that sacrificing his daughter's marriage might be acceptable. Wu Ge looked serious and said, "Are you really going to let Chen Feng divorce our daughter?" "What daughter? She's no daughter of mine. And according to you, this daughter is malicious and ruins someone's future for a lifetime. Now the focus should be on how to make amends. Money for money, future for future. After all, I am Qian Qian's grandfather. I'm ashamed of being her grandfather." Xiao Changhe prided himself on being upright, but his daughter had done so many dirty things. I had expected Xiao Changhe to favor his daughter's actions, but that didn't happen. Xiao Changhe's character was truly like Xiao Feng, straightforward and impartial. Right is right, wrong is wrong, no favoritism. Perhaps Xiao Changhe enjoyed the bright and glorious side, while all the darkness and scheming were borne by Wu Ge. Naturally, Wu Ji's perspective on issues was different from Xiao Changhe's. Do you really want our daughter to divorce? Have you thought that once the news spreads, Xiao Ruyan will become famous nationwide? With our daughter's mental state, if you force her to divorce, aren't you afraid of driving her to death? Wu Ge said. How can we convince the public without a divorce? My daughter, Xiao Changhe's daughter, dares to do it, she must dare to admit it. Chen Feng is willing to step forward, which is already commendable. If it were me, I would definitely go down with you. I warn you not to use those dirty tricks. I really appreciate Chen Feng's courage now, Xiao Changhe said sternly. Wu Ge was dissatisfied, staring and saying, Xiao, you're burning bridges. How did I learn those dirty tricks? Do you have a conscience? I'm telling you, for the sake of our daughter, this marriage cannot end. You figure out a way to handle it. Xiao Changhe, under the imposing pressure of his mother-in-law Wu Ge, suddenly lost his temper. He frowned and said, What do you want to do? Since the press conference has been held, the divorce is definitely real, but it's Chen Feng and Xiao Ruyan who are divorcing. Have you forgotten Chen Feng's file? What was his last name after being abducted? What was our daughter's name before she went to college? Ha! Xiao Changhe was stunned, lowered his voice, and said, Do you want them to change their names? It's not difficult, but is the Chen family willing? Besides, I see that Chen Feng has a strong opinion and may not want to be with Ruyan. I naturally have a way to make Chen Feng agree. You don't need to worry about these things. Even if it doesn't work out, there are many people with the same name and surname in the world. We can just go far away, and I'll live with our daughter. Ruyan is my precious treasure that I got at the age of 30, she is my lifeblood. As long as she is well, I am well. If she is not well, I will make everyone suffer. Wu Ge finally stopped concealing her hostility in front of Xiao Changhe. Xiao Changhe remembered the last time he saw his wife like this was when he was falsely imprisoned. He sighed, shook his head, and said, I can personally arrange to create a new file, but you better be more discreet, don't make it too ugly. You must appease Chen Feng, make him willingly accept. You don't want Ruyan to end up with an enemy and harm them in the end. You arrange the matter first, make the divorce real before the press conference, and then send me a message. I'll go ask our daughter's opinion later. If we can't go on, then it's over. Wu Ge looked at the time on the wall and said solemnly. At 7 o'clock in the morning news of major media outlets almost started broadcasting simultaneously. Lu Xingqian, who had just been recognized as a national certified master artist, instantly became popular nationwide. Along with Lu Xingqian, the more than a dozen female leads who were with him, as well as the solid evidence of Lu Xingqian's venereal disease, also gained attention. This almost became a hot topic among the common people. Some major media outlets pixelated the faces of Ruyan and the more than a dozen female leads, but some local media outlets were not so particular. In order to gain more views and attention, they repeatedly played the original video. Especially on the internet, there were more long videos without censorship circulating wildly. Locals in Linhai recognized that most of the more than a dozen female leads were from the NMD company. This caused a public outcry, and the NMD company issued a statement, directly dismissing Lu Xingqian and demanding compensation. Among the more than a dozen people including Ruyan, Ruyan alone was criticized for her private life and demoted. Infidelity, cheating, almost became the labels on Ruyan's head. Coupled with the fact that Ruyan was the most beautiful among the more than a dozen female leads, there were hardly a few female celebrities in the country who could compare with her. This further fueled the spread of videos and private information about Ruyan. This almost pushed the Shao family to the forefront, and discerning people could see that the NMD company was using Ruyan as a shield to shift public opinion. Discerning people could see that Ruyan was likely to become the center of the struggle between two factions, and might even become the fuse of a cultural civil war. If it were an ordinary woman, there would be absolutely no chance of escaping under this storm, not to mention ruining her reputation. She might also bring disgrace to her relatives and ancestors. But the Shao family was not willing to sit back and wait for death. They had long been prepared and notified major media outlets to hold a press conference in the lobby of the first hospital of Linhai at noon. At this time, Wu Ge was by Ruyan's side. She had been mentally prepared, but when she saw the situation escalating, she almost collapsed. Shao Ruyan lay on the hospital bed, deeply asleep due to excessive fatigue. She tightly grasped the sheets with both hands, legs clamped tightly under the blanket, her body twitching occasionally, clearly in a state of panic. Her jet-black hair was damp with sweat, sticking to her forehead, her face pale, the fair and slender swan-like neck and the white lace dress on her chest all soaked with sweat. When will you truly grow up? Wu Ge wiped the sweat off his daughter's head with pity. Honey, let me sleep a little longer, I don't want to go to work, Shao Ruyan mumbled drowsily. She didn't know what she had dreamt of, unable to distinguish between dream and reality, mistaking the hospital for home. There is no husband, you may not have one in the future. Wu Ji's eyes reddened as he gently rubbed his daughter's hair, whispering softly. Shao Ruyan subconsciously sat up, the blanket slipping off her delicate shoulders, revealing flawless snow-white skin. Mom, why are you here? Shao Ruyan woke up completely, tears welling up as she saw the strand of white hair at her mother's temple, along with her haggard appearance. Wu Ge glanced at the watch. It was now 11:15, not much time left until the media reception at 12. So, she calmed herself, hesitated, then handed the phone back to Shao Ruyan, saying, You need to be prepared, those behind the scenes are making a move. The more critical the situation, the calmer you must be. Shao Ruyan felt an ominous premonition as she picked up the phone, where the headline news automatically popped up. Renowned international art master turns out to be a fraudster. Lu Xingchen and his lovers, discussing the dregs of foreign culture. Daughter of former Lehigh speaker suspected of having an affair with Lu Xingchen, possible infidelity within marriage. Century-old Shao family reputation ruined in an instant. Eldest daughter caught an affair with artist, bed photos exposed. NMD company strongly condemns infidelity within marriage, hopes company designers will take it as a warning. These sensational headlines, along with clear photos and videos. Shao Ruyan was completely stunned, murmuring to herself, how is this possible? It shouldn't be like this. I didn't cheat, my body is clean, why don't you believe me? I just admired Lu Xingchen, he deceived me. I am innocent. Mom, please believe me, I really didn't have a relationship with Lu Xingchen, those videos and photos were manipulated. Sob. Where is my husband? I need to explain to my husband, where are you? Don't you want me anymore? As she spoke, tears flowed like a floodgate had opened, pouring out instantly. The tears shed in these 2 days almost exceeded those of the past 20 years, containing unspeakable grievances, regrets, and hatred. Wu Ge embraced her daughter, gently rubbing her head, comforting her, it's okay, they are all lying, the whole world doesn't believe you, but Mom believes you. You are innocent, they are all bad people. Faced with overwhelming public opinion pressure, Shao Ruyan's spirit was on the verge of collapse, constantly babbling in explanation. Shao Ruyan had always been a proud woman from the bottom of her heart, determined to rely on her talent to develop in the field of art, renaming herself Ruyan, never relying on her parents. But now everything had become a joke. What she thought was a close relationship with Lu Xingchen due to artistic resonance and soulful connection turned out to be a scam. Her foolish self was now embroiled in scandal. No luxury brand would consider her designs. She had lost her beloved art design. And at the same time, she had lost her beloved husband, daughter, and her proud parents were also implicated. The disgusting images of Lu Xingchen's dirty disease process playing on the phone made Shao Ruyan feel extremely uncomfortable and humiliated. She felt disgusted that she had been touched by that bastard and taken advantage of by him. Shao Ruyan pushed her mother away and started vomiting on the floor, emptying out the bread and milk she had forced herself to eat earlier, filling the ward with a foul smell. Wu Ge gently patted her daughter's back without any disgust, just like when her daughter was a child. She refrained from speaking harshly now because she sensed that Shao Ruyan's mental state was not right, and pushing her further would only lead to trouble. She made sure Shao Yan stayed close to prevent any accidents. When the nurses finished cleaning up, Xiao Ruyan collapsed in her mother's arms and cried uncontrollably, instinctively seeking a sense of security. Wu Ge gently touched her daughter's head and explained the next steps. Mom, how could you do this? I won't divorce. I'd rather die than divorce. My husband must have misunderstood me to divorce me. Mom, help me find evidence? I'm really innocent. Xiao Ruyan broke free from her mother's embrace and moved back to the head of the bed. Her eyes were swollen from crying, but her gaze was unusually firm. Wu Ge felt very uncomfortable inside, thinking, if only I had known earlier, why did this have to happen? If you hadn't cheated, none of this would have happened later. She calmed down and looked at the time, saying, you can't be too selfish. Divorce is a good thing for both of you now, to avoid trouble. And Chen Feng is willing to explain the situation to the media. You two divorced 6 months ago, and it's not easy for him to do this. Think about what you've done. How would another man react? So what? I know he hates me, but he also loves me. He's willing to lie to protect me from being labeled as a cheater. He still cares about me. I will never divorce, and I won't let my husband go to another woman. Xiao Ruyan said slowly, her eyes filled with resentment. Xiao Ruyan hinted at something, but Wu Ge couldn't understand. She sighed deeply and asked, does it have to be Chen Feng? Yes. Even if it means death, we must die together. We made a vow when we got married. Xiao Ruyan paused after speaking. Yes. What was the vow at that time? Whether in poverty or in health, in poverty or in wealth, we will never leave each other, we will protect our marriage with love, and prove our commitment with loyalty. Loyalty. I betrayed loyalty. How can I ask my husband to never leave me? Xiao Ruyan's heart was in turmoil. Mom, I still don't want to divorce. I've done a lot of wrong things, and now I can't be without Chen Feng. I can't lose my family. Xiao Ruyan's body trembled. She was now utterly helpless. The exposure of Lu Xingchen's true face left her with almost no sense of security. Everyone around her seemed to be plotting against her. Driven by the instinct for survival, she desperately clung to her marriage, seeking safety within the family shelter. Xiao Ruyan failed to realize that her current psychological state was problematic, especially her pathological obsession with her marriage to Chen Feng. Guilt, gratitude, regret, nostalgia, resentment, reflection, repentance, and various complex emotions mixed together, forming a distorted emotional state. Although still in its infancy, if left unchecked, Xiao Ruyan might turn into another extreme. This marriage may indeed have to end, but there are real and fake divorces. Wu Ge said slowly. She couldn't continue to upset her daughter, so she explained all the arrangements for the future. Are you suggesting that I change back to my original name, and my husband changes back to the surname he had when he was adopted? Get married with 2 fake names? Isn't that a false identity? Can my husband agree to that? Xiao Ruyan widened her eyes and stammered. At that time, I had just left the ward with bodyguards by my side, so I didn't hear these words, which was the most regrettable thing for me later on. Naive as she was, she never expected such a scheme, all thanks to Wu Ge's excellent protection of her. Wu Ge chuckled and said, how could it be fake? With the power of the Xiao family, even fake is real. As for Chen Feng's thoughts, you don't need to worry, especially with Qianxian around. You must improve your relationship with your daughter recently, can't be like in the past, you need to learn to be a good mother. You should know that Chen Feng's greatest concern is his daughter, so you and Chen Feng will never be apart. Got it, Mom, thank you, Xiao Ruyan sincerely said. She knew that without her mother, things would take a turn for the worse. Deceiving the public with such a ridiculous reason as making a movie not only fails to explain but also tarnishes one's reputation, making Chen Feng a national laughingstock. Originally, her husband already hated her, and if he suffered humiliation from the family's oppression, their marriage would be over. Fortunately, my husband is smart, but I don't know how he will tell the media about our divorce, making him feel wronged. I feel terrible now, I was blind. I must retaliate against Lu Xingchen, this fraud, and win back my husband, Xiao Ruyan thought to herself. At that moment, the door was lightly knocked. A bodyguard in black entered and handed a leather file bag to Wu Ge. Madam, the divorce certificate and marriage certificate have been processed, and the new documents have been entered into the system. Also, just now, the master hopes that Miss will go to the urology department for an examination, preferably with a test report, to silence the media and prevent them from spreading rumors. The master hopes that Miss and Lu Xingchen will only maintain a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, without further development, for Miss's own good. After all, if the matter of the venereal disease is not explained in time, it will have a significant impact. Chen Feng has a point. This is the right thing to do. Now go call the nurse and doctor for tests and blood samples. Wu Ge nodded in agreement, fully endorsing my suggestion. Lu Xingqian's reputation is now tarnished, not only for suspected art forgery but also for a chaotic private life and a venereal disease. All the women involved in the videos, except Xiao Ruyan, cannot explain. Only Xiao Ruyan has not been caught red-handed, having filmed intimate videos, giving her room to maneuver. A simple test report can pin down the fact that the two only had an immature relationship without any intimate contact, barely saving face for the Xiao family. Even if intimate videos are eventually exposed, they can be promptly cut off from Xiao Ruyan, sacrificing her alone. The only thing that worries Wu Gu is that Xiao Ruyan has never told the truth, and if it comes to that point, it means there is no way to save his daughter. Daughter, Mom wants to confirm again, you really didn't have a relationship with Lu Xingqian? Wu Gu asked cautiously. After months of close contact, under the premise of emotional infidelity, if the man is not impotent and has strong desires, can the woman really resist giving herself away? People cannot be recorded 24 hours a day, which makes words unconvincing. But Wu Gu always held a glimmer of hope, hoping his daughter wouldn't lie to him, as every mother is infinitely tolerant of her own. At this moment, Xiao Ruyan was holding the brand new divorce certificate and marriage certificate, tears streaming down her face, the crystal tears falling incessantly on the divorce certificate. The photo on the divorce certificate was taken when they got married, now artificially split in half and pasted on the divorce certificate. At that time, one was handsome and the other beautiful, standing together very well matched, with the happiest smiles on their faces. Just this photo made Xiao Ruyan recall many past events. She really fell in love with Chen Feng at that time, not out of guilt or a desire to make amends. Chen Feng's tenderness and thoughtfulness, like a redeeming light, dispelled years of psychological gloom for her. But now this light no longer belonged to her, but to someone she detested the most, the woman who once used her name, her former ugly self. Ruyan, I'm asking you something. Wu Gu saw Xiao Ruyan looking absent-minded and quickly nudged her. Xiao Ruyan came to her senses, looking bewildered, not having heard anything until her mother asked again. Mom, I really didn't have a relationship with Lu Xingqian, why don't you believe me? Xiao Ruyan said uncomfortably. She didn't want to explain anymore. Once the video was out, explanations would be useless. Even if all the videos were released, it would only prove that nothing happened that night. But having spent months with Lu Xingqian, there were too many opportunities for something to happen. Who could believe she was truly innocent? It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that you have that kind of relationship with that person. Who could resist? As long as nothing happened, maybe you still have a home in your heart, and Chen Feng, which prevents you from falling deeper, Wu Gu said with a bitter smile. Xiao Ruyan pursed her lips and said softly, I don't know what happened during that time, it was like I was in a daze. Actually, at that time, I didn't think about home. Lu Xingqian asked me several times, even brought out those disgusting things, I almost wavered. Except for the time at the hotel interrupted by a phone call, I was more worried about being discovered by Dad and you. I haven't forgotten about Auntie, our Xiao family's stance on infidelity. Ha! Don't say that again in the future. There's no such thing as your auntie in the Xiao family. Don't mention it to anyone, including Chen Feng. Remember that? Wu Gu said sternly, his eyes revealing deep apprehension. The mother and daughter fell into silence, then a nurse came in to draw blood from Xiao Ruyan, with bodyguards present throughout to ensure no possibility of substitution. At the same time, I took off my Bluetooth earphones, feeling a bit puzzled, and also mocking the original body's Chen Feng. From the conversation between the mother-in-law and Xiao Ruyan, it could be heard that Xiao Ruyan refused to give herself to Lu Xingqian because she was actually having an affair. Apart from the first time being interrupted by the original's phone call, the main reason was the Xiao family. Perhaps the auntie from the Xiao family did something, or something happened that made Xiao Ruyan fearful. This fear, combined with the mental stress of the affair, made Xiao Ruyan only dare to engage in a self-deceptive love with Lu Xingqian. Of course, this scum Lu Xingqian was also strange. In theory, he could have many opportunities to completely have Xiao Ruyan, with methods like drugging, coercion, intoxication, or sedation. In Xiao Ruyan's state of mental infidelity at the time, even if she unconsciously had a relationship with Lu Xingqian, she would probably remain silent in the end, even deluding herself with justifications in concealment. The reason for preventing physical infidelity is not you, Chen Feng, the original body. Do you know that a lickspittle must die? I sat up, stretched my arms, and relaxed a bit mentally. At this moment, Rong Xin came in, apparently also crying. She had never suffered much injustice in her life, but now she had lost face because of her daughter-in-law. Mom, don't cry, Xiao Ruyan and I divorced a long time ago. She is in a normal relationship with Lu Xingqian, I said with a smile. Rong Xin widened her eyes, unbelievably saying, Son, are you crazy? Why are you talking nonsense? That's your wife. I explained the situation once, and Rongxin couldn't accept it. "Son, let's go home. The Xiao family is bullying us, causing you so much grievance." Rongxin cried again, hugging me and patting my head. "Mom, I will stay with you from now on, live with you and Qianqian together. You should be happy. Come on, give me a smile," I said with a smile. Finally, I escaped from the sea of suffering, dealt with Lu Xingchen, and I believe any lingering resentment from my past life should be resolved. After all, I have done my best, even setting an example among my ex-husband's brothers. Just as I finished speaking, Xiao Jinyan walked in with a document bag. This beautiful woman seemed to have rushed over, her chest heaving dramatically, sweat on her forehead. Seeing Rongxin there, she blushed instantly, her eyes filled with panic and shyness. When she noticed where my gaze fell, Xiao Jinyan felt her whole body heat up, unconsciously squeezing her shapely legs. Even in jeans, she couldn't hide the full contours of her peachy buttocks and the graceful, sexy curves. "Jinyan, you're here?" Rongxin greeted her, then looked at me and said, "I'll be back in a moment, you two chat first." "Auntie, let me escort you out." Xiao Jinyan kindly assisted Rongxin out the door. This made Rongxin have a bolder idea. After Xiao Jinyan saw Rongxin off, she came back in, feeling embarrassed. She handed me the document bag and said, "Mom asked me to give this to you." "Thank you, please sit down and talk." I patted the bed beside me and emptied the contents of the bag. Inside were a divorce certificate and a divorce agreement, freshly stamped with the official seal, the ink not yet dry. The date on the divorce agreement was March 1st. I had to admit that the Xiao family was indeed powerful. What was originally going to be handled personally at the Civil Affairs Bureau was taken care of with just a phone call, with the other party coming directly to handle it. Now the entire top floor of the hospital had been reserved by the Xiao family, and they had sent many people to Linhai, making all major forces in Linhai nervous. You and your sister are getting a divorce?" Xiao Jinyan said in surprise. I smiled, stood up, grabbed the beautiful woman's wrist, and gently pulled her into my arms. I held her plump, fleshy body tightly, and Xiao Jinyan widened her beautiful eyes. She instinctively tried to struggle but found she couldn't escape. "Don't move, I have a press conference to attend later." Feeling a bit nervous, I said softly near her crystal-clear earlobe. The warm breath made Xiao Jinyan blush, almost fainting from shyness. Her whole head was dizzy, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her neck, especially her earlobes looking as if they might bleed. This wasn't our first time in such close contact, but it was definitely the most impactful for Xiao Jinyan. Okay, you can only hug me for a while." Xiao Jinyan's voice trembled, feeling not only no rejection in her heart but also a hint of anticipation. She then gently adjusted her ample bosom, as if to make herself more comfortable to be held. Her mouth and body's reactions were completely opposite, and I suddenly understood. I smiled and kissed her lightly. It was a simple gesture, but Xiao Jinyan reacted as if struck by lightning. As a woman, she had also dreamed and fantasized about her first time, but when the day actually arrived, she felt at a loss. I didn't continue, but even a simple embrace was too much for Xiao Jinyan to bear. Her once clear and innocent eyes gradually became hazy, as if a spring was about to gush out, her face blushing as if drunk. "Jinyan, in the future, after the divorce, please take care of Qianqian for me. I speak very euphemistically because I'm worried about scaring away the timid beauty in front of me." "Okay." The voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Xiao Jinyan pursed her red lips, and when she heard my words, it seemed as if she had exerted all her strength to nod vigorously, then pressed her face tightly against my chest. Xiao Jinyan closed her eyes, her fair and delicate long arms actively wrapped around my neck, her whole body soft like a lump of mud. I have obtained the divorce certificate, carrying no moral pressure on me, and the resentment left by the original owner did not surface. I believed that everything was developing in a positive direction. Suddenly, there was a commotion and noise in the corridor. I frowned, put the drowsy Xiao Jinyan on the bed, then opened the ward door and walked out. "What's happening? Why is it so noisy?" I asked as I walked over. I was stopped by two black-clad bodyguards before taking 2 steps. "Sir, the nurse made a mistake by accident, it has nothing to do with you. Please go back to rest, someone will notify you to go to the venue later," one of the bodyguards said in a deep voice. "What happened? He can't go, can I go out and take a look?" Xiao Jinyan followed and asked. The blush on her face had not faded, but she had already returned to her usual dignified and virtuous appearance. The black-clad bodyguards glanced at each other. They were ordered not to allow me to go out, not to stop Xiao Jinyan. Xiao Jinyan, the nominal eldest daughter of the Xiao family, even if she was an adopted daughter, was not someone ordinary bodyguards could offend. The bodyguards stepped aside, allowing Xiao Jinyan to leave. The noise came from the ward where Xiao Ruyan was. It had quieted down now. I returned to the ward, locked the door, and then took out my Bluetooth earphones and lay on the bed. Xiao Ruyan's phone's remote monitoring was turned on, and the sound in the room was transmitted clearly through the Bluetooth. At the same time, Xiao Jinyan lightly knocked on the door, got Wu Ji's permission, and walked in. Xiao Ruyan's face was pale, like a walking corpse, completely devoid of strength, lying limp on the ground. Beside her was a shattered glass shards scattered everywhere, and a test report soaked in water on the floor. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must have made a mistake in the test. I didn't have any relationship with that bastard. I am clean. Xiao Ruyan muttered to herself. Wu Ji's face turned livid, took a deep breath, and said to the deputy director of the hospital next to him, Xiao Lu, is there any problem with the test results? Please conduct a second test. Deputy Director Lu, a woman nearing 50, shook her head and said, Wu, there is no need for another test. I personally oversaw the entire process. And I checked my niece, and indeed, it is the special dirty disease spread on the internet, with symptoms of itching and purple abscesses. My niece may have had limited exposure, so the infection is not severe. Just antibiotics and disinfectant should help her recover quickly. Okay, please prescribe the medicine as soon as possible, and help me keep it confidential. A forced smile appeared on Wu Ji's face, perhaps due to excessive anger, causing her hands clutching the handbag to be completely bloodless, and her shoulders trembling constantly. Of course, we are sisters, we don't need to say these things. Deputy Director Lu left after waving her hand, a hint of mockery and disdain flashing in her eyes before she left. Even between real sisters, there may not necessarily be genuine feelings. Wu Guo and Deputy Director Lu had only met a few times at the salon, and their relationship was mainly based on the exchange of family interests. This time, Deputy Director Lu's help came at a cost to the Xiao family. Otherwise, the top floor of a large hospital's inpatient department would not casually accommodate a family. It can be imagined that after this storm passes, Wu Guo will probably become a laughingstock in the sister circle. Xiao Ruyan, I am very disappointed in you. You keep saying that nothing happened, then how did you get sick? Do you know that Qin Feng is about to hold a press conference? If you can't provide evidence to prove your innocence, how will you clear your name? You have been lying all along. I really want to dig out your heart and see what color it is, Wu Guo said coldly. Xiao Ruyan dumbly shook her head, without any response, while Xiao Jinyan next to her tried to help her up. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ruyan suddenly changed her expression. She pushed Xiao Jinyan away fiercely, stared at her with a look of hatred, and gritted her teeth, saying, I won't let you take my husband away, I don't need your sympathy, get out. Xiao Jinyan was at a loss, feeling a bit guilty and indignant after hearing her words. How could she not cherish such a good husband, and now she wants to make amends? What man would want a woman who cheated and got a dirty disease? Wu Ge coldly instructed Xiao Jinyan to wait outside the door, then grabbed his wife's arm and said in a cold voice, How many things are you hiding from me? That day at the hotel, besides Lu Xingchen, who else was there? Mom, didn't I already explain? Why don't you believe me? You made me change my name back, what else could I hide from you? Xiao Ruyan's tears fell down, feeling extremely wronged by her mother's distrust. How can I believe you? Where is the evidence? You said you just let him take advantage, but how did you get this disease? Were you unconscious or drugged? Did it happen at the bar a few days ago? Did you not use protection? Wu Ge said angrily. Xiao Ruyan wanted to bang her head against the wall, to prove her innocence through suicide, and said with a bitter smile, Mom, I really don't know what happened. Since Lu Xingchen came back, I haven't been with anyone, including my husband. I am confident in my memory. The situation suddenly became tense. Vice President Lu had already explained officially that this disease cannot be contracted without intimacy, so Wu Ge naturally believed the professional doctors. As for Xiao Ruyan's habitual lying image, it was deeply imprinted in Wu Ji's mind, making her explanation completely unconvincing. The more Wu Ge thought about it, the angrier he became, preparing to slap his disobedient daughter, but suddenly noticed her scratching her hand unconsciously. You, turn your hand over. Wu Ge worried he might be mistaken, praying it wasn't the worst-case scenario. Xiao Ruyan turned her right hand over in confusion, only to find large purplish-red blisters that had appeared on her hand at some point. As a designer, Xiao Ruyan had naturally beautiful hands, well-maintained and almost like works of art, fair and smooth with a sparkling sheen on the skin surface. But now, these hands that should have been perfect were completely ruined by the unsightly blisters and purple scars, making them repulsive. Ah, how could this happen? Xiao Ruyan began to panic and frantically rubbed her hands, as if trying to rub off the blisters. Wu Ge grabbed Xiao Ruyan's arm and shouted, Xiao Yun, control her, don't burst these blisters. Calm down, don't you want these hands anymore? Then he slapped Xiao Ruyan hard. Slap. The crisp slap stunned Xiao Ruyan, but it was also effective. At the same time, I arrived at the door, with 2 bodyguards staring at my every move. Mom, It's almost 12 o'clock, can you give me the test results? I'm going to the venue now. I pretended not to know anything and said loudly. Although the phone was with Xiao Yun, I could still barely make out some of the conversation through the monitoring. The test results should have already reached Wu Gu and Xiao Ruyan. Xiao Ruyan was once again embarrassed, and I wonder what Wu Gu will do next. The voices in the ward disappeared instantly. Xiao Ruyan, who was struggling, was pressed down by Xiao Yun on the bed, stiffening with panic in her eyes and face. Wu Gu made a quiet gesture, pointing outside the door, saying, "The test results are not out yet. You go to the venue first, and I will have someone send it over later." I smiled outside the door and said, "Okay, I'll be there soon. It's best to come out as soon as possible, or it will be hard to explain." Beside me, Xiao Jinyan hesitated to speak, her eyes full of pity, exuding a maternal glow. Just as she was about to remind me, Xiao Changhe strode over and paused when he saw me at the door. "What are you doing? Hurry to the venue, it's starting soon." "Oh, I'm here to get Xiao Ruyan's test report. I'll go to the venue now," I said with a smile. Xiao Changhe looked me up and down, frowned, and said, "Dad won't call you? Well, call yourself whatever you want in the future. You go first, I'll personally send you there." After hearing this, Xiao Jinyan swallowed all her words. She didn't dare say a word in front of her adoptive father. I nodded, keeping a poker face on the surface, but sneering in my heart. Xiao Changhe didn't say much either. He forcefully pushed open the door. He was feeling very complicated at the moment and didn't want to say a word to his son-in-law. In the end, it was his own daughter's fault. If the relationship really broke down, there was nothing more to say. Even if it caused a commotion in the family, it could be explained. But it was embarrassing to have an affair with a cheater during the marriage. Wu Gu stood between Xiao Changhe and his daughter, Xiao Jinyan, shrinking in the corner of the room. Xiao Changhe sensed that something was wrong and asked, "What's going on?" When Wu Gu was about to explain, everyone in the ward turned their eyes to the TV screen on the wall. By now, I had entered the hospital's small meeting room. A large number of media were already in place, with a significant portion of them being invited by the Xiao family, along with some uninvited guests. This live news conference, apart from the parties involved, had some people watching in front of their TV sets. Inside Zhu Guide's villa. Inside and outside the villa, there were dozens of bodyguards, many of them visibly armed with lethal weapons. Zhu Guide sat on the sofa with a dark expression, holding a cigar in his hand, exhaling smoke rings, and suddenly extinguishing it heavily. "Bring that little brat to me," Zhu Guide said coldly. Soon, a handsome young man was brought out by bodyguards from the bedroom. Xu Zitao sat indifferently in front of his father, crossing his legs, and said, "Dad, it seems like the Xiao family is ready to give up on Xiao Ruyan. Guess what that useless guy is going to say? Ha ha, you still have the mood to think about these things? As long as you go out now, the Xiao family can catch you and bury you in cement. Look at the mess you've caused. Didn't you say you handled it beautifully yourself? What's the deal with the video? Where is Lu Xingchen? What are you trying to do?" Shu Guy became more and more agitated, constantly pounding the table, his face turning redder. Xu Zitao sighed and said, "I didn't expect Lu Xingchen to have such a hobby. The video incident was an accident, and I will handle it. Let's first hear what this useless guy has to say. It's pitiful that a commoner wants to marry a noble lady." As he spoke, a hint of malice and jealousy flashed in his eyes. The hospital's small meeting room was almost full of reporters, all colleagues who were discussing after meeting. "Long time no see, today we specially held a press conference for this matter, is it the first time?" "Yes. However, I also admire this man with a green hat. His wife cheated on him, yet he can still stand up for himself. Ah, his wife is a lady from a prestigious family. Have you seen the video? She is so beautiful. If it were me, I wouldn't divorce either. What a great deal he got. That's right, you can't marry these noble ladies. Once you do, you have to be prepared to live separate lives after marriage. I heard that this Xiao Ruyan is different. Xiao Changhe retired a long time ago. If it weren't for the Xiao family's influence, he probably wouldn't have attracted so much attention." Most of the people saying this were young journalists, while the older ones had serious expressions. Despite Xiao Changhe's retirement, the pillar of the Xiao family remained unchanged. Xiao Changhe was too proud and held grudges over past events, otherwise, with his connections, becoming the speaker again would have been just a matter of time. Moreover, Xiao Changhe had a very good reputation among the people of Linhai. Not only was he clean as an official, but he also investigated the Fire Dragon burning warehouse case under pressure and led the reform and innovation in Linhai, bringing great changes to the city. If his daughter's reputation was tarnished, it would be a huge blow to Xiao Changhe himself. To ensure the safety of the venue, the Public Security Bureau dispatched dozens of security officers to maintain order, with nearly 100 security team members inside and outside the venue remaining vigilant. As I entered the venue, the flashlights started flashing continuously. Click, click, the sound of shutters clicking. A short and fat journalist couldn't contain himself and rushed over, almost poking the microphone in my face, loudly asking, "Mr. Chen, what do you think about your wife cheating with a famous designer?" A bodyguard promptly pushed him to the ground, but the fat man was relentless, his eyes filled with excitement. A dozen more journalists quickly rushed over, bombarding me with questions, not giving me a chance to respond. "Mr. Chen, how long has your wife been cheating? Were you aware of it? Have you also contracted any diseases? How do you feel physically now? Is Miss Xiao from the Xiao family leading a chaotic private life? As her husband, were you aware of it?" The questions were more and more malicious, not seeking answers but rather stabbing at Xiao Ruyan, confirming her infidelity and tarnishing the reputation of the Xiao family. Xiao Changhai in front of the TV punched the wall, then started coughing violently and was helped to sit down by Wu Gu. Xiao Ruyan kept her head down, looking extremely pained, closing her eyes and unable to watch the TV. The questions from all the journalists felt like steel needles piercing into her heart, causing her so much pain that she almost wanted to scream. Xiao Jinyan nervously tugged at her sleeves, staring at me with worry and tension in her eyes. Inside the venue, the faces of my bodyguards changed instantly, almost simultaneously reaching for their weapons at their waists. One of the bodyguards whispered to me, "Young master, these people were not arranged by us. We will investigate later. You go ahead, don't answer anything. This is a live broadcast. The more you don't respond, the more suspicious you appear. Move aside. I will take responsibility if anything happens," I said firmly. The bodyguard had no choice but to step aside a bit, still protecting me closely, ready to face any possible attack. "Dear media friends, please give way. I will answer each of your questions one by one without any concealment. Please maintain good order." I smiled, gesturing with both arms downward and speaking slowly. The approaching journalists seemed a bit confused, perhaps not expecting my reaction. According to the information they received, I was just a weak-willed son-in-law. But my calm demeanor and confident way of speaking made them feel as if they were facing a big shot. The journalists watched me walk to the stage of the venue with their eyes wide open, while there was a whispering sound below. First of all, I apologize to everyone because the photo and videogate incident has taken up too many public resources, resulting in many more valuable news not being able to meet everyone in time, and may have caused many controversies, which I will clarify later one by one. Thank you for your concern and attention. First of all, Mrs. Xiao Ruyan and I have agreed to divorce on March 1st this year, but we did not announce it to the public in order to give our children a healthy living environment. Of course, we are not public figures and did not consider it comprehensively. After the divorce, Mrs. Xiao Ruyan and Mr. Lu Xingchen should have a normal romantic relationship. Although I have no comment on Mr. Lu's private life, this incident has caused great harm to my family and children. It has also hurt Mrs. Xiao Ruyan. I only hope that the media and our friends who care about us can be more tolerant and give us more space, and I hope that everyone will not look at a very ordinary emotional event with colored glasses. Thank you. I didn't read from a script because I have seen too much in another world, and I can talk endlessly with my eyes closed. The unconventional announcement was eye-opening, and the journalists below looked at each other in disbelief, as it was completely different from what they had imagined. They thought I would accuse my wife of infidelity, express dissatisfaction, or possibly show understanding and accept her back into the family. But now, what is this, self-indulgent? Clearly, it was supposed to be about Zhao's daughter's affair, but it turned out to be a simple joke about a bad match. The former is called news, the latter is a joke. The pressure that was originally on the Xiao family disappeared in an instant, and all the pressure shifted back to Xiao Ruyan. However, Xiao Ruyan is not a celebrity, just an ordinary person with no official position or status. It is imaginable that after this press conference, it won't be long before everyone completely forgets. The group of uninvited journalists showed a look of unwillingness on their faces and were about to ask questions when suddenly a journalist with a phone shouted, "SX Chemical is suspected of producing banned products. The chairman has been detained, and the investigation bureau is holding a press conference. Hurry up and go." This statement was like a giant rock thrown into calm waters, and the entire venue fell into silence in an instant. Journalists began contacting at the fastest speed, and many journalists were called back by the news agency without making a phone call. In less than 2 minutes, almost all the journalists rushed outside with cameras and cameras. Compared to a simple scam involving emotions, the production of banned products by SX Chemical is the real big news, a sensational event. SX Chemical Group is not only the #1 in Jiangnan but also one of the top 3 chemical groups in the country, undertaking a large amount of chemical exports and raw material imports every year. Any movement of such a group would have an earthquake-like effect, affecting tens of thousands, or even millions of people's livelihoods. Only the Xiao family could quickly divert attention with such a heavyweight news, or it could be said to be a coincidence. The case is still in the final stage of evidence collection. The Xiao family is just a pusher, announcing it more than a month in advance, and the underlying exchange of interests is unknown. After all, the chairman of SX Chemical Group has a family in backing behind him. If it weren't for his own serious crime, perhaps the Xiao family wouldn't have been able to shake him at all. In the hospital venue, there were still more than a dozen journalists left, their faces slightly changed, looking at the vigilant bodyguards and security guards around them, as if they were lambs stared at by hungry tigers. "Let's go!" The short and fat journalist glared at me fiercely, no longer pretending, and naturally exuded a hint of brutality. These people will not leave so smoothly. After leaving the hospital, there will naturally be people from the Xiao family to talk to them. After the Xiao family exerts its strength, if the person behind the scenes does not come forward, relying solely on the small fries below will be of no use, and they will eventually be exposed. In front of the TV, Zhu Zitao fiercely smashed the wine bottle in his hand on the ground, hysterically cursing, his eyes glowing blood-red like a wild beast, full of resentment. "Damn it! What a joke! We divorced a long time ago. Do you take me for a fool? Lu Xingchen is a waste. Such a trash. Can't even handle such a small matter." Zhu Zitao completely disregarded Zhu Guide's face, even though the other party was his father. After venting, he picked up his phone. "Hello? It's me. The one who said at the press conference should be a plan by the Xiao family, should be an expert. Your plan is not that easy to achieve. Are you sure you have to involve Xiao Ruyan? I don't know what your purpose is, but the more we get involved, the more dangerous our situation becomes. You're in Linhai? Good. I'll try to delay it. You also need to make some effort. Find Lu Xingchen as soon as possible." After Zhu Zitao finished speaking, he asked Zhu Guide for some manpower and then left directly. At the same time, Xiao Ruyan numbly watched the TV. Even though the live broadcast was over, she was lost in thought for a long time. When she heard her husband take out the divorce certificate and say that they were already divorced, she felt like she was in complete darkness. Pain. It felt like her heart was being torn to shreds. She thought tears would flow, but the extreme pain prevented her from crying. She couldn't even make any extra expressions. It felt like a huge part of her heart was permanently missing, and now all she wanted to do was hold her husband and daughter, to return to the warmth and happiness of her home. Wu Gu, afraid of any accidents, quickly hugged his wife's head and whispered, "You haven't divorced. You are still husband and wife. Find a place to start over. As long as you change yourself. Mom believes you can win back Chen Feng." "Really? I haven't divorced yet. We are still husband and wife." After being comforted by her mother, Xiao Ruyan seemed to grasp a lifeline. Her dim and lifeless eyes showed a glimmer of hope, her expression not as desperate. She self-mockingly said, "Mom, will he still want me?" Before Wu Gu could speak, he was interrupted by the angry Xiao Changhe. The 60-year-old man's face was livid, holding a soaked test report in his hand, trembling with anger, roaring, "What is going on here? What's going on? There's a problem with the test results, so I asked Xiao Lu to recheck them." Wu Gu tried to buy time, saying casually. His wife, like a patient with a terminal illness, stood up shakily and placed her right hand in front of Xiao Changhe. She said, "Dad, that's what happened. I got sick, infected by Lu Xingchen's dirty disease. I don't know how I got it, but I'm sure I didn't have any relationship with him." Xiao Changhe's right hand was raised to slap her, but Wu Gu firmly stopped him, and in the end, he weakly lowered his hand, feeling dizzy. Xiao Yun hurriedly supported Xiao Changhe from the side. Xiao Changhe was in a very bad state now, his abnormally red face almost fainting. "What are you all standing there for? Quickly call the nurse and doctor." Wu Gu shouted loudly. Xiao Jinyan quickly went out, and at this moment, his wife hurried over to support Xiao Changhe, but unexpectedly, Xiao Changhe slapped her hand away. "Dad!" His wife cried out in grievance, more worried, but still took a few steps back. Unexpectedly, as his wife stepped back, she didn't notice and stepped on the water residue on the ceramic tile floor, slipping on both feet. The whole person fell uncontrollably forward, with the lower abdomen heavily pressed against the low stool by the bed. This low stool was prepared for caregivers, square and sharp-edged. The force of the fall was very strong, and Xiao Ruyan only felt dizzy, with a sharp pain in her stomach that made her unable to help but make a sound. "Blood!" Wu Gu exclaimed, helping Xiao Changhe onto the bed and quickly went to check on his daughter's condition, feeling a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. At this time, the doctor and nurses arrived, all of whom had signed confidentiality agreements, knowing what to ask and what not to ask. Some people were assigned to inject Xiao Changhe with antihypertensive drugs, while the rest went to check on Xiao Ruyan's condition. The leading female doctor, after understanding the situation, immediately had Xiao Ruyan sent for examination. "Doctor, how is she?" Wu Gu asked anxiously. The female doctor glanced around, pulled Wu Gu aside, and whispered, "Mrs. Wu, I'll be direct with you. It seems like a threatened miscarriage. You need to be prepared mentally. If the situation of the embryo worsens, it may not be possible to save it, but of course, we will do our best." "How is that possible? Are you sure?" Wu Gu asked, hoping to hear a different answer from the doctor. I'm just stating the most likely outcome. Let's wait for the examination. Please try not to worry for now," the female doctor quickly replied. However, the implication was clear. Wu Gu felt dizzy. Her daughter admitted last night that she and her son-in-law had not been intimate for several months. So where did this child come from? Could it be from one of her daughter's lovers? Why wouldn't her daughter tell the truth? The most difficult part now is what to do next. Despite being mentally prepared, the shock was still significant. Xiao Changhe was almost unconscious now, and the whole family relied on Wu Gu. Wu Gu hesitated repeatedly but couldn't make a decision. Nevertheless, she took what she considered the most decisive action to minimize the impact. "Jin Yan, stay in the ward to take care of your father. Inform me immediately when he wakes up. Xiao Yun, watch over your uncle and his family, don't let them wander around, especially in the examination room and operating room. Lock down the entire floor. If anyone tries to break in, lock them all up," Wu Gu said in an unusually cold tone, and under her command, the Xiao family members in the hospital began their respective tasks like gears in a machine. Xiao Jinyan thought she would be arranged to accompany me, but Wu Gu didn't give her any chance to communicate. By now, I had been escorted back to the ward by the bodyguards and sensed something was wrong during the process. I had intended to monitor through my phone but found that Xiao Ruyan's phone had been turned off. I tried to leave the room but was stopped by several bodyguards. "What, restricting my freedom?" I raised an eyebrow, pretending to be displeased. "Of course not, this is for your safety, we hope you understand," the bodyguard replied coldly, following Wu Ji's instructions. "Okay, I understand. Where are my parents? I can't reach them by phone. Is everything okay?" I asked. The bodyguard inquired through the intercom and replied, "Your parents have been arranged for a checkup, don't worry, they are accompanied by professionals. They have gone to the medical center, and all expenses are covered by the Xiao family." I returned to the room with a frown, locked the door, basically declaring that I was under house arrest. What's the reason? Could it be that my actions have been discovered? Impossible. As a cleaner, I am confident that I have not left any clues, so the most likely scenario is that something has happened to the Xiao family. According to today's test report, Xiao Ruyan has not received it yet. Xiao Changhe should also know that after the re-examination, it will be found that Xiao Ruyan is pregnant. Forget it, the child has nothing to do with me, who knows whose it is. I muttered to myself. This is what I thought, but the resentment of the original body made my heart beat wildly again. I thought it would all calm down after the divorce, but I underestimated the love and unwillingness of a senior loser and bootlicker. "Okay, I'll check for you." I frantically smashed the floor, trying not to make a sound, inwardly shouting at Chen Feng's regret. I am too aware of the dirty tricks of the powerful in private, even if Xiao Changhe has morals, but I dare not gamble. The heartbeat slowly returned to normal, but my mood was very bad. What does the original body regret want? I initially thought it was just for revenge, but the result seems more complicated than imagined. After locking the door, I went to the bathroom, looked up at the ventilation grill on the ceiling. After opening it with a key and confirming that I could enter, I turned on the shower in the bathroom, pretending to be taking a shower, and connected the prepared phone with the one on me. I made a simple monitor to ensure a timely response in case of emergencies. Thanks to my professional qualities as a cleaner, I quickly found the testing room after entering the ventilation duct. 2 nurses were gossiping. "Have you heard? That person got sick and pregnant. Who do you think the child belongs to? Keep your voice down, we can't afford to offend them. I guess it's not her husband's, definitely the one in the video, both have the same disease, disgusting. What's happening now? I saw you going to the operating room just now." "I don't know either, I was kicked out," Director Liu went in. After listening to their conversation, it should be about Xiao Ruyan, but hearing the words operating room made my heart sink. Quickly adjusting my position, I crawled towards the location of the operating room in my memory. Fortunately, the top floor is reserved for VIP guests, with separate operating rooms, examination rooms, and pharmacies. The ventilation ducts are interconnected. As long as no sound is made, I can reach anywhere I want. Huff! Huff. A huge exhaust fan in front of the operating room made it difficult for me to crawl, my hair was blown messy, and my eyes could hardly stay open. But a few minutes later, I arrived at the anesthesia room next to the operating room. Anesthesia is performed before surgery, and at this moment, only Xiao Ruyan and Wu Gu are in the spacious anesthesia room. Wu Ji's face was solemn as he said, "You heard it too, the impact on your stomach is definitely not sustainable. Why don't you say it now? Who is the father of the child?" "I don't know, I really don't know." His wife shook her head in despair, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. "Have you been drinking or drugged? I checked, you often work overtime with that Lu Xingchen at night. The embryo is now 42 to 45 days old. Think about it quickly," Wu Gu said anxiously. "Over a month ago? I remember very clearly, when I was working overtime at the company, I was sleeping in my own office, Lu Xingchen never touched me. As for drinking," Xiao Ruyan carefully recalled, suddenly her pupils began to dilate rapidly, an indescribable fear swept over her body like a tide. She began to tremble all over, quickly reaching for her phone. Her phone was already turned off, so she used Wu Ji's phone to make a call. "Hello? Bing Bing, it's me." "Yes, don't say anything first, I have an urgent question for you now. Do you remember the dinner in early August? I drank too much, you were the one who took me home, right? Although I was dizzy at the time, I wasn't drunk. I seem to have a memory." "What? You don't remember either? It seems like it wasn't you who sent me? Or Lu Xingchen?" The phone slipped from his wife's hand and fell heavily to the ground. I listened nearby, and the dinner with Xiao Ruyan was completed under the gaze of the original body Chen Feng. If Xiao Ruyan had only one blurry memory during that time, it was only the drinking at that dinner. Clearly, it was Wei Bingbing who sent her home, ultimately leading to an embarrassing intimate encounter with Chen Feng in a fit of anger. But why did Wei Bingbing lie? Lu Xingchen's halo had already shattered, and he had been expelled, just like a rat crossing the street. It didn't make sense for Wei Bingbing to help Lu Xingchen. What did she want to do? Whose side was she on? Wei Bingbing was Xiao Ruyan's only close friend at the company, a very beautiful woman in Chen Feng's memory, but that was it, with an indifferent attitude towards the original body. "There's a problem. Wei Bingbing has a problem." I kept this name in my heart. I had always wanted to investigate Wei Bingbing, but I chose to let it go because I didn't want to get too involved. I thought the Xiao family would quickly focus on Wei Bingbing, but from Xiao Ruyan's phone call, it was clear that Wei Bingbing was currently free and not under suspicion. The Xiao family really had no one to carry on, and the only two who could see through it, Xiao Changha and Wu Gu, had no chance to think carefully because of their daughter. I continued to listen to the commotion below. Obviously, Xiao Ruyan had completely collapsed at this point. She didn't hear the answers she wanted to hear because a month had passed, and with the alcohol, many memories were hazy. It seemed like a dream, with the person in the dream sometimes her husband and sometimes Lu Xingchen. She remembered resisting Lu Xingchen in the dream, but then realizing it was her husband, so she didn't resist. The dream was chaotic and exhausting. Upon waking up, she was at home with no abnormalities. Impossible. Xiao Ruyan's inner fear and despair reached a peak. It felt like being dragged into the abyss, the immense water pressure causing a strong suffocating sensation that made it almost impossible to breathe. Tears came without warning, her eyes gradually becoming empty and dull. Collapse. Complete collapse. Years of self-deception, combined with the pressure of being caught cheating, erupted in an instant. Pain. Immense pain. Her heart felt as if it were breaking into pieces, the pain spreading throughout her body, triggering the body's instinctive protection. "Husband, I'm sorry, I want my husband." Xiao Ruyan gasped for breath, her limbs numb and unable to move, like a dying fish. Wu Gu sensed something was wrong and quickly rushed out to call Director Lu and others in. After being given a sedative, Xiao Ruyan finally calmed down, but she still couldn't control her tears, her face devoid of any color, her beautiful face showing signs of defeat. Director Lu frowned and whispered to Wu Gu, "The situation is not good, it may not be salvageable, and there's that disease, she must be given antibiotics." Wu Gu informed Xiao Ruyan of the situation, then whispered, "I've issued a gag order on this matter, whoever talks will die. Don't worry, it won't reach Chen Feng's ears. If you can't confirm, catch that bastard, and I'll check the DNA. Mom, I'm already tainted, I can't face my husband. Mom, I feel so bad." Xiao Ruyan shivered, whispering softly, "If you don't say anything, I won't say anything, no one will know, this matter will rot inside us. Mom will compensate Chen Feng later." Wu Gu pressed his face against his daughter's face, not minding any dirty diseases she might have. At this moment, she was not the salon queen who once dominated the scene by the sea, but just an ordinary mother. For her daughter, she could do anything and dare to do anything. Hearing these words in the ventilation duct, I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. Indeed, she lived up to her privileged background. Despite appearing kind and ordinary on the surface, deep down she was still selfish and domineering in the face of danger. She completely disregarded others, willing to do anything for her goals, even if it meant causing death as a result. Wuge whispered a few words to Xiao Ruyan below. The latter shook her head frantically, and the two of them didn't know what was said. I watched silently as Xiao Ruyan, after being sedated, was pushed into the operating room. Then my heart began to ache. The damn grudge of the original owner once again started to control my emotions. A feeling of regret and pain surged in my heart. Shen Feng, what exactly do you want to do? It's you who wanted revenge. Why regret now? I gritted my teeth and started to step back. At the same time, Xiaoyun was knocking on the door of my ward, hearing the faint sound of bathing from inside the room. She didn't have the patience to wait, and directly started banging on the door. Feeling that it was locked from the inside, she instinctively prepared to kick the door. It was at this critical moment that I, wearing a bathrobe, opened the door. Is there something wrong? My face looked very bad, mainly because my heart couldn't bear the pain. Xiaoyun didn't care about me at all. She pushed me aside and walked in, took a look inside and outside the room, then said, "Second master wants to see you." The second master is Xiao Changhe, who is now awake and unexpectedly looking for me. Xiao Changhe lay on the hospital bed. Even though we had just met in the morning, he now seemed fragile, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He held my hand tightly, and with all his strength, said, "I'm sorry. The Xiao family is sorry for you, Dad." "There's nothing to be sorry about. It's hard to say about the feelings between two people," I said slowly. When I called him Dad, I meant it sincerely, not because of Xiao Ruyan, but because of Xiao Jinyan. However, Xiao Changhe misunderstood. He patted my shoulder, moved and took a file from a bodyguard. Then he said, "I want to give you compensation. It's a fund. You can use it to fulfill all your dreams." "A fund? Is it the money that Zhu Guide and Sima Zhong have been wanting?" I didn't immediately take the file. Xiao Changhe nodded and said, "With this fund, you can buy 10 NMD companies. Becoming the richest man in Jiangnan is absolutely no problem. No need, no work, no pay. You should leave it to Xiao Ruyan. After all, she is your own daughter. If there's nothing else, I'd like to go home and see Qianqian first," I said decisively. Xiao Changhe looked at me deeply, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure? If you miss this opportunity, you may never have a chance to change your social status in the future." "I'm sure. I never cared about this money. It's like a hot potato. Whoever takes it will die." I even suspected that Xiao Changhe knew the inside story and wanted to use me to kill someone. "Well, go back and rest first, and come back home after your parents finish their checkup." Xiao Changhe wearily waved his hand and closed his eyes again. Suppressing the pain in my heart, I quickly returned to the ward with no expression on my face, and then almost collapsed on the bed, sweating cold all over. On the other side, Xiao Changhe suddenly said, "Xiao Yun, what do you think? Not arrogant, not greedy, a talented person, second master has a good eye." Xiao Yun said, "Your insight in the Xiao family is also outstanding, worthy of being Master Chou's disciple." I, as the uncle, probably didn't know, but I can see it clearly. He really has no interest in money. Xiao Changhe said slowly. There was one thing that Xiao Changhe did not say. I, as a brother-in-law, seem to have no desires. Such people either seek fame and fortune, experience life and death, or have great ambitions and insatiable greed. Dark clouds have been looming over Linhai for a week, with continuous rain falling. A military jeep with license plates from the northern Xinjiang military region drove recklessly on the road, splashing pedestrians with water from the roadside. Some people, with a bad temper, wanted to curse, but seeing the license plates, they held back. The situation in northern Xinjiang is unstable, with the empire intending to send troops to deter the Federation, resulting in an increase in the treatment of the northern Xinjiang army. A northern Xinjiang military jeep appearing in Jiangnan exuded an unusual aura. The jeep drove directly to the Linhai City Garrison Command in the suburbs. The soldiers at the entrance did not attempt to stop the jeep, instead saluting and opening the barrier. Outside the command building, a colonel led a dozen officers waiting early. After the jeep stopped, a guard got out of the passenger seat and opened the door. A man, 2 meters tall and muscular like a bear, stepped out of the jeep. This man exuded a terrifying aura, especially with his icy cold gaze, as if ready to tear people apart at any moment. Appointment: Major Chen Yisong is temporarily appointed as the deputy commander of the Linhai City Garrison Command, concurrently serving as the military department's inspector. September 24th. Not in the real world, setting with low-ranking local garrison command, the guard presented the appointment letter and shouted loudly, "At ease! Attention!" All officers, including the commanding colonel, saluted, showing respect not for the mere major but for the military department's inspector. This position was equivalent to a high-ranking official, with the authority to detain and interrogate non-commissioned officers and report directly to the military department. I could not have imagined that after the exposure of Xiao Ruiyan's affair, the first person to be affected was the original body's younger brother. He returned from northern Xinjiang to Linhai in almost a day and arranged all the transfer documents on the way. This was made possible by Chen Yisong thanks to a certain high-ranking military officer who favored him greatly. On the other hand, I was unaware of this. After leaving Xiao Changhe's ward, I had a brief moment of freedom. Xiao Changhe was unaware of Wu Ji's orders, so when he promised me freedom, his orders took precedence over Wu Ji's. Although I couldn't leave the hospital building for now, it was enough for me. This floor belonged to the VIP area, and even the corridors were camera-free to protect privacy. After half an hour had passed, I suppressed the discomfort in my heart and left the room. This time, there were no bodyguards following me, and many of the building's guards were absent. I found a white coat in a doctor's office, put on a mask, and disguised myself as a doctor for the second time. Even if caught, I had a good excuse to search for Xiao Ruiyan's test results, suspecting an issue since I didn't receive them at the event. Given the guilt of the Xiao family, they wouldn't dare to make things difficult for me. I smoothly made my way to the operating room and noticed that the surgery in progress light was off. After waiting a few minutes, the hospital's director Lu hurriedly came out with a tissue sample in a sealed test tube and sent it to the DNA testing room. Due to Xiao Changhe's orders and the lack of bodyguards, this tissue sample unexpectedly went out of the Xiao family's sight for a short time. I immediately followed and saw Director Lu personally place the sample in the refrigerated room labeled A. The dean also neglected, thinking about keeping it as confidential as possible, making everyone in the DNA testing room leave, but completely unaware of me hiding behind the cabinet. As soon as she left, I quickly replaced the labels on the samples and other sample tissues, then hid the original sample on myself. As for whether the testing room would discover it afterwards, I can't worry about this flaw now. I can only gamble that the people in the testing room will handle it internally. The whole process didn't even take 30 seconds. Just as I left the DBA testing room, I passed by Xiao Yun and Dean Lu. Xiao Yun paused for a moment, subconsciously wanting to turn around, but seeing Dean Lu had already entered, she immediately followed. The sample I switched was personally kept by Xiao Yun. This kind of luck may be mysterious, but I believe that with the help of the Enlightened One, Shenfeng's spirit in heaven is blessing smooth progress. Back in the ward, I took some ice cubes to preserve the samples, hiding them in the bathroom ventilation duct, ensuring the tissue sample's activity for 8 hours. Xiao Ruiyan was sent back to the ward because she had just undergone surgery, her face extremely pale, long hair disheveled, and cold sweat constantly oozing out. She stared blankly at the tulips on the windowsill, tears streaming down. She missed home, missed her husband. People only truly appreciate the beauty of what they had when they lose it. She remembered how Chun Feng would prepare a table full of food and a bouquet of tulips for her birthday. At that time, she felt it was wasteful and uninteresting, sometimes disturbing her design inspiration and train of thought. Now looking back, how ridiculous it was. She had been living in happiness all along. At that moment, a nurse came in to change Xiao Ruiyan's medicine. Looking at Xiao Ruiyan with envy, she said, "This was prepared by your husband. Let me bring the flowers here. He said you always liked tulips." At that time, I tried to send the sample out of the hospital ward, but was stopped by the guard at the door. To avoid suspicion, I pretended to buy flowers and fooled them with the name. Of course, the flowers were bought by the guard at the flower shop at the hospital entrance. I didn't even spend any money. After buying them, I sent them to the nurse's station and asked about Xiao Ruiyan's condition. "My husband? He lives next door, my husband?" Xiao Ruiyan's originally dull eyes flickered, and she asked in a hoarse voice. "Yes, your husband seems to love you very much. He has been asking where you went," the nurse said enviously, with a hint of pity and sarcasm in her eyes. A rich young lady is different from ordinary people. Even if she cheats, there are still admirers. But her husband Chen Feng is really charming, with a body like a model, and a special aura. He looks very stylish. After the nurse left, Xiao Ruiyan couldn't control herself anymore and burst into tears. "Husband, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I really know I was wrong. I've let down your love for me." Her mind was already abnormal due to the events of the day, on the verge of collapse, but was pulled back by a bouquet of tulips from me. Xiao Ruiyan hugged the tulips on the windowsill, greedily smelling the familiar yet unfamiliar fragrance, as if she could gain some kind of strength from it. She forced herself to sit up despite feeling unwell, turned on her fully charged phone. Xiao Ruiyan planned to edit a text message first, not just an apology, but also a confession of love. In the past, she felt it was too shameful to speak of love, but after being battered by reality, only love seemed to temporarily relax her nerves. This love belonged exclusively to her husband, her daughter, her family, and no one else could intervene. However, after opening the phone, a dense array of unfamiliar text messages caught her eye. Dear, I am Lu Xingchen. I saw your useless ex-husband, didn't expect you two are already divorced. He admitted our relationship, I am leaving, come with me. I admit my mistake, but I did it all for you. After getting that disease, I had the courage to castrate myself. We are the purest spiritual companions. If the past Xiao Ruyan saw the content of the text message, she would probably be moved to tears, but now she just feels disgusted, especially disgusted. Seeing the name Lu Xingchen, she feels uncomfortable all over, as if there were centipedes crawling on her skin, and her stomach is churning. She vomited directly. Luckily she only had a nutrient solution today, so there was nothing in her stomach except for some acid water that was vomited on the floor. The courage she wanted to muster disappeared in an instant. How could a woman as dirty as herself deserve a husband? How could she deserve forgiveness? Xiao Ruyan felt nauseous again, her previously swollen right hand itching again, wishing she could chop off her own right hand. Ding-ling! A strange phone number called. Xiao Ruyan shivered, decisively hung up without hesitation, then checked the call records and found that this phone number had been calling continuously for 5 minutes. Xiao Ruyan suspected it was from Lu Xingchen, thinking of blocking the number, but then a text message came. Old friend, it's me. You wouldn't want me to tell everyone about your high school days, especially your husband Chen Feng, knowing what kind of person you are. He would probably be very disappointed. After seeing this text message, Xiao Ruyan trembled, her face looking very ugly. When the phone rang again, she pressed the answer button. At the same time, I was staring at the monitoring screen, also pressing the Bluetooth answer button. When Xiao Ruyan opened her phone, I had already received the notification. The last text message also made me feel a bit strange. What else does Xiao Ruyan not want me to know? Her relationship with school and Zhu Zitao? It doesn't seem likely. After all, Xiao Ruyan and I were not together at that time. If the message was from Zhu Zitao, it should be about university matters. If Xiao Ruyan was involved in ruining my piano career, I probably wouldn't let it go. Curious, I started listening in. My little Ruyan fish, long time no see, miss me? The person on the phone used a voice changer, the voice filled with a metallic, harsh, hoarse tone. It's you! Didn't you promise not to harass me again? It must be you, otherwise how could Zhu Zitao coincidentally appear in the hotel? And Lu Xingchen, was that also your doing? Xiao Ruyan said excitedly. Have you forgotten what I told you? I curse you to never find true love in your life, you will always be betrayed. Ha ha. This is your punishment. The person on the phone laughed brazenly and then hung up. I was puzzled on the other end, sure that it wasn't Zhu Zitao on the line, but who else could be connected to Xiao Ruyan in high school? Unless Xiao Ruyan or her ex-in-laws tell me, I can't unravel this mystery for now. The person on the phone is definitely a mastermind or one of them, with a deep grudge against Xiao Ruyan from high school. But what does it have to do with me? I am purely caught up in this. The resentment of the original body is still haunting me, even though I can only temporarily suppress it with silver needles on acupuncture points. I don't know when it will erupt. I couldn't help it, so I lit 3 cigarettes and inserted them into the orange, then placed it under the bathroom ventilation duct. Splash! I knelt on the ground with both knees, silently reciting the rebirth mantra in my heart. I am now seeking help in desperation, hoping that the original soul will not cause trouble, even if I have to wash my hair upside down with toilet water. Then I muttered to myself, every wrongdoing has its master, karma cycles, retribution is inevitable. Those who stray will face severe consequences and suffer all kinds of worldly punishments. They shall enter the boundless hell to atone for their sins. I have disrupted your reincarnation, which was not my intention. After a few words, the resentment in the original body subsided somewhat, but one can deceive the world but not oneself. Although I am not the original Chen Feng, coming to this world may also be due to karma. If it weren't for my involvement, Xiao Ruyan might not have suffered, and there might have been other choices. I am not sure if Xiao Ruyan fell on her own or decided because her illness was discovered. Although this text involves infidelity, I respect women's rights, firmly respect their independent thoughts, and strongly oppose any form of framing and unlawful behavior. The world in this text is fictional, not real, so please do not take it too personally. I struggled to move back to the bed, and the crying in Xiao Ruyan's Bluetooth earphones stopped, followed by the sound of the door opening. On the other side, Wu Ge walked in with a dark expression, forcing a smile when she saw her daughter. Mom! After seeing her mother, Xiao Ruyan lowered her head and called out softly. She really couldn't face her mother, still thinking about her mother's assurances in front of Chen Ma the day before. My daughter is still pure. How harsh these words must sound now, and how embarrassing for her mother. Not only her heart, but her body inexplicably became tainted, completely inexplicable. It's unjust, but it's because her willpower is weak. Wu Gu, who had been strong all her life and had a good reputation in Linhai, now saw everything ruined by her unfilial daughter. Thinking like this, Xiao Ruyan knelt on the cold ground regardless of her body, as if repenting. Wu Gu immediately hugged Xiao Ruyan, and the two of them cried uncontrollably for a while. Wu Gu was the first to regain her composure. She knew that now she was the only strong support for her daughter, so she wiped away her tears. I have informed the nurse to collect Chen Feng's blood sample for DNA testing. Mom, do you suspect it's my husband? Xiao Ruyan was shocked, her eyes showing a strange glint of anticipation and fear. Wu Gu sighed, her eyes reddening, and said, "Get up first, eat something, and talk while eating. If you don't eat, I can't eat. You are the apple of my eye, I rely on you to live for the rest of my life. No matter what you become, I am still your mother." Although Wu Gu was angry at Xiao Ruyan's lack of honesty, she was still her only biological daughter, and she couldn't just watch her head towards the abyss. Xiao Ruyan listened and struggled to sit up, opening the thermos. Inside the thermos was steaming hot and sour noodle soup with some coriander and green onions floating on top, the sour fragrance hitting her face. "Is this made by my husband?" Xiao Ruyan asked excitedly, picking up the chopsticks eagerly and tasting it. Tears welled up in her eyes again. She remembered a time when she couldn't eat anything because of her upset stomach, and Chen Feng had tried many methods, finally making a sour noodle soup that suited her taste. Wu Gu hesitated for a moment and said, "It's not made by Chen Feng. He taught me the recipe before and said it's the best for you when your stomach is upset. The method is simple, mainly adjusting the proportions. Your dad tried it once and found it too sour. No, the sourness is just right." Xiao Ruyan ate eagerly, tears falling into the soup. Wu Gu tried to control her emotions and said slowly, "Your husband Chen Feng is deep-minded. From recent events, I suspect he knew about your affair long ago." But she remained silent all along. "I don't have any evidence now, but I always feel that your pregnancy and the exposure of the video are too coincidental. So I had someone test with Chen Feng's DNA first, then it can prove your innocence." Unexpectedly, this did not touch Xiao Ruyan at all. After finishing the last sip of soup, she looked up and asked, "Mom, if a person's heart is gone, is it still important if the body is clean? Why? Why is it not important?" Wu Gu looked at his daughter's empty eyes and felt a chilling feeling in his heart. "Mom, I just figured out some things. My husband did nothing wrong. Why should he bear all this? Clearly, it's all my fault." Xiao Ruyan said slowly, her poignant smile sending shivers down one's spine. Wu Gu supported Xiao Ruyan's shoulder and said, "Mom knows, it's not your fault. It's Mom's own problem. If I hadn't been so stubborn back then, maybe." "Mom, don't say it anymore, don't say a word, everything is karma retribution." Xiao Ruyan closed her eyes in pain. At the same time, I heard footsteps outside the door, so I immediately put away the Bluetooth earphones and a nurse walked in. This nurse was tall, wearing a mask covering half of her face, and white stockings on her feet exuding sensuality. "Hello, blood test." The nurse's voice was a bit hoarse, but inexplicably familiar. I knew that the blood test was for sample comparison, so I let the other party proceed with the blood test, but I was pondering about it. It was common for the nurse to wear a mask in the hospital, so there was nothing strange about it, but there was a faint scent of perfume on her, fresh and elegant. This high-end perfume should not be affordable for such a small nurse. "Alright, sit still. You, this big man, are more delicate than your wife. Your wife just had a miscarriage surgery, why aren't you taking care of her?" After the nurse finished tidying up, she suddenly said this. I was stunned for a moment, a glint in my eyes, realizing that her words seemed unintentional but intentional, clearly targeting the original body, Chen Feng. If I were really Chen Feng, I would definitely go find Xiao Ruyan to settle the score, and the latter would definitely be mentally devastated. But I am not Chen Feng. A coldness flashed in my eyes, and as I reached out my right hand to grab the nurse's arm, a sudden stabbing pain came from my heart. It seemed that the nurse's words had stirred up the original body's resentment again. I was stiff all over, reaching out my arm, only to watch the nurse walk out. Before leaving, the nurse glanced back at me, although wearing a mask, but it seemed like she was smiling. Wei Bingbing. Turns out she is the wife's best friend. What is her purpose? Wei Bingbing had just left and passed by Wu Gu and Xiao Ruyan, who was preoccupied and didn't notice her good friend. Wu Gu saw that my face was not right, quickly supported me, and anxiously asked, "What's wrong? What is it? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" I could hardly say a word now. Using all my willpower, I intermittently said, "Pregnant. Surgery," nurse said. Before I could finish my sentence, I spat out a mouthful of blood. A mouthful of heart's blood, 10 years of life. This is my price, this is the consequence of my instigation, the retribution of karma. However, this was not originally my plan. After knowing that Xiao Ruyan was pregnant, Although according to the original body Chen Feng's memory, the child was probably his, the current evidence did not prove it. Xiao Ruyan did not have an affair during that time. After all, she spent more time alone with Lu Xingchen. I knew that the secret medicine would cause a miscarriage, which would let Xiao Ruyan know about the pregnancy in advance, because if she really had an affair, she would definitely contact her lover. If Xiao Ruyan is willing to have this child, whether it is the original bodies or the adulterers, I will help detoxify. As an orphan, I cherish every life that is born, but I underestimated the original body's persistence and regret. Even though the sample has not been tested, it seems to be considered her own child, leading to a complete outbreak of resentment, completely out of control. Young friends should cherish the birth of every life. Unless there is a compelling reason, one must cherish and welcome every new life. The law of cause and effect, retribution is not pleasant. There is a divine will in the dark. The male protagonist in this book will face the consequences, showing signs of premature aging, while the female protagonist will suffer heartbreak. Xiao Ruyan was standing at the foot of my bed, and almost all the blood sprayed on her face and clothes. The bloodstains were like red plum blossoms in winter, making her white dress even more glaring. Husband! Xiao Ruyan hugged me directly, but let go the next second, her face pale, her eyes filled with a despairing silence. She thought I was spitting blood because I found out she was pregnant, and the child was not Chen Feng's. But Wu Ge next to her realized it. She knew that without someone leaking the news, it would be impossible for any information to come in. Especially the news about Xiao Ruyan's pregnancy was limited to a few people. Nurse? Wu Ge turned to Xiao Yun and shouted, "Catch that nurse!" Xiao Yun rushed out the moment the words were spoken, moving as swiftly as a cheetah. Wei Bingbing, who had reached the elevator, heard the sound behind her and decisively flung the tray in her hand. Humph! Seeking death! Xiao Yun snorted coldly, bent down, right foot stepping forward, body instantly rushing several meters, right leg lifting high, a fierce whip kick coming out. Both the speed and power were terrifying, as if the air was torn apart in an instant, making a whooshing sound. Wei Bingbing's waist seemed to bend 90 degrees backward as if boneless, and Xiao Yun's whip kick grazed past her nose. Then, leaning on her left hand, Xiao Yun drew a pistol from her waist with her right hand. No matter how high your martial arts skills are, you can't stop a bullet. Xiao Yun instinctively dodged backward, while Wei Bingbing pressed the elevator button, pointing the gun at Xiao Yun. As the elevator doors closed, the gun was thrown out and made a crisp sound when it hit the ground. A plastic gun. Damn it, I fell for it. Xiao Yun slapped her forehead hard. She had completely jumped to conclusions, thinking she was still abroad. The Empire strictly prohibits firearms, and even the most ordinary cases involving guns are directly handled by the Investigation Bureau. Even the privileged dare not touch them. This iron rule is as strict as banned substances: touch it and you die. It means that once a gun is involved, it's a mutual destruction. Xiao Yun checked the elevator's speed and instructed the downstairs security guards to intercept, but unfortunately, the elevator stopped on the next few floors. Wei Bingbing, dressed in a white coat, was too ordinary to be recognized among the nurses. Hey, let me tell you something, Xiao Ruyan is pregnant, and it's not Chen Feng's. But I told him the news, and he should have spat blood, satisfying your morbid curiosity, right? But I have a feeling that Chen Feng might have recognized me. If Chen Feng doesn't die, I'm not planning to return to the company. Don't contact me in the future. Wei Bingbing finished the call on a minibus, broke the SIM card, and threw it out the window. On the other side, inside the Linhai Hotel, Xu Zitao listened to the beeping sound on the phone, his face darkened to the extreme, angrily smashing the phone against the wall. Damn it! I wanted you to find out why Xiao Ruyan called you, but you took matters into your own hands. What exactly do you want to do? Also, Xiao Ruyan, I didn't expect you to be so despicable. It's fine, I won't have any psychological burden either. It's that person who wants to push you to a dead end. The grudges you had since high school, don't involve me in it anymore. Xu Zitao muttered to himself, unable to control the resentment and jealousy in his heart. Why could trash like Lu Xingchen enjoy such favor, while he couldn't? It was the same in high school and college. He would rather find a useless person as a scapegoat than be with himself. It wasn't him who ruined that useless person's hand, so why should he take the blame in the end? The more Xu Zitao thought about it, the angrier he became. He grabbed another phone and dialed, saying coldly, "Your plan failed, Xiao Ruyan is pregnant, most likely by Lu Xingchen." "I'm very sure. It was your plan and your people. It's not my problem if something goes wrong. If Xiao Ruyan can't take it and commits suicide, what should I do? The hospital is already sealed off by the Xiao family. I'm not your slave." The call was hung up on the other end, infuriating Xu Zitao to the point of almost going crazy, smashing another phone. A whole day passed, and I gradually woke up from a coma. My heart had mostly recovered, just feeling slightly uncomfortable. The light in the ward was dim, but I could make out the situation. On my left was Chen Feng's mother, Rong Xian, holding my hand with her head resting on the side, dozing off, with a few more strands of white hair at her temples. Surprisingly, on my right was Xiao Ruyan, her hands delicately tugging at my sleeve, unmoving like a wooden person, her eyes fixed on me. After a few minutes, she suddenly widened her eyes and excitedly said, "Honey, you're awake?" Before she could finish speaking, Rong Xian also woke up and rushed out to call the doctor. Soon, my ward was crowded with people, including mother-in-law Wu Go and Xiao Changhe, as well as some bodyguards, while Xiao Jinyan stood in a corner wiping tears. Among these people, Xiao Ruyan was conspicuously absent, making me feel uneasy for some reason. Frowning slightly, I asked, "Where's Xiao Ruyan?" Originally, I could have ignored it, as a woman like Xiao Ruyan didn't deserve sympathy, but since the original body Chen Feng was a die-hard bootlicker, I was genuinely worried that if something happened to Xiao Ruyan, Chen Feng's regret would drag me down with him. Wu Go looked around nervously and asked, "Where is Ruyan? Find her for me." After asking around, a nurse said Xiao Ruyan had left, and no one knew where she went. Now everyone was anxious because ever since I spat blood and fell into a coma, Xiao Ruyan seemed like a different person. To put it in normal terms, she didn't seem like a living person at all, exuding a deadness akin to dried wood. Finally, Rong Xian became afraid, although it was wrong for her daughter-in-law to cheat, after all, it was a life, and she couldn't let her be driven to death. Rong Xian's permission for Xiao Ruyan to stay was out of soft-heartedness, unaware of Xiao Ruyan's past pregnancy, or she wouldn't have been so accommodating. Now, everyone in the hospital who knew about these things had been warned by the Xiao family, so there was no risk of leaks in the short term, and the Xiao family would also pay attention to public opinion control. After a while, even if Xiao Ruyan's situation was exposed, no one would care. On the rooftop, a nurse exclaimed. This location needed no explanation. Xiao Ruyan was about to do something foolish. Wu Jiyi's legs almost gave way, and Xiao Changhe was at a loss, trembling all over. Despite parents saying hateful things, when it came to life and death, a parent's love would prevail, for a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. My heart raced again, the original body's resentment coming on particularly strong this time. I felt like I was losing control of my body, silently cursing inside. Chen Feng, you bootlicker, can't you just die for good? Even in death, you still want to kidnap me, this body is mine now. I roared in my mind. Although I said that in my heart, I didn't really want to perish with Chen Feng, so I rushed towards the rooftop as fast as I could. Fortunately, I live on the top floor of the hospital ward, and in less than 10 seconds, I rushed to the rooftop. There were already bodyguards and several nurses watching from afar. Xiao Ruyan, barefoot, stood at the edge of the rooftop, wearing yesterday's white long dress, now stained with black and purple blood. Although she looked haggard, she was still incredibly beautiful and charming, with the wind on the rooftop making her skirt sway like a fairy. Xiao Ruyan looked down at the tiny cars and people below. Despite her fear of heights, she felt unusually calm at the moment, as if stepping forward would bring her liberation. "Xiao Ruyan, come back to me," I said in the calmest voice, slowly approaching her. I had no intention of meddling, but the grudge from the original owner seemed to haunt Xiao Ruyan. Xiao Ruyan slowly turned around, and the man in front of her suddenly triggered a vague memory, as if she had first met him in college, a young man full of talent and a smiling face. She reached out her slender fingers, wanting to grasp the memory of herself, but then quickly withdrew them. Inferiority. She felt inferior. How could she, a person who had become so filthy, have the right to touch her husband? When the test results came out, Xiao Ruyan's heart had already died completely. She now detested herself immensely, detested her own body. Xiao Jinyan ran over panting, wanting to speak up, but it was Xiao Ruyan who spoke first. "Sister, you are a good woman. After the divorce, please take care of my daughter and Chen Feng." Xiao Ruyan smiled bitterly, as if she was already entrusting her final wishes. "No, don't do anything foolish. Please don't do anything foolish." Xiao Jinyan was dumbfounded, not understanding how things had escalated to this point. She now truly regretted it, suspecting that it was her fault that Xiao Ruyan was feeling this way, feeling a deep sense of guilt. Then Xiao Changhe, Wu Go, and other family members rushed over. Both families tried to dissuade her, and I noticed the faint sound of police sirens downstairs. "My child, don't do anything foolish, Mom can't live without you." Wu Go almost knelt on the ground, no longer the gentle and elegant man from before, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. Xiao Changhe looked pained, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. He was trembling in fear, his blood pressure rising and causing dizziness again. No one dared to approach, as Xiao Ruyan was too close to the edge of the rooftop, and any movement could be fatal. The piercing sound of police sirens downstairs grew louder, dispersing the crowd below the hospital building, with a large inflatable cushion laid out. The bodyguard discreetly informed Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe of the situation via the walkie-talkie. Initially, the two elderly people felt some relief, but then they received bad news. The effective rescue height of the inflatable cushion was only 6 floors, with a limit of 20 meters high. However, the rooftop of the hospital ward was 9 floors high above the ground, and the chances of survival after jumping were less than 1 in 100. While everyone was concerned about the inflatable cushion, my thoughts were divided between Xiao Ruyan and the rescue team rushing to the scene downstairs. From the moment we discovered Xiao Ruyan jumping off the building to rushing to the rooftop, not even 3 minutes had passed, yet the rescue team had already set up the inflatable cushion. Did someone know in advance that Xiao Ruyan would jump and arranged for the rescue team beforehand? Even with the cushion, wouldn't jumping from such a height be fatal? What does this all mean? I was utterly perplexed. Did the person who called the police lack practical experience, thinking that with an inflatable cushion, jumping off the building would not be fatal? With many thoughts racing through my mind, only a few seconds had passed, and Xiao Ruyan's mental state was becoming increasingly unstable. Xiao Ruyan's eyes stared at me, filled with regret and elusive love, gently raised her arm as if to wave, then looked up at the white clouds in the sky. This white cloud looks like cotton candy. Shanshan loves to eat cotton candy the most. I'm sorry, Mom is not a good mother. Mom doesn't have the face to see you. Xiao Ruyan only had one thought of wanting to be completely liberated, as if lying back would put an end to everything dirty. Ding! Ding! Xiao Ruyan's phone suddenly rang at this moment. She just glanced at the number, and her expression suddenly became fierce and angry. Excitedly answering the phone, she shouted loudly, "I'm waiting for you in hell." After saying that, her body leaned back, and everyone screamed. 2 figures rushed out the fastest, one was Xiao Yun, the other was me. I was involuntarily, my body completely unresponsive to my brain's commands. Damn Chen Feng, as a senior bootlicker, saw his cheating wife dead and himself almost dead. The resentment of the original body almost instantly controlled my body, making me rush out at the fastest speed. Xiao Ruyan, you are Chanshan's mother. Chanshan can't live without you. If you die, we die together. I was originally going to curse, but now with only my mouth able to move, I was already rushing to save someone. Even though I really felt nauseous and wanted to vomit, being kidnapped by resentment left me with no choice. In order to maximize benefits, in case I saved Xiao Ruyan, Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe would definitely be grateful, and there should be no obstacles between me and Xiao Jinyan. Then I could make another fortune and live a good retired life. Chen Feng. Wu Gu was really touched by my false affection. In these few days, her impression of me has always been deep and scheming, full of resentment and fear. If it weren't for Xiao Ruyan's unwavering refusal to leave me, she would probably use some kind of accident to force me to leave her daughter. Xiao Ruyan looked at me rushing over, her eyes full of surprise and disbelief, subconsciously reaching out to grab my arm, but her angle was too steep, and she couldn't pull herself back. I watched Xiao Ruyan disappear from my sight, and Xiao Yun beside me would definitely not give up, stopping at the edge of the rooftop. Chen Feng, you lunatic, I want to live well. Your wife is cheating. If she dies, don't drag me with you. I roared in my heart, but my body was completely out of control. Seemingly the original body's regret had a special obsession with saving Xiao Ruyan. I went straight down, faster than Xiao Ruyan, even with a running start. However, as a professional cleaner, my professional ethics were demonstrated in the face of life and death. Even though the original body's regret was in control, the survival instinct from the soul prompted me to grab the decorative light wire at the edge of the rooftop. This kind of wire was not securely installed, and I pulled it around my arm, then closed my arms and dived down like a high platform diver. In Xiao Ruyan's eyes, everything seemed to be moving slowly, space and time seemed to stand still, and her heart seemed to stop beating. Scenes flashed in her mind, clear and lengthy, with pain and happiness, with her husband, Chen Feng, being the most prominent figure. Husband, in the next life, I will definitely be a good wife. Xiao Ruyan's lips moved slightly, wanting to say this. Husband. When Xiao Ruyan fell to the 4th floor, a figure rushed towards her, and she almost crashed into a warm embrace. The familiar scent instantly enveloped Xiao Ruyan, tears streaming from her eyes. Her heart, which seemed to have died, seemed to beat again at that moment. To live and die together. Xiao Ruyan had only one thought in mind. She wrapped her arms tightly around my body, pressing her head against my chest. The immense force almost made me unable to breathe. I wanted to slap this woman and spit in her face. She was shameless, even dragging me down with her to death. However, the original body, like a seasoned bootlicker, seemed to be enjoying it, making me sick. I couldn't even muster the strength to curse, only hoping the rope wouldn't be too long, lest it be too late by the time we reached the 1st floor. As we fell to the 2nd floor, a sudden surge of force came through the rope wrapped around my arm, which even my mutated body couldn't withstand. Snap! My wrist dislocated, but thankfully, our descent slowed down. To prevent my hand from being torn off, I let go of the rope, allowing inertia and gravity to drop us onto the air cushion. The whole process was captured by onlookers and uploaded online in real time, as Xiao Ruyan's popularity had not waned, and the suicide incident was trending. In any world, one person's death is a big deal. Xiao Ruyan's scandal with Lu Xingchen turned around instantly when she jumped off the building today. After all, it ultimately boiled down to meeting a scumbag after divorce, with no concrete evidence of an intimate relationship between them. Even if they had a relationship, it wasn't a capital offense. In my opinion, it's unforgivable, deserving of death, but the bootlicker original body ruined the plan, leaving me with a mess. Public opinion online gradually shifted from Xiao Ruyan to other female leads, who were indeed exposed. Although these female leads had their own backgrounds, with netizens' concerted efforts, they were thoroughly exposed. Almost all the women from the top families in Linhai were implicated, creating a chaotic and lively scene. The secret bounty on Lu Xingchen's head was almost higher than that of the world's largest illegal goods dealer. Of course, these are stories for another time. Right now, I am entangled in trouble, which is Xiao Ruyan, the original body's regretful cheating wife. I lay on the air cushion, feeling like I could control my body again. But I didn't even have the thought of moving a finger, as Xiao Ruyan's arms clung tightly to me. "Husband, I'm sorry. I can't live without you." Xiao Ruyan gazed at me affectionately, gently caressing my cheek. Her gaze made me uneasy. Even though she was a stunning beauty, I had no thoughts. "Let go, we are divorced. It's not good for others to see." I tried to speak calmly, fearing I might trigger this potentially mentally ill ex-wife. "Divorced? No, even if the law doesn't recognize our marriage, as long as I do, it's enough. Only death can separate us?" A blush crept onto Xiao Ruyan's snow-white face, her eyes shimmering with mist. "You're insane, truly insane." I shook my head, feeling like I was entwined by a beautiful snake. No, Xiao Ruyan must be brought back to normal. Otherwise, not only would I fail to seek revenge, but I might end up dead by her hands. "Husband, I know I'm no longer pure in your heart. It's okay. You can punish me at home. I miss our daughter. I want to be a good mother. I don't know if I'll get the chance." Xiao Ruyan's eyes flickered between madness and clarity, murmuring to herself. It seemed like she was talking to me and to herself. We lay motionless on the air cushion, and even the rescue team dared not move, fearing we might have fractures or internal injuries. Fortunately, this is a hospital, and the emergency doctor rushed over at the fastest speed. Just as the young male doctor's hand touched Xiao Ruyan's arm, she immediately screamed. "Disgusting! Don't touch me! Ugh!" Xiao Ruyan actually vomited directly. Luckily, I dodged in time and didn't get vomited on. The male doctor wasn't so lucky. His face and clothes were covered in undigested noodles, and a sour and unpleasant smell filled the air. Examine it, there may be a concussion." The male doctor's mouth twitched, forced out an ugly smile, and then ran outside to clean up. After Xiao Ruyan finished vomiting, she grabbed my clothes and frantically wiped her arm that had been touched, very seriously and devoutly. But I noticed a large bruise on the spot where her arm was touched, similar to the effect produced by the secret medicine I applied. Strangely, after Xiao Ruyan finished wiping, her mood calmed down and the bruise quickly disappeared. "No way? I don't remember this effect. Could it be a mutation?" My scalp tingled, and just as I wanted to observe carefully, Wu Gu and the others had already come down from upstairs. Although they didn't appreciate my life-saving efforts, someone had already sent the video. "You heartless scoundrel, forgetting your mother once you have a wife, is it worth it for this woman? How can you be so foolish?" Upon seeing me, Rong Xin came up and slapped me, then hugged me and cried. This made Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe very embarrassed, while Father Chen sighed helplessly, helped Rong Xin to the side, and whispered a few words of comfort. Throughout the whole process, Xiao Ruyan didn't say a word. Not even when her biological parents arrived did she take her eyes off me. Even with her back turned, I could feel her fiery gaze as if it could melt me in the next second. Don't tell me this is some kind of nonsense, love. I feel this is probably the so-called suspension bridge effect, causing palpitations, making Xiao Ruyan mistakenly think she's in love with me. Strongly recommend taking a girl in the ambiguous period or in pursuit to experience. It can be a two-person entertainment project that accelerates heartbeats, such as skydiving for two, going to a haunted house, watching horror movies, etc. The doctor examined me briefly and found only a dislocated right hand. Although surprised that my injury was so minor after resetting it, he still advised me to get an X-ray as soon as possible. After Xiao Ruyan was surrounded by several female doctors and examined from head to toe, no problems were found. But when Xiao Changhe held his daughter's hand, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. Whenever Xiao Ruyan was touched by a male, she would experience nausea and skin would develop strange bruises, a condition that had hardly ever appeared in the medical history of this world. Xiao Ruyan refused to leave my side, refused to get checked herself, and no amount of persuasion worked. However, when I gave Xiao Ruyan a cold look and, in a commanding tone, said, "Don't follow me, we are already divorced. Hurry up and go get checked, especially your brain." I thought Xiao Ruyan would be angry, but she just smiled sweetly and gently responded, "Okay, husband, I'll listen to you, you should also get yourself checked." After saying that, she cooperated exceptionally and went to get examined with the doctor. Everyone looked at each other, then turned their gaze to me, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Considering her mental state, Wu Ge could only advise me to cooperate. "Chen Feng, thank you, without Ruyan, Mom would have no life left. Mom is kneeling to you, please help." Wu Ge cried with red eyes, as if he was about to kneel down to me. With so many people watching, especially with the Xiao family still present, how could I possibly let Wu Ge kneel down for me? Otherwise, the good reputation gained from jumping off the building would be lost. I quickly supported her, feeling extreme disgust in my heart. These privileged people always like to use moral coercion. It would be better to have practical dealings. Looking at Wu Ji's skillfulness, he was indeed a sly old fox when he was young. I wonder how he gained such experience. After marriage, she felt like an ordinary retired old lady. But once something happened, she changed completely. She was like a drawn sword, ruthless and decisive, making people shudder. Faced with such a character, I could only maintain a facade. So I nodded and said, "All right, I'll try to help. Tell me what to do, but we are already divorced, so some things might be inconvenient. Mom now knows about your love for Ruyan. Mom was wrong in the past, but Ruyan has repented now. You can see that her mental state seems unstable. Can you accompany her for a while?" Wu Ge was tearful, swaying as if about to collapse, showing a tendency to kneel down again if not agreed. Rong Xin couldn't bear it. The little pity she had for Xiao Ruyan disappeared completely after I jumped off the building. Now, Wu Ji's moral coercion towards me seemed to her as tying her son to Xiao Ruyan. With Xiao Ruyan's current mental state, if she were to attempt suicide again, would she want her son to die too? "Mrs. Wu, what you said is not right. We may be from humble backgrounds, but we shouldn't be bullied like this. Xiao Ruyan did disgusting things, and now that she's in trouble, she comes to my son? Don't forget, they are already divorced. Xiao Ruyan is someone else's girlfriend now, she has a boyfriend. Quickly call that Lu Xingchen over." Rong Xin, a grassroots teacher, had honed her arguing skills at a young age in the market and had conflicts with many teachers at school. She could be quite cutting in her words. Wu Ji's face turned pale and then red, while Xiao Changhe's face turned red. He didn't have the mind to say much and quickly left after nodding at me. Xiao Changhe left, but Wu Ge couldn't leave. Even if her old face was trampled on and rubbed back and forth repeatedly, she had to endure it for her daughter. With a pleasing smile, she grabbed Rong Xian's arm and whispered, "Mother-in-law, Chen Feng's mother, you also saw Chen Feng's feelings for Ruyan. Besides, with Qianqian here, breaking bones and tendons, we can't let Qianqian grow up without a mother, right?" I couldn't help but admire her in my heart. This old lady was indeed ruthless, striking at the vital point. Hearing about her beloved granddaughter Qianqian, Rong Xian's anger subsided a bit, and she felt a bit softened inside. However, she muttered, "This birth mother is incompetent and embarrassing. It doesn't matter if she's there or not." Although she said that, after all, she was the birth mother, and Rong Xian still hoped that her granddaughter Qianqian would grow up healthy. Wu Ge kept an eye on Rong Xian's reaction and immediately said, "I'll have Jin Yan help take care of Qianqian for a while. She has more experience in looking after children. If Ruyan doesn't recover well, I'll have Jin Yan stay with Qianqian to help take care of her." My eyes lit up. This mother-in-law had played her trump card. She was sending her foster daughter to be a live-in nanny even before the divorce. Which man could withstand such a test? Jin Yan is good, but her husband? Rong Xian hesitated too, turning to look at me as if seeking my opinion. He won't be a problem soon. He'll be taken care of quickly. This ungrateful man, I'll make sure he lives in pain and despair for the rest of his life. Wu Ji's calm tone was filled with resentment, foreshadowing a tragic end for Sima Zhong. I feel uncomfortable all over, always feeling that Wu Ge is hinting at me with his words. On the surface, he mentions Sima Zhong, but the meaning behind his words made me alert. If the husband of an adopted daughter can be ruthless, wouldn't the former husband of a biological daughter be even more merciless? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but want to slap Chen Feng. How could he be so blind and marry into a family without understanding their background? Not to mention that the Xiao family is a hidden, powerful and wealthy family. None of them are normal. Except for Xia Jinyan being a bit naive, Wu Ge is ruthless and decisive, Xia Kang is deep and scheming, and Zhao Jins is full of schemes. How could the original owner Chen Feng deal with them? Even ordinary people should be well matched. Being a Phoenix man is not easy. Aunt Wu. I hesitated to speak, but was glared at by Wooga. Forget what you said before? Even if you divorce, you can't change your words. Call me Mom. Wooga coldly snorted. I said helplessly, okay, Mom, I can accompany you to see a doctor recently, but I can't always be in the hospital, and Shanshan can't be left with Jinx. She's a young girl, and I'm afraid I can't take care of her well. Don't worry, it will only take a few days, and after the checkup, we will all go home. Wooga said. I nodded, thinking of the sample in the bathroom ventilation duct, feeling uneasy. Considering the current situation, I said, Mom, let Jinx bring Shanshan. It may help Zairuyan's recovery. That makes sense. I'll call Jinx later. You go upstairs for a checkup first. Wooga thought it made sense. Wooga always believed that the reason his daughter was tempted by scum outside and had an affair was not only due to weak resistance but also because she was not close to the child, lacking the strongest emotional defense line against temptation. Emotions towards children are not just the glue of marital relationships but also the moral restraint when faced with infidelity. Mothers who have raised their children from a young age usually consider the impact on their children when tempted. It is strongly recommended not to let the elderly help raise children, and to involve both spouses in parenting as much as possible to deepen their emotional bond, which helps resist external temptations and reduce the risk of infidelity. I was supported back to the hospital by Rongxin, and took the opportunity to check the sample under the pretext of going to the bathroom. Fortunately, the temperature inside the ventilation duct was extremely low, so the activity of the sample was not damaged. After taking a refreshing hot bath, I slapped myself fiercely in the mirror, the intense pain making me grit my teeth. Shen, I know you can hear me. Stop pretending to be dead. Come out if you dare. You are the biggest bootlicker in the world. Don't think you can hide. Try controlling my body again. Remember, this body is mine now. You love-struck idiot. Your wife cheated. I'll help you get revenge, even if it means death. It has nothing to do with me. I roared at myself in the mirror. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. I used to think that the original owner Chen Feng was already dead, and as long as I avenged him, everything would be fine. But after today's incident of jumping off the building, I realized things were not that simple. This damn bootlicker, how much does he love Zairuyan, refusing to let go even in death? You bootlicker, isn't Zairuyan your wife? How would you react if I had a relationship with her? As soon as I said this, my heart suddenly convulsed, but I didn't care at all. I felt as if I were tied to a time bomb, making me feel uncomfortable all over. Your wife is crazy. You better be smart, or you'll know the consequences. I harshly slapped myself twice until clear palm prints appeared on my face, and my heart returned to normal. Continuing to look at the mirror image of Chen Feng, I hated this face because it was completely different from what I remembered. The only thing I might have brought over was my memories as a janitor, and the cold, sharp light in Chen Feng's eyes reflected in the mirror was chilling, like a blade that one could not look directly at. It wasn't until I calmed down and returned to a peaceful state, after packing up the samples and putting on my clothes again, that I saw Xiao Jinyan standing in front of the bed as soon as I left the bathroom. The beautiful woman, upon seeing me, eyes brimming with tears falling slowly down her cheeks onto her clothes, then she threw herself into my arms, hugging me tightly. This feeling was completely different from when Xiao Ruyan hugged me. It was a special warmth filled with emotions. The scent of orchids mixed with the smell of soap on the clothes moved me. This woman was a good woman. The original owner wouldn't even choose this dead lickspill as a wife, even in death, still loyal. I strongly despise and reject it. Great, you're okay, I feel relieved now, Xiao Jinyan said with a choked voice. My mother told me, from now on, I'll be your maid, don't drive me away, okay? I'll stay with you and Shanshan. To be honest, these words didn't seem like something Xiao Jinyan could say. This introverted and shy beauty had no courage at all. Perhaps my mother-in-law had something to do with it. If Xiao Ruyan had said these words, I would have felt disgusted, but hearing Xiao Jinyan's slightly tearful voice, I immediately felt sorry for her. Alright, don't cry, how could I bear to drive you away? I'm already divorced, you should also proceed with the divorce quickly. The three of us, including Shanshan, are a family. I took out a tissue to wipe Xiao Jinyan's tears, saying gently. Xiao Jinyan's eyes were complex, with an indescribable resentment. She wanted to say, Xiao Ruyan and you haven't actually divorced. The divorce information you have may be searchable, but it's all based on false records. But remembering my foster mother's warning, the words couldn't come out of my mouth. Despite my mother usually being gentle, she had some impression of the bloody and turbulent times in the past. The atmosphere at home was very tense back then, all managed by Wu Ge coming and going early and late. It wasn't until Xiao Changhe secured his position as the chairman of the Lehigh City Council that Wu Ge slowly retreated behind the scenes, not appearing in high society for many years. I sensed that Xiao Jinyan had something on her mind, but for the moment, I couldn't figure out what it was. I thought she was worried that she hadn't actually divorced, causing her psychological pressure. I cherished my woman the most. After years of ups and downs, like walking a tightrope, I now especially wanted a peaceful life. Alright, let's live our lives honestly from now on, and no one should come and bother me. I gently embraced Xiao Jinyan with my 2 arms, her plump body soft as cotton, and everywhere I touched was soft. Young girls simply couldn't compare, only older men could appreciate the benefits. Xiao Jinyan immediately forgot her worries, her cheeks turning red as if she had drunk too much, her whole person seeming slightly intoxicated, her mind blank. At the same time, at the Lehigh City Garrison headquarters, on the huge projection TV screen was a segment about Xiao Ruyan and me jumping off the building, interspersed with reporters' coverage of the whole incident. Bang! A huge hand slammed fiercely on the table, instantly shattering the solid wooden desk, scattering everything on it on the floor. Chen Yisong's face was ferocious as he shouted, "Xiao-sun, gather the guards for me, fully armed with light ammunition." Yes! A capable guard immediately stood at attention, saluted, and prepared to run out to convey the order. In an instant, the guards assembled. These were not ordinary soldiers from the local garrison, but battle-hardened warriors who had fought their way out from the northern frontier. They were the elite troops trained by Chen Yisong, totaling 35 individuals who had just arrived that morning by military aircraft. Just as Chen Yisong was about to give the order to depart, a female officer who stood at only 1.62 m rushed over, shouting sternly, "Bear, what are you doing?" "Dismissed. With so much energy, run 10 laps around the training ground and then roll back to the dormitory." "Yes. Understood." Clatter! All the soldiers ran towards the training ground as if their backsides were on fire. "Don't run, I am the deputy commander, you deserters." Chen Yisong almost despaired as he roared, then turned around with a conciliatory expression, saying, "Jinlian, I was just training the troops, nothing serious." "Nothing serious? If I hadn't come out, would you have led the troops to cause chaos in Linhai?" The female officer spoke resentfully, then jumped up and forcefully patted Chen Yisong's chest. Unfortunately, her strength was no different from tickling, and Chen Yisong even bent over deliberately. "Didn't you see my brother and that despicable woman jump off the building? The Xiaos have gone too far, I'm going to support my brother. Don't stop me, or I won't want you anymore." "Uncle Pan's words are useless. I must avenge this," Chen Yisong muttered. His brother was his taboo because he had a slow mind as a child, and still did, and both Chen's father and Rongxing didn't like him. He had been protected and raised by Chen Feng almost all his life. In a sense, the words of his biological parents were not as effective as those of his elder brother. When the TV broadcasted everywhere about Xiao Ruyan's affair with Lu Xingchen, Chen Yisong immediately returned and crushed dozens of hand grippers on the way. He had just gotten off the plane to find his brother, but Jinlian advised him to report first, as causing trouble as an outsider military officer in the area would be very troublesome. Pan Jinlian, 28 years old this year, had a baby face, a delicate appearance, and slightly rough skin from being in the north for years, but from a distance, she still looked like a little beauty. If she wore a dress, people would believe she was a high school graduate, as if she had reversed in age. She was the only daughter of a big shot surnamed Pan in the logistics department of the Imperial Army, currently serving as the operational staff of the Northern Frontier Army Tiger Battalion, and was now in a romantic relationship with Chen Yisong. The reason Chen Yisong sought Pan Jinlian was because she had pursued him actively, and both her and his sister-in-law's names contained the character gene. This made Chen Yisong feel a strong sense of fate. In Chen Yisong's simple mind, being in a romantic relationship was equivalent to being closer comrades. Combined with Chen Feng's attitude towards Xiao Ruyan at home, Chen Yisong felt that romantic partners and spouses should treat each other that way. Therefore, Chen Yisong had developed a habit of obeying Pan Jinlian's decisions. As long as it didn't involve Chen Feng, everything was decided by Pan Jinlian. Pan Jinlian made Chen Yisong squat down, straightened his collar, and said, "It would be chaotic if you ran over now. I heard that there are people from the Zhu and Sima families inside. Before leaving, my father said that Zhu Guide is not simple, and there may be someone behind him. Zhu Guide is now a senator in Linhai City, and one step further is the city council chairman. Although you have a high rank as the deputy commander of the security zone, you cannot move troops without the approval of the city council. Even my father couldn't save you if you violated military law. So you're just going to let that woman and her lover stroll around outside? What about my brother's reputation?" Chen Yisong said discontentedly. "Why speak so harshly? Didn't you see your brother loved your sister-in-law, and they jumped off together? It was voluntary. I suggest you change your mindset and treat her as your own sister-in-law. Women, you know, there is no time without making mistakes. I envy your sister-in-law for having such a good husband. Remember, learn well from your brother in the future. Got it? Pan Jinlian pinched her waist and said. She was certainly not a fickle woman, but after all, she was a woman, and it was inevitable to be moved when she saw someone sacrificing for love. Chen Yisong suddenly felt a chill on his back, especially his head felt heavy, as if there was an invisible hat about to fall down. I don't know now. If I knew that Chen Yisong had arrived, I would definitely pretend to be wronged like Wudelang and ask my younger brother to help me seek revenge. If solving Xiao Ruyan by borrowing a knife might make the original body's regret disappear, after all, one is a younger brother and the other is the beloved daughter-in-law. I wonder how you, Chen Feng, will choose. Anyway, it's not me who did it. Bah, the bootleaker must die. Chen Yisong's limited thinking was completely led astray by Pan Jinlian, and he really mistook Xiao Ruyan for his sister-in-law again. After all, she was the woman his brother loved the most. At the same time, 9th Avenue, bar 7031. The bar was closed at this time, and the hall was very empty. The spotlight on the ceiling cast a beam of pale light on a bloody and blurry humanoid figure. If it weren't for the undulating chest and occasional muscle twitching, one might think it was a crime scene. Lu Xingchen was the guy lying on the ground, on the brink of death. His skin was covered with purple scars all over, and his lower body was swollen like a carrot. Due to the beating, numerous abscesses on his body had burst, pus was everywhere, and the air was filled with a foul smell, making people feel nauseous. I didn't touch her, I swear, spare me. I'll leave immediately. Lu Xingchen's voice was extremely weak, barely audible without the amplifier next to his head. Lu Xingchen, you have such audacity, daring to deceive even me. How many years have passed, and you're still the first one? If I were there, I would definitely recognize that the speaker was Fei Shi, the nominal sister of Lu Xingchen. This woman was shaking a bottle of strong vodka in her hand, and after speaking, she tilted her head back and started chugging from the bottle. The alcohol flowed recklessly from her mouth to her blood-red long skirt, making the already thin skirt seem transparent, clinging tightly to her body. Several burly men around instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to look at this woman, as if she was a terrifying presence. After finishing half a bottle of vodka in one gulp, she viciously smashed the empty bottle on Lu Xingchen's knee. The crisp sound of the bottle breaking echoed in the bar, and the shattered pieces scattered, while Lu Xingchen's knee was completely shattered. Lu Xingchen couldn't even scream now, just groaned in pain a few times, then passed out. Two burly men wearing gloves dragged Lu Xingchen away, leaving clear bloodstains on the floor. How is it? Is there any news from the hospital? Fei Shi leaned back on the sofa, her long black legs resting on the table, exuding a lazy and sexy vibe, like a wild cat waking up from a nap. In the darkness, a tall woman walked slowly over and said, Miss, there is nothing special. The sample of Xiao Ruyan tested is not from Chen Feng. This led to the suicide attempt incident. It was indeed my negligence, please punish me. The spotlight shone on half of her face, revealing that it was Xiao Yun, the disciple of Zhou Qie, who was supposed to be Xiao Changhe's confidant. Forget it, it wasn't intentional, but we still need to find out whose child is in Xiao Ruyan's belly. Fei Shi said slowly. Isn't it Lu Xingchen's? Xiao Yun asked in surprise. Her relationship with Fisher was somewhat complicated, and she spoke casually, asking questions whenever she didn't understand. Fisher licked the residue of alcohol on her red lips and said calmly, Lu Xingchen is such a softie, he wouldn't dare lie without being beaten. I used the most advanced lie detector from abroad. I can confirm that Lu Xingchen did not have a relationship with Xiao Ruyan, and Chen Feng, this waste, is not the father of the wild child. That makes it interesting. Impossible. Xiao Ruyan has been under our surveillance since entering NMD company, she never had any opportunity, Xiao Yun frowned and said. That's why I said it's interesting. Keep a close eye on her for me. Find evidence, I want to completely ruin the reputation of the Xiao family. Fisher said in the gentlest tone, uttering the harshest words. The air seemed to freeze instantly. Xiao Yun nodded and said, okay, I'll go back to the hospital now. Xu Zitao seems a bit restless, should I remind him? No need, this fool can't compare to his father. Let him go find his own death. The toad wants to eat swan meat, Fisher sneered. First hospital, special care ward. Xiao Jinyan's eyelashes trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes half closed, the peachy color on her cheeks had not faded, and her body was still soft. After a moment of tenderness with me just now, she, who was originally clear-headed, slowly became enveloped in exhaustion. In the end, her entire consciousness fell into darkness and she fell asleep in my arms. She had been too exhausted these days, not having a good night's sleep for several days. When she woke up completely and looked around, she found that I had already left, so she covered her head with the blanket again. Thinking back to the boldness just now, her heart couldn't help but beat faster, her face filled with shyness. Even though she tried to calm down, it seemed to be of no use, instead making her body feel a bit hot. Husband? Xiao Jinyan called softly with a voice only she could perceive, her eyes filled with endless tenderness and joy. This husband was, of course, not referring to Sima Zhong, but to me, who had truly entered her heart. In the past, Xiao Jinyan would never have looked at Chen Feng's dullness, but since I came, Xiao Jinyan discovered what a real man looks like. Brave, smart, gentle. Numerous advantages made Xiao Jinyan's long-hidden love quietly sprout, until Wu Ji's orders and recent events made this seedling grow into a towering tree. At this moment, Wu Ge called me out of the room, and Xiao Changhe did not follow, seeming to leave in a hurry. Wu Ji's face looked a bit gloomy. He looked at me with difficulty, hesitated for a long time, and then said, Chen Feng, Mom knows Ruyan is wrong, unforgivably wrong, but her body now. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes reddened, and Rong Xian not far away waved at me, then winked, as if hinting at something. But this couldn't be called a hint, it should be called a clear indication. Rong Xian stood in the corner of Wu Ji's eyes. A little effort could easily detect it. It seemed that Rong Xian knew something. I was thrilled. I must take advantage of the situation and gain some benefits. What is marriage? After the hormones in the body dissipate, besides simple moral views and marital constraints, it is nothing more than an exchange of interests. You earn money, I take care of the family, we take care of the elderly and children, etc. All belong to a form of resource exchange. Of course, it sounds better than interests. Men and women have their own desires. Xiao Jinyan's desire for me is to have someone who can take care of her emotions and make her feel like a little woman. And my desire for Xiao Jinyan is a stable and warm family, and the most normal needs. But now that there is no longer a marital relationship between me and Xiao Ruyan, I don't know what Wu Ge is doing behind the scenes, so if Wu Ge wants to set conditions, she must show sincerity, which is different from when I was her son-in-law in the past. In the past, I didn't have the ability to restrain Wu Ge from fulfilling the contract, but looking at Xiao Ruyan's condition, it was clear that I had grasped the key to her life, which was equivalent to holding Wu Ji's lifeline. Things cannot be rushed. Fortunately, Chen Feng is a seasoned bootlicker, so I imitated the original owner's attitude and anxiously asked, "How is Ruyan?" Rong Xian was so angry on the side that he slapped his thigh and turned away from me. Wu Ge nodded approvingly and said, "Chen Feng, Mom didn't misjudge you. You are reliable at critical moments. Let me tell you the truth, Ruyan is not physically ill, but mentally. Dr. Su diagnosed it as physiological disorder caused by excessive psychological stimulation and stress response to men." I was stunned for a moment, recalling Ruyan's appearance on the air cushion. It did seem a bit like that, so I said softly, in simple terms, men can't touch her. If they do, she gets sick, vomiting, and skin problems? Yes, yes. Wu Ge exclaimed excitedly, Ruyan is fine as long as she doesn't touch you. This might really be retribution. Heavens, my poor daughter. If the heavens weren't blind, they wouldn't have sent me here. It's really unsatisfactory to have this cycle of karma retribution. I was surprised to find that the resentment of the original owner hidden inside me was not restless, but instead a surge of heat swept through my whole body. What the hell? You, a big bootlicker, think your wife can't touch men, and you're actually satisfied? Are you also mentally unstable? I cursed inwardly, unconsciously squeezing my palm and realizing that my strength had inexplicably increased. What's this? Leveling up by fighting monsters, or rewards for completing tasks? Do you think you're a god giving me tasks? I didn't hear what Wu Ge said next. I was distracted, secretly planning to quickly resolve the original owner's resentment, otherwise this bomb might explode with Ruyan at any moment. You don't want to torture her, but you don't want your wife to die, right? I'll find a way to make you regret it. Chen Feng! Chen Feng! Wu Ge noticed my distraction, waved his hand in front of me, and said, "Did you agree to what I just said?" "Ha? What did I agree to? What did I agree to?" I came to my senses and subconsciously asked. Wu Ge sighed and said, "It's about moving to Changhe Villa after discharge. Your dad and I bought a small villa there. You can move there to avoid the limelight." No way. I decisively refused. Absolutely cannot be with Ruyan day and night at this time. What if I can't resist the temptation, and the original owner Chen Feng takes advantage of my distraction to do something? Although what Ruyan did was disgusting, as a normal man, I was tempted. But temptation doesn't mean action. The resentment of the original owner inside me was stirring. The top priority now is to resolve the bootlicker inside me. In the end, I have no grudge against Ruyan. She's not my wife. Even if she cheats on 100 men, it has nothing to do with me. Seeing Wu Ji's bad expression, I changed the subject and explained, "You should let Ruyan stay at your villa temporarily. Shanshan is about to start elementary school. She's still in kindergarten, it's not good for her to leave her familiar environment. Plus, with this incident now, Shanshan probably needs some psychological counseling. What do you think? Hearing about his granddaughter Shanshan, even though it involved his own daughter, Wu Ge couldn't refuse. He could only nod and say, alright, let her stay there for a few days, but she must be able to see Shanshan at all times. If she insists on going back home, you can't stop her. By the way, Mom, today I saw bruises on Ruyan's arm. It couldn't be that kind of disease, right? If it is, you must tell me. I heard that this disease is highly contagious, and Shanshan is so young. I pretended to ask painfully. Don't listen to others' nonsense. Believe in medicine. I'm afraid you're overthinking it. I brought all the test reports. Take a good look. Wu Ge handed me a test report, pretending to be very angry. The date on the test report was a few hours ago, indicating that Xiao Ruyan had just finished the examination. It showed that all test items were negative. This result was within my expectations because Xiao Ruyan was indirectly infectious, and the toxicity was already weakened. With a large amount of antibiotics and disinfectant washing, it would soon be diluted. However, I couldn't show it and hesitated, saying, Mom, this test. Never mind, it's nothing. Are you not confident? Are you afraid that I will make the hospital falsify the results? Wu Ge said angrily, Shanshan is my granddaughter. Do you think I am a malicious grandmother? Indeed, with Wu Ji's character, if he had to choose between Shanshan and Xiao Ruyan, he would definitely save his daughter. As long as his daughter was alive, the granddaughter would be fine. Okay, I trust you. I nodded reluctantly, still showing a hint of uneasiness and anxiety in my eyes. Perhaps Wu Ge had anticipated my reaction. Although I had been acting abnormally recently, my brave sacrifice to save someone seemed to dispel all of Wu Ji's doubts. Wu Ge patted my arm reassuringly and said, let me take you to Dr. Su to understand the situation. Shanshan will be here soon, and Ruyan just fell asleep at Dr. Su's place. Dr. Su, how good is her medical skills? I asked absent-mindedly. Wu Ge, fearing that I might overthink, quickly explained, Dr. Su is a female doctor and the head of the psychiatry department here. She is very skilled. She diagnosed Ruyan's problem, and she may need your help with Ruyan's psychological counseling. I was speechless. The former mother-in-law in front of me was a bit too nervous. Even if Xiao Ruyan lay among a group of men, it had nothing to do with me. Once I resolved the resentment of being a lickspittle for the original body, I would deal with Xiao Ruyan properly. Rong Xian saw me following Wu Ge and became a little angry, but I managed to persuade her with kind words to go downstairs to pick up Shanshan. Honestly, Rong Xian didn't want Shanshan to have contact with Xiao Ruyan, a mother with a national scandal. She had decided to persuade me to take Shanshan back to our hometown. However, after my brave act of jumping off the building with Xiao Ruyan, she dared not persuade me anymore and could only curse silently in her heart. The psychiatric department was far from the inpatient department, located in a standalone building surrounded by tall railings. I noticed that many of the bodyguards sent by the Xiao family had left, and some were local security personnel hired by Xiao Changhai himself. After the incident was resolved, the Xiao family's power had receded. Although Xiao Changhai had a lot of influence within the family, his authority had significantly diminished after this incident. Despite the rumors that Xiao Ruyan had already divorced, many in the Xiao family knew the truth. They not only deeply resented and despised Xiao Ruyan but also disapproved of Xiao Changhai's protective behavior. Reputation was intangible but real. Xiao Changhai was either at the hospital or negotiating with Zhu Guide. The situation involved complex exchanges of interests. It was unrealistic to expect Zhu Guide to hand over his son to die, so material compensation was the only option. Given Xiao Ruyan's current mental state, the benefits offered by Zhu Guide would probably only be received by me, the indirect victim. I analyzed this information from the newspapers of the past 2 days. The local powerful families and clans in this world were quite particular in their actions, and situations like Xiao Ruyan's were rare, almost triggering a major conflict between two families. In fact, the fuse I lit has just been ignited, causing a shock limited to the cultural circle, but the consequences are like a domino effect. The two cultural circles in the East and West have gradually shifted from debates in newspapers to debates in schools, and further to debates between old and new systems. After the reform led by Xiao Changhai in Linhai City, he has been labeled as a new faction, and being caught in a storm, he cannot escape. The urgent task is to quickly deal with all the troubles, so as to have the energy to deal with new enemies. Just like a pride of lions, once the Lion King shows signs of aging, new competitors will immediately appear. Xiao Changhai decided to take a big bite out of Zhu Guide to prove to everyone that he is not old yet. Accompanying him is the big shot Qiu Qia from the rivers and lakes. As I collected my thoughts, I stood at the entrance of the psychiatric department, feeling as though someone was watching me from somewhere inside the building. This feeling is definitely not a delusion. It is with this intuition that I have avoided trouble time and time again, completing the work of a cleaner. I am a cleaner, adept at handling scenes and also skilled at dealing with the unnecessary lives of trash. I roam in the darkness. Daytime is not my battlefield, but I definitely have means of self-preservation. With this feeling, I followed Woo Ge to the second floor of the psychiatric department. Dr. Sue, hello. Your wife Ruyan is here. Woo Ge knocked on a door with a smile. Former mother-in-law Woo Ge now appears as an ordinary woman seeking help, exuding a commoner's aura, which is probably one of the reasons that confused the original owner, Chen Feng, for many years. Woo Ge can kneel down without bending, adaptable and flexible, a style that makes me very wary. I am not afraid of the arrogant and lofty privileged, but I fear those who appear ordinary but can turn into hungry tigers at critical moments. Creak, the door opened. A beautiful woman in a white coat appeared before me, surprisingly the same woman named Wenruyu whom I had encountered in the hospital lobby before, but why is she surnamed Su now? Come, Chen Feng, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Su Rui. Woo Ge turned to the side and said, Dr. Su, I'll wait outside, you two chat. Frowning, I followed the woman into the room. The room was spacious, divided into two compartments with excellent lighting. The inner room was veiled by curtains, and a person could be seen lying inside, presumably Xiao Ruyan. The first thing that caught my eye was two huge single sofas facing each other, with an office desk by the window containing a computer and some files, and a high-backed chair behind it. Mr. Chen, nice to see you again. Let me introduce myself. I'm Su Rui. The woman smiled and pointed to the nameplate on her chest. The nameplate read Director of Psychiatry, Su Rui. Weren't you the one who called yourself Wenruyu last time? And your parents' group also uses that name, right? I did not let down my guard and said coldly. The woman chuckled and said, Wenruyu is the name of the female protagonist in a book I really like. To avoid harassment from those dads in the tutoring class, I borrowed it. Mr. Shanxian, I remember telling you my name before, but you probably forgot. Also, last time we met at the hospital, my name was on the nameplate, but you didn't even notice, which is strange. What's the rush? I remember that day at the hospital, many interesting things happened. Mr. Chen, it wouldn't have anything to do with you, would it? I looked at the other person expressionlessly. The woman named Su Rui was very beautiful, almost on par with Xiao Ruyan. She wore a white coat to her knees, black high heels paired with black stockings, exuding a charming demeanor. However, I sensed danger behind this beauty. After hearing her words, I coldly smiled and said, You don't need to probe me. I remember clearly that day. You didn't have a name tag on your chest, and you never mentioned your name to me. If you want to talk about Xiao Ruyan's condition, please speak directly. But talking about these boring things, forgive me for not being able to accompany you. Su Rui raised her eyebrows slightly, seeming surprised, then smiled and sat on the sofa, gesturing for me to sit. I sat in front of her, staring at her facial expressions, leaning forward to minimize her safety distance, creating a sense of interrogation and discomfort. Su Rui seemed unaware, gently took off her black high heels, revealing pink toes under the black stockings, exuding an irresistible charm. In this situation, perhaps all men would look away. But now I was highly vigilant, seeing her not as a woman but as a beautiful and dangerous golden python. It seems Mr. Chen has some opinions about me. I'm sorry, I was just joking earlier. Su Rui smiled lightly, pursing her lips. A strange light flickered in her eyes, and she seemed suddenly cheerful, as if she had seen something interesting. Without waiting for me to speak, Su Rui took out a clip and handed me a form. It was a psychological assessment form with over 300 questions, well designed for mental health research in this world. At the bottom was the assessment result signed by Su Rui. The content was what Woo Ge had already told me, so I glanced at it indifferently and said, Is there anything else you need me to do? I'll do my best to cooperate. Normal psychological stress reactions shouldn't manifest these symptoms, but the human brain is mysterious, and the mind is unpredictable. So I hope Mr. Chen can spend more time with MS. Xiao, Su Rui said with a smile, crossing her right leg over her left, her bare foot rhythmically swaying in the air. It was hard not to notice that beautiful foot, and after a few sways, my consciousness momentarily blurred. I knew this woman had ill intentions, trying to hypnotize me. So I quickly leaned back, raised my legs to block the view, and pinched the muscles on my back with my left fingernail, relying on the pain to clear my mind instantly. Don't worry, I will. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. I stood up abruptly, inwardly sneering, knowing she must have more tricks up her sleeve. Sure enough, Su Rui closed the folder and said seriously, compared to MS. Xiao, Mr. Chen, your problem is very serious. I'm actually here at the request of your mother, Miss Rong Xin, to conduct a psychological assessment for you. Using those forms? I mocked. Of course not. I hope Mr. Chen can relax first, without such a strong sense of hostility. I'm just a doctor. Su Rui smiled and put her beautiful foot back into her shoe. I sat back down, staring at her, my guard raised to the highest level. Mr. Chen, according to your mother's description, your personality has changed significantly since MS. Zhao's affair, Su Rui said without looking up. Instead, she held a pen, placed the folder with white paper on her lap, and kept jotting down notes. We are already divorced, and the change in personality comes from one's own level of understanding, I said lightly. According to scientific research, your situation should not be a change in personality, but should be the sudden formation of a second personality after some kind of stimulation. The Mr. Chen Feng I know is honest, down-to-earth, loyal to love and family. But the Mr. Chen in front of me has a deep mind, is cunning, and even proficient in psychology. My information shows that you seem to have studied music in college, and there is no relevant knowledge in your elective courses, right? So, what should I call you? Su Rui stopped her pen, suddenly raised her head, and then picked up the white paper in her hand. On the white paper was a face, thin, ordinary-looking, with only the eyes full of gloom and depth. This kind of face is everywhere on the street, almost matching the facial features of most ordinary people, and you can always find similarities with yourself in portraits. Second personality, is that schizophrenia? Interesting, Dr. Su thinks I have a second personality, and even took the trouble to do a psychological profile of me, treating me like a criminal. It's really hard work. I raised my arm and started to applaud softly, admiring the other party's keen observation and professional ethics. However, how could I follow the other's pace, so I narrowed my eyes and recalled the past crazy and dark experiences, a terrifying murderous intent bursting out. Su Rui not only did not dodge, but instead met my gaze with her beautiful eyes. The calm and peaceful aura on her seemed to ignore all hostility, or resolved my hostility, making me involuntarily calm down inside. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. If I could live with this woman, wouldn't the original soul have no way to haunt anymore? Dr. Su, have you ever thought, what if I came from another world? I said slowly, word by word. Keeping this secret inside was a relief after saying it out loud. Time travel is too fantastical, not to mention that this world doesn't even have the concept of time travel. So even though Su Rui is experienced, she inevitably paused for a moment, but quickly analyzed my meaning literally, a hint of coldness flashing between her eyes. Su Rui considered herself a genius, one of the top mental health experts in the world, having seen countless cases, but she was facing such a difficult opponent for the first time. The term time travel, which seemed far-fetched, could not be thought of without a powerful imagination. Su Rui pointed at the portrait with her pen and said slowly, "So, Mr. Traveler, what is your name in the other world? What is your identity, and what is your profession?" "My name is Wang Luo. I am an ordinary person, and my profession is a street sweeper, which means a cleaner," I smiled and confessed, without any lies. This caught Su Rui off guard, and she leaned back, saying in a deep voice, "Mr. Chen, as a second personality controlling the body for a long time, it may cause more serious mental problems for you. Now, as a second personality, you have fabricated a complete set of experiences in a virtual world. Perhaps you don't even know what you have experienced in your subconscious. It's not the real world at all. It's not even about time travel. If possible, I hope you can release the main personality, or alternate control of the body, otherwise your mind will collapse sooner or later." "Why? I am who I am. If you think I am a second personality, can't I be the main personality? It's better than being a useless person. But what I just said to you was all a joke, about time travel, about schizophrenia, it doesn't exist at all. I am very healthy now. It's not that I have changed, but that my past self has always suppressed my personality because of love for my family. I am who I am. The current me has let go of obsession. I am liberated. I have welcomed a new life," I said, spreading my hands. Just now, I suddenly realized that Su Rui had given me a diagnosis of schizophrenia, which was very useful and could completely explain my recent series of abnormal behaviors. Why am I so deep and scheming? Because the main personality is asleep. Of course, there are consequences to this. Once identified as schizophrenia, one may be sent by family members to a mental hospital for forced treatment, which is absolutely intolerable for me. Even Su Rui, as the head of the psychiatric department, cannot forcibly diagnose someone with a mental illness. This requires multiple professional doctors to make a joint diagnosis and conduct a psychological assessment. Well, now I understand. Su Rui's pen stopped tapping as she prepared to stand up, but I stopped her. Since we all have discussions about psychology, why don't I also do a psychological profile for Dr. Sue? I am purely an amateur enthusiast and hope Dr. Sue can give me more guidance, I said slowly. Anyone is somewhat proud of their expertise, even someone like Sue Rui, who has reached the peak of psychology, is no exception. This is human nature. As long as one is human, it is unavoidable. Sue Rui has a Buddha nature, but after all, she is not a real Buddha, and besides, even Buddhas have wrathful eyes. Alright, I also want to hear Mr. Wang Luo's psychological profile of me. Sue Rui raised an eyebrow, leaning completely on the sofa, her delicate body almost completely enveloped by the soft sofa. I propped my chin with my arm, carefully examining the beauty in front of me, and suddenly smiled. You don't like the name Sue Rui, on the contrary, you really like Wan Ruyu, a character in the book, a pitiful and hateful woman who has lost everything. This woman should resonate with you in some ways. Is it the swing of emotions or the despair after being abandoned? You have had emotional trauma before. There are no ring marks on the fingers of your right hand, but you have a son, so you have never been married. So who is the father of the child? As a doctor, you have exquisite and beautiful makeup, but you are wearing black stockings on your legs. You crave attention from the opposite sex, enjoy generating pleasure through rejection, so you don't have long-term relationships with the opposite sex around you. I even suspect that your son Cheng does not live with you, because a qualified mother would not dress so seductively in front of her son. You are strong-willed, like to control everything in your hands, but unfortunately, like sand, the tighter you grip, the more sand slips through your fingers. There are traces of your stockings being rubbed on the knee of your left leg. Your actions just now seemed like you wanted to hypnotize me, but in reality, it was to cover up. Cover up what? You are an exquisite woman, you wouldn't wear torn stockings, so it must be that something happened today that made you lose control, and in a hurry, your knee hit the ground, right? And in my impression, every time we meet during the tutoring sessions, it seems like it's not a coincidence. What exactly do you want to do? My speech was slow, but it carried an undeniable certainty, while Sue Rui's face changed from relaxed to serious. Psychological profiling is a top-notch skill that requires not only professional knowledge but also a lot of practice, and especially formidable opponents. Sue Rui neither confirmed nor denied, instead she lightly applauded, just like I did earlier, nodding in approval. Thank you, I suddenly said. Thank me for what? The rescue team arrived in time before Xiao Ruyan jumped off the building. It was you who reported the case, right? You indirectly saved my life, so I owe you a favor, I said with a smile. I have now restrained all hostility, chatting with ease as if with a friend. Sue Rui knew she had lost, being defeated in the strongest field by a business enthusiast. She suddenly woke up to how her inexplicable interest had arisen, as it belonged to the mutual admiration between top experts. The second personality who called himself Wang Luo in front of her was a true practical expert, completely different from her textbook-like expertise. Only those who have long been exposed to dark and ugly things, as well as those who have undergone special training, would possess almost instinctive qualities. No need to be polite. I learned about Miss Zhao's situation from the TV and had people prepared in advance. Saving lives and helping the wounded is what doctors should do. Besides, I didn't anticipate that Miss Zhao would jump from the rooftop, almost causing an accident. I should apologize for that, Sue Rui said lightly. So, you knew in advance that she would jump off the building. Did you think she would jump from her hospital room? You should have stopped her, but instead, you let her jump. Why is that? I seized on the flaw in the other party's words, suddenly like a fierce tiger hunting, exuding a powerful aura, and almost touching noses. Our eyes met, and we could feel each other's breath and even heartbeat. Sue Rui and I were about to get close to each other, the scent of orchids mixed with a hint of perfume coming at us, a gesture that should have been ambiguous between lovers. Yet, we were like archenemies, with our guard lines drawn to the extreme, both waiting for the other to make the first move. A knock on the door interrupted the invisible struggle. Sue Rui did not respond to my words, a slight curve appearing at the corner of her mouth as she stood up to open the door. Outside were Wu Gu and Rong Xin, both looking like they had just had an argument, their faces not looking good. Alright, everything that needs to be explained has been done. Since the family has come, let's take a mess. Xiao back, Sue Rui said gently, without the aggressiveness she had shown during the psychological test just now. Wu Gu wanted me to interact more with Xiao Ruyan, so she asked me to wake her up. The interior of the compartment was arranged like a home, very warm, and Xiao Ruyan was lying on a small bed of 1.3 meters. I didn't deliberately conceal my footsteps, nor did I rush to wake her up. I walked to the front of the bed and stared at Xiao Ruyan with eyes as deep as an abyss. Sue Rui was a very strange woman who did strange things. I vaguely felt that she seemed to be targeting Xiao Ruyan, but the purpose was elusive. It seemed there was no hostility, but rather an indescribable feeling. Thick curtains blocked most of the light, and Xiao Ruyan in the dimness fell into a deep sleep. She was covered with a thin blanket, unable to hide her well-proportioned figure. Her slender waist presented a beautiful S-shaped curve, followed by her peach-like firm buttocks. I have to admit that if it weren't for the original body's remnants wreaking havoc inside me, I might really not mind having a relationship beyond friendship with this woman. Unfortunately, the damn bootlicker just wouldn't die. After a while, there was still no response from her. I directly kicked Xiao Ruyan's plump buttocks, almost kicking her off the bed. Xiao Ruyan, still drowsy, did not wake up. With her eyes slightly open, she saw me, and a charming coquettish look appeared in her eyes, her cheeks turning red. Husband! Xiao Ruyan directly threw herself into my arms. Even though her silk nightgown was wide open, causing a serious wardrobe malfunction, she didn't care at all. I haven't reacted yet, and the delicate body has already squeezed into mine. The slender and fair arms tightly hugged my waist with surprising strength. Xiao Ruyan's body was as hot as a furnace. She pressed her head tightly against my chest, and murmured, "Honey, you've come to pick me up. I miss you so much." "Xiao Ruyan, can you stop disgusting me?" My face looked very ugly. I grabbed Xiao Ruyan's hair with my right hand and forcefully pulled her away from me. It's very painful to be grabbed by the hair, but Xiao Ruyan seemed to have no reaction at all, but rather a kind of sweet submission. There was no pain on her stunning face. Instead, she smiled, a blush rose on her cheeks, and her watery eyes exuded endless charm. "I never hit women, but don't make me really do it. Aren't you going to explain the child's situation now?" I coldly let go of her hand and said slowly. Xiao Ruyan fell on the bed, and upon hearing my words, the sickly expression on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by endless panic, unease, regret, and resentment. This resentment was certainly not directed at me. Perhaps Xiao Ruyan hated her own lack of resistance, and also hated Lu Xingqian and the mastermind scheme, but this emotion had seriously affected Xiao Ruyan's spirit. What should I do? "Honey, will you still want me?" Xiao Ruyan cried, looking at me pitifully. Clearly a stunning and beautiful young woman, but at this moment, she seemed like an abandoned stray cat, praying for mercy as if about to be abandoned by her owner. The original body's resentment had no response, as if it had tacitly approved of my actions, or perhaps I had threatened it. Slap! Xiao Ruyan was pushed onto the bed, but she didn't cry. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. "I'm sorry, honey, I know I can't explain to you. I feel like I've been deceived. I wasn't willing, I was defiled by someone, I don't know who. But I promise you, once I find out, I will personally tear him apart," Xiao Ruyan said earnestly. Her gaze made my scalp tingle. I wasn't afraid of normal people, even if they were elites in any industry. Logical thinking still had to follow basic rules. But lunatics were different. No one knew what was going on in their minds. I now felt like the sample wrapped in ice in my pocket was a bigger bomb, and testing it quickly was the top priority. If it was indeed the seed left by the original body Chen Feng that day, wouldn't Xiao Ruyan's vow be fulfilled on me? Xiao Ruyan leaned back towards me, not afraid that I would hit her, even hoping that I would punish her, and pressed her face against my arm. I took a deep breath, the unique fragrance of Xiao Ruyan lingered, and my body inevitably reacted. Xiao Ruyan smiled charmingly, almost pressing her whole body against me. She seemed to have returned to that mentally unstable state just now, completely acting like a pest in front of me. This made me somewhat helpless. I could only pat her head and say, "Shanshan is coming soon, go freshen up quickly." "Okay, honey, I'll listen to you." Xiao Ruyan nodded, quickly changed her expression, and went to the bathroom at the fastest speed. "We're divorced, don't call me honey in public in the future." "Okay, honey, I love you." Forget it." I waved my hand, not bothering to argue with a woman with mental issues. The few people outside were patient, giving me and Xiao Ruyan time alone. Of course, they also heard the argument. Even though Wu Ge felt a bit sorry, he couldn't say anything. After all, what his daughter did was too disgusting and ugly. If she wasn't his only daughter, he really wouldn't even want to look at her. Ron Xian and Wu Ge had completely different thoughts. Both being parents, they would definitely stand by their beloved children. Seeing their former daughter-in-law turning into a lunatic, no matter how influential the family was, they couldn't accept her back. Ron Xian made up her mind. As long as her son dared to mention remarriage, she would immediately scold her silly son. At this moment, Xiao Ruyan finished washing up, put on a nurse uniform prepared in advance by Su Rui, and then put on a mask. From a certain perspective, she was now a celebrity, trying to disguise herself as much as possible to avoid trouble. However, most of the nurses in the hospital were around 20 years old. Even though the nurse uniform was the largest size available, it still fit tightly on Xiao Ruyan. Her plump figure was wrapped in the light blue nurse uniform, showcasing her explosive S-shaped curves perfectly, especially her hips and chest, as if a little force would make them burst open completely. Combined with her mature charm, the contrast with the pure nurse uniform created a strong visual impact. directly giving off a seductive feeling. In that moment, my eyes almost popped out, trying hard to remember the disgusting things she had done, barely able to control my emotions, but still feeling a bit uneasy inside. It was like buying a beautiful porcelain bowl that you cherish and use every day. One day, a stray dog runs into your house and licks the bowl. Even though you slaughter the dog, the bowl is now dirty. Now, if you continue using the bowl, you instinctively feel disgusted, but if you throw it away, it might be licked by a group of stray dogs, or worse, they might defecate in it. If it were just out of sight, out of mind, it would be fine, but the problem is your name is on the bowl. If it were to be used as a toilet by the stray dogs, people would point fingers at you, saying it was the bowl you used before, which would be really disgusting. Now, Xiaoruyan was that bowl, and I was the nominal owner of the bowl, with the name of the nominal daughter Chanshan, a tangled situation that couldn't be easily resolved. Honey, I feel a bit tight, can you help me check? Xiaoruyan walked up to me, her slender and strong legs matched with her delicate waist, unintentionally exuding a more charming and enchanting aura as she walked. You can't wear this outfit, don't you look in the mirror? Shanshan will be here soon. I frowned, saying coldly. Xiaoruyan smiled and asked, Honey, are you jealous? Are you trying to seduce Lu Xingchen? I said slowly, unabashedly admiring Xiaoruyan's figure, just like appreciating a lady waiting for warmth on the street. I wouldn't indulge Xiaoruyan just because she had mental issues. Who knows if she's really sick or faking it? People can change their behavior, but their nature is hard to change. Women who have cheated once can't be trusted. Who knows when they might be taken away by wild dogs again? Xiaoruyan suddenly deflated like a balloon, her face turning pale and then green, but she immediately went back to change into the dress she wore when she jumped off the building. She didn't take off her mask. Honey, please add my phone number again, I got a new phone. Xiaoruyan took out a brand new emerald green phone from her bag and said carefully. Her phone was smashed directly before she jumped off the building, and this new phone was bought by the bodyguard at the fastest speed, specifically in her favorite color. I frowned and said, I don't like you calling me with this phone. Why? Xiaoruyan asked in confusion. Because of the color, it's the same color as the hat you gave me. It makes me feel sick, like seeing you and Lu Xingchen drinking together. My gaze was icy and my tone as cold as ice. I'm sorry, husband. I didn't mean to, please forgive me. Xiaoruyan was almost in tears. She threw the phone on the ground as if it were a hot iron, then stomped on it with her high heels. The color reason was just an excuse. The main reason was that the new phone didn't have monitoring software installed, so I couldn't keep track of Xiaoruyan's activities. Retaliating against Xiaoruyan's affair should have been enough. Even having the courage to jump off a building was like dying once. But now I have a vague premonition that the mist surrounding Xiaoruyan is not dissipating, but getting thicker. Taking on Chen Feng's identity, combined with the original owner's influence, I had to temporarily bind myself to Xiaoruyan, so her every move was related to my safety. Of course, I'm not a voyeur, it's all out of caution ingrained in me. Can you use my old phone from now on? I took out a phone with monitoring software installed and handed it to Xiaoruyan. Since I crossed over, I've been carrying two phones, one new and one original, both with the same eavesdropping software installed. It was just a precaution, but I didn't expect to use it today. Xiaoruyan was pleasantly surprised. She took the phone and carefully examined it, as if it were a treasure, then tears welled up in her eyes. The phone was covered in scratches. She remembered buying it for her husband with her first salary 5 years ago. At that time, their relationship was really good, one taking care of the home, the other working outside, clear division of labor, returning home to play with their daughter, very warm. But with time, everything slowly changed. Seeing this old phone, Xiaoruyan couldn't help but shed tears. Her husband had been using this phone for so many years. He must love her more than anyone else in the world. Even biological parents might not jump off a building when facing their daughter's suicide. Only transcendent love has the power to restrain one's instincts. Xiaoruyan thought she understood my heart. She regretted more and more for what she had done, wanting to make amends on one hand, and seeking revenge on the other. Making amends meant being obedient, following her husband's wishes, not lying, even if it meant sacrificing her life to repay her husband's love. And revenge was not just a gesture. Xiaoruyan had planned to carry it out herself, not just pretending. She wanted her husband to see her repentance. For this, she specially ordered a new assembly line from the slaughterhouse. Now, even if I only give her the old phone, or even take away her phone in the future, she probably wouldn't mind. Seeing Xiaoruyan like this made me sick. Pretending to be affectionate now, what's the point? I'm not Chin Feng. As long as you don't embarrass me outside, it's up to you. Xiaoruyan hid half of her body behind me and followed me closely. She had learned ballet when she was young. Her walking posture was full of noble elegance. Even though she hadn't practiced in high school, she still maintained her grace when walking, with a straight back. But now, behind me, Xiaoruyan hunched her body, shrinking like a frightened little rabbit. Especially when she saw Rong Xin, she lowered her head completely, afraid of Rong Xin's gaze falling on her. This way, not to mention Wu Gu, who is a mother, even Rong Xin feels a bit distressed. Of course, the latter still doesn't know that Xiao Ruyan was pregnant. But even if she knew, Rong Xin could only sigh. After all, in her heart, the other party had already divorced her son long ago. It was just that her son was stubborn, knowing that there was a pit ahead but still jumping into it. Shanshan is already downstairs, let's hurry over. Wu Gu wiped the corner of her eye lightly and said with a forced smile. Xiao Ruyan's eyes were full of anticipation and self-doubt. After hesitating for a moment, she asked Su Rui for alcohol spray and a pair of medical rubber gloves. After carefully wiping her hands clean, she put on the gloves. Now even as a bystander, I couldn't help but sigh. It's really as Teacher Gua said, the person who wrongs you knows better than you how wronged you are. If I had known earlier, why bother now? People who cheat never have a good ending. It's either the wife leaves and the children scatter, or the family is destroyed. Rong Xin pulled me out of the consultation room, scolded me in a low voice, and then asked about my thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Rui suddenly said, both of you, please stay, there may be some medications that need instructions. After saying that, she closed the door facing my gaze. While listening to Rong Xin's nagging, I opened the phone to record, feeling a sudden awakening. Whatever tricks Su Rui plays, I can always catch your tail. Are you even listening to me seriously, or is all your attention on Xiao Ruyan? Are you stupid? Are you a big fool? You are even more foolish than your brother. Rong Xin angrily pinched my ear, forcing me to shift my focus back. On the other side, the atmosphere in the consultation room became tense because of Su Rui's words. MS. Xiao, your problem is not as big as your husband's. If I guess correctly, Mr. Chen's personality should have changed a lot recently, as if. Su Rui's words were interrupted by Xiao Ruyan. As if he has changed into a different person, Dr. Su, is that what you want to say? I already know, you don't need to say it again. Xiao Ruyan frowned. Her current demeanor in my presence was completely different, exuding resistance and indifference. It seemed she couldn't stand anyone mentioning me, especially women, beautiful women. Su Rui shook her head and said solemnly, Ms. Xiao, you probably don't realize the seriousness of the problem. This is not just a change in personality. Based on my 10 years of experience, Mr. Chen probably suffers from severe schizophrenia, and what you are seeing now is his alter ego. Alter ego? Schizophrenia? Wu Gu widened her eyes, looking very unpleasant, then turned to Xiao Ruyan. Xiao Ruyan clenched her fists together and said slowly, stop talking, I understand. It's all my fault, my sin. Everything is because of me. I will make my husband better. Actually, on the night I arrived in this world and met Xiao Ruyan for the first time, she had already noticed the difference between me and Chen Feng. However, at that time, she didn't pay attention to the family, so she didn't notice it immediately, or I was quite successful in pretending to be Chen Feng at that time. I can see that your relationship is still very good. I suggest Mr. Chen be hospitalized for treatment as soon as possible, and he should recover soon. Su Rui said. Hospitalized? Wu Gu was somewhat moved. However, she had no intention of making a decision, although she also thought that if Su Rui's judgment was correct, prompt treatment would be the best choice. My husband and I are already divorced, I have no right to make decisions for his family, and I don't think hospitalization is a good choice. I will handle this matter myself, so Dr. Su, you don't need to worry. Xiao Ruyan said coldly. She seemed to have some trouble controlling her emotions, feeling a strange resistance and wariness towards Dr. Su in front of her. Su Rui looked deeply at Xiao Ruyan and said, I'm just giving a reasonable suggestion. If Mr. Chen has a loved one by his side, maybe he can recover faster. I will prescribe some medication for treating mental illness. If Mr. Chen experiences mania or uncontrollable physical symptoms, please give him the medication immediately and bring him in for treatment as soon as possible. Wu Gu agreed ahead of time. As a 60-year-old woman, a series of recent events had given her a headache. Her daughter was like this now, her son-in-law was also like this, and having two mentally unstable people together made Wu Gu feel uncomfortable. She had hoped her son-in-law could help her daughter recover, but his condition turned out to be more severe, with the root cause of the illness even lying with her daughter. Su Rui handed Wu Gu a bottle of medicine from the drawer, instructed her on how to use it, and then escorted them out of the consultation room. Watching their backs, a strange smile appeared on Su Rui's lips. I was lectured by Rong Xin at the stairs until Wu Gu and her daughter arrived. Mom, you and Xiao Ruyan go to pick up Chanshan at the hospital ward. I have something to discuss with Ruyan's mom, I said slowly, staring at Wu Gu. Xiao Ruyan was nervous, her red lips slightly parted, but but she was unusually obedient, carefully saying to Rong Xian, "Mom, let's go first." After Xiao Ruyan jumped over the stairs, not only did her mental state have problems, but her face had also thickened. She didn't care about her face when she was with me. Even if her mother-in-law scolded her for being shameless, she wanted to establish her position first. Rong Xian was so angry that her liver hurt, but she couldn't argue with a mentally ill person, especially her granddaughter's biological mother. So she waved her hand and said, "Let's go." Xiao Ruyan smiled and supported Rong Xian. This kind of filial piety had never happened before. In the past, she always wanted to show her status as a daughter-in-law through material means. Now, she treated Rong Xian like her own mother, wanting to please her from the bottom of her heart. Rong Xian felt both helpless and regretful. The former good daughter-in-law had changed completely after going astray. Unfortunately, her foolish son was deeply in love. If Xiao Ruyan's illness could be cured, remarrying might not be impossible. Of course, it would depend on her son's opinion. Rong Xian was feeling conflicted. At the corner of the psychiatric department staircase, Wu Go asked the bodyguards to stay far away. She was feeling anxious, as if the 2 reports in her clothes weighed 1,000 pounds, making it hard for her to breathe. "Mom, there's something I want to." I hadn't finished speaking when Wu Ji's tears started flowing, and she seemed ready to kneel down. "Chen Feng, it's Mom's fault for you. Ruyan lied. She even made you cough up blood. Mom knows you love Ruyan and the harm she caused you. Even though I'm her mother, I won't forgive this behavior. Mom is kneeling here for you. I don't ask for your forgiveness, she doesn't deserve it. I just hope you can spend time with her, don't let her go down the wrong path again," Wu Gu said, crying. I helped the former mother-in-law up, pondering her words, and said, "I understand. You should also know my intentions. Is there anything else you can't tell me now?" Wu Gu didn't really kneel down. She stood up and hesitated before handing me 2 DNA test reports. Then, she said with embarrassment, "Mom didn't hide it from you. I just did the test, and Ruyan's child is not yours. Mom was confused at the time and almost misunderstood you. Of course, it couldn't be mine. The samples are still with me, so no matter how the test is done, it can't be me, or even Xiao Ruyan." However, what Wu Gu said next left me dumbfounded. I had someone retrieve his hair from the office of NMD Corporation's Lu Xingchen. After testing and comparison, the child is his. Ruyan really did something foolish, it's because her mother's discipline is lacking. But Ruyan insists she didn't have a voluntary relationship with him, so I guess it must have been that bastard after drinking. Wu Gu hesitated, unable to continue. "It's outrageous, I remember it very clearly. At that time, I definitely switched an expired sample from the lower level of the refrigerator with Ruo Ruyan's postoperative sample. But no matter what, it's still advantageous for me now, because it's most likely the original body. At least it shifted Ruo Ruyan and Wu Ji's focus onto Lu Xingchen. Why should I bear the consequences for the disgusting things the original body Chen Feng did? Make me carry the blame? Of course, I can't be sure now. I still need to conduct sample testing as the final evidence. Women who cheat never tell the truth. Maybe she had other lovers during that time." I pretended to be very upset, glanced at the 2 test reports in my hand, then put them on myself. If Ruo Ruyan dares to act up, I'll throw these test reports in her face. Honestly, I don't have mind-reading abilities, but looking at the ambiguous and boundary-crossing behavior between Ruo Ruyan and Lu Xingchen, who knows if they really got together? This suspicion will never disappear, because Ruo Ruyan can't produce all the videos of her and Lu Xingchen together for the past few months as evidence. Maybe Ruo Ruyan is also very aware of this, she just thinks she lost her virginity in a confused state, but that happened to be a period of emotional infidelity, so she doesn't dare to truly seek forgiveness. Wu Gu hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Ruyan only saw one of the comparisons with you, I'm afraid she'll be further distressed. Although she also believes it was that bastard Lu Xingchen, I don't want to give her the answer so soon." "Mom, I understand, don't worry, I won't say anything," I nodded in agreement. Wu Gu wiped away his tears and said, "I don't deserve to call you Mom, I've caused you grievances before. But now I do, because of Jin Yan. Mom can see Jin Yan cares for you, and she's good to Chanshan too, she's also my daughter, her character is better than Ruyan's. She won't be wronged following you, this isn't compensation, it's fulfilling your wishes. As for Ruyan, you can rest assured, she will understand." Throughout, Wu Gu played the emotional card, never mentioning the issue of the 2 household registrations, using Xiao Jinyan as a bargaining chip to forcibly tie me and Ruyan together. This former mother-in-law is formidable, I've experienced it before, ever since the divorce, Wu Gu has completely changed. "Alright, I'll take care of Jinyan, you can rest assured, I'm not the original body, I can't be a pushover, since the other party has given her, I can't refuse. Besides, Xiao Jinyan does meet my preferences, gentle, virtuous, and with a good figure. With Wu Ji's approval, the status is established. The only thing left is for Xiao Jinyan and Sima Zhong to finalize their divorce certificate. Initially, I thought Wu Ge was deliberately causing trouble, but in the end, it didn't seem like it. From Xiao Jinyan's words, I learned that there seemed to be some resistance. Currently, Sima Zhong has been detained on charges of tax evasion, effectively escaping from Xiao Changha's control. Xiao Changha also tried to get him out, but the other party didn't give him any face. It seems that the mastermind behind the scenes still wants to make a move. I don't mind. However, we still need to find a way to help Xiao Jinyan resolve her issues so we can live together better. Distracted by Wu Ge, I almost forgot the main point, so I said, the nurse who told me today that Xiao Ruyan is pregnant seems to be her close friend Wei Bingbing. Mom, can you use your connections to have this person arrested and ask why they plotted against Xiao Ruyan? Wu Ge was somewhat surprised after hearing this, but hesitantly said, because this incident has caused quite a stir, and the higher-ups are very dissatisfied. The Xiao family is unable to provide much help. Your father has gone to negotiate with someone surnamed Zhu, so we may have to wait for him to return before we can discuss further. Xiao Yun mentioned that Wei Bingbing is very skilled, but we don't know which faction she belongs to. The situation in Linhai City is complicated, and investigating certain matters poses great challenges. I understood now why it was so quiet. Xiao Changha holds great significance for the Xiao family, and they cannot afford to not support him. The reason for the withdrawal of influence is likely due to pressure from higher authorities. I had an inexplicable sense of crisis, a feeling that had saved me many times during my time as a cleaner. Sometimes, I'd rather trust my instincts than my eyes. Mom, I need you to tell me more. Who was behind the hotel incident, the woman named Fei Xue, and the situation with Xiao Ruyan at the bar the other day? A series of questions left Wu Ge stunned, but she, having weathered many storms, knew that I wasn't concerned about Xiao Ruyan's affair but rather the hidden truths. My knowledge is limited because all personnel were dispatched by your father. If you want to know more, after dinner tonight, I'll have the information sent to you. If you have further inquiries, you can ask Xiao Yun, Wu Ge said slowly. She suddenly felt that Su Rui might have misjudged the situation, or perhaps she quite admired her current son-in-law, who was nothing like the past. Sharp-minded and decisive. Families tend to cherish patients with split personalities and nurture them as treasures. Mom, is Xiao Yun a reliable woman? I asked in a deep voice. I always felt something was off about Xiao Yun. Especially since the incident with Xiao Ruyan on the rooftop today, her behavior was peculiar. Wu Ge briefly introduced Xiao Yun, a woman selected and raised in secret by the Xiao family orphanage. She had been trained in combat, firearms, and driving since childhood and, after turning 18, was assigned to important female members of the family as a bodyguard. Xiao Yun was originally assigned as Wu Ji's bodyguard, but since Xiao Changha had retired, Wu Ge introduced her to Master Qiu as an apprentice. She had now become almost a spokesperson for Master Qiu, controlling a third of the underground forces in Linhai City and steadily rising in status within the Xiao family, serving as a crucial support in Linhai. Wu Ge couldn't think of any other reason for her to personally serve as a bodyguard at the hospital, aside from gratitude and loyalty. However, my innate vigilance made me feel that something was amiss. From the moment I discovered Xiao Ruyan was about to jump off the building, I rushed out of the ward, and there was no reason why Xiao Yun, with her speed, should have been 2 minutes slower than me. When she appeared on the rooftop again, everyone was in a hurry and didn't notice this detail. Ordinary people wouldn't perceive it, but I could sense that this woman had a strong explosive power and the ability to sprint at high speed, fully capable of reaching Xiao Ruyan before me. As Wu Ge and I chatted, we walked towards the hospital lobby. Wu Ge, my former mother-in-law, was not as energetic as before, especially with the recent events overwhelming her, making her a bit unsteady on her feet. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the number of patients and their families in the hospital was gradually decreasing. However, many people's attention was still focused on 3 exceptionally beautiful women standing by the fountain outside the lobby. Although one of them was wearing a mask, her elegant and cold demeanor, as well as her perfectly proportioned and sexy figure, left no doubt that she was a stunning beauty. The other 2, one voluptuous and charming, exuded a gentle and virtuous aura of beauty, while the other was youthful and elegant, standing tall and graceful like a lotus flower. Xiao Ruyan was a bit excited to see her daughter. She waved her hand and said, "Qianqian, Mom is here. Let Mom take a look, okay?" Qianqian, with her hair tied in a ponytail, had just returned from kindergarten. She seemed to be in a bad mood and appeared somewhat fearful upon seeing her mother whom she hadn't seen for a long time. She hid behind Xiao Jinyan, cautiously peeked out her head, and quickly withdrew it. Xiao Jinyan felt somewhat guilty in her heart, as if she had snatched her sister's husband and now her sister's daughter, adding a touch of guilt to her already simple personality. Shanshan, haven't you always wanted to find Mom? Hurry up! Zhao Jins grabbed Shanshan's arm and brought her to Xiao Ruyan. Xiao Ruyan quickly took off her mask, clapped her hands, and said, come to Mom, Mom misses you so much. Mom will take you to eat cotton candy, okay? In the end, blood is thicker than water. Which daughter doesn't want to see her mother? This bond is unbreakable. Shanshan almost threw herself into Xiao Ruyan's arms, then hugged Xiao Ruyan's neck and was about to kiss her, but Xiao Ruyan turned her face to avoid it. Shanshan, be good. Mom is not very clean. Let Mom hug you, Mom will treat you well in the future. Xiao Ruyan quickly explained to her daughter, feeling a sharp pain in her heart, almost unable to breathe. She felt unworthy of being a mother, wondering what she had been doing in the past, not cherishing such a good daughter, and instead pursuing some meaningless art. Okay. Shanshan also felt that her mother was different, her face beaming with a smile, but soon she became a little upset. Xiao Ruyan hurriedly asked, Shanshan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, Mom, my classmates teased me. I don't want to go to kindergarten. They said, my shoes are worn out. Mom, my shoes are not worn out, Dad just bought them for me. They also said, you found me a new dad. Mom, I just want Dad. Shanshan said softly. Innocent children do not understand the intrigues of adults in the world. They usually hear bits and pieces from adults, completely unaware of the harm it may cause to a child. Xiao Ruyan couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streaming down her face, she said to her daughter earnestly, Shanshan, Mom did something wrong. Mom will correct it in the future. Remember, you only have one dad, Mom will only be with your dad in this lifetime. Xiao Ruyan had already experienced death once, so she cherished everything now, and her mind became even more resilient. All she thought about was atonement and compensation, especially for her daughter and husband. Even though her husband may now have mental issues, she would not give up. Just like when she jumped off the building, the other party saved her without hesitation, as if pulling her up from the depths of hell. As for the matter between her husband and Xiao Jinyan, Xiao Ruyan completely ignored it, or she chose to deceive herself like an ostrich. Shanshan was very happy. She had never felt her mother so gentle before, a feeling she had only experienced in other mothers. With a smile on her face, Shanshan clapped her hands and said, Mom, let me sing you a song Dad taught me. I sang it to the teacher in kindergarten once, and the teacher cried, saying my dad is amazing. Okay, did your dad write the song just for you? Then sing it to Mom. Mom loves the song you sing, Mom wants to hear it every day. Xiao Ruyan said indulgently. She now wished she could spend 24 hours a day with her daughter and husband. She knew her husband doted on their daughter the most. As long as she and her daughter had enough affection, her husband would never leave her. In this world, only Mom is good. Children with mothers are like treasures. The child's voice is innocent and bright, combined with beautiful melodies and simple lyrics, perfectly interpreting a mother's love. This is the first gift I offer to this ugly world. Originally when Xiao Ruyan was sick a few days ago, I saw my own daughter, who lacked motherly love from a young age, and taught her this song. Because I am an orphan and have never experienced a mother's love, I truly cherish and empathize with Shanshan, my nominal daughter. No matter how great a father is, he cannot replace the role of a mother. Nothing compares to mother's love is considered an eternal classic, resonating with almost anyone who has emotions. The song attracted many people, and the lyrics brought tears to their eyes, especially in an environment like a hospital, where there are many sons and mothers coming and going. One son, helping his mother out of the hospital, stopped for a moment and suddenly knelt down to her. Mom, let's try again. Without you, I wouldn't have a mother. A man in his 50s hugged his mother's legs and burst into tears. Son, I don't want to burden you. It costs a lot of money, and I can't bear it. Save it for your grandson's college. The gentle 70-year-old mother touched her son's head, her face calm, showing no fear of death, only worried that her son and grandson would be burdened because of her. Many people listening to this song, watching the scene before them, felt a pang in their hearts, and those with fragile emotions shed tears. The simple and plain song "Nothing Compares to Mother's Love" seems to possess the purest healing power. Especially Xiao Ruyan, holding Shanshan, tears streamed down her face without warning as the first line of the lyrics was sung. She thought of her mother who had been running around for her these past few days, even though she kept lying repeatedly and unconditionally favored her mother. In the past, she had been disgusted by her mother's lectures, especially feeling angry when her mother intervened in her family relationships. But in the song, she suddenly understood her mother's love. It was truly greater than anything else, a love given selflessly and unreservedly. She realized that she was the happiest person, loved by two people. One was her mother, who cared for her despite being ill, and the other was her husband, whom she was willing to sacrifice for. How should I repay them? What else can I do? Xiao Ruyan's originally tense spirit began to calm down, and she just held her daughter tightly, murmuring, "Nothing compares to mother's love." When Shanxian sang, Rong Xian and Xiao Jinyan's eyes also turned red. Especially Wu Gu, who was deeply moved, almost unable to hold back her tears. This song truly expressed her innermost feelings, as she had been under the most pressure recently. When a daughter commits wrongdoings or shameful acts, as a mother, one can only cover them up against one's principles. Watching her daughter's mental state, she could only deceive her conscience. This was something unimaginable in the past. Wu Ji's methods were usually used against enemies with low morals and despicable behavior, never against innocent family members. Yes, in Wu Ji's heart, Qin Feng, had already been equated with her son. By saving her daughter, she was saving herself. So, the guilt drove her to make amends as soon as possible, even if it meant using all of Xiao Changhe's connections and pushing him to reach a satisfactory level. Wu Gu from Linhai is so confident. I didn't have time to think about my former mother-in-law's psychological changes, and quietly came to Xiao Jinyan's side, lightly scratching her palm with my hand. Xiao Jinyan was unprepared, her pretty face blushing, her beautiful eyes misting with water, glaring at me with a hint of blame. She seemed to be blaming me for flirting with her in such a situation, but I could tell that the beautiful woman was actually thrilled inside, just too reserved to react. Wu Gu felt uncomfortable seeing this, but the foster daughter was still a daughter, and officially divorced from his own daughter, so he couldn't interfere in any way. Moreover, since he was the one who initiated it, he couldn't step in, only hoping that they would be more discreet and not let his daughter be emotionally hurt again. It was impossible for Xiao Ruyan not to notice, but she deliberately avoided looking at her daughter now, feeling as if her heart was being cut by knives, making her tremble uncontrollably. She was now crazily thinking of slapping that so-called sister and accusing her of stealing her husband, but strong feelings of inferiority and regret left her without the courage. "Mom, what's wrong?" Shanxian asked softly, looking at Xiao Ruyan's bloodshot eyes, feeling a bit scared. "Mom, it's okay, you sing so well." "Honey, Shanxian said you taught her this song. When was that?" Xiao Ruyan wiped her tears, put on her mask again, and asked with a smile. She still used the term honey, not only asserting her authority to Xiao Jinyan but also hinting to her daughter, who was really her family, hoping not to be taken away by Xiao Jinyan later. That would be truly heartbreaking. It must be said that one has to go through setbacks to grow up. Xiao Ruyan not only inherited Wu Ji's beauty and her father's stubbornness but also showed signs of developing emotional intelligence. The ambiguous atmosphere between me and Xiao Jinyan was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Ruyan's sudden question. "What is this woman up to?" I was getting a headache and had to walk over. I had zero trust in Xiao Ruyan, as I believed in once unfaithful, forever unneeded. But I really liked Shanxian, my so-called daughter, seeing my past self in her, wanting to give her all the emotions I had lacked. But to ensure Shanxian's happy growth, I couldn't avoid dealing with Xiao Ruyan, along with the inexplicable resentment of the original body, forcing me to suppress my disgust. "What's wrong? I didn't hear what you said just now." I said lightly. There was no way I could have a good attitude. It would be absurd to be all cheerful, completely contradicting the image of a man who had been cuckolded. Even though the whole world knew I had divorced Xiao Ruyan long ago, I didn't wear a hat on my head, but here we were all family, and we all knew it. To some extent, pretending to be wronged and then acting like a lapdog was against human nature. I was a normal man, not a eunuch. "Honey, when did you write this song? I didn't know you had this talent." Xiao Ruyan carefully linked her arm with mine, and seeing no rejection from me, she began to flatter me. "It was the night you and Lu Xingchen had a toast. Shanxian came home crying, saying you didn't attend the parent-teacher meeting, saying she didn't have a mom." I said lightly. Part of it was true, Shanxian did cry that day, otherwise the original body wouldn't have accumulated so much resentment, driving himself crazy. Xiao Ruyan's face stiffened, as if she had been slapped in the face with a pile of dung, wishing she could find a hole to hide in, her heart throbbing painfully. Sometimes, the power of the truth is more potent than lies. Wu Gu was also helpless, so he had to round it off, saying, "Why don't we go back to the ward first? Standing here is not appropriate." Several people, including the bodyguards, had already attracted a lot of attention, with almost all the passing patients and their families turning their gaze towards them. Xiao Ruyan is still wearing a mask to cover her face, otherwise she would have been recognized long ago, and the current heat has not completely dissipated yet. Wu Gu timely diffused the awkward situation for Xiao Ruyan, and I have no objections. Occasionally provoking Xiao Ruyan with words is also one of my perverse pleasures. Thinking about this woman who was having ambiguous relationships with other men even after marriage, I have no sympathy at all, as betrayal is what I detest the most in my life. I faintly have a feeling that the original owner is like a lickspittle, and will completely dissipate at a certain appropriate time. While Wu Gu wants to return to the ward, I disagree because pulling Shanxian here at this time is definitely not for seeing Xiao Ruyan. Mom, I need to take Xianxian in for something, you guys go back to the hospital ward first. I took Xianxian from Xiao Ruyan's hands without even asking for her opinion. Xiao Ruyan looked at me expectantly and whispered, "Where are you going? Is Xianxian not feeling well? I'll go with you." After I approached her, she seemed to become fragile again, like a delicate orchid after the rain, speaking softly. "I'm taking her for a DNA test, the results will be out soon. Are you sure you want to come along?" I said indifferently. Xiao Ruyan bit her red lips, her mouth full of blood foam, her body swaying, feeling extremely uncomfortable inside. She clearly understood the man's intention in front of her, which was to doubt Xianxian's background, and she also wanted to angrily prove her innocence. But with a history of wrongdoing, her body and heart were already tainted, and she couldn't bring herself to say such words. Wu Ge felt very uncomfortable, thinking that I was deliberately provoking Xiao Ruyan. Although she understood the man's so-called dignity and face, when it came to her daughter, she was always unwilling to let her daughter be hurt again. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh. She had originally planned to fake the test results, whether it was for Lu Xingqian or her daughter's other lovers, and eventually make this son-in-law admit it. The excuse was a relationship that happened unconsciously in a dream, but judging from the son-in-law's recent behavior, he was not easy to fool, so she had to give up. "Chen Feng, it's late now, let's go back and rest first," Wu Ge said. Seeing her daughter's pale face, especially after the recent surgery and the incident today, she was afraid that her daughter couldn't hold on and would get sick. "Mom, let my husband go, I understand. Sister, why don't you accompany her?" Xiao Ruyan lightly touched her hair and said gently. With a gentle and elegant temperament, there was a hint of Wu Ji's youthful charm. Even I couldn't help but glance a few more times. "Am I suitable to go?" Xiao Jinyan wanted to go in her heart, but noticing her stepmother's expression, the long-standing fear forced her to take a few steps back. "I'll go," Zhao Jins volunteered. She had been silent just now, playing with her phone, but now she suddenly spoke up. This was the best choice. Rome Xian looked at this scene and shook her head, pulling Chen's father to the hospital ward. She didn't want to get involved anymore, decided to go back to the hotel to rest today. Anyway, the Xiao family had money to hire a nanny, plus that Xiao Jinyan, she didn't have to worry about her son not being taken care of. She now realized that this Wu Ge was really cunning, 100 of herself couldn't compare, and when her daughter went crazy, she brought her adopted daughter along. But the old lady still felt sorry for her granddaughter. Growing up with her biological mother was better than a single-parent family. Fortunately, her son had divorced before wearing the green hat. Although I don't know how the Xiao family operates, it doesn't stop the son from looking for it again. Xiao Jinyan used to like it, but getting involved with the Xiao family made Rong Xian feel uneasy. Not long after the two elderly people left the hospital, they were taken away by a military vehicle, and the bodyguard who followed them informed Wu Ge of the situation. The military vehicle was naturally sent by Chen Yisong. After listening to Pan Jilian's advice, Chen Yisong decided to meet his parents first and understand the situation. At this time, after hearing the bodyguard's report, Wu Ge just looked at my back meaningfully. She thought that the reason for my change in temper was because I knew that her brother, who was a major, had returned. However, after the jumping incident, Wu Ge was too lazy to think about me. Even if I lose my temper now, as long as I still love her daughter deep down, it's fine. The only thing that bothered her was what Su Rui said about schizophrenia. If the so-called second personality continues to exist, will it affect her daughter's happiness? But as Wu Ge took a few steps, she suddenly felt cold in her hands and feet, realizing where she had neglected. If her daughter had an affair and Chen Feng had any mishaps, the rumored fierce tiger from the north would probably come directly to attack. At her daughter's wedding, Wu Ge had seen Chen Feng once. Although he was just an inconspicuous captain, his aura was shocking. If this military king went crazy, not only would her daughter's life be in danger, but the entire Linhai, and even the Xiao family, would be in chaos. Alright, may the Bodhisattva bless them, may my daughter and son-in-law be loving and affectionate. Wu Ge silently prayed in her heart. The pressure caused by the withdrawal of the Xiao family's influence seemed to have eased. Even if something happened to Xiao Changhe, her daughter would have the protection of the fierce tiger from the Chun family. Chen Yisong's transfer order was top secret within the military, and with Pan Jilian's secret arrival, the security level of the Linhai Garrison Command was raised to the highest. The entire camp was sealed off, so currently no one knows about Chen Yisong's situation. Mom, do you know if there is a small device that can listen and monitor, the smaller the better, can be carried on the body to let the other person know what the person is doing and where they are? Xiao Ruyan supported Wu Ge and seemed to remember something, suddenly speaking. Ha! Wu Ge was puzzled for a moment, frowned, and said, "Do you suspect that such a device is installed on you?" Xiao Ruyan shook her head and said, "Of course not, my family has checked everything on me, even my phone. I'm talking about whether there is a device that is easy to carry. I want to carry it on me." "Why, are you afraid of danger?" Wu Ge was somewhat puzzled. The thing her daughter hated the most was someone paying attention to her personal privacy. Since middle school, even they couldn't enter her daughter's dormitory. Xiao Ruyan lowered her head and said softly, "I want to carry it on me so that my husband can know what I'm doing, where I am, and who I'm in contact with at any time. This way, he won't worry about me, and it would be best if it had a video recording function so I can show it to my husband at any time." Wu Ge was at a loss. How could she install a listening device on herself? And the more absurd thing was to have video. She sternly tapped her daughter's head and said, "Do you never go to the bathroom, or do you never take a shower? If everyone knows you have this thing on you, who would still associate with you? Don't you understand the seriousness of this? What are you thinking?" For a woman, especially a woman who has made a mistake and wants to repent, it's not about what she says, but about what she does. The greatest harm that infidelity brings to both husband and wife is trust. As long as a call goes unanswered once, as long as you are seen interacting alone with the opposite sex once, endless suspicion follows. This kind of suspicion cannot be eliminated, and for the one at fault, it is an endless torment. Xiao Ruyan took the initiative to request monitoring, which is a bit extreme, but it cannot be denied that it is indeed a good way to quickly make up for the lack of trust. So Wu Ji's advice had no effect on Xiao Ruyan at all. Even though she knew my current attitude towards her, she still chose to do so. The main reason is that she wants to be back by my side. Even if she has to share half of her time with other women, she is very satisfied. Xiao Ruyan considers herself a sinner, feeling dirty inside and out, which is an extremely unhealthy mental state, bordering on mental illness. "Mom, help me. I just want my husband to believe me. Even if he finds me dirty, I don't care," Xiao Ruyan said seriously. Xiao Jinyan, who overheard unintentionally, changed her expression. She didn't know why, but she was starting to feel a bit afraid of her sister now and didn't want to be alone with her. It was not out of guilt but an indescribable fear, an extreme paranoia towards each other. I seem to be too important in Xiao Ruyan's heart, making Xiao Jinyan instinctively feel that continuing to be intimate with me might threaten her life. Although there are no signs of this yet, Xiao Jinyan's survival instinct vaguely gives an answer. Xiao Ruyan's almost pathological state of mind may erupt at any moment, just waiting for a trigger. Wu Ge looked at his daughter firmly, feeling mixed emotions, but had to admit that it was indeed a good idea. Although he was unsure of his son-in-law's thoughts, this proactive approach to rebuilding trust was correct. "All right, Mom will find a way for you, even if I have to bring down all the stars from the sky for you." Wu Ge rubbed his daughter's soft long hair and said emotionally, "The ultra-miniature cameras, monitoring, and positioning devices that meet Xiao Ruyan's conditions, including phone monitoring technology, are only available to investigative or military intelligence agencies, strictly prohibited for private use. Ordinary cameras on the market cannot be used for long periods without power and cannot be positioned. Because of the tense world situation, with war seemingly imminent, technologies in the general information field are prioritized for military use. The hacking software I installed on Xiao Ruyan's phone is currently cutting edge in terms of technology, but the monitoring effect achieved by an ordinary phone is far inferior to military-grade monitoring devices." Xiao Ruyan is unaware of her mother's dilemma, as she is currently focused on me and her daughter, ignoring her physical discomfort. However, she couldn't hold on even on the top floor of the hospital, collapsing on the ground weakly. Fortunately, after examination, there was nothing serious, just the need to rest well. On the other hand, I and Zhao Jins brought Xianxian to the DNA testing center. DNA testing in this world is as convenient and fast as blood routine tests in the previous life. The testing room on the top floor of the hospital is small, while the place I am in now faces civilians, with many couples quarreling and fighting, and many people queuing at the window for tests. Among the most quarrelsome are people I unexpectedly recognize, Li Fei and Chen Ayer, along with some of Li Fei's friends. Who would have thought that the glamorous and beautifully dressed female PR person would look like this now? Chen Ayer is currently in a miserable state, with bruises on her face, a dirty dress, and unclean blood under her nose. The test results are out, and it turns out that the wild seed in your belly is not Lu Xingqian's. "Tell me, who else is the adulterer? See chapter 17 for details," Li Fei said fiercely, grabbing Chen Ayer's hair and pulling her back and forth. "Honey, I really only had a relationship with Lu Xingqian. Do you believe me? There must be something wrong with the test results. You have to believe me," Chen Ayer wailed, her voice hoarse and pitiful. It was common to see infidelity in DNA testing centers. Even the security guards leaned against the wall, watching the commotion. Someone shouted, "Hit harder. Slap the face. Take your fight outside. Don't disrupt our normal order. A young nurse said disapprovingly. Li Fei angrily said, I've been waiting for my test results for days, and you only give them to me now. Did you mess up the test? The testing machine here was broken, so your samples were sent to the inpatient department for testing. Today, someone brought the results here. You know the inpatient department has been sealed off these days. It was even reported in the news, and someone jumped off a building today, the nurse retorted. Li Fei vented his frustration, knowing the chances of an error were slim. He dragged Chen Aier out, cursing her for infecting him with a disease. As they left, I watched them exit the DNA testing center. I remembered the 2 test reports Wu Gu gave me, one matching Lu Xingchen's sample and the other not. Only I knew I had swapped the original samples, which confused me when I received the reports. Could it be a coincidence? I thought to myself. Coincidences in this world were abundant, sometimes feeling like a joke from God or a plan from Buddha. If Wu Gu hadn't tampered with the results, the sample I switched was likely from Chen Aier, explaining why it matched Lu Xingchen's. I should be safely hidden behind the scenes now, I sighed, shaking my head in resignation. If the test revealed the original body was Chen Feng's, and Xiao Ruyan didn't cheat, they might have had a child by now. Life was unpredictable, and all I could do was live each day in this body. As for the original owner's regrets, they would fade once I distanced myself from Xiao Ruyan. Can't provoke, can avoid. Brother-in-law? A voice like silver bells brought me back. Zhao Jin stood before me, her slender arms behind her back, her face close to mine. In Chen Feng's memories, Zhao Jin's presence was vague due to their limited interactions. However, she often called to inquire about Qianqian and me, showing more care than her sister. Not being the original, I admired this talented beauty up close. Zhao Jin wore a white t-shirt, accentuating her fair skin. Her black hair cascaded over her shoulders, revealing delicate collarbones, exuding youthful charm. Despite my admiration, I had no extra thoughts. In this life or the past, I didn't like overly intelligent women. Zhao Jin fell into that category, making me wonder if she was Wu Ji's biological daughter. Brother-in-law, were those people just now your colleagues, related to Lu Xingchen? Zhao Jin's face carried a faint smile, and the cunning in her eyes seemed to have seen through something. You came to me on your own, is there something you want? I didn't answer her question, but instead asked back. As a professional cleaner, I wouldn't trust anyone who approached me voluntarily, even if this person was trustworthy in their original impression. Zhao Jin looked me up and down, shook her head, and said, You are not my brother-in-law, no. Brother-in-law, you look very strange now. Was it a disguise in the past? The day your sister cheated, Chen Feng died, and I appeared. I said slowly, deliberately lowering my voice and avoiding Qianqian beside me. Zhao Jin's pupils dilated slightly, a hint of complex emotion flashed in her eyes, and she said, Brother-in-law, I'm sorry, I actually knew long ago. It's okay, close relatives hide secrets, I can't let you betray. I said lightly. Zhao Jin took a deep breath, restrained all her expressions, took out a black bag from her backpack, and handed it to me. The Xiao family sent people to check your house. I collected these monitors in advance. Don't put them back for now. It's not easy to explain if Auntie finds out. Zhao Jin said. You keep them, even if they are found, it doesn't matter. I stretched lazily. With Xiao Ruyan's current mental state, Wu Gu wouldn't dare confront her even if he knew everything. Zhao Jin's purpose in giving me the monitors today made me somewhat wary. From her standpoint, she definitely shouldn't have done this. After all, Wu Gu treated her like his own daughter. An aunt who can deceive and betray someone who treats her like her own daughter is untrustworthy. If even an aunt can betray, what am I worth? Zhao Jin ignored my indifference and instead sat on the chair next to me, looked towards the monitoring room, and whispered, I actually prefer you in this state. Her voice was so low that it was almost imperceptible. What? I pretended to be confused. Nothing, I think you should keep your sister by your side. She is Uncle's only blood relative and the legal heir to his connections, relationships, and status in Lehigh. This will be very helpful to you in the future. Uncle originally wanted to hand everything back to the Xiao family because your sister is only interested in art, and your brother-in-law can't handle it. But now Uncle is disappointed with the Xiao family. It is said that your sister's affair may involve people from the Xiao family, so you should consider it, especially since Qianqian is still so young. Zhao Jin said slowly. Zhao Jin showed excellent eloquence of a strategist, and most people would probably be convinced. I shook my head and said, yes, it is indeed a huge benefit, pretending not to care would be a lie. But have you ever thought about what kind of person your sister is? A foolish woman? Zhao Jin asked back. An unfaithful person. You said it yourself, she is Xiao Changhe's successor. What does that have to do with me? She has already been unfaithful once, How can you make me believe that she can remain true to herself in the face of immense power and benefits? I said coldly. It is rumored that Wu Zetian, in order to frame the empress, could even harm her own flesh and blood, and after ascending the throne, she didn't spare her own son. If Xiao Ruyan were to taste power, who could guarantee that she wouldn't become another Wu Zetian? I spoke too clearly, and Zhao Jin's may not have expected me to see through everything she said as mere illusions. No matter how magnificent, the pillar is still Xiao Ruyan herself. So you are willing to push her out? I heard that many aristocratic children are eager to try their luck after her divorce. Aren't you worried at all? Zhao Jin smiled and said, hee hee, let's give it a try. I didn't directly answer Zhao Jin's, just a hint of coldness flashed in my eyes. As long as Xiao Changhai is still around, it's too early to talk about inheriting the inheritance, just like an old emperor won't pass the throne to the crown prince, not because the crown prince is incapable, but because the love of power is human nature. If Xiao Changhai really wanted to cultivate Xiao Ruyan, he would have started planning 10 years ago. Now releasing the news, it's probably more to see which evil spirits will come out. I don't trust Xiao Ruyan, but I won't let it go for nothing. After all, that's Chanshan's mother, it's a matter of face and interest. If this storm drags me in, to deal with those forces, I can only rely on the Xiao family. Can't say rely, the mountain will collapse. What I want then is the whole Xiao family. You all better pray that I can live a peaceful retirement life, otherwise I will really let you down. Brother-in-law, you need to be careful. Zhao Jin's eyes were full of melancholy, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. Let's go, it's our turn, I said, taking Chanshan towards the testing platform. There was no one in line ahead, so I quickly took my daughter's hair and sent it to the testing room along with the sample in my arms. Zhao Jin, being smart, didn't come close, just waited at the door, her eyes fixed on her white shoes, lost in thought. Pay, get the receipt, submit the sample for testing. Throughout the testing process, at my request, the sample never left my sight, and then all remaining samples were completely destroyed by me. Half an hour later, the test results for the 2 samples came out, without any surprises. During that time Xiao Ruyan had indeed only been intimate with the original body. I thought I would spit out blood again, so I had prepared medication to control my heart rate. But to my surprise, not only did the original body's regret not appear, but a large amount of the original body's memories merged into mine. These memories were from before the original body Chen Feng turned 18, seamlessly integrated, as if I had experienced them myself. I tried to not let these memories affect me, but in Zhao Jin's eyes, I had clearly changed. After Xiao Ruyan's affair was discovered by the family in the restaurant, I, as her brother-in-law, became very cold and indifferent, which most people would attribute to excessive anger, but Zhao Jin speculated it might be a mental issue. Of course, time travel is too fantastical, and anyone with normal logical thinking wouldn't consider it. In Zhao Jin's eyes, I exuded a more human aura, whereas before it was like a hedgehog, ready to attack anyone who got close. Now it's more like a sheathed long knife, restrained and gentle. Disguising myself as a cleaner to deceive ordinary people is fine, but Zhao Jin's is too familiar with me. I have no idea that this girl is even more familiar with the original body than the body itself. Brother-in-law, do you remember how we met? Zhao Jin suddenly asked. You came from your hometown to Linhai, and I went to pick you up. It was when you were in high school. I searched my memory and replied. Zhao Jin looked up at the gray sky as if time had shifted back to that day several years ago. It was a late afternoon in autumn, at the bus stop outside Linhai City train station. Dark clouds in the sky brought a heavy rain, and the rain intensified, quickly forming puddles along the road. Zhao Jin held a simple backpack, hiding herself under the shelter of the bus stop, avoiding the rain but still shivering from the cold wind. Occasionally, passing cars splashed water onto her skirt, making her look even more disheveled. She arrived early, without a phone on her. She could only sit here waiting for her aunt to pick her up. Even though she thought she had gotten used to loneliness, the feeling of helplessness at this moment still washed over her like a tide. She even had a kind of longing, wondering if someone would pick her up if she fainted. Even if something might happen, it would be better than suffering in this environment. DD. A silver-white family car quickly approached from a distance. The orange headlights broke through the rain curtain. The car was very close to the edge of the road, and Zhao Jin was prepared to be drenched, but the car suddenly slowed down, then slowly stopped in front of her. You must be Jin's, right? I'm your brother-in-law Chen Feng. Mom showed me your photo, sorry for being a bit late. A gentle male voice suddenly came from the car. Then, a man holding a pink umbrella got out of the car. Zhao Jin looked up, seeing her brother-in-law for the first time, handsome with a kind and pleasing smile on his face. The pink umbrella held by a man gave her a sense of joy, and a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of Zhao Jin's mouth. Chen Feng awkwardly said, "This umbrella belongs to your sister. I lent my umbrella to a friend, hurry and get in the car. After that, he held the umbrella over her head, exposing most of his body to the rain. Listening to the sound of rain hitting the umbrella fabric, Zhao Jin suddenly felt like crying, wanting to lean on this man's chest and cry out loud. This emotion came suddenly. Even though she had arrived 2 hours early, this man still blamed himself for everything. The small umbrella seemed like the safest place in the world, warming the softest part of her heart. My casual response did not satisfy Zhao Jin's. She took a few quick steps, suddenly turned around and looked at me, her gaze fixed on my face. Hurry up, don't block the way, I frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. I didn't want to have any emotional entanglements with Zhao Jin's. Xiao Jinyan and Xiao Ruyan were already troublesome enough. I just wanted to live a peaceful retired life. Brother-in-law, I will help you. Zhao Jin pursed her lips, a faint smile appeared on her face, then she happily ran off. I didn't take her words to heart, holding Chanshan's hand, quickly walking towards the hospital ward. At the same time, I sensed the gaze that had peeked outside the psychiatric department before, staring at my back again. I didn't pay attention now, as I had just integrated the memories of the original body, and I urgently wanted to call Rong Xian and Chen's father. Beep beep beep. Rong Xian's call was not answered. I was worried. This feeling was unfamiliar to me, as I never worried about anyone, but now I seemed to have concerns, which was a weakness, a loophole for me. I hated this feeling, but it was also refreshing, a completely new experience. Then, I called Chen's father, and this time the call went through quickly. Hello. It's the eldest. Chen's father didn't know where he was, but it was obvious he had drunk too much, his speech was slurred. I was about to ask about the situation when the phone was taken away, and Rong Xian's voice came from the other end. Hello? What's up? Rong Xian asked impatiently. I was retorted, and naturally said, Mom, where are you and Dad? I was going to see you in a while. Who is Dad drinking with? At that moment, I seemed to be truly the son of Rong Xian and Chen's father, and the sense of alienation from just crossing over completely disappeared. The memories of the original body's 18 years have merged, making it feel like I have lived through 18 years and become an 18-year-old son. Nothing's wrong. Your dad met some friends, so we won't be back at the hotel tonight. Take care of yourself. Oh, it's cold at night. Make sure to dress Chanshan warmly and don't let her eat random things. Okay, I'm hanging up, Rong Xian impatiently said. When I hung up the phone, I keenly heard a woman's voice on the other end. Auntie, taste this shrimp, I've peeled it for you. Hearing the beep on the phone, I felt a bit confused. After all, I had just jumped off a building, and not long ago, Rong Xian's attitude towards me wasn't like this, right? Could love shift and disappear? I couldn't help but reflect on whether I had gone too far. What troubled me was where Rong Xian and the others were, and why there was a woman's voice on the phone. Rong Xian's attitude sounded intimate, but I didn't recall Rong Xian having relatives or friends in Linhai. Zhao Jin and I returned to the hospital ward, and downstairs, we unexpectedly saw Wu Gu, Xiao Ruyan, and others who were already preparing to leave. When Xiao Ruyan saw me, her eyes lit up. She got out of the car immediately, moving slowly due to her discomfort, unconsciously holding her lower abdomen. When she came to me, she instinctively tidied her messy hair, then gently pulled down the new skirt she had changed into, not just to smooth out the wrinkles but more likely to test my willpower. I tried to avert my gaze from her snowy chest and asked, Why are you leaving now? Honey, let's go home. We're not used to staying here, and you might not be comfortable either, Xiao Ruyan said softly. You just had surgery, maybe you should stay in the hospital for a while, I said. In fact, I did feel a bit sorry for this woman in front of me. After all, we had no grievances or enmity between us. If it weren't for the strong influence of the original body's memories before his death, I probably wouldn't have been interested in meddling in any infidelity matters. Of course, if I hadn't appeared, based on my understanding of Chen Yisong, the original body's brother would probably have wreaked havoc on the Xiao family, leading to a real-life scenario of Wu Song killing his sister-in-law and joining the bandits. When I mentioned surgery, Xiao Ruyan's face turned pale, showing regret and pain in her eyes. She clenched her hands tightly, even scratching the skin of her palms with her nails. I wasn't trying to be sarcastic, but noticing Wu Ji's pleading eyes, I quickly changed the subject. So I said, Alright, let's go home. You go rest at the villa first, and I'll take Chanshan back to our place. Mom, I miss you. Dad is so mean, he just pulled my hair. At this moment, Chanshan rushed into Xiao Ruyan's arms, rubbing her head against her mother and giggling continuously. Xiao Ruyan hugged her daughter tightly, tears streaming down her face, pleadingly looking at me, saying, I know you hate me now and don't want to see me. Can you let our daughter stay with me first? I promised to take good care of her. Yes, Chanshan hasn't been close to her mother for a long time. I've arranged a nanny at the villa. Chen Feng, you can rest assured, Wu Gu quickly added. No, Mom, Don't let the nanny come. I'll take care of Qianshan myself. I want to learn to be a good mom, Xiao Ruyan firmly stated. I couldn't and shouldn't deprive a mother of her love for her child. After a moment of silence, I said, okay, let Qianshan stay with you first. But the situation is not right recently. Besides the Zhu family father and son, there may be others plotting against us. Protect Qianshan well and call me if anything happens. If I catch you doing anything that goes against your identity as a mother in front of the child, I will make you face the consequences. I am talking about the incident where Xiao Ruyan once let Lu Xingchen into the house. Although it seems like a misunderstanding, it may not be seen that way in the daughter's heart. Parents should lead by example for their children and avoid doing things that could potentially lead to misunderstandings. Be lenient with oneself and strict with others is what I said. I am ashamed. I reflect on myself. I will keep my distance from Xiao Jinyan in front of Qianshan in the future. Husband, rest assured. There won't be a second time in this lifetime. Xiao Ruyan said slowly. She was very serious, and her beautiful eyes seemed to only have room for my shadow. Under such intense gaze, I had to avoid eye contact and focus on Xiao Jinyan. After noticing this, Wu Ge felt helpless and could only say, Jinyan, help Chinfeng tidy up the house, and let Ruyan go back in a few days. A formidable ex-mother-in-law, skilled in both coaxing and scolding, played psychology like a pro. And so, our group got into the car and headed home, with bodyguards following both in front and behind. Xiao Ruyan insisted on sitting next to me, but I didn't want to be too close, so I let Qianshan sit between us. Xiao Jinyan sat in the passenger seat, occasionally looking at me through the rearview mirror with a hint of shyness and a touch of indescribable sorrow in her expression. Xiao Ruyan kept the conversation going, making Qianshan sing a song again, which ended up making everyone in the car cry. Before getting off the car, Xiao Ruyan suddenly hugged me tightly, as if wanting to merge our bodies together and greedily inhaling the scent of my clothes. I had had enough. But just as I was about to explode, Xiao Ruyan timely let go of her arms. Husband, I want to take a day off for Qianshan tomorrow. Let's go to the amusement park as a family, okay? Xiao Ruyan said. With misty eyes and a pitiful look, she seemed inexplicably vulnerable. Okay, she can take a day off from kindergarten, I'll inform Teacher Gua. I looked at Qianshan's hopeful eyes, unable to refuse. Even though she was the daughter of the original body, I was willing to take on the role and responsibilities of a father. I have never been a father, but I can learn, and of course, it would be even better to have a child of my own. Wu Ge, feeling sorry, advised, let's wait a few more days, your body can't take it. Your dad will probably be back soon, and then we can go together as a family. As a mother, feeling for her daughter, Xiao Ruyan now empathized with her. She turned to hug her mother and said, Mom, don't worry, the doctor prescribed some medicine, and I'm fine now. No, go to the villa first, Mom will make you some nourishing food. Chen Feng, that's settled. I'll have Xiaoyan come to pick you up tomorrow, Wu Ge said. Acting on her own, the ex-mother-in-law didn't even ask for my opinion. Perhaps in her eyes, having Xiao Jinyan accompany me home was enough to make amends. Xiao Ruyan was completely different from before, and before leaving, she shamelessly kissed me on the face, leaving a clear lip print. I felt so helpless. Su Rui, this woman, didn't know how to diagnose me, saying I had a second personality with split personality disorder. It seemed like Xiao Ruyan was the one with real split personality, but it looked like she was showing some signs of being a mother, which might not be a bad thing for the poor daughter Qianshan. Chen Feng, I'll go to the supermarket first to buy some groceries, and I'll make you something delicious tonight, Xiao Jinyan said, her face turning red. Let's go together, Jinyan. I stretched lazily, feeling the fatigue of the past few days dissipate. The dark clouds over the city of Linhai showed no signs of dispersing, shrouding the entire city like an abyss. The drizzle brought a chill, and under the streetlights, it looked like strands of dangling threads. Xiao Jinyan and I bought a bunch of things at the supermarket, then set off on the way home. Wu Ge arranged 2 bodyguards for us, who were from the city's security company. They looked tall and strong, but it was just for show to avoid some minor troubles. The real elite sent by the Xiao family had all been withdrawn, which was also the reason for Xiao Changhe's anger. Xiao Changhe and Zhu Guide were not in Linhai, but were negotiating at a location designated by an intermediary. This kind of negotiation was destined not to be resolved in a few words, as it involved trade-offs that could affect countless lives at the bottom. Back at Xiao Ruyan's in my home, although it felt like we hadn't been away for a few days, it seemed like a world away, with a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling washing over me. Xiao Jinyan was more familiar with this home than I was. She neatly put away the things in the kitchen, then helped me untie my shoelaces and put on slippers. The gentle and virtuous Xiao Jinyan seemed to really see me as her reliance. Thank you. A warm feeling rose in my heart, and I gently hugged her plump body. Xiao Jinyan was so stiff that she couldn't move, her cheeks blushing, like a young girl full of longing for love. For a full 5 minutes, my mind was blank. I felt her body was soft like cotton candy, and especially fragrant, making me unable to stop taking deep breaths. It's time to eat. Xiao Jinyan could feel her cheeks burning, her legs so weak they could barely support her. Afraid of embarrassment, she quickly pushed me away. She was as red as a cooked prawn, her face and neck turning pink with embarrassment. I saw you were worried in the car, what's wrong? To ease her embarrassment, I changed the subject. Well, my mom has severed our adoption relationship, so I'll have my own household registration in the future. She said being with you would harm my reputation. Xiao Jinyan's eyes were red, tears swirling in her eyes, as if they could fall at any moment, evoking pity. After being called mom 4 decades, she was suddenly kicked out of the house, and her fear and anxiety could only be expressed in front of me. Okay, stop crying. I'm too scheming as your ex-mother-in-law. I wiped her eyes with my sleeve and continued, it's not about your reputation, it's about the Xiao family, for her precious daughter. If I want to inherit Xiao Cheng's legacy, I can only be with Xiao Ruyan, who is now plotting against me. Why are you calling my dad's name? It's so rude. Don't do that in the future. Xiao Jinyan couldn't grasp the point at all, her mind even worse than Xiao Ruyan's, giving off a slightly silly vibe. Perhaps the term silly wasn't quite appropriate for a woman in her 30s, but with Xiao Jinyan's current appearance, demeanor, and daily behavior, it seemed fitting. You should treat Ruyan better in the future. I've let her down enough. From now on, treat me as a maid, I'll serve you for life. Xiao Jinyan said gently but firmly. I was starting to get a headache, wondering what kind of spell my former mother-in-law had cast on this woman in front of me. But I also knew that the current situation was not suitable for a confrontation. Perhaps there was no reason to turn against each other, as I was the one benefiting inside and out. Wuge had now put a new villa in my name, where Xiao Ruyan and Shanshan currently lived, and had paid 10 years' worth of property fees in advance. Now, as long as I spoke up, I could have whatever material things I wanted, with Wu Ji's only implicit request being not to let his daughter suffer. Xiao Jinyan turned to the kitchen to cook, and I helplessly took the file bag into the study. When the study followed me, there was basically no change, but when I sat on the chair, I keenly sensed something wrong. It was a prickling sensation. Someone is monitoring me. Using surveillance. This thought rose in my mind. Although I occasionally worked as a part-time assassin and corporate spy in my past life, being a cleaner was my main job, and dealing with surveillance was necessary for post-work. Being able to sense being monitored in secret was a special gift of mine, strengthened through long-term work. I quickly pinpointed the location of the monitors and blind spots, then took a walk around the house under the pretext of getting coffee. 2 in the living room, 1 in the bedroom, and 1 in the study. The person who set up the surveillance was careful and had boundaries. There was none in the bathroom. I took a folder into the bathroom, flipped the toilet lid, sat down, and inserted 2 memory cards into my phone. I had a total of 10 cameras set up in the house, with 8 being common on the market. Although the setup was discreet, I intentionally exposed some to hide the remaining 2 cameras. One was a smartphone placed openly on the desk, capable of working for 72 hours while recording continuously. The other camera was hidden inside a teddy bear named Xian. The camera was one of the bear's eyes, powered by a small charger placed on the living room sofa, directly facing the front door. To prevent signal detection, I used the oldest surveillance memory cards that emitted no signals. I was always prepared for any situation, leaving no stone unturned. As I expected, the contents of the memory cards surprised me. It was yesterday at noon, led by Xiao Yun, a team of 5 professionals using equipment to detect bugs, mainly through wireless signal transmission for location tracking. Zhao Jins had hidden the surveillance in advance, and they did not expect someone to use outdated cameras for spying, so they left empty-handed. After the other 4 left, I noticed Xiao Yun returning to the house. The camera inside the teddy bear had limited wide-angle coverage and did not capture specific details, but it was definitely related to Xiao Yun's actions in the house. In the audio recording, there was only one message, Xiao Yun answering a call in the study. Yes, miss, I will return to the hospital now. The title of miss was intriguing. As far as I knew, besides Xiao Jinyan, only Xiao Ruyan could fit this title. The former was a possibility, but I trusted my eyes. Xiao Jinyan was genuinely innocent. If she could deceive me, then her acting skills were exceptional. As for Xiao Ruyan, it seemed unlikely. If she had such cunning, she wouldn't be easily fooled. While pondering, my phone suddenly buzzed, and I found a short video recorded by Xiao Ruyan. Dad, have you eaten? Mom made noodles for me today, with tomatoes. Mom also asked me what I usually eat, saying she will make it for me in the future. Excitedly holding a bowl, Xian said to me. The so-called noodles were plain boiled noodles with a few vegetables, and the tomatoes were probably cut and added directly. It didn't look appetizing mixed together, but Qian Shan ate it with great relish, perhaps because it was her first time eating her mom's cooking. The camera turned to capture Xiao Ruyan beside Qian Xian. This woman had taken off her exquisite long skirt and was wearing what seemed to be my shirt, which was very oversized. Even a men's shirt couldn't completely cover her magnificent figure, especially her two straight and firm fair legs under the shirt. Even if I didn't want to admit it, I couldn't resist missing a second of the beautiful scenery. Xiao Ruyan is definitely intentional, but she looks guilty and says softly, "I'm sorry, husband, it's my first time cooking. It's not very good. Can you come teach me tomorrow? Aren't we going to the amusement park tomorrow?" I replied. She quickly responded, "After the amusement park, we can come home and cook." "Husband, I'm sorry, I didn't know housework was so hard. Wait for me here, occupying my whole day, and maybe even persuading me to stay. I think going to the amusement park is a mistake. Tell Qian, the weather has been bad lately, always raining. Let's wait for a sunny day." I replied. A new indoor amusement park opened in the city. "I've already booked tickets. Husband, don't let Qian down, okay?" Xiao Ruyan's voice was gentle. I almost smashed my phone. "How many times have you missed your daughter's birthday and brushed off family gatherings? Today you have the nerve to talk to me like this? Although I'm not the original Chen Feng, but this body is." "Okay. See you tomorrow," I replied with suppressed anger. If Qian wasn't there, I would have used Lu Xingchen's dagger on her. I calmed down, sent greetings to Rong Xian and Chen's father, but got no reply. Still not feeling good. Then I took out the information from the file bag in my hand, which briefly described the situation surrounding the temptation of Xiao Ruyan to have an affair. Because of Xiao Yun's actions, I now have doubts about her. If this information passed through her hands, then there probably wouldn't be any valuable intelligence. The surveillance at the Linhai Hotel has been completely destroyed, with no possibility of repair, but it can be linked to Zhu Zitao. The Linhai Hotel is an important industry of the Zhu family. Without evidence, there is no way to retaliate. The struggles between prominent families usually adhere to certain rules: no assassination, no implicating the innocent, no retaliation without evidence. Of course, the rules are set by the strong. Before having the ability to break the rules, they serve as the best protection. Xiao Changhai is a rule-abiding person. Even when he was framed in the past, he did not retaliate without concrete evidence. This is why he has stood firm for many years. In conflicts between certain families, he is often called upon to mediate. As for the information about Zhu Zitao, he suddenly returned from England to the empire 6 months ago, mainly engaged in foreign trade, and took over the Zhu family's clothing processing factory. Zhu Zitao has always been low-key in the original memory, like all children educated in prominent families. Regardless of what happens behind the scenes, he appears as a gentle and modest gentleman on the surface, never arrogant or doing anything to disgrace the family's reputation. So after the original body was injured, there were only vague suspicions, but no evidence, mainly because Zhu Zitao disguised himself too well. Everyone in college knew that Zhu Zitao was pursuing Xiao Ruyan, but the original Chen Feng didn't believe it. When Xiao Ruyan was willing to risk her marriage as compensation, I actually admired her for daring to do so. Next is the information about Fisher and the bar, just a thin sheet of paper. It shows that the bar owner's surname is Lu, and he rented the bar to a young man that day. The bartenders and waiters in the bar were not regular staff. Mr. Lu said the other party paid a lot of money, and the bar had no losses the next day, so he didn't care. As for the bar's surveillance, it was taken away by the other party, leaving nothing behind. Fisher is untraceable, and based on facial recognition, he cannot be found anywhere in the empire. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. Lu Xingchen's so-called mother has been confirmed to be a mental patient and is now begging on the street to survive. All the clues have been handled cleanly, without any flaws. But it's just too clean. It would be impossible without someone helping to cover it up. Especially for this information to be credible, it must be submitted by someone trusted by Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe to avoid being traced again. So, there is only one answer. I sneered and had to say that these people's methods are too poor. Do they really think I am a fish on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered? Who are the most powerful monsters in Journey to the West? Of course, those with a strong background. My biggest support now is Wu Gu and the Xiao family. The other party is clearly targeting me, so why should I take the lead? In the end, it is also implicated by the Xiao family, and I am very calm about it. Hey, Mom, have you eaten? I have something to ask you. Today, I found someone installing surveillance at home. Was it arranged by you? Oh, no. I suspected Xiao Ruyan of having an affair, so I installed video surveillance at home. Then I caught Xiao Yun. Isn't she your person? Okay, I'll send it to you now. Hurry up and help me deal with it, or I won't be able to sleep well, I said to Woogo with a smile, and then sent the audio and video files. Woogo replied quickly, seeming nervous, asking me not to tell anyone and promising to handle it immediately. When I came out of the bathroom, my legs were a bit numb. Sitting at the table full of dishes, I took a deep breath. It smells good. Xiao Jinyan, the virtuous one, was still busy, even pouring beer for me, asking me to eat first and not to mind her. Then, she changed the bed sheets and blankets in the bedroom for me, and washed the underwear I changed from the hospital by hand. Now under surveillance, I couldn't have any ambiguous actions with Xiao Jinyan in the living room, but this meal made me very comfortable. In my past life, I was always on edge, with plenty of money and women, but I never dared to stay in one place for too long. Relationships with women are like dew, and even after having a relationship, one must be wary that the other party may be sent by some force. This kind of life for a long time has made me mentally exhausted, but someone like me can never stop. The underground world has always been about going in, not out. Gurgle. After the last glass of beer, I burped. Just as I put down the glass, the door was knocked on not too lightly. When the door opened, it was Woogu personally with some technical experts from the Public Security Bureau. All of them seemed to be of high rank. Woogu made a gesture for me to keep quiet, and then those experts began to block the wireless signals in the entire unit, and then systematically removed all the surveillance devices. They then started to analyze the surveillance frequency and pinpoint the location of the signal transmitter. Xiao Jinyan stood at the door at a loss, and Woogu gave her a stern look, making her retreat to the bedroom and not come out. Mom, why bother again? Once the surveillance signal disappears, they will definitely receive the message on the other side. I shook my head, puzzled. I thought Woogu would find a reason for us to stay elsewhere, or even go directly to the villa where Xiao Ruyan was. Woogu seemed to see through my thoughts and said in a deep voice, from now on until the next 2 hours, the signals in the entire street will be blocked under the guise of signal tower maintenance. Just now was just a precaution, fearing that there might be other ways to transmit information. The information you sent me, you know it in your heart, Mom will explain it to you later. But remember, don't say a word, don't get involved. Your approach is right, Mom appreciates your cleverness. You and Jinyan continue eating, I'll leave first. Wu Ji's actions puzzled me. I could only see that she was in a hurry, like a fisherman eager to catch fish before the net was cast. To be honest, no matter what she does next, the possibility of failure is high because the other party's heart is already in chaos. People come fast and leave fast. Xiao Jinyan walked out with a pale face. She looked carefully at me without asking for specific reasons. After eating and drinking, Xiao Jinyan filled the bathtub with hot water. The bathroom was misty, with a lot of white bubbles floating on the water surface in the bathtub, and a faint soapy scent in the air. I immersed myself in the water, feeling so comfortable that I was almost falling asleep. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Jinyan, wrapped in a white bathrobe, walked in. The warm air in the bathroom made her cheeks red, and she had to control her emotions to stand steadily. She carried a tray with freshly cut fruits and sobering drinks. I had only drunk a bottle of beer earlier, but now I felt completely drunk. Xiao Jinyan had been trained by Woogu at the Xiao family, and taking care of her husband's daily life was ingrained in her. Even with just this ordinary service, I felt somewhat unable to bear it happily, let alone the upcoming bath and massage, which made my blood pressure soar. In the end, it was the damn Sima Zhong who didn't take that step. What Xiao Jinyan is doing now can barely be explained as a nanny's job, but there will still be emotional knots. Although I know Xiao Jinyan wouldn't mind, the days ahead are long, and I'm not that desperate. Xiao Jinyan's fair skin was almost pink after the bath, her beautiful eyes were misty, and she hurriedly went to Qianqian's room with a bath towel almost clinging to her body. I came out last and lay down on the bed in the master bedroom. This bed hadn't been slept in for several months, although the sheets and bedding had been changed. I could still faintly smell the unique body scent of Xiao Ruyan. Surrounded by this fragrance, I couldn't help but indulge in wild thoughts, especially after the bubble bath. Now thinking about it, I was really foolish, doing those things when I traveled back, influenced by the memories of the other party, wanting to avenge the original body. But the original body was ungrateful and kept dragging its feet. What was the point of everything I did? Especially swapping the samples, it was the most idiotic thing I had done in my career, almost indirectly forcing me to jump off the building with Xiao Ruyan. The body from before the time travel was probably already ashes, and if the Xiao family found out about my series of actions, I probably wouldn't be able to keep this body now. At 10:30 in the evening, the signal in the neighborhood returned to normal. I didn't call Woogu. As long as she didn't provoke me, it had nothing to do with me. However, my phone suddenly rang with a delayed message, containing several pictures. When I opened them, my nose almost bled. The protagonist in the photos was Xiao Ruyan, lying on the sofa, wearing a light purple v-neck silk pajamas, showcasing her perfect figure exquisitely, exuding amazing charm all over. I had to admit, this woman was really beautiful. If I hadn't seen her video with Lu Xingchen, I might not have minded getting involved with her emotionally. Unlike Xiao Jinyan's gourd-shaped figure, Xiao Ruyan was taller and more proportionate, making her more photogenic and alluring. The remaining selfies were also unique, featuring various colored stockings and other accessories, all emphasizing attractiveness. Xiao Ruyan, what are you doing, treating the original body like this? There's no need for me to come out. I shook my head with a bitter smile, closed my phone, and prepared to sleep. Just as I closed my eyes, I suddenly heard the alarm and crackling sounds coming from the street. Almost reflexively, I jumped out of bed, quickly got dressed, and looked outside through the gap in the curtains. The crackling sound, like firecrackers, was all too familiar to me, unmistakably gunshots. Someone dared to shoot in the city. I couldn't help but think of the things my former mother-in-law had brought, feeling a bit uneasy. I called Rongxin first, but the old couple were already asleep. After answering the phone, the old lady scolded me, seeming to increasingly dislike me. Then I called Xiao Ruyan, and she picked up immediately. Honey, do you have something going on? Her voice was cautious but tinged with a hint of joy. How are things on your end? I asked in a deep voice. It's fine. I just told Shanshan a story, and she just fell asleep. Honey, you've really worked hard all these years. Xiao Ruyan rambled on about irrelevant things. Xiao Ruyan didn't notice my impatience at all, still chattering on the phone. Honey, I saw the fairy tales you bought for Shanshan. They're great. I didn't know she knew so many stories, but it seems she still prefers the ones you tell. Alright, be careful tonight. Is the bodyguard with you? I furrowed my brow and asked. Yes, but Mom changed to a new group of bodyguards, all women, no men. Xiao Ruyan quickly explained. She was being so cautious with her words now that I couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for her. Oh well, just consider it taking care of a patient. Get some rest soon, remember to cultivate Shanshan's independence, don't let her sleep with you. Alright, see you tomorrow. My tone softened a bit as I spoke. Xiao Ruyan didn't initially understand, thinking I was rejecting her, feeling very upset, but hearing my tone change, she became happy again. Honey, see you tomorrow, Xiao Ruyan said with a smile. She had completely changed now, like a whole new Xiao Ruyan, almost treating my words as if they were decrees. Of course, I had no idea, just thinking of her as a woman who had developed a psychological illness after an affair, repenting and making amends to her family and husband. Chen Feng? I heard voices. Why aren't you asleep yet? Xia Jinyan's voice came from outside the door. Nothing, heard some noises, seems like something's about to happen in Linhai. I said lightly. I picked up a pack of cigarettes from the bedside table, not knowing how long it had been since this pack had been in the drawer in the study, and the matches that accompanied the cigarettes had already gotten damp, not lighting even after several attempts. Snap! A brass lighter was placed under my cigarette, and the orange flame suddenly ignited the cigarette. The gray particles formed by the burning cigarette dispersed into smoke, with a faint tobacco scent filling the air. Xia Jinyan put down the lighter, her eyes showing some concern, and advised, "Is something bothering you? Smoke less, it's not good for your health." Sorry, forgot you don't like the smell of smoke. I shook my head, habitually extinguishing it with my thumb and forefinger, feeling a clear burning sensation on my skin, as if a mosquito had bitten me. Xia Jinyan quickly pried open my hand, checked for any issues, then relaxed and said, "Your body is your own, you can't treat it like this." Yeah, wouldn't it be nice to keep living so peacefully like this? I looked at the Linhai city shrouded in darkness and said slowly, "It's good now. It's good with you here." Xia Jinyan raised her hand to tuck the stray hair behind her ear, showing me a gentle smile. This night was destined to be long for some people, but for me, it was a night worth cherishing for a lifetime. Early the next morning, before 5 o'clock, Xia Jinyan dragged her tired body to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She knew I liked dumplings with shrimp filling, so she prepared fresh river shrimp in advance and rolled out the dough. Every step was done with great care, as if it was not just ordinary dumplings, but she poured her emotions into them. At 7 in the morning, Xiao Jinyan woke me up, and on the dining table were the newspaper for the day, steaming dumplings, and crispy sesame cakes. The sesame cakes were from a well-known shop at the street corner, and Xiao Jinyan had to walk a few hundred meters in the drizzle to buy them. After I finished washing up, I sat in front of the table, feeling a sense of trance. Whether in this life or the past, whether in my memory or Chen Feng's memory, it seemed like I had never been so comfortable. If Xiao Ruyan could be half as virtuous as her. This strange thought popped into my mind, but I quickly extinguished it. This woman has caused so much trouble, and if it weren't for Shanshan, I really wouldn't want to get involved. In fact, I didn't realize that my way of doing things now is very different from the past, with more humanity and consideration for others. It's good to be able to enjoy life and not feel so tired, but it also means that I may lower my guard against potential dangers. The dumplings were fragrant and delicious, with just the right amount of saltiness, and the sesame cakes left a lingering fragrance in my mouth. I spread out the newspaper and suddenly stopped when I saw the headline news, furrowing my brows involuntarily. Breaking news: a fierce gun battle occurred on North Street last night, with several police chiefs and security officers injured. The director of the Public Security Bureau was shot on the front line and is currently undergoing emergency treatment at the hospital. The case has been taken over by the Investigation Bureau, and it is reported that the culprits are foreign armed militants involved in multiple international major cases. The fewer the words, the bigger the event. These few lines took up half of the newspaper, with the rest filled with numerous photos of the scene, showing bullet casings on the ground, bloodstains, and the painful appearance of injured security officers on stretchers. What exactly happened last night? I squinted my eyes, muttered to myself, and then quickly finished all the dumplings. Just as I put down the spoon, my phone rang, and it was my former mother-in-law Woo Go calling. "Mom, is everything resolved?" I asked. Things didn't go smoothly. The planned arrest turned into a gun battle. There is a lot of pressure from above now, so I have to go discuss with your father. Don't wander around in Linhai recently. I left you something as a small compensation. Take care of Rian more. I'll give you a new phone number for emergencies in the future. Wooga spoke quickly, but her tone remained calm, showing that yesterday's events didn't affect her much. Is Xiaoyun resolved? I continued to ask. After a moment of silence, Wooga said, "There is no way to handle it temporarily because she is one of Cho Chi's disciples and one of the controllers of the underground forces of the Xiao family in Linhai. Without solid evidence, we can't do anything. But the purpose of my visit to your father this time is also to ask Cho Chi about Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun won't contact you for now. If she appears, the Investigation Bureau will immediately arrest her for investigation. This is an official action, and the Xiao family has no right to intervene." Is Cho Chi reliable? I asked. Reliable. That's why Xiaoyun's situation is suspicious. I want to ask him face to face. Wu Gu replied. The classic strategy of using others to achieve one's own ends. Perhaps Wu Gu knew from the beginning that there were problems within the Xiao family, so she decided to use her connections to get the Investigation Bureau involved. However, this would inevitably lead to the loss of some personal relationships, which are intangible but diminish with each use. From Wu Ji's brief words, it can also be seen that there is an irreparable and significant crack or conflict between the Xiao family and Xiao Changhe. The source is likely to fall on that fund, and now all parties are closely watching. No one dares to act rashly. Half an hour later, I lay on the sofa watching the morning news, but my eyes couldn't leave the woman in the living room. Xiao Jinyan, a dignified and mature beauty, had just finished mopping the floor, sweat dripping continuously from her cheeks. She felt as if she were in a furnace, even though she was still wearing clothes. It seemed as if everything was exposed. Fortunately, the doorbell rang in time, and Xiao Jinyan rushed to open the door. A middle-aged man in a light gray stand-up collar jacket entered with two young people. The leader introduced himself as Zhang Xiang, a lawyer appointed by Wu Go and legal advisor to Xiao Changhe, who will also be responsible for legal matters related to me in the future. Zhang Xiang wore glasses, looked very gentle and ordinary, and had a polite and courteous attitude. Unlike those big lawyers, he made people instinctively doubt his abilities. But I trust Wu Ji's judgment. This man is definitely not simple. He brought a share transfer agreement, stating that once signed, I could own 5% of NMD Company's shares, with the transferor surprisingly being General Manager Wang Wei, and the transferee being blank. Interesting, it seems that the procedures are fine, but I remember that share transfers require a shareholders meeting and a vote, right? I asked curiously. MS. Wu Ge has taken care of it. In addition to this share transfer agreement, there is also a shareholding agreement. From today, you will hold 10% of MS. Xiao Ruyan's shares in NMD Company on her behalf. You are now the second largest shareholder of NMD Company in practice. Congratulations. Zhang Xiang said with a smile. Shares worth over $1 billion were right in front of me, especially shares of NMD Company. It seemed very interesting. Wu Ge still wanted to tie me and Xiao Ruyan together. The so-called compensation she had already offered was ultimately a trade, unrelated to love, just a transaction. Is this asking me to go back to NMD Company to save face? I smiled and signed on both agreements. This was compensation on the surface, completely different from the toxic fund given by Xiao Changhe. As long as I was willing to lie down, relying solely on dividends would be enough to live a good life for the rest of my life. Wang Wei was promoted by Xiao Changhe, and he paid the price for not taking care of Xiao Ruyan in the company. But how did Xiao Ruyan get 10% of the shares? In the original memory, Xiao Ruyan definitely did not have a shareholder status, meaning she had acquired this 10% in the past few days. The ownership structure of NMD company was complex. Even the largest shareholder held less than 30% of the shares, with the remaining shareholders mostly holding shares on behalf of other forces, while the rest were in the hands of a few company core members. Congratulations again, Mr. Chun. This is my business card. Feel free to contact me for any legal issues. Zhang Xiang handed me a business card with a smile. After seeing them off, I kept the agreements, feeling no sudden excitement about becoming rich, nor did I think about going to NMD company with the identity of the second largest shareholder. That kind of thing was what children would do. At this stage, I needed to be patient and observe. These shares seemed valuable, but the agreement stated that no trading could be done within 10 years. In reality, before the dividend period, this agreement was worth nothing to me. Of course, I could enter the board of directors or place my financial personnel in the company, but I didn't want to do that. I had lived too tired in my past life, and the main purpose of this life was to enjoy it. Power is like an addictive drug. Everyone has different opinions and different goals at this stage. Maybe after a while, my thoughts will be different again, but the choice itself is a pleasure in life. Xiao Jinyan saw that the time was almost up, urging me to hurry to pick up Xiao Ruyan in Shanshan, not to be too late. She had already prepared a brand new custom-made suit for me in advance, and the leather shoes were polished to reflect shadows. Then she took an umbrella to send me out. Men must go out decently. You are the face of us women. Remember to spend more time with Ruyan and Shanshan. Don't rush back. Xiao Jinyan said as she smoothed out the wrinkles on my clothes and adjusted my tie. How could I not come back? Before leaving, I couldn't help but hug this gentle and virtuous woman, thanking her for her efforts last night and now caring for me so thoughtfully. At the same time, in the Changhe Villa area, Xiao Ruyan suddenly woke up from a nightmare, feeling like she was entangled by countless tentacles in her dream, desperately pulling her into the abyss. A strong sense of suffocation made her feel like she was about to die, instinctively opening her mouth to breathe hard. Xiao Ruyan subconsciously reached out to her side. The bed was cold. She glanced at her phone. It was almost 8 o'clock. If it were a normal day, at 7:30, she would hear the indulgent call in her ear, and then she would be warmly carried to the washstand in a princess hug. At that time, she still hated her husband treating her like a little girl, but she never thought about why he did it. Perhaps she had been touched and deeply in love before, but when everything became a matter of course, this love no longer had a reason to exist, gradually forgotten by herself. Unfortunately, everything can't go back. It was her own fault, all deserved punishment. Honey, where are you? I miss you so much. Xiao Ruyan's eyes unknowingly turned red. She turned her body and buried her face in the pillow, tears quickly soaking a large area of the pillowcase. After crying, Xiao Ruyan calmed down, got up from the bed with a lonely face, her loose pajamas completely unable to hide her good figure. She staggered towards the kitchen, intending to pour herself a glass of water, suddenly hearing a noise in the kitchen. She subconsciously took a few quick steps. A familiar smell of toast wafted over. Xiao Ruyan's eyes lit up, excitedly ran in, shouting, "Honey!" Instead of seeing the familiar figure, there was a small figure struggling to take out the toast from the toaster. It was her daughter Chanshan, who had already dressed herself, wearing a brand new apron that was meant for adults, so when she put it on, the hem reached her ankles directly. The kitchen counter was relatively high. Chanshan had to tiptoe to reach the toast, her face beaming with joy, like a sunflower blooming in the sun. Chanshan! Xiao Ruyan shed tears, almost rushing up to pick up her daughter, then started crying loudly. This emotion came very suddenly, perhaps touched, perhaps guilty. Touched by having such a sensible daughter, guilty for not being able to take care of her well. But what Chanshan said next almost made Xiao Ruyan feel ashamed. Chanshan sweetly smiled and said, "Mom, are you awake? I've already eaten. This toast is for you. I also boiled milk and set it to 50 degrees. Dad said you like to drink milk at this temperature. I'll bring it to you in a while. Have you washed up?" "Chanshan, I'm really sorry to you." Xiao Ruyan hugged her daughter tightly. If she wasn't worried about the virus residue on her body, she would have kissed her daughter's face hard. As a wife, she violated the loyalty of marriage. As a mother, she let her daughter take care of her in turn. As a daughter, she made her elderly mother worry. If she hadn't jumped off a building once, she would now want to jump off a high building again. "Mom, don't cry," Dad said. "When he's gone, let me take care of you." Shanshan wiped her mother's eyes with her sleeve. She was about to cry herself. Xiao Ruyan tried to calm down, wiped her tears, and said, "Mom, don't cry, Mom is happy. By the way, Shanshan, when did your dad ask you to take care of me? Was it yesterday?" Shanshan tilted her head in thought, then counted on her fingers, saying, "I can't remember, it's been several days. That night Dad drank a lot of alcohol, was very unhappy, and Dad cried too." Xiao Ruyan's mind buzzed for a moment, as if it was suddenly blank. She let go of her daughter and came to the dressing table like a zombie. Looking at herself in the mirror, still so beautiful, she felt ugly for the first time. The night Shanshan mentioned should be when she was reveling in the bar. Thinking back to what Su Rui had told her, her husband was actually gone that night. Her current husband didn't love her at all. Split personality, schizophrenia. Xiao Ruyan was full of regret. She found that no matter how many times she apologized, no matter what she did, she might not be able to gain the forgiveness of the person who loved her. No! There must be a way, husband, I will make you come back. I want to personally say sorry to you. Xiao Ruyan's eyes gradually turned from pain to madness. She slowly took off her robe, held the belt in her hand, and fiercely whipped her back. The intense pain eased her inner pain, and she seemed to have miraculously improved a lot. My husband is not crazy, otherwise he wouldn't have jumped off the building to save me. He suppressed his feelings for me. It's because I'm too dirty, too immature, unworthy of being a wife. That's why he treats me like this. It's all my fault, my responsibility. I have to redeem myself. I have to make amends. Xiao Ruyan muttered to herself. Shanshan was worried in the kitchen, but soon she saw her mother coming out of the room, smiling as if nothing had happened, gentle like Aunt Jingyan. Shanshan, thank you. Xiao Ruyan smiled and touched her daughter's head, as if she hadn't had an emotional breakdown just now. Shanshan watched her mother finish eating and was about to wash the dishes, but Xiao Ruyan refused. Xiao Ruyan hummed and sang the song "Mom is the best in the world," using her fair and delicate hands to scrub the dishes with force. These hands had always been carefully maintained, most of the time only touching expensive jewelry and art designs. But now they were immersed in the water mixed with detergent, something that the former Xiao Ruyan probably couldn't imagine, but she was exceptionally happy now. As long as she could contribute a little to this family, even a small contribution seemed to alleviate a bit of her inner pain. "Mom, Dad is here to pick us up." Shanshan's voice came. Xiao Ruyan shivered, and hurriedly said, "Shanshan, let your dad wait for a while, Mom will change clothes first." She had never cared so much about her appearance, not wanting her negative side to be exposed to her husband. She didn't even have time to say hello to me before rushing into the dressing room. I didn't care what she was wearing, I just wanted to finish quickly and go home to sleep. I put the umbrella at the door, patted Shanshan's head, and asked about the situation. After knowing that it was Qianxian who made breakfast, I was speechless, feeling fortunate to live with the virtuous Xiao Jingyan. Knowing that Xiao Ruyan was changing clothes, Qianxian and I started wandering around the villa. The villa was not large, with 2 floors, all the necessary functions, a small swimming pool in the backyard, a lawn in the front yard, surrounded by tall fir trees and walls. The overall style leaned towards westernization but also integrated local elements, designed very cleverly. In this detached villa in this location, the price was high, much better than the villa rented by Lu Xingchen. "Are you considering moving here? Good location, spacious place." I stood on the balcony, gazing at the distant scenery, muttering to myself. Suddenly, a fragrance hit me, followed by a warm body embracing me from behind. Xiao Ruyan rested her chin on my shoulder, blowing air into my ear, saying, "Honey, what are you looking at?" "I'm thinking, did you do the same thing to Lu Xingchen before? You've used these tricks before, right?" I sarcastically said. Suddenly realizing that I was still influenced by the original owner, I blurted out sarcastic words. Xiao Ruyan lightly bit her lip, released me, and said shyly, "Honey, I know you won't believe me no matter what I say, but I still want to explain. I might have taken advantage, but I really didn't do anything out of line on my own. Is it important? I actually don't care." I tried to control my emotions, turning away as unaffected as possible. Xiao Ruyan was wearing a casual loose sports jacket today, not the luxury stockings, high heels, and luxurious dresses she usually liked. She looked somewhat pure and conservative, with a touch of gentleness. Her long black hair was tied in a simple ponytail without any fancy hair accessories. This outfit did not diminish her beauty at all, especially her eyes filled with deep emotions, like a splendid gem, captivating to behold. This dressing made her seem like a different person, completely overturning my previous impression and giving a refreshing feeling. Xiao Ruyan had thickened her skin now, not changing her expression even after my sarcasm. However, after carefully observing, she couldn't help but say, "Honey, I didn't expect you to look handsome in a suit." In her eyes, I was no longer the greasy middle-aged man in the kitchen but resembled the dazzling piano prince from our university days, with a hint of maturity. I was wearing a dark blue suit tailored to fit my body perfectly, exuding confidence and a stark contrast to my past cautious and eager to please self. However, as she looked, Xiao Ruyan didn't feel moved but rather sad, wanting to cry. She longed for her husband who would call her baby tenderly, not this man who looked the same but had different eyes and personality. I lost my husband, I know I don't deserve him, but I still want him back. Even if I have to pay any price, even if I have to serve him and repent for the rest of my life, I just want my previous husband, Xiao Ruyan thought to herself. Suddenly, a warm hand touched Xiao Ruyan's cheek, the warmth from the palm making her feel familiar and warm. This feeling was unmistakable, a kind of warmth that couldn't be described. Honey, you're back? Xiao Ruyan excitedly threw herself into my arms, tightly holding onto my waist. Everything happened too quickly, and I didn't react at all. When my slow brain replayed the scene just now, I almost slapped myself. I was just thinking about how to talk about equity, but my right hand uncontrollably lifted up. Surely the damn original body was causing trouble. Good. Is this how you want to play? I sneered in my heart, raised my arm, and slapped Xiao Ruyan's peach-like buttocks hard. After the visible shock, Xiao Ruyan cried in pain. The intense pain made her legs weak, subconsciously closing together. Then she almost hung on me. If it weren't for her arms around my neck, she would probably be kneeling on the ground by now. Shame. Mom is crying. Qianqian clapped her hands innocently. Xiao Ruyan and I quickly separated, each straightening our clothes. Xiao Ruyan's spirit improved a lot at this moment. Her originally pale face now had a blush on her cheeks due to the sudden excitement, making her instantly stunning. Ah, no wonder Cao Cao likes widows, heroes think alike. Unfortunately, this Xiao Ruyan has a lot of troubles, being too close is very unsafe. I pondered silently in my heart. After Xiao Ruyan calmed down, she looked a bit disappointed at me, not feeling that warm familiar feeling anymore, which belonged exclusively to her husband. Just now, she was considering if I really had a split personality, whether to send me to a mental hospital, but after what just happened, she realized that her husband hadn't changed at all. Only when she sincerely repents and is in pain, will she show care for herself. Xiao Ruyan's eyes became even hotter. She hugged my arm again and didn't let go. Using an extremely charming and gentle tone, she said, "Husband, let's go." Most of the time Xiao Ruyan is normal. What I fear the most is this situation now. You can never fathom a lunatic's thoughts. I saw that it was indeed not early, so I took them out of the villa and got into a brand new bulletproof black car. Originally, the bodyguard should be driving, but in this situation, I couldn't trust my life in someone else's hands. Not to boast, as long as I hold the steering wheel myself, the survival rate increases by at least 30%. The sky was still covered with thick dark clouds. Even though it was morning, it seemed unusually dim, with rain continuously falling. Hardly any pedestrians could be seen on the road. The car was driving steadily. Due to the temperature difference inside and outside, the car windows quickly fogged up, so I had to turn on the fan, causing a loud noise, making Qianqian instinctively cover her ears. Okay, I'll turn off the fan. Xiao Ruyan, put Qianqian's coat on her, I'll open the car window, I said. Okay. Xiao Ruyan didn't object at all. According to the memories of the original body, she would have started questioning long ago. After opening the window, the cold air mixed with moisture hit me, making me alert, and the air inside the car improved. Daddy, tell me a story. Qianqian suddenly spoke. Don't disturb Daddy, Daddy is driving, Xiao Ruyan said. She was now learning the methods her mother used to discipline her when she was a child. In the past, her mind was focused on art design and she wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. Even family gatherings were rushed, with hardly 3 sentences exchanged with the children. I detest irresponsible mothers the most, so I said, okay, I'll tell you a story of Liang Shanhua and Zhuingtai, okay? This story is actually not very suitable for children to hear, as it involves the aristocratic families of the southern and northern dynasties, with some negative aspects. However, in order to mock Xiao Ruyan again, I simplified the story. Xiao Ruyan involuntarily perked up her ears, wanting to hear the story her husband was telling. Based on her daughter's performance last night, she discovered many shining points on her husband, which she had never noticed or realized before. In the end, Zhuingtai found Liang Shanhua's tomb and was worshipping Wen. They turned into a beautiful pair of butterflies. Although I tried to adapt it, it is ultimately an eternal love story that naturally possesses a special power, making people unable to help but admire faithful love. However, for Xiao Ruyan, the more such stories, the more damaging. She was feeling uncomfortable all over now, clutching her pants tightly with both hands, her head almost drooping to her chest. Tears were about to fall, and she felt even more wronged inside. Fortunately, she was somewhat normal now, in a different state, maybe about to pounce on the man in front of her and prove with her actions that she was absolutely not inferior to Zhuingtai. Qianqian didn't know what had happened, curiously looking at her mother, then said, "Dad, the story you told is not good to hear. Mom feels uncomfortable listening to it, so please tell a different one." Then let me tell the story of Meng Jiangnu weeping at the Great Wall, also a love story, I said with a smile. Honey. Xiao Ruyan raised her head, looking at me resentfully through the rearview mirror, her eyes red, not sure if it was due to being moved or ashamed. I sighed for a long time, not knowing what was wrong, why I couldn't control my mouth, feeling uneasy whenever I saw Xiao Ruyan, always wanting to make sarcastic remarks. Xiao Ruyan's resilience was much stronger than I had imagined, and she soon eased up, saying, Mom told me to leave for a while, I want to move back home. That's inconvenient. I firmly refused, as I wanted to enjoy another bubble bath tonight, so there was no way I would let Xiao Ruyan come back. Honey, it's very dangerous in Linhai now, can you bear to leave me and our daughter? Xiao Ruyan looked at me resentfully, like an abandoned woman. To be honest, her character was worthless in my eyes now, but it was somewhat poignant that all her efforts to make amends were in vain. The person who loved her the most and had the right to forgive her was not me. But when she mentioned Xianxian, it made sense to me, so I said, then it's only for the time before Mom comes back, after that, you move out. After all, we are already divorced, and if people see us, they will gossip. Don't let your boyfriend misunderstand. My mouth started again, and I don't know when my self-control had deteriorated. Xiao Ruyan gave me a white look with her beautiful eyes, took out a delicate device similar to a Bluetooth earpiece from her pocket, and then showed me the watch on her wrist. I was driving and casually placed the Bluetooth earpiece aside, saying, who gave this? It looks high-end. I can't afford it. We didn't divide property during the divorce, right? My mom prepared this bug for me. Honey, I know I have no right to say this, but I really want you to forgive me. I know I did wrong and made you stop trusting me, so I had my mom prepare this bug. Just connect the Bluetooth earpiece, and you can know my every move, and through this earpiece, real-time footage can appear on your phone. And there's accurate satellite positioning, even the most advanced signal jammers can't interfere with the transmission. No matter what I'm doing, wherever I am, you can know my every move. Honey, please believe me. I really love you. I can also be Zhu Yingtai. Xiao Ruyan became more and more excited as she spoke, her eyes slightly bloodshot, and she started trembling. Well, but you have to promise not to go to public bathhouses and restrooms, because I don't want to be implicated and end up in the police station. I quickly put away the Bluetooth earphone. If the other party has done this, do they really want to repent? But I heard that women who have cheated are not trustworthy, so I hesitated. This indecision annoys me, probably because I have absorbed memories from before the age of 18, and my whole personality has changed. By the way, about the NMD equity, did Mom tell you? I changed the subject and asked. Mom told me, I have 10% of the shares under my name. Husband, I have no use for them, so I'll transfer them all to you. I won't work anymore, I'll stay at home to take care of you and accompany Qianqian. Xiao Ruyan said indifferently. Xiao Ruyan herself is not a materialistic woman, she doesn't even care much about appearance, only focusing on her eating habits and spiritual world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been fooled so foolishly. If I hadn't shown up in time, she would probably have been sold off by now. I shook my head helplessly and said, there must be a problem with this 10% equity. If it's not under your name, someone might have ulterior motives. You love art and design so much, why not go back to NMD company? Lu Xingqian is already done for, you can be the head of the design department, you can stay in his office. I was being sarcastic, but Xiao Ruyan seemed jealous, which made her somewhat happy. However, she felt more regretful about her previous actions and started to value the high-tech watch on her wrist even more, vowing never to take it off no matter where she goes, including when showering, waterproof. Husband, I heard that a new beauty salon has opened in the city, with a women's bathhouse. Do you want me to go check it out? Xiao Ruyan's red lips approached my ear, exhaling a fragrant breath. Don't be crazy, Qianqian is here. I avoided her advances. Of course, my body was not as calm as I appeared now. I admit I was under great pressure. Qianqian was feeling a bit dizzy, so she was being held by Xiao Ruyan, not understanding what we were talking about. We both fell silent for a while. Husband, I'm sorry, I lied when we were at the hospital, Xiao Ruyan suddenly spoke up. I suspected she wanted to reveal this secret, and I was curious, so I said, it's okay, you've told many lies, I don't care at all. But I still want to tell you, I'm afraid it will ruin the image you have of me, Xiao Ruyan said softly. What image can a woman who has cheated have, say it or not? I said lightly. Xiao Ruyan made sure her daughter was asleep before speaking softly. When I was in school, I caused the death of a friend. Oh. I showed no expression on my face, mainly because my job is dealing with death, so another person's life is just a cheap existence to me. I caused the death of my friend because I betrayed our friendship. I promised not to tell anyone, but Xiao Ruyan clenched her fists and said softly, is it related to Zhu Zitao? I asked. No, at that time Zhu Zitao was pursuing me, and to avoid others' strange looks, I agreed. But husband, believe me, we never even held hands. I don't like that scum, Xiao Ruyan hurriedly explained. I shrugged and said, you seemed quite pleased at the hotel. It's hard for me to believe you don't like him. Because my friend's sister was with Zhu Zitao. This sister took care of me a lot in high school, helped me explain to everyone to avoid being bullied by classmates. In the end, she helped me review my lessons and successfully passed the college entrance examination. She is a truly good person, and I will always be grateful to her. If it weren't for her, I'm afraid I would have gone crazy by now, Xiao Ruyan said softly, with her head hanging low like a criminal awaiting trial. I listened slowly to Xiao Ruyan's words, feeling more and more strange as I listened. The drizzle, which was originally fine, seemed to be getting heavier, and the wind blowing in through the car window carried a smell of earthiness, indicating that the rain might not stop for a while. I decided to park the car in a parking space on the side of the road and turned on the hazard lights. The air inside the car was also oppressively heavy. Xiao Ruyan just kept her head down and didn't speak, as if waiting for me to ask questions. I took out a neatly folded piece of aluminum foil from my pocket and made a gesture for Xiao Ruyan to be silent, then asked her for the watch. I wrapped all the headphones and watches she gave me tightly in aluminum foil and threw them on the front passenger seat. This series of actions left Xiao Ruyan stunned, touching on areas of knowledge that were unfamiliar to her. Your watch might be able to be heard by your mother too. I'll ask a friend to help you check it later, I said slowly. Whether Wuge would monitor his daughter, I didn't care at all. My usual practice was to speculate on a person's behavior with the worst intentions, even if that person was your relative. This is the rule of darkness, where there is no good or evil. Whoever reveals a flaw first will only face countless hidden arrows, and death is just a matter of time. Okay, now tell me, what else? I asked. Nothing. I was just worried that you would despise me. When I was in high school, my reputation was very bad. I changed my name in the end to go to college, Xiao Ruyan said softly. I turned my body completely towards her, facing her directly. Because I was half kneeling on the car seat, I was in a dominant position and looked her in the eye. You're fine now, but I have a question. You said that when you were in school, did your classmates look at you with strange eyes? That's interesting. Strange is not a word to be used lightly. Did you have a crush on someone at school? I raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. No, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not that kind of person at all. Xiao Ruyan's face was burning like fire at this moment, with a flush spreading across her cheeks, even her earlobes and neck turning a faint pink. But her gaze was somewhat evasive, not daring to meet mine. I understood in my heart that she was telling the truth, but there seemed to be some omissions. So you weren't discovered back then, I said with a smile. It's true that you can know someone's face but not their heart. No wonder she was hesitant and evasive, even her in-laws helped to conceal it. This matter would probably cause a huge uproar if it were revealed, especially in the current conservative atmosphere of the empire, where even the seriousness of infidelity is greatly magnified, let alone Xiao Ruyan's situation. I said it was a misunderstanding. It's that guy's fault, forget it, I don't want to talk about it. Xiao Ruyan was a little temperamental, showing that the incident from years ago had a significant impact on her. Suddenly, I remembered something. If she wasn't lying now, how could I explain what Xiao Changhe and Wuge said in the hospital? I'm not interested in knowing about you and your lover. You will end up in her arms sooner or later. See chapter 45, and Xiao Ruyan said, I don't have a lover. Although I didn't hear everything clearly in the hospital, there was definitely not a single word missing. Could it be that this person and lover not only referred to the deceased classmate but also included the classmate's sister? I couldn't help but shiver. Xiao Ruyan is really amazing. I squinted my eyes and slowly said, so, besides Zhu Zitao, you and Lu Xingchen were at the hotel. The only other person was your lover's sister. Are you two also in that kind of relationship? Honey, I'm very normal, please don't misunderstand. Xiao Hong whispered, but then seeing my disappointed look, she immediately said anxiously, honey, listen to me explain. According to the plot in novels or TV dramas, I should wave my hand and say, don't explain to me, I don't want to hear it. Usually, this would dig a big hole for myself, making a simple matter complicated. I am a normal person with normal intelligence, not a fool, why not listen? Regardless of what the other party says, it is up to me to judge the truth. Even if they lie, the more they say, the more mistakes they will make. A lie needs countless more lies to cover up. We really have no relationship. We haven't seen each other in over 10 years. At that time, we just exchanged greetings. Later she called me and said that next month is my friend's death anniversary, inviting me to join in the memorial. I agreed. I'm sorry, honey, I made you feel disgusted, right? In fact, I am also disgusted with my past. Xiao Ruyan said slowly. This explanation was barely acceptable. After all, it was not a glorious matter, regardless of whether this lover was a man or a woman, alive or dead. Xiao Changha at that time really didn't want to hear more. "Are you sure you're not hiding anything from me?" I smiled and said. The smile sent chills down the spine. Xiao Ruyan shuddered, fearfully saying, "No. Nothing, absolutely nothing. What were you shouting on the rooftop before jumping off? Do you need me to help you remember?" My tone was gentle, but as sharp as a knife. Xiao Ruyan's face instantly turned pale, trembling all over, eyes filled with fear, and her expression somewhat grim. Sensing something amiss, this was clearly an expression of extreme fear, so I quickly grabbed her cold hand. It's quite strange, as if my hand had some kind of healing power. Xiao Ruyan's complexion quickly returned to normal, to the point where I even doubted if she was pretending, just to take advantage of me. I was about to pull my arm away, but she tightly held onto both of my hands, with great strength, almost pulling me over. "It's eerie," Xiao Ruyan said slowly. "Since my friend committed suicide by jumping into the river, the next day someone sent me a message. Inside were all photos taken of me secretly, along with insulting and threatening words. I didn't tell my parents because I felt it was all my fault that led to this. Maybe there really is something eerie in this world." "Ha!" I sneered. "There's no such thing as eerie in this world. Clearly someone is messing with you, if my guess is correct. That person is your high school classmate, maybe just an accomplice, but without him, her providing information, the one threatening you wouldn't be able to know everything about you accurately. Actually, I also understand why Xiao Ruyan has been enduring for so many years. Perhaps she has taken that Eerie as her deceased friend. And every threatening text and call is her friend seeking revenge, which made her develop a self-punishing mentality. While I understand, I think Xiao Ruyan is really stupid, to the extreme. She almost risked her life. Honey, after I met you in college, that Eerie never appeared again. I felt you were my true love." Xiao Ruyan said admiringly. "When was the most recent appearance?" I asked. It was after you were hospitalized. Lu Xingchen called me many times with several unknown numbers mixed in, one of which I answered. I will never forget that voice." Xiao Ruyan swallowed, speaking softly. I almost laughed at Xiao Ruyan's words. I knew the woman in front of me was foolish, but I didn't expect her to be this foolish. I even thought her intelligence had improved recently. However, a thought suddenly occurred to me, recalling what Xiao Ruyan had said on the phone. She asked, "Was everything you designed?" In other words, she clearly knew it wasn't a trick, but used this reason to deceive me. "By the way, what's the name of that friend of yours?" I asked. Xiao Ruyan shook her head and pleaded, "Honey, can we not talk about it? I really can't bring myself to say that name right now." I can see that Xiao Ruyan has a serious psychological shadow about this matter, probably since high school. She fabricated the so-called trick because someone has been harassing her in secret, and she lied to avoid implicating me. What else? I didn't pressure Xiao Ruyan, and continued to ask. What else? Xiao Ruyan didn't react, her eyes showing confusion. I was getting angry and wanted to curse. I slapped the steering wheel and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to confess everything? Then what? The woman at the hotel, your friend's sister, what's her name? Where does she work?" "Oh, her name is Su Qian. I don't know the rest," Xiao Ruyan quickly replied. This kind of conversation was like pulling teeth, and I didn't want to continue for another second. So, I took a deep breath and said, "What does she look like? What are her characteristics? Where is she from? How long has it been since you last contacted her?" "Oh, she's a very beautiful sister, 2 years older than me. We haven't been in touch since I went to college." Xiao Ruyan spoke as if she were a criminal being interrogated. "I know you studied art and have a background in sketching. Draw me a portrait. I'm not concerned about you. I suspect there's something wrong with this sister of yours. Don't let it come back to me and Xian," I said coldly. "Dad has already investigated. Mom has asked Su Qian. It was just a coincidence that she was invited by Zhu Zitao. It has nothing to do with Sister Su," Xiao Ruyan said softly. I sneered, "That's just to fool you. Your dad doesn't want you to worry. I guess this woman is definitely involved in the whole thing. You caused her sister's death. Can she really not seek revenge on you? If it were me, I wanted to say an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, can't live, can't die. But then I remembered what I had done before, so I couldn't continue to warn Xiao Ruyan. And the surname Su made me involuntarily think of Su Rui. I hope it's just a coincidence, but too many coincidences might indicate a problem." Xiao Ruyan looked at me in surprise, not knowing why her thoughts had shifted. After I hesitated, the biggest suspicion shifted from Zhu Zitao to someone else. Now Xiao Ruyan is fixated on seeking revenge, also out of a mentality of wanting to clear her name. She believes that seeking revenge will show her husband her attitude, prove that she was set up to cheat, and maybe salvage something. Xiao Ruyan may be confused, but I'm not. Seeing that the other party's expression was off, I quickly said, "Your dad has concerns, probably because the other side has some influence. Especially from the capital, don't act rashly, if anything happens, call me, don't act on your own." "Honey, did you ask me to call you? Can I call you anytime?" Xiao Ruyan's eyes lit up, looking at me with a blush on her face. As usual, this woman couldn't focus on the main point. I took a deep breath, saw that the rain had eased outside, and restarted the car to head towards the mall. At a crossroads at the end of the street, I had just stopped the car waiting for the green light when suddenly a white refrigerated truck appeared in the rearview mirror, driving very fast. A sense of danger rose faintly in my heart. I quickly started the car, stepping hard on the gas pedal at the fastest speed. Then I released the handbrake, and the tires made a harsh sound as they rubbed against the ground. I then accelerated out at an extremely fast speed, sharply turned the steering wheel, turning the car 360 degrees, leaving a U-shaped track and entering the adjacent lane. As I expected, the refrigerated truck was heading straight towards us, showing no intention of slowing down. But my quick reaction caught them off guard, so to avoid crashing into traffic, I had to brake hard. The refrigerated truck, already heavy, skidded on the slippery ground, emitting a harsh screeching sound as white smoke billowed out, leaving clear brake marks on the ground. The speed was too fast to completely stop, and the entire car overturned, crashing into the traffic due to inertia. Bang! One car after another was sent flying, and the refrigerated truck recklessly pushed aside 7 or 8 cars like a bowling ball. Subsequently, over a dozen cars were involved in a chain collision due to not being able to brake in time. Such a major accident had not occurred in Linhai for many years. The scene was horrifying, filled with thick smoke, and survivors covered in blood struggled to climb out of their vehicles. The screams and cries were heart-wrenching, prompting many passing drivers to stop and offer assistance. My face darkened to the extreme as I stared fixedly at the refrigerated truck, feeling the urge to get out and drag that person out. But seeing Qianqian wake up, I suppressed my thoughts. It was not convenient to act alone at the moment, but I had already noted down the license plate number to investigate later. "Mom, what's wrong? Have we arrived at the amusement park?" Qianqian rubbed her eyes and asked. She was startled awake by the sudden turn earlier. "Nothing, darling. Just go back to sleep for a while. We'll be there soon." Xiao Ruyan's face was pale, her voice low but somewhat excited as she said, "Honey, was it aimed at us?" I shook my head and said, "Not us, it's you. They're after you. I just don't know who's behind it, willing to sacrifice a life to frame us." "Honey, I've implicated you and Qianqian." Xiao Ruyan's eyes dimmed as she spoke softly. "The other party has been observing your every move. Our trips are always spontaneous, so they knew we were in the car but still took action. In other words, they are preparing to eradicate any threats, regardless of the consequences." I reassured Xiao Ruyan to calm her nerves, fearing her mental illness might flare up. With Wu Gu absent, Xiao Ruyan could easily mobilize resources from Xiao Changhe, and no one could stop her. "I'll call my mom to investigate," Xiao Ruyan said urgently, a habit she developed from childhood to seek her parents' help in times of trouble. In a typical TV drama or novel, I should stop her now and suggest we investigate on our own. Then I would lead myself into one danger after another, dragging our parents and loved ones into it, and finally declare, "I will seek revenge. I am a normal person with intelligence, not a fool." With such serious incidents deliberately causing accidents now, if I don't use Xiao Changhe's influence, it would be insane and foolish to confront the mastermind alone, as in a novel. Xiao Ruyan quickly explained the situation over the phone, and Wu Gu on the other end instructed us to go to a safe place immediately, where she would arrange for bodyguards to meet us. I could sense fatigue and suppressed anger in Wu Ji's tone, indicating that things were not as simple as they seemed. In the situation where his daughter almost had a car accident, Xiao Changhe did not take the initiative to ask about the situation. It seems that the situation over there is not good. Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe must be trapped by some trouble, so they are unable to respond to us in time. And because of the incident last night, the chief of the Public Security Bureau was seriously injured and hospitalized, so we probably can't rely on the Public Security Bureau here. I opened the car window and observed that the car driven by the bodyguard who should have been following me is now missing, and I don't know if they were bribed or led away. Based on my experience, Wu Ji's arrangement is correct. The other party only dares to create accidents but not to directly use firearms, indicating some concerns. Therefore, places with more people are relatively safe for now. However, I cannot completely rely on Wu Ji's arrangement, nor will I entrust my life to it. When walking alone in the wilderness, one must be armed. Having or not having weapons is a completely different concept. Boom! Suddenly, the refrigerated truck exploded violently, and the shock wave from the explosion lifted all nearby cars and pedestrians. The pungent black smoke accompanied by raging flames soared into the sky. Although it is raining now, the flames cannot be extinguished, and gasoline leaking from the fuel tank is floating on the water, causing the flames to spread rapidly. No! Save me! I don't want to die. Quick, pull me out of the car. Run! The car is going to explode. Many people were engulfed by flames, struggling desperately, and there was chaos with people running around trying to avoid it, with faint screams heard among them. Husband, where should we go now? Xiao Ruyan asked nervously, her eyes filled with fear. The scene in front of her was truly horrifying. Over the past 30 years, she had been too well protected, lacking a sense of crisis even more than ordinary civilians, and had never encountered such a situation before. So she subconsciously began to look for a place where she could feel safe, which was by my side. Let's go to the supermarket first, then find a hardware store. I'll buy some things, and then we can go to the mall, I said calmly. I don't need to look to know that my eyes must be exceptionally sharp right now, the long-lost excitement causing even my muscles to tremble slightly. Click! I turned my neck, making a crisp sound, then warmed up briefly and stepped on the gas pedal towards the nearest supermarket. Although the weather is bad, there are still many people in the supermarket. Listening to the noisy crowd, Xiao Ruyan felt nauseous, as if every sound was mocking her. Look! This woman is cheating! Shameless! She is really shameless! Look, she even got a dirty disease, huh? Then, it seemed like everyone's gaze fell on her, their eyes full of disgust towards the cheating woman. Strong psychological suggestions can even affect a person's body, and severe cases can lead to rapid heart rate and shock. Xiao Ruyan tried hard to control the feeling of wanting to go crazy, keeping her head down and not daring to make eye contact with anyone, her face unusually pale with shame and guilt. Clinging tightly to my arm, large beads of sweat dripped down from her forehead, and she began to pant heavily after just a few steps. Her legs started to tremble, and if she wasn't holding onto me, she wouldn't be able to stand now. The immense pressure had already caused her to start experiencing auditory and visual hallucinations. If this continues, the sick Xiao Ruyan will probably emerge, replacing this relatively normal person. Sensing that something was wrong with Xiao Ruyan, a brief analysis revealed the reason, probably a form of mental illness. How are you? Can you hold on a little longer? I asked in a deep voice. Xiao Ruyan looked up at me, still feeling extremely suppressed inside, but managed to squeeze out a smile and said, "It's okay, I can still hold on. Going back now is the best choice, but the hidden enemies may jump out at any time. People can only rely on themselves." I looked around and decisively held Shanshan with one hand and embraced Xiao Ruyan with the other. Xiao Ruyan's pretty face blushed instantly, her heart seemed to stop beating, and the hallucinations that had just spread disappeared instantly. She didn't resist or fight back at all, but instead leaned in actively. Since I was holding her waist slightly lower, it was inevitable to touch her amazing waist and hip curves while walking. This made me feel a bit dizzy and almost instinctively wanted to move my hand down, but ultimately stopped with great willpower. Xiao Ruyan's mood improved a lot now, as if she had a protective umbrella, and no storm outside could wet her clothes. Husband, look, there are many stationary items over there. Shanshan will start school soon, shall we go take a look? Shanshan said, okay. After Xiao Ruyan returned to normal, she learned to emotionally manipulate. Okay. Shanshan sweetly said, Dad, buy me a new school bag. Suppressing my inner annoyance, I followed the mother and daughter around the stationery area, then the snack area, filling up half the shopping cart. Xiao Ruyan seemed to have discovered something novel, like gaining design inspiration in the past, a satisfaction that couldn't be described in words. In the past, she was only immersed in her career, visiting the supermarket a few times with a purpose and leaving after buying things. She never paid attention to what was sold in the supermarket. The original owner, Chen Feng, took such good care of her that her favorite snacks and drinks were prepared at home, and Xiao Ruyan never thought about what she really liked. Watching the mother and daughter still reluctant to leave, I glanced at my watch, realizing 20 minutes had passed. So I quickly said, hurry up, don't forget why we came here. If we keep wandering, it will be noon. Shanshan, Dad has something to do, let's leave after shopping. Husband, isn't the supermarket a lively place? Why should we leave? It's rare to come here, I want to taste the durian cake. Xiao Ruyan said. Since jumping off the building, Xiao Ruyan's temperament has changed drastically, but her intelligence hasn't changed. She still enjoys eating, drinking, and playing, behaving like a carefree child. If it weren't for her presence, I would have scolded her to wake up and realize the situation. Shanshan looked at me, then at Xiao Ruyan, and suddenly said, let's listen to Dad, we can try the durian cake next time. Xiao Ruyan blushed and stuck out her tongue, realizing she had behaved too childishly, luckily hidden behind a mask. I quickly bought a large amount of sulfur soap, batteries, alarm clocks, dishwashing liquid, and then went to the cooked food section to buy a large bucket of lard from the store clerk. Although the lid of the bucket was tightly closed, it still emitted a nauseating smell. Husband, why? Why did you buy so much lard? Do you want to eat it? Xiao Ruyan covered her nose, resisting strongly. If she didn't want to leave my embrace, she would have distanced herself by now. Eat? He. It's something that will save your life. I chuckled. This involved a lot of professional knowledge. Even if I explained it to her, it would be useless as a layman wouldn't understand what I was doing. Xiao Ruyan used Wu Ji's bank card to pay at the checkout, and all expenses were covered by Wu Gu. If it had been impossible in the past, Xiao Ruyan once expressed that she would never rely on her parents and could make a name for herself with her own talent, becoming a great art designer. Now, Xiao Ruyan is at ease when it comes to money, and if conditions allowed, she would use all of the Xiao family's resources for her husband. I had no objections and felt very at ease. Although I had wronged her before, I just saved her, so now she owes me a life, which doesn't count as freeloading. As soon as we left the supermarket, we headed straight to the hardware store. I didn't leave them in the car because separating at this time would be like asking for trouble. I had driven less than 50 meters when a black sedan slowly caught up. The mouse has left the hole, the hunting dog is on the hunt. Received, watch out for the eagle. Be careful not to be discovered, keep your distance, report at any time. Received. The tracking black sedan thought it was very discreet, and it was a common model, but unfortunately, I had firmly remembered it since the refrigerated truck exploded. I found a not-so-large hardware store, which I found online through special means. A black store refers to a place that provides services for special individuals who operate in the dark. This includes but is not limited to weapon trading, safe accommodation, and escape assistance. There was only a middle-aged woman inside, who didn't even lift her eyelids when she saw us, continuously cracking melon seeds. I glanced around the store briefly and had a rough idea. I asked Xiao Ruyan to hold Shanshan and turned around to pull down the rolling shutter door. The brief darkness turned the inside and outside of the store into two different worlds. A light bulb hanging in mid-air emitted an orange light, creating an eerie atmosphere. Some tools, a stove, a pot. I said to the middle-aged woman. Looks like the gentleman is decent, one price. The middle-aged woman raised a finger, showing her yellow teeth, and said. Xiao Ruyan was very frightened. Living in the light, she had no idea what kind of place this was and just wanted to leave quickly. So she directly placed her bank card on the table and said, "How much? Just swipe it." I couldn't help but laugh. This foolish woman was really causing trouble. Showing a bank card in a place like this was like announcing herself as a newcomer. 1 million? The middle-aged woman boldly said. Xiao Ruyan's face turned red with anger and said, "Are you kidding me? 1 million? Is this store worth 100,000? Crash. A burly bald man walked out from behind, wearing loose pants, bare-chested, and holding a car chain in his hand. The chain dragged on the ground, making a harsh noise. He. The bald man let out a creepy laugh, his eyes staring fiercely at Xiao Ruyan's body like a jackal, then used his left hand to rub the dirt on his body. This disgusting person had never appeared in Xiao Ruyan's sight before. She instinctively hid behind me and covered Shanshan's eyes. I knew I shouldn't have brought them to such a place, but it was relatively safe here. Since they were not giving face, I didn't need to be polite either. 100,000. I took out a gold bar from the compartment of my belt and threw it on the opponent's table, indifferently saying, 1 million, not a penny less. Money in this woman too. The middle-aged woman didn't have a chance to finish her sentence. I suddenly took action, grabbed her head, and slammed it hard on the table. Bang! A screwdriver grazed the middle-aged woman's eyes, piercing through the table. The whole process was so fast, from picking up the screwdriver on the counter to pressing the person down, almost not even a second. 100,000. My eyes were cold, and my tone was indifferent, as if speaking to a dead person. People in the dark world have their own ways of communication and methods of judging others. Although the two worlds are different, just one look is enough to understand each other's roles. After integrating the memories of the original body Chen Feng for 18 years, I gained an extra layer of harmless protection, but it doesn't mean the tiger won't eat meat in the future. When faced with danger, I can still turn into a ferocious beast at any time. Gold is a hard currency, and I exchanged a few pieces with the money Li Cheng didn't want and the remaining cash a few days ago. Good deal. The middle-aged woman's head was heavy, her left side of the face seemed numb, but she was not so foolish as to not recognize the situation. Now that she knows she made a mistake, she naturally won't say anything more, let alone seek revenge. Doing business is all about long-term relationships. If you are just a fat sheep, you will be slaughtered. In case you encounter organized and powerful figures, you can't afford to offend them even if they run black markets. Wife, isn't this money a bit insufficient?
the bald man said discontentedly, still staring at Xiao Ruyan, saliva almost dripping from his mouth.
Shut up! Hurry up and make way for this gentleman! The middle-aged woman scolded sternly. The bald man was somewhat disappointed, but under my sharp gaze, he reluctantly made way. This kind of guy relies on his appearance to intimidate people, but in reality, he is just a paper tiger. Xiao Ruyan followed closely behind me, as if meeting me for the first time, with a mix of doubt, admiration, regret, and pain in her eyes. Xiao Ruyan seemed to be meeting her husband for the first time, completely disbelieving Su Rui's words. How could a split personality be so powerful? Even living in a spiritual world, how could one achieve such decisive means and terrifying momentum in dreams? Shanshan was very excited, but she suppressed her urge to speak. She had long wanted a father figure like a special agent. Every time there was danger, her father would swoop in and beat the bad guys to a pulp. Husband, what? What are you planning to do? Can I help? Xiao Ruyan said fearfully. No need, just stay away, about an hour will do, I said slowly. Behind the hardware store, the stench was overwhelming. Apart from a huge furnace, there were only gas stoves and a large pot, with unknown substances cooked inside. In this filthy place, I asked Xiao Ruyan to stand outside and prepared masks for both of them. I was more heavily protected, wearing a pig-nose gas mask, brand new, costing 5,000, than melted lard in the pot. I then mixed sulfur soap, alcohol, nitric acid, and other items to create a viscous yellow-brown substance, resembling melted candles or hand cream. Carefully, I applied this substance to cotton, rolled it in parchment paper, stuffed it into a copper tube, inserted a fuse, and prepared an electronic triggering device. I only made 3 in total, all of which I carried on me. I knew how dangerous these things were, so I hoped not to use them. I also made a few fake bomb-like objects, mixed chemicals to create an almond scent, and attached a timer on top. When I opened the door, Xiao Ruyan almost eagerly threw herself into my arms. If it weren't for Shanshan talking to her, in this dark corridor, she would have likely collapsed and done something irrational. Husband, I'm so scared. Xiao Ruyan's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, hot tears continuously streaming down. Just now, she felt fear and a hint of grievance in her heart. She had no idea why her husband came to such a terrifying place. But as soon as I appeared, she was instantly enveloped in a strong sense of security, and all grievances and fears disappeared. Ah! I reluctantly pulled Xiao Ruyan aside and handed her the fake bomb, saying, put this in your bag. If there's danger, take it out to scare people. Fake bomb? Is this really fake? Xiao Ruyan looked at the thing in her hand in horror. Although she had never seen a real one, what she held didn't seem fake at all. Fine. Just treat it as real. If you get kidnapped or face danger, use this to threaten them. I said helplessly. But what if? What if they still come? Honey, I don't want any man other than you to touch me. Get me a knife. I'll fight them or commit suicide. Xiao Ruyan's eyes were unusually firm, with a hint of madness, now valuing chastity more than life. I tapped Xiao Ruyan's head hard and said impatiently, are you out of your mind? Kidnappers won't harm you. Just take care of Shanshan, and I'll find a way to save you. Remember that firmly. Xiao Ruyan nodded, her eyes becoming unusually gentle. She sensed my concern but didn't change her mind. When I wasn't looking, she secretly hid a paper-cutting knife in her pocket and followed me out of the hardware store. Those following me might wonder why it took me so long to come out, but I didn't care at all. After receiving a guest, such shady stores would close for a while. I drove Xiao Ruyan and Shanshan to the mall. It was already noon, and we had wasted too much time on the way. Going to the amusement park was no longer feasible, so we decided to have lunch first. This mall had just opened recently and was the largest entertainment and shopping center in Linhai City, so it had been very popular since its opening. However, today was not a holiday, and due to the weather, there weren't many people around. The sound system in the mall played soothing music, and the warm air from the air conditioning instantly relaxed the chilly guests. Everywhere were luxury brands, and Xiao Ruyan and Shanshan seemed like dragons in a pile of gold coins, unable to take their eyes off. Women of all ages seemed to have a natural preference for shiny things, even though they were hungry now and seemed to completely forget about it. To be honest, Xiao Ruyan had wrapped herself up tightly. Not only was she wearing gloves and a mask, but also a hat. She was just one step away from putting on sunglasses, wearing sportswear that didn't match my custom-made suit at all. In the past, Xiao Ruyan used to pay more attention to her personal image, wearing clothes suitable for different occasions, a basic etiquette taught by Wu Gu, but he hadn't taught her to be a good wife. Xiao Ruyan now didn't care about others' gazes at all. She hugged my arm, excitedly talking about what she saw, as if it was her first time going out. Ding! Ding! Xiao Ruyan's phone suddenly rang. After answering, she spoke a few words and indicated that it was Wu Gu calling. Wu said they had arranged for an investigation, but both the Investigation Bureau and the Public Security Bureau concluded it was an accident, so they could only arrange more bodyguards for me. After looking around, I decisively rejected Wu Ji's arrangement. Even Xiao Yun couldn't be trusted, as there must be moles among these bodyguards, and the worst-case scenario was being surrounded by enemies. However, I asked Wu to find my parents and send them back to their hometown as soon as possible. After hesitating for a moment, Wu said, "As far as I know, your parents should be with your younger brother, so their safety is not a concern." "What? Chen Yisong," I exclaimed in surprise. "Don't you know? Your parents were taken away by your younger brother yesterday. Didn't they tell you?" Wu also said in surprise. I suddenly realized in my heart that if I hadn't pressed him just now, Wu probably wouldn't have said it on his own, and the other party might have misunderstood. Chen Yisong, this fierce tiger from the north, may be the trump card and deterrent I can use at the moment, provided that this little brother hasn't changed and is still obedient as before. With you as his little brother, your parents can rest assured of their safety, but mom only has Ruyan as a daughter. Please take good care of her before I return. Wu said somewhat excitedly. Is it a complicated matter? Is it related to money? Yes, I'll arrange someone for you shortly, including security. If you need anything, just let him know. You can trust me on this. After hanging up the phone, I couldn't help but complain about Rong Xian and Chen's father, who kept me in the dark. I knew something was off when his affection suddenly shifted. In the past few days, he couldn't bear to be away from me, but now I can't even see him. Thinking of the woman's voice on the phone, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. Could it be that Chen Yisong brought his girlfriend or wife back? From what I remember of the original Chen Feng, Chen Yisong is a straightforward brute, probably returning after seeing the news conference and the news of my suicide attempt. With his personality, he should have come to me first thing, or gone to find Xiao Ruyan with a knife. Why is he hiding this time? There are only two possibilities: he either doesn't care about his big brother, less likely, or his girlfriend or wife persuaded him. Although I know it's a good choice for Chen Yisong to stay put, I can't help but feel uneasy without the handle of this divine weapon in my hands. If this woman is simple-minded and devoted, it's fine, but I fear she might be like Pan Jinlian, plotting against her husband behind his back. My good little brother, you've come back at just the right time. No wonder my ex-mother-in-law was so secretive. You are my Wu Song. A smile unconsciously appeared on my lips, and the sense of imminent danger lessened. If my guess is correct, Chen Yisong must have come with a mission, otherwise, a frontline commander wouldn't casually leave his post. As long as the mastermind doesn't use official power, I have nothing to fear. With my skills, I can turn Lihai upside down. I put the watch back on Xiao Ruyan, removing the hidden recording device inside. Everything was safe and ready to use, and I kept the Bluetooth earpiece on me. Suddenly, I furrowed my brows, feeling someone approaching from behind. I quickly flipped my hand and discreetly pulled out a blade from my sleeve. Master, miss. An elderly voice came from behind us. We turned around, and Xiao Ruyan exclaimed, Uncle Li, why are you here? The master sent me. I will accompany you throughout this period to ensure your safety. If there are any issues, you can tell me directly, the middle-aged man of about 50 named Li Feng said solemnly. Li Feng, Wu and Xiao Changhe's advisor in Lihai, was previously in charge of financial asset management and business optimization, and now he's managing security services as well. The person originally in charge of security has been dealt with by Wu probably related to Xiao Yun. I looked deeply at Li Feng and said, You are not the person my mother-in-law mentioned to me. Yes. There's something wrong with Li Feng, he arrived too quickly. He came right after I hung up with Wu appearing behind us. The location where Xiao Ruyan and I were was carefully chosen by me, with our backs against the fire escape, in a corner away from all cameras. Even if I had told Wu our location, it would have taken a few minutes for them to find us quickly. So Li Feng has actually been near us all along, and he might even be the one arranging the surveillance on me. I always speculate about others with the worst intentions, it's my professional instinct, but it can be life-saving in critical moments. Xiao Yun's betrayal makes me imagine the loyalty of others around Wu I hate playing werewolf. Master, you're joking. Just now I confirmed with the head of the family, or you can call to verify? Li Feng smiled and said, seemingly indifferent to my attitude. No need, whether it is or not, we have our own arrangements. I decisively rejected Li Feng. Li Feng turned to Xiao Ruyan and said, Miss, you are in danger now, it's best for you to leave with me. No, I'll listen to my husband. Xiao Ruyan was a bit surprised, but now she has become very obedient, clinging tightly to my arm, almost hanging her whole body on me. Li Feng's face became very ugly, as if suppressing his anger, but this is a public place after all, he couldn't make any extra moves.
Then I will truthfully report to the lady and the head of the family, Li Feng said slowly, trying to put pressure by mentioning Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe. We were unmoved and went directly to the top-floor restaurant with Qian Xian. Even though we walked away, I could still feel their eyes on me. In this situation, of course, I would inform my former mother-in-law. I don't care if we are being monitored. Since they are not my people, I report any suspicions I have. Evidence is not important at all. The top figures only need to have doubts. As expected, after Wu Gu answered the phone, she remains silent for a long time, indicating that everything is up to me, and she will give me greater authority to mobilize more forces later. But Li Feng cannot act at the moment. Finding someone else to take over would easily lead to desperate measures. Li Feng was cultivated by the Xiao family. Theoretically, as long as he is loyal to the Xiao family, he is not wrong. However, Wu Gu is not so soft-hearted. She and Xiao Changhe are just temporarily trapped, not dead. I understood Wu Ji's intention. She wanted me to seek refuge with Chen Yisong. Now the safest place in Linhai City is by the side of this northern Xinjiang tiger. Great minds think alike. Wu Gu asked me to go directly to the Linhai garrison headquarters. That's when I found out that Chen Yisong had already become the deputy commander. I am speechless about my former mother-in-law now. It's like pulling teeth. She won't reveal any information until the situation is critical. Okay, take care. I almost blurted out this sentence. The call on the other end was hung up quickly. I don't know if they heard it or not. I don't want to wander around now. I'll find a crowded place to eat and wait for Chen Yisong's people to come. What does Chen Qian want to eat? I asked. Roast duck. Qian Qian's eyes lit up, pointing to a store sign. Xiao Ruyan hates the smell of duck. She doesn't touch any dish with duck, especially roast duck. She feels it's too oily. Then let's have roast duck? I raised an eyebrow. It seemed like a question, but in reality, I didn't seek Xiao Ruyan's opinion at all. Okay, let's have roast duck today. I haven't had roast duck in a long time. Husband, I said I'll listen to you from now on. Xiao Ruyan's reaction was also strange. Although she was wearing a mask, it was obvious she was smiling, and she seemed very happy. I repeated it strangely, and once again got Xiao Ruyan's affirmative answer. This is definitely not normal. Did she change like me after jumping off the building, even her personality? Since we agreed, we entered the roast duck restaurant and ordered a family set meal, plus drinks like plum juice. I was about to call Rome Xin, but Xiao Zhaojin's call came in. Brother-in-law, where are you guys? There was a sense of urgency in her tone. We're at the mall. What's wrong? Is there something going on? Speak clearly. I had an indescribable feeling inside. Quickly take your sister and leave. You are in danger now. Listen to me. Take the elevator from exit A, then go to the parking lot. Zhaojin's phone suddenly made a noisy electric sound, completely unable to hear what was being said inside, and then the phone completely lost signal. Huh, why is there no signal on the phone? Yeah, check your phone. It's really strange, isn't it? Is it because of the signal tower maintenance? Yesterday, a street had a signal tower failure due to rain. It seems like the rainy season this year is really long. The surrounding diners whispered, their discussions entered my ears, making my face darken. I looked at the phone without a signal and instantly realized that it was not a signal tower failure, but someone deliberately blocking the signal. As for who that person is, the biggest suspect is Li Feng. He has the ability and resources to do so, and I can probably guess the reason, but right now I can't be sure how many forces are involved. Zhao Jins, the niece of Wu Gu, doesn't seem as innocent as she appears. How did she know in advance that there would be danger, and even knew my location? This matter is quite interesting to think about. I now have reason to suspect that Wu Gu is either deliberately indulging or just being confused. The people around him all have their own secrets, and his niece who has lived at home for many years is no exception. Logically, I should now leave with Xiao Ruyan and Shanshan. After all, the signs of danger have already appeared. But when I glanced around, I found that a few people had just entered the restaurant, taking up positions and surrounding our table in a concave shape. These people all look like ordinary diners, but they are all in their mid-20s, and even if they are disguised, they cannot hide the body instincts left by special training. Bodies slightly tilted, right foot ready to exert force. Once given the command, they will quickly push me down. My brain has already rehearsed what might happen, and I'm not very nervous. As long as firearms are not used, I am confident that I can leave with my daughter unharmed. Since things have developed to this point, I can no longer follow Zhao Jin's intentions. The most urgent thing is to eat well. Can't go into battle on an empty stomach. Besides, it's mealtime now. This roast duck restaurant is very popular, and it's already starting to fill up. The whole restaurant is very lively, bustling, with the smell of roast duck and stir-fried dishes in the air. At this point, the roast duck has been placed on a cart by the restaurant's chef, then pushed in front of us, and after obtaining permission, they began slicing the duck. Shanshan really likes the crispy duck skin dipped in sugar.
making a crunchy sound when eaten. Xiao Ruyan, on the other hand, meticulously disinfects her hands with alcohol, hesitates when touching the duck pancakes, and unexpectedly takes out disposable medical gloves and disposable food gloves from her backpack. Both gloves are worn on a pair of slender, fair hands, and then disinfected repeatedly. This operation left the chef somewhat stunned, thinking that the masked lady might have a severe cleanliness obsession, so he must serve her carefully and not cause any trouble. I looked at Xiao Ruyan feeling a bit of a headache, but also knew that she had some issues. In order to prevent her mental state from deteriorating further, I said, "Give me your hand." "Honey, I washed them very clean, I'll just roll a pancake," Xiao Ruyan said timidly, but still obediently straightened her arm and handed her hand to me. I quickly removed the gloves and said, "Now roll me a duck pancake, quickly, I'm hungry." Using these gloves makes the food taste like rubber. Xiao Ruyan, who was originally nervous, suddenly relaxed, her cheeks turning slightly red, and a hint of mist appeared in her eyes. She rolled a duck pancake for me at almost the fastest speed, then looked at me expectantly and slowly sent the duck pancake to my mouth with her hand. I really didn't want to open my mouth, especially when I thought about that hand holding Lu Xingqian's hand before. It made me feel a bit nauseous. But in order to appease this woman, I could only grit my teeth and eat it. I didn't even swallow, it went straight into my stomach, but fortunately, I was used to eating this way. Xiao Ruyan fed me 4 or 5 duck pancakes, hesitated for a moment, then cleaned her hands again, and rolled one for Qianqian. By this time, Qianqian was already angry, pouting and saying, "Mom is bad, only rolling for Dad to eat." Qianqian is angry. "Mom, didn't I already roll it for you?" Xiao Ruyan said with a pleasing smile, and put the duck pancake into Qianqian's mouth, but she didn't open her mouth, still angry. I frowned at Qianqian and said, "Apologize to your mom. You are already 6 years old. You should understand that there are some things that cannot be said casually." "Is your mom bad?" "She didn't eat first, but took care of us first." The word bad should never be used on family members. You should learn to distinguish right from wrong. Although I felt ashamed of Xiao Ruyan's disloyalty, it didn't stop me from teaching my daughter to respect her mother. Even if her reputation is tarnished, as long as she is good to you, that's enough. Although I am not the original Chen Feng, I also hope that Qianqian can be stronger and more independent. When I was her age, I had already joined the organization and received the most brutal training. It was truly an unimaginable memory. "Mom, I'm sorry, let me roll one for you." Qianqian, who had a strong understanding, apologized to Xiao Ruyan obediently. She was actually just trying to act cute earlier. After all, her mom had never been so gentle before. This was a child's inner thought. "Thank you, Qianqian, you eat one first." Xiao Ruyan heard me speaking up for her and felt a warm flow in her heart, not knowing that I was only doing it for the purpose of educating the children, and I didn't really care about her. Xiao Ruyan now often self-reproaches, but deep down, she still suppresses a hatred that cannot be vented, yet in our presence, she still looks like a normal person. After eating and drinking for half an hour, Xiao Ruyan also ate 4 or 5. The disgust she had towards roast duck before was now replaced with a delicious. This made me marvel at how miraculous mentally ill patients can be. Even their food preferences can change. "Dad, Mom, I'm full, when can we go to the amusement park?" Qianqian touched her round belly, eagerly asking. Xiao Ruyan wiped Qianqian's mouth while looking at me, and asked softly, "I feel like you have something on your mind. Is it about Uncle Li?" "Let's not call him Uncle Li from now on. We might have guests coming later. Let's wait patiently," I said with a smile. "Can we wait a little longer? I really want to fulfill Qianqian's wish, but Dad probably has something to do today. After I go home, I will definitely bring you a big teddy bear, and then take you to the amusement park to ride the Ferris wheel," I said to Qianqian. After the morning incident, Qianqian immediately nodded sensibly, staying by Xiao Ruyan's side without making a fuss. "Honey, shall we just wait here? Also, you just said that there will be guests coming. Who is it?" Xiao Ruyan asked nervously, her gaze shifting around. "Look, isn't he here already?" I raised my chin and said with a smile. Xiao Ruyan turned her head and saw a man in his 30s slowly walking into the restaurant. Her pupils immediately dilated, her fists involuntarily clenched together, and her body began to tremble violently. The person who came was Zhu Zitao. He was wearing a casual suit today, walking neither fast nor slow, holding a bouquet of roses in his hands. "Honey, why is he here? I don't want to see him. Honey, let's go." Xiao Ruyan was starting to speak incoherently, feeling fearful whenever she saw someone of the opposite sex holding roses. Not to mention that the person in front of her was her so-called ex-boyfriend from high school, who also happened to be the one who hurt her husband in college. She truly regretted her youthful ignorance. Now, she was more worried that her husband would act impulsively, especially after the incident with Lu Xingqian in public before.
Unlike Lu Xingchen, Zhu Zitao now held the title of a senator's assistant, a position within the government's establishment. Regardless of the power Xiao Changhe held in Linhai, rules had to be followed, as assaulting someone in public was considered provocation and troublemaking. You could use connections to get released early, but whether you were from a noble family or a commoner, you would still end up in detention if you committed a crime. This was the foundation and cornerstone of imperial law. If the nobles and elites did not abide by the law and instead disrupted it, the law would lose its effect in maintaining order, creating a chaotic society that the nobles feared the most. Xiao Ruyan couldn't discern my emotions from my face, making her even more nervous. She directly hugged Shanshan and sat next to me, as if feeling safe only when close to me. She didn't know Zhu Zitao's purpose for coming, but she was certain it wasn't well-intentioned. She was afraid I would misunderstand and deepen my disgust towards her. Ruyan, long time no see. I came for you, to give this to you. Zhu Zitao smiled as he handed the rose to Xiao Ruyan. Take your dirty flower away from me, and leave now. Don't let me see you again. Xiao Ruyan couldn't contain her inner anger, staring fiercely at Zhu Zitao and coldly speaking. Even when faced with harsh words, Zhu Zitao's expression remained unchanged. He placed the rose on the table and sat across from us, completely ignoring my and Shanshan's presence, as if we were invisible. Sometimes, the greatest humiliation wasn't verbal abuse but rather being disregarded, a deep-seated disdain akin to considering oneself from a different social class, like how humans viewed ants. Of course, I wasn't angry. I had dealt with many powerful figures in handling aftermaths, and those who seemed mighty and influential in life would end up as mere corpses after death. Even if you possessed immense wealth, your wife might end up marrying the driver or bodyguard after you died, squandering a lifetime of effort for others. The cruelty of power and wealth struggles wasn't always visible on the surface, much like the hidden currents beneath a calm sea. When these currents surged, it could lead to a catastrophe for countless people. Ruyan, we might have to meet often in the future. You may not know some things, perhaps Uncle Xiao hasn't had the chance to inform you yet, Zhu Zitao said with a smile. Xiao Ruyan tightly held my hand, not responding to Zhu Zitao. Instead, she clung to me, fearfully whispering, "Honey, can we leave now? This guy is all talk, and I don't want to stay here." "Listen, I'm quite curious," I deliberately whispered in Xiao Ruyan's ear, gently blowing and then kissing her. "Ah!" Xiao Ruyan blushed, quickly turning towards her fair and slender neck, her proud mountain peaks starting to heave with excitement. Her body went limp, unable to exert any strength, and she finally leaned half against my chest, gathering the courage to rest her head on my chest. And I reached out directly to embrace her plump body from under her armpit, feeling the soft and warm touch, involuntarily feeling proud inside. It's really the damn competitiveness and possessiveness of a man. Even if he doesn't trust or like Xiao Ruyan, he can't tolerate other men getting close. Especially in front of his daughter, he must maintain his dignity. Zhu Zitao finally couldn't hold back, a hint of resentment and jealousy flashed in his eyes, but he still restrained himself. He smiled and said, "Ruyan, I remember you are already divorced. Although I understand your feelings for your child, I hope you can keep your distance from your ex-husband. Why do you care about me? Who do you think you are?" Xiao Ruyan said fiercely. She shouldn't have responded, because responding would prove that the other party's words can trigger emotional fluctuations in you, putting you at a disadvantage in the conversation. Because the topic was initiated by the other party, you can only continue along with the other party's topic, unable to find your own conversational rhythm, and ultimately you will lose out. "Because I am your fiancé, that should be reason enough," Zhu Zitao said. Xiao Ruyan immediately sat up from my arms, trembling with anger, and directly splashed a cup of tea on Zhu Zitao's face. Then she cursed, "You jerk. What fiancé? I haven't divorced my husband. If you say that again, I will kill you now." This statement was full of murderous intent. Xiao Ruyan really wanted to kill someone at this moment. She never expected the other party to be so bold, especially saying this in front of her husband and daughter. She is now afraid that I and Shanshan will misunderstand. If she had a gun by her side, she would definitely pull the trigger at Zhu Zitao. Zhu Zitao showed the demeanor of a gentleman from a prestigious family, showing no signs of anger. He seemed to be deliberately provoking Xiao Ruyan. He used a clean white handkerchief to wipe the tea off his face and hair, then calmly wiped his glasses, exuding a gentlemanly yet somewhat hypocritical air. "Because my father has already discussed with Uncle Xiao, using 10% of NMD Company's shares as an exchange for our marriage. The Xu family and the Xiao family also took this as an opportunity for deep cooperation, which is good for both of our families," Zhu Zitao said with a smile. "Impossible. You're talking nonsense. How could I be your fiancé? My parents would never agree." Xiao Ruyan widened her eyes, subconsciously picked up a cup from the table, ready to throw it at Zhu Zitao.
However, Zhu Zitao showed no intention of dodging, and Xiao Ruyan's arm was held back by me, preventing her from throwing the cup. Don't use violence in front of the child. Be a good mother, set a good example, I said to Xiao Ruyan, then gently stroked her soft hair as if petting an animal. You better stay away from my fiancé, or my temper might not be good. Don't forget how you got hurt back then. Zhu Zitao said the most vicious words in the gentlest tone. A smiling tiger refers to such a person. From an outsider's perspective, you can't see the hypocrisy of this person. Husband, let's go, don't talk to this jerk. Xiao Ruyan was extremely angry, feeling both fearful and worried inside. Various emotions mixed together and impacted her brain. No, I want to listen, and I'm very interested. I didn't care about Xiao Ruyan's thoughts. In the current situation, you can't just leave as you wish. Since the other party has set up such a big show, you have to wait for the other party to finish the act. Xiao Ruyan calmed down a bit, obediently sitting next to me, but her eyes were becoming increasingly abnormal, and the hidden expression under the mask was full of anger and resentment. Yes, much stronger than in college. If it weren't for Ruyan, we might never have had the chance to sit at the same table in our lifetime. Alright, I'll cut to the chase. This woman is already a rotten good. I don't like her at all. But for the sake of family interests, I can give her a status. Even so, I hope Xiao Ruyan can behave as a fiancé should, stay at home honestly in the future, and not meet any unsavory people. Zhu Zitao said casually. The shameless insult pierced Xiao Ruyan's heart like a steel knife, making her feel so ashamed and humiliated that she wished she could disappear. Especially in front of her daughter, she didn't know what to do. I suddenly stood up, raised my arm and slapped fiercely, almost using all my strength. Smack! A loud slap. Zhu Zitao was stunned, his glasses flew off, and his nose started bleeding. He looked at me in disbelief, then angrily growled, "Do you know what you're doing? Are you so eager to die?" Before he could finish his sentence, the guests at several tables around us almost simultaneously stood up, staring at me fiercely. They all seemed to be Zhu Zitao's men. The other diners in the restaurant sensed that something was wrong, but before they could enjoy the show, the restaurant manager asked them to leave with the condition of a free meal. Then, the restaurant's door was hung with a sign saying closed, the transparent glass windows were covered with curtains, and all the waiters and managers left through the back door. During this process, I didn't make any move. Those onlookers couldn't be my allies and might even have a negative effect. I didn't want to become famous, even though I had been in the news before, but it was just gossip, and everyone would soon forget. But if it involved criminal matters, it would be completely different. Are you threatening me? Let's stop pretending, just say what you want directly. I'm in charge in this house now. It's useless to provoke Xiao Ruyan on purpose. We are both cunning foxes, so stop playing games. I shook my arm, feeling a bit sore in my palm. Zhu Zitao seemed stunned, waving his right hand to signal his men to sit down again, then elegantly wiped the blood from his nose with a handkerchief. If not for the murderous look in his eyes, I might have thought he was calm and composed. With that said, Zhu Zitao couldn't stay in my heart anymore. Fortunately, this guy was just pretending. Trying to act tough just now would have made me respect him more, but now this pretense was meaningless. Zhu Zitao, however, believed in his extraordinary demeanor. After giving me a once-over, he said, I can refuse the marriage alliance. After all, Xiao Ruyan's reputation is tarnished, and the reasons are sufficient. But you need to offer something in return. Xiao Ruyan was about to ask what it was, but a glance from me made her hold back, so she stopped thinking about it and focused on her daughter Qianqian instead. Although Qianqian was young, she was sensible and didn't say a word, leaning against Xiao Ruyan in silence, but she remembered Zhu Zitao and decided he was a bad person. I suddenly smiled, shook my head, and said, I won't give it to you. Do you know what it is? Don't guess with your petty bourgeois thoughts. Zhu Zitao retorted, frowning and sounding a bit impatient. Isn't it the 10% stake in NMD company under Xiao Ruyan's name? I said lightly. You actually know? Zhu Zitao was very surprised. Perhaps he thought that with my status and perspective, I wouldn't understand the dealings of these big shots. While eating earlier, I had already figured out that all the things happening against me or Xiao Ruyan today were because we had something the other party needed. It was the share transfer agreement and the proxy holding agreement signed in the morning. Who benefits the most is the theory of the mastermind behind the scenes. Today, deliberately causing a car accident is actually to take the lives of our whole family, so that the shares will be taken back by Xiao Changhe, indirectly returning to the Xiao family. Xiao Jinyan no longer has the identity of an adopted daughter, Xiao Changhe also has no heir, so the Xiao family can boldly carry out their plan of extermination. Now that we have escaped and caused a very bad impact, the Xiao family can only change their plan before Xiao Changhe reacts, in order to establish a fait accompli.
From Xiaoyun to Li Feng, these people's disloyalty to Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe may just prove that they are only loyal to the Xiao family, and Xiao Changhe does not represent the Xiao family. The Xu family or Zhu Zitao actively seeking cooperation may be a shield pushed out by the Xiao family, but it cannot be denied that the Xiao family has become the enemy in reality. I now highly suspect that my former mother-in-law Wu Gu knew all this a long time ago, and even predicted the development of the situation, just did not expect the other party to dare to use violent means. I now hold 5% of the shares and will eventually be discovered, plus the 10% of shares held in trust. The Xiao family will definitely not let me go. I speculate that Wu Gu gave me 5% of the shares, and the purpose is not simple. After all, I have actually divorced Xiao Ruyan. Wanting to protect Xiao Ruyan with Chen Yisong's military background, we can only be bound together by interests. The thoughts of the top leaders usually do not consider the people below, and may not even say an extra word. You just need to obediently follow the plan. The so-called, the army moves on its stomach. I speculate that the 5% of shares of NMD company given by Wu Gu may not be for me, but to have me transfer it to the military in exchange for protection. Perhaps this share has a meaning far beyond its own value, so Zhu Zitao is eager to snatch it. However, Wu Gu may not be able to say it clearly due to being monitored or other reasons, and can only hint for me to find Chen Yisong. If there are smart people around Chen Yisong, they should also understand Wu Ji's intentions. However, all of this is based on my speculation. Maybe it is really Xiao Changhe who has the idea of cooperating with the Zhu family, and may even want his daughter to marry into that family. Faced with the current danger, everyone around me could betray me. I would rather rely on myself and not entrust my life to others, even if it is my own biological younger brother. In this world, there are too many cases of siblings betraying each other for profit, and even when the interests reach a certain level, there are those who are so ruthless that they dare to betray even their parents. Zhu Zitao is now sitting in front of me. He only knows about Xiao Ruyan's 10% of shares, proving that his relationship with the Xiao family has not yet reached a point of no distinction, and both sides are hiding things from each other. Clap, clap. Zhu Zitao impatiently tapped the table with his knuckles, loosened his soap tie, and then said, "What do you think?" Xiao Ruyan does not want to entangle with Zhu Zitao. She is thinking that if she sells the shares, it would be good to end it completely. But she is now very clear about the value of those shares, and now that she is tied to the shares, perhaps her husband will not abandon her considering her value. So she is very conflicted now, and can only leave the choice to me. No matter what choice I make, she can accept it. Just using shares to exchange for this marriage? No, not worth it. I shook my head and refused. Zhu Zitao snorted and said, "As long as I marry Xiao Ruyan, her shares will still be mine." No. I shook my finger and said, "Whether it's yours or not, you should know in your heart. The purpose of blocking the signal in the mall is to prevent me from contacting my mother-in-law and father-in-law, right? It shows that you have concerns and are not confident in persuading them, so you are taking desperate measures. 10% of the shares may seem like a lot, but it is definitely not worth you doing this. So, these shares must have a special value far beyond their own." After listening to my words, Zhu Zitao's face instantly darkened, and from the change in his expression, it was clear that everything I said was correct. "What do you want then?" Zhu Zitao's eyes were gloomy as he slowly spoke. "I want 5 billion. I extended my palm and said with a smile. "Impossible. I'm afraid you can earn it but not spend it. Do you know what 5 billion means? You are playing me." Zhu Zitao roared in a low voice. His eyes were exceptionally fierce, almost tearing off the mask, ready to devour someone. I casually held Xiao Ruyan's slender and smooth fingers, slowly caressing them in front of Zhu Zitao until he roared again. Then I spoke. "What about adding 5% under my name? Also, I will persuade my father-in-law and mother-in-law. I think the profit you gain from the transaction with the Xiao family may not be as high as the value of these shares." Zhu Zitao's face changed slightly, quickly suppressing all his anger. After sitting back down, he sneered and said, "Why should I trust you?" Just from this sentence, I knew I guessed right, that he indeed had a deal with the Xiao family. However, it was limited to Zhu Zitao himself, not the entire Zhu family. I even had reason to suspect that Zhu Guide, who was with Xiao Changhe, might not know what his son was doing. "Do you want to make a bet?" 15% of the shares. "You won't find a better deal," I said slowly. I admit I was betting on Zhu Zitao's greed, and the fact proved that I bet right. Loyalty is just not enough to prevent betrayal. Although it is a false proposition, it excellently exposes the ugly side of human nature. "Fine," Zhu Zitao said coldly, "I don't have 5 billion in cash, but I can use overseas assets valued at 6 billion to offset it. You won't lose." He was a bit too eager and greedy. Perhaps his mindset had not changed yet, still treating me as the original person to fool around. He didn't want to give money but wanted the shares, so he used the so-called overseas assets to deceive. I didn't mind, nodded and said, no problem, let's trade another day, let's go home and prepare first. No need, today, right now for the trade. Xu Zitao said slowly. The share transfer agreement is hidden in my house in a very secretive place, I need to go home first. I said. Xu Zitao nodded, you go get the share agreement, Xiao Ruyan and your daughter stay. My daughter can't stay. Otherwise, we'll just leave. You probably don't know my brother has returned, right? I said coldly. How could Xu Zitao not investigate my identity? But the Xiao family did not tell him about Chen Yisong's return, fearing he would not cooperate. Both sides did not trust each other, and the information gap caused by this cooperation could be fatal at times. Your brother has returned? Xu Zitao's face became somewhat unpleasant, realizing he might have been tricked. But now that the arrow was on the string, he had to shoot it. As the first person to step forward, to eat the biggest piece of meat, he would inevitably bear the greatest risk. No one wanted to face Xiao Changhe knowing the truth, and no one wanted to be the first target of retaliation. So you better trade honestly, don't have any crooked thoughts. I know what you're thinking. If you insist on keeping my daughter, I will grab Xiao Ruyan and jump from the building right now, and you won't get a penny. I said slowly. Xu Zitao felt a chill from the indifferent look in my eyes. Xiao Ruyan's eyes were full of resentment. The implication in my words just now was that the daughter couldn't stay, but she could. Was her husband not worried about her safety at all? Suddenly, she touched the backpack beside her and couldn't help but shiver, thinking of what I had told her not long ago. An invisible courage surged in my heart, and my eyes showed a hint of madness. The effects of the morning medication were wearing off. She held onto my arm firmly and said, honey, take our daughter and leave. If they dare to stop you, I will commit suicide. I have already died once, I fear nothing. Honey, live well with our daughter. Don't give them any shares, leave everything to Qianqian. They don't deserve a single penny. These words made Xu Zitao's scalp tingle, and he secretly felt bitter. If the plan hadn't failed, he wouldn't have had to force Xiao Ruyan to give up her shares. Xiao Ruyan's unusually resolute attitude not only scared Xu Zitao but also startled me. I could sense that this woman was ready to fight to the end. Xiao Ruyan was truly willing to sacrifice herself to ensure the safety of me and Qianqian. Her actions left me conflicted because, having accessed the memories of the original body, this woman had not fulfilled her duties as a wife or a mother. Therefore, the revenge methods I had planned were based on the other party's extremely poor character and influenced by the original body's regret. The post-suicide Xiao Ruyan seemed like a different person now. How should I treat her? But I couldn't dwell on that now. I couldn't let Xiao Ruyan ruin my plan. Just as I was about to speak, Xu Zitao couldn't bear it and said, fine, go back and get it, but my people will accompany you throughout. As long as you don't act recklessly, I guarantee the safety of your family. Xu Zitao's disregard for rules was cultivated abroad, where having money meant having all privileges. Kidnapping and extortion were dirty deeds he was skilled at, and his first capital accumulation overseas was through such means. So when the Xiao family approached him, he agreed without hesitation, gaining an additional 5% of shares, which delighted him. However, the condition was that Xiao Ruyan had to stay alive. If the plan to cause an accident had succeeded earlier, without evidence, Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe would have had to endure it. But forcing someone to commit suicide openly was something no one dared to do. Be careful not to let others take advantage of you again. I pinched Xiao Ruyan's face with my right hand, hinting at the backpack with my eyes. Xiao Ruyan completely misunderstood my intention, or perhaps our thoughts were on different wavelengths. She firmly said, honey, rest assured, I will never do it in this lifetime. Xu Zitao felt jealous and disgusted, sarcastically saying, Ruyan, have you said these words to your boyfriend, Lu Xingchen? By the way, have you broken up with him? This angered Xiao Ruyan, and she grabbed the edge of the table with both hands, flipping it over, splashing Xu Zitao with food and water. The current Xu Zitao no longer looked like a young master but rather a soaked chicken. I furrowed my brow, noticing that Xiao Ruyan was not in the right state of mind. However, the priority now was to settle Qianqian. Qianqian's eyes were red as she hugged Xiao Ruyan, whose eyes were also teary, filled with hatred towards Xu Zitao. Xu Zitao raised his chin, signaling the two to follow me to get the share transfer agreement. After I and Qianqian left, he threw his coat to the bodyguard and pretended affectionately, Ruyan, come with me. You've seen this useless guy doesn't care about you at all. My husband is much better than you. Why do you want to harm me? Why? Xiao Ruyan roared, and her face mask accidentally fell off. Xu Zitao was momentarily captivated by her stunning beauty, licking his lips unconsciously, feeling a heat rising in his body. He said, I was your boyfriend in high school after all. Would you rather be with a loser than with me? My husband is more capable than you. He's a loser, what are you? Xiao Ruyan stared at Xu Zitao with a disdainful look and said coldly, Humph, Now you're alone and still so arrogant. Even if I want you now, it's reasonable and legal. Your Xiao family sold you to me long ago. Xu Zitao sneered, then grabbed Xiao Ruyan's left wrist with one hand and his belt with the other. Xiao Ruyan's stomach churned, and she vomited all the roast duck she had just eaten, splattering Xu Zitao's face. The mixture of stomach acid and leftovers made Xu Zitao nauseous too. He raised his arm to slap Xiao Ruyan's face, but Xiao Ruyan, with bloodshot eyes, endured the nausea, took out a paper knife from her pocket, and viciously swung it. Splat! Xu Zitao's forearm was instantly cut open, blood gushing out, making him step back several paces in fright. You're crazy! You're really crazy! Damn it! Catch her! Xu Zitao shouted in frustration. I dare you to touch me! Who dares to come over? Xiao Ruyan's eyes were full of madness. She placed the paper knife on her neck. If anyone dared to approach, she would not hesitate to cut her artery. No one dared to move now, not even Xu Zitao. If they forced Xiao Ruyan to her death, they would all pay the price, even their families. Do not underestimate the revenge fire in the heart of a father without offspring and hope. Fine. No one will touch you. Think about your husband and child. As long as we cooperate well, everything will be fine, right? Xu Zitao compromised first, choosing to appease Xiao Ruyan. All his fierceness was based on the premise that the other party would fear him. Everyone has weaknesses, but not the mad. Xiao Ruyan's eyes were bloodshot. She wiped the blood from the paper knife on herself, then took out a new mask and gloves from her backpack. After carefully disinfecting them, she seemed to return to normal and said, "Let's go." The more she acted this way, the more Xu Zitao dared not take it lightly. He watched as Xiao Ruyan carried her bag. He did not dare to stop her or search her forcefully. Xu Zitao awkwardly tended to his wound and left the mall. Xiao Ruyan sat alone in the back seat, showing no fear but filled with excitement, anticipation, and joy. Excitement and anticipation were about imagining her husband coming to rescue her, wondering if he would arrive in a miraculous way. Joy came from seeing the blood on Xu Zitao's arm just now, a satisfaction brought by revenge that greatly filled the regret in her heart. This is actually what I am most worried about. Xiao Ruyan had finally regained some normalcy, but this incident might worsen her condition again. If that happens, I would be the unlucky one. At this moment, Shanxian and I were sitting in the car, accompanied by 3 other people. The driver and the person in the back seat were Xu Zitao's men, while the person in the front passenger seat should be from the Xiao family, as it was their car in the parking lot. Both sides seemed to be monitoring each other. The young man sent by the Xiao family dared not look at me throughout the journey, just constantly messaging on his phone. When we were about to reach the street where the residential area was located, I asked the driver to park the car in a more secluded place due to the rain and lack of pedestrians passing by. The 3 men were extremely vigilant, standing in a triangular formation around me, ready to escort me on foot to the residential area. They were worried that Wu Ji's bodyguards might cause trouble, as no one knew if Wu Go had left any tricks behind. Their orders were not to let me make a phone call under any circumstances, so they took away my phone on the way. Do you have a lighter? I'll smoke before we continue. I suddenly stopped and said to the person in front of me. 3 people stopped at the same time, and the driver impatiently said, "Hurry up. Stop talking." Before he could finish his sentence, a strong wind hit us, and then he fell to the ground. I kicked out at lightning speed, catching the other 2 off guard. After retracting my leg, I swiftly turned and delivered a chop to the neck of the young man on the right side, avoiding a fatal blow to the throat. The young man felt a blackout, buzzing in his head, and collapsed limply to the ground, unconscious. The one left was from the Xiao family, intentionally spared by me. He widened his eyes, looking at me in disbelief, saying, "How could you? Don't come near me." Feeling pressured by me, he instinctively tried to use Chanxian as a threat. This angered me, and a simple straight kick landed on his abdomen. The young man from the Xiao family felt his internal organs shifting. Unable to withstand the impact due to the intense pain, he knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. "What do you want?" The young man's eyes were filled with pain and despair, staring at me. I asked Shanxian to return to the car first, then grabbed the young man's neck with my thumb and forefinger, pressing him to the ground, and coldly said, "From the Xiao family?" The young man struggled instinctively, but as I exerted more force, his throat seemed on the verge of breaking. Fear made him start to yield, nodding frantically. I released my grip, stepping on his chest with my right foot to inquire about the situation. Zhao's family had not sent many people. He was just a minor figure from a branch of the Xiao family, not even listed in the family tree. As for who sent him, he refused to say even at the cost of his life. I had no intention of rescuing Xiao Ruyan myself, as it would be foolish. Lone heroes only exist in TV dramas and novels. In reality, they die early, die fast, and die miserably. Beep beep. Calls to Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe went unanswered until a message appeared. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. He. Quite thorough.
I took a deep breath and dialed my parents' number.
Still, no answer.
I realized the other party had prepared thoroughly, probably using special means to block or change the numbers, making it impossible for me to connect in a short time, no matter how I tried.
Fine.
If you're so well prepared, I'll call the garrison headquarters. I dialed again, this time getting through, but they said I needed an appointment, then rambled on with a lot of nonsense.
Damn it! Is this the service of the authorities? I almost smashed the phone on the ground. Despite my reluctance to get involved, there was no choice. The blade was at my neck, and I couldn't end up as a fish on the chopping board, right?
I tied up all three of them with their belts and stuffed them into the trunk.
Then, I quickly took Qianqian back home. Xiao Jinyan was kneeling on the floor waxing the solid wood floor. After a morning of thorough cleaning, the house looked almost brand new. Why are you back so soon? Why are Qianqian's clothes all wet?
Come in quickly, don't catch a cold, I'll make ginger soup for you.
Xiao Jinyan wiped her sweat and hurried to bring Qianqian inside.
I dismantled the mechanism on the study ceiling.
If not removed, the gasoline inside would instantly burn the equity agreement to ashes. Xiao Jinyan noticed something was wrong with me and quickly asked about the situation.
I didn't explain in detail, just told them to follow me.
Xiao Jinyan, although not smart, her only advantage is obedience.
She packed a few clothes and followed me out with Qianqian. After I arrived in this world, I didn't have time to prepare a safe house, so I had to place them in the guest house of the guard command under the guise of visiting relatives. I didn't let Xiao Jinyan call Chen Yisong and her in-laws because it might expose the target.
Now I am speculating about the enemy's intentions with the greatest malice. Once Qianqian falls into the hands of the Xiao family, then I and Xiao Ruyan are actually not that important. Eat the last meal. One air is enough.
While the Xiao family still has some face, I can only rescue Xiao Ruyan first and make the other party wary.
Qianqian, don't open the door for anyone except your grandparents. Behave and listen to Jinyan's mom here, remember? I said to Qianqian seriously.
Xiao Jinyan's face turned red all of a sudden, gave me a coquettish look, then twisted my waist and shyly said, "What nonsense are you talking about in front of the child?"
Jinyan's mom, I hate it. Forget it. I won't tease you. Just consider yourself as Qianqian's godmother. I'm going out.
If I don't come back tonight, call my parents and Xiao Ruyan's parents.
I shook my head helplessly.
Qianqian was a bit confused, not understanding how her aunt became her godmother, but she made up her mind to tell her mother. She didn't mean to tattle. Her mother asked her to pay attention to whether her father was talking to girls. In the past 2 days, Xiao Ruyan scored high in Qianqian's heart. After all, she is her biological mother, but behind this, Xiao Ruyan's instigation is probably not absent. Xiao Jinyan was a bit uneasy, but obediently closed the door, clasped her hands together, and silently prayed for my safe return. I changed into sportswear, put on a duckbill cap, looked at the heavily guarded guard command across the street, hesitated for a moment, and chose not to force my way in. Compared to rescuing Xiao Ruyan, I felt that the risk of rushing into a military stronghold was higher. Wearing a Bluetooth earpiece, I heard nothing unusual on Xiao Ruyan's end, as if she was alone in a deserted place, only hearing her breathing and the sound of the wind. I activated the monitoring function and found the image to be very blurry, including Xiao Ruyan's monitoring watch, which was also unclear, only showing what seemed to be an abandoned factory. The other party had activated both a signal jammer and an interference device. Fortunately, Xiao Ruyan's monitoring watch was military grade, and the listening and tracking functions were not blocked. Frowning, I couldn't gather information about the other party with the current intelligence. Xiao Ruyan had not received special training, so there was no way to communicate information without using language. Ring ring. My phone suddenly rang, showing an unknown number. Chun Feng, you have the guts. Not planning to trade anymore, don't you want Xiao Ruyan's life? He. I warn you to be honest. Snap. I sneered and hung up without responding. The sky was completely covered by dark clouds, with occasional muffled thunder, and the rain, which had been drizzling, was showing signs of getting heavier. Following the location guide, I drove to the outskirts of Linhai City, near an abandoned chemical plant. Along the way, Zhu Zitao called several times, all of which I hung up. Due to the rainy season, the drainage system in the suburbs was already poor, and the road near the chemical plant was heavily flooded. I decided to get out of the car and walk towards the chemical plant. At this moment, the previously silent Bluetooth earpiece finally had sound. Zhu Zitao rushed to Xiao Ruyan in a rage, sneering, "Your useless husband ran away, doesn't want you anymore. It seems that you, Miss Xiao, are nothing special after all. He ran away, you can't run away. Be a good girl and resign a new agreement for me. His 5% share, I will settle the score with him later."
Xiao Ruyan bit her lips tightly. Even though she tried to console herself, she couldn't stop the pain in her heart. She was really afraid that her husband didn't want her anymore. But she also knew clearly that all of this was her own doing. In the past, her husband would definitely come to her first, but now she was afraid that she really couldn't compare to those shares. Endless regret swept over her. Xiao Ruyan hung her head low, feeling almost suffocated. At this moment, Zhu Zitao's phone rang. "Hello, where are you? I brought the equity agreement." The voice from the phone made Xiao Ruyan raise her head in astonishment. She tried to control her tears, but her eyes became more and more blurred, and she felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. "Okay, the suburban chemical plant. Come alone, don't play any tricks. I guess you tried calling, right? Couldn't get through? So you better cooperate, or you're done for," Zhu Zitao said coldly. On the other side, I had actually sneaked into the chemical plant. The place had been completely abandoned, with rusty iron frames and dirty walls everywhere, overgrown with weeds, a scene of desolation and decay. In the original office building of the chemical plant, there were faint figures moving around. I bent down in the grass and approached the office building, where I saw a young man in camouflage leaning against the door smoking. This person exuded a tough aura, with dark skin and a military dagger at his waist, clearly a veteran soldier with combat experience. Thai national. I raised my eyebrows, sneering inwardly. I knew this was Zhu Zitao's reliance. These privileged children returning from abroad were too audacious, actually daring to collude with foreign mercenaries. Just this fact alone would be enough for Zhu Zitao to pay a heavy price. I suspected there was an insider arranged by the Xiao family or Zhu Zitao and the Public Security Bureau, with considerable power. However, I didn't believe these guys could have everything under control, so I decisively sent a text message to the police. The alarm message could indirectly prove that all my subsequent actions were in self-defense, without any intentional or indirect harm to others. This experienced camouflage mercenary had a keen eye and nothing obstructed his line of sight. I shrugged my shoulders in the grass, stood up, and casually greeted him in Thai, saying, "Brother, what are you doing?" I was confident in my judgment, with a bit of a gamble, but as long as I could buy 2 seconds, it would be enough. The mercenary was indeed stunned for a moment, but then reacted improperly, reaching for his dagger. As he prepared to shout for help, he saw the other person rushing towards him like a cheetah. Leveraging the momentum, I raised my leg and charged forward, kneeing him hard in the abdomen, then my hands turned into knife hands striking his neck. The mercenary instantly fell unconscious, and I took his dagger. Unless absolutely necessary, I wouldn't take a life. I had carefully placed the explosives I made in several locations in the office building before boldly walking in and calling Zhu Zitao. Almost instantly, several Thai mercenaries surrounded me, cursing and swearing, with 7 or 8 of Zhu Zitao's men watching. The sergeant major wearing a beret in front ordered his men in Thai to check outside, and they found their comrade unconscious in the bushes. It seemed like chaos was about to break out, with the mercenaries preparing to attack, especially one guy with tattoos on his face, brandishing a dagger and gesturing towards my chest. "Deal. I'm not trading," I said coldly, then pulled out the equity agreement from my pocket. The sergeant waved his hand, said a few words into the walkie-talkie, and then let his men disperse, leading me towards the office building upstairs. The abandoned office building was already in ruins, with dim light seeping in through the cracks in the walls, making the atmosphere even more oppressive. A normal person would feel tense being kidnapped here, let alone Xiao Ruyan, who already had mental issues. I decided to pick up the pace, or else if Wu Ge came back to find his daughter completely insane, it would be troublesome. At least the benefits that might come in the future would be at risk. Zhu Zitao sat ostentatiously on a chair, holding a glass of red wine, with 2 burly men standing behind him, looking confident. "The stuff is here, I can cooperate with you to complete the transaction." "Where is Xiao Ruyan now?" I said slowly, shaking the equity agreement. Zhu Zitao nodded to his men, and soon Xiao Ruyan was released. At first glance, Xiao Ruyan didn't seem to have been harmed. She tightly held her backpack, her eyes swollen like ping-pong balls, evoking pity from anyone who saw her. "Honey, you came to pick me up." Xiao Ruyan's tears kept falling, filled with indescribable emotions. She truly didn't expect her husband to risk his life, to come alone with the equity to rescue her, especially after all the wrong she had done, and how dirty she had become. Indeed, her husband still loved her. The reason she couldn't feel it before was that he still resented her, and she needed to make amends, to make him change his mind. Just as Xiao Ruyan was about to throw herself into my arms, one of Zhu Zitao's men suddenly pulled out a gun, pointing it at my head. Xiao Ruyan went crazy, shouting at Zhu Zitao, "You're not keeping your word? If you dare touch my husband, I'll kill your whole family." "Ruyan, don't be so agitated. You also need to understand me. After all, I am your fiancé. I don't like having this person around, Zhu Zitao said with a smirk, tapping his ear. Zhu Zitao clearly didn't want any trouble, or perhaps he had just received some instructions. First, verify the equity. If everything is fine, send him on his way. My junior here has been accused of so many things, I'm sure he won't mind one more accusation, Zhu Zitao said, his eyes filled with cruelty. A slap in the face without hitting the face. This statement was like a slap in Xiao Ruyan's face, causing her intense pain and regret. Zhu Zitao, go to hell. Xiao Ruyan suddenly opened her backpack, took out a fake bomb, and shouted, let's die together. Everyone was stunned, even I couldn't help but feel a headache. This fool had once again ruined my plan. I had intended to let the other party think they had the upper hand, to extract some information from them, but now with Xiao Ruyan's actions, not only did she reveal our cards prematurely, but also forced me to halt my plan. You say it's a bomb, and I should believe you? Explosives are controlled items. I don't believe you can get your hands on them. Besides, my men have been following you all along. What you have in your hands is fake, Zhu Zitao said calmly, though he instinctively took 2 steps back. Old senior, you haven't improved at all. Do you know why Xiao Ruyan doesn't like you? You value your life in big matters and forget about your life for small gains. I mocked. Zhu Zitao's face turned red, he tore off his facade of elegance, and roared, kill him. I pulled out the detonator, smiling, don't come any closer, it will explode, and pressed the button. Boom! An explosion occurred on the west side of the office building, with a huge blast accompanied by a shockwave that raised a cloud of dust. The entire office building began to shake violently. Several people around were at a loss, subconsciously covering their ears, holding their heads and crouching down. Xiao Ruyan, on the other hand, threw herself into my arms without hesitation. I wanted to kick her away, but it wasn't the time. Taking advantage of the confusion, I snatched Xiao Ruyan's backpack and threw it at Zhu Zitao's feet. After the explosion subsided, I spoke up, do you believe it's real now? Zhu Zitao looked at the explosive at his feet, his face turning green, gritting his teeth, you're ruthless. What do you want? Arrange a car to send Xiao Ruyan away first. I said calmly, this condition should be acceptable, right? I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I fear pig-like teammates. In novels and TV dramas, male protagonists are often deceived and manipulated by pig-like female leads, yet they remain infatuated. If possible, I actually wanted to use a bullet to send Xiao Ruyan away. Husband. Xiao Ruyan obviously didn't think the same way. Her heart was pounding, she was extremely excited, tightly holding onto my arm, saying, husband, I want to live and die with you. I sighed inwardly, it's impossible to reason with a fool, so I had to say softly, letting you go is to send reinforcements for me. The guest house of the garrison command, room 1079, Shanshan is there too, you better hurry. Xiao Ruyan realized, she finally understood that the explosives in her backpack were fake. She was at a loss, but after hearing my words, she quickly said, okay, husband, I'll listen to you. Actually, hearing Xiao Ruyan call me husband made me uncomfortable, but in this situation, I couldn't argue with a woman with issues. Zhu Zitao's expression changed constantly, but in the end, he had his men send Xiao Ruyan away. He didn't notice that when I hugged Xiao Ruyan, I casually took off her watch and put it on my wrist. Alright, she's gone, now hand over the shares, Zhu Zitao said through gritted teeth. I looked at the watch and said, wait until Xiao Ruyan reaches a safe place, then we'll talk. Are you trying to trick me? Zhu Zitao became anxious. The situation was critical, every minute counted. He knew that his current actions had crossed the Empire's bottom line, so he had planned to escape overseas from the beginning. I didn't waste time talking, I pressed the switch again. This time, the explosion completely shattered the wall of one side of the office building, bricks and stones flying everywhere. The entire building seemed like it could collapse at any moment. Madman, you're truly a madman, both you and Xiao Ruyan are mad. Zhu Zitao's face turned pale, his eyes filled with fear, he roared loudly, but seeing me preparing to press the switch again, he immediately shut his mouth. Everyone drop your weapons on the ground, or I don't mind everyone hitting the road together, I said indifferently. Zhu Zitao nodded to his men, including the mercenaries, all placed their weapons on the ground, including grenades and pistols. This was due to the Empire's strict control, otherwise, if more lethal weapons appeared, I would really have a headache. It's because I have deterrence now, the mercenaries are just doing their job for money, otherwise, they wouldn't obediently listen. After about an hour, worried that my and Xiao Ruyan's phones were being monitored, Xiao Ruyan called Zhu Zitao's phone. Zhu Zitao put it on speaker, and I heard that Xiao Ruyan had indeed arrived at the guest house of the garrison command, where Chanshan's voice could be faintly heard. Alright, hand over the stuff, and I'll let you go. Zhu Zitao felt that his anger had reached its peak, and saying another half-word was torture. Kneel down, I said. What? Zhu Zitao looked at me in astonishment, wondering if he had misheard. I said kneel down. After I finished speaking, I pressed the switch again, followed by a loud explosion, blowing a large hole in the west side of the office building. Xu Zitao's face turned pale, and when he saw the backpack at his feet, all his courage vanished, and he knelt down with a thud. No matter how courageous a person usually appears, their true nature is revealed when faced with life and death. Xu Zitao was no exception. As the legitimate heir of the Zhu family, with a bright future ahead, he would become more cowardly in the face of death threats than an ordinary person because he desired to live and enjoy life more than others. Alright, let everyone else leave. I have some questions for you. If you're unwilling, we'll die together. I began to act, my eyes bloodshot, displaying a craziness surpassing Xiao Ruyan's. Only a madman would place explosives nearby. Xu Zitao had no doubts about me or Xiao Ruyan's performance. He now felt trapped, questioning why he had gotten involved and been called back to the country when he was doing well abroad. The atmosphere in the abandoned chemical factory office building grew tense. Xu Zitao knew what I wanted to ask, his expression changing constantly. He knew that speaking out would not benefit him, but the imminent threat made him fearful. His Siamese mercenaries began to cause trouble, with the chief sergeant speaking angrily to Xu Zitao in Siamese before leading his men out of the office building. These men didn't go far, as they had been paid and still had some reputation to uphold. However, risking their lives was out of the question. Xu Zitao's remaining subordinates looked at their young master with anticipation, their bodies present but their minds elsewhere. This added a heavy weight to Xu Zitao's mental scale, and he ordered all his men to leave with a stern face. He dared not leave, as the fake bomb was between us, and any movement from me would make him think I was about to detonate it. He could only sit back down on the chair. Speak up. Who from the Xiao family approached you for cooperation this time? I raised my chin and asked coldly. Xu Zitao was surprised and said, I thought you would ask who told me to frame Xiao Ruyan for infidelity. Aren't you concerned about her at all? I should actually thank you for helping me expose a rotten egg. Without Lu Xingchen and Li Xingchen, unfaithful women are inherently untrustworthy. I said with a cold smile. Xu Zitao nodded in agreement, then shook his head, saying, Xiao Ruyan is actually very wronged. If someone wants to scheme against you, there's probably no escaping it. Stop beating around the bush and tell me what I want to know. I said coldly. The more arrogant and rude I acted, the more the other party would believe the bomb in the backpack was real, without knowing that I only had 3 explosives that could be detonated. It's Xiao Yun. She knew that NMD Group's shares were under Xiao Ruyan's name and invited me to cooperate in the name of the Xiao family. Xu Zitao decisively betrayed his ally. Who was behind this? Don't tell me it's Xiao Yun, I don't believe it at all. Even if it's Li Feng, I don't believe it. Is it the young lady? I said with a cold smile. Mixing true and false information, I aim to break through Xu Zitao's psychological defenses. You know when you're asking me? Xu Zitao said angrily. The young lady's identity. I continued, confident that this young lady was the one who instructed Xiao Yan behind the scenes. Alright, what you need to know, but don't regret knowing. This is a big scandal for your Xiao family. To tell you the truth, the one who plotted against Xiao Ruyan's affair is her. She has an unresolvable deep hatred with your father-in-law's family. Xu Zitao said coldly. Xu Zitao didn't know originally, but he accidentally learned it from his father, and eventually took the initiative to make contact. Xiao Changha had a sister named Xiao Wanfeng. In the year she turned 24, the Xiao family and the Sima family formed a marriage alliance. Xiao Wanfeng married the eldest son of the Sima family at that time, Sima Lian, and gave birth to a daughter, Sima Shui, the following year. The Sima family and the Xiao family had been intermarrying for generations, and everyone at that time had high hopes for this marriage. However, 10 years later, unexpectedly, the Investigation Bureau received a report that Sima Lian was selling strategic reserve grain from the warehouse. The evidence was solid, and Xiao Changhe, who was the chairman of the Linhai City Council at the time, ordered a strict investigation. But who would have thought that a suspicious fire would destroy all the evidence? So there were rumors that a fire dragon had burned down the grain warehouse, which led to the uncovering of a major case known as the Fire Dragon Burning Warehouse. It was found that after Sima Lian's plea to Xiao Changhe was unsuccessful, he sought out Xiao Changhe's uncle, Sima Ren, who then orchestrated the burning of the grain warehouse to destroy the evidence. Strategic reserves were crucial to the country's foundation and the stability of the northern border, turning it into the country's top case. All parties were watching Xiao Changhe's next move. Xiao Changhe's elderly mother cried her eyes out to plead for her younger brother and nephew, thinking that Xiao Changhe would take the opportunity to resign or use an excuse to avoid suspicion and be transferred elsewhere. However, Xiao Changhe upheld justice, and 3 days later, he sentenced Sima Yi and Sima Lian to death by firing squad, and recovered all embezzled funds. Xiao Changhe's elderly mother returned to her hometown with resentment and passed away shortly after, leaving a will forbidding Xiao Changhe from returning home to pay respects. Xiao Changhe knelt at the crossroads in his hometown for a day and a night, shedding tears continuously. This incident caused a sensation nationwide, with rumors circulating that he was the reincarnation of Kuei Xing, a deity, and was highly regarded by the country for his strict law enforcement, impartiality, and fearlessness of the powerful. He was then ordered to be commended. However, in the eyes of the upper-class families and nobles, Xiao Changhe had broken the rules. Because once a precedent was set, future trials could refer to past cases, and there was a high probability that those law-breaking nobles would also be sentenced to death. Of course, this incident was just the beginning. Later, after a thorough investigation, Xiao Changhe discovered that Xiao Wanfang had an affair within her marriage and colluded with her lover to steal Sima Lian's account book for the report. Although the report was not wrong, the reasons behind it were very unsavory. Xiao Wanfang was Xiao Changhe's own younger sister, but her affair not only tarnished the reputation of the Xiao family but also, in order to give an explanation to the Sima family, Xiao Wanfang and her daughter were eventually expelled from the Xiao family. There were rumors that Xiao Wanfang went to the capital with her daughter and lover, and a few years later, she died of depression. Hearing this, I greatly admired Xiao Changhe and my impression of him changed significantly. Originally, I only liked playing the piano and was not good at studying. I didn't gain much useful information from his memories, just a preliminary impression of the imperial history. Events like those happening to Xiao Changhe are usually only briefly reported to the lower-class civilians, while the details are usually circulated among the upper class. There is a natural information barrier between circles, and everyone wants to break through their current circle in order to expand their access to effective information, thereby gaining or conducting the most significant benefits and resource exchanges. Xiao Changhe appears upright and honest on the surface, but in reality, he is the most hypocritical. In order to monopolize power, he drove his own sister out of the family under the pretext of her affair. Now his sister's daughter has come for revenge. Why target Xiao Ruyan? It's to make Xiao Changhe lose face and taste the retribution of the past. Zhu Zitao sneered. I had no reaction, I just wanted to find out who was targeting me, and I didn't really care about the conspiracy behind the scenes. Zhu Zitao saw that I was silent, thinking that his words made me uncomfortable, and continued, You probably don't know yet, right? Xiao Ruyan is not carrying Lu Xingchen's child. She has more than one lover. Oh, who else? My heart skipped a beat, so I quickly asked. I don't know. That day when Xiao Ruyan jumped off the building, Xiaoyan swapped the samples and sent out the original sample. Although I don't know whose it is, it's definitely not yours. Zhu Zitao laughed wildly. The information inadvertently revealed by Zhu Zitao was very interesting. After analyzing it, I realized that I obtained original sample A in the hospital ward's testing room and swapped it with sample B. While everyone was on the rooftop, Xiaoyan swapped the sample originally belonging to Chen Aier, sample C, with sample B. Xiaoyan's purpose was probably to confirm Xiao Ruyan's affair with Lu Xingchen, perhaps using this as a reason to persuade the actual power holders in the Xiao family. Without the impartial Xiao Changhe, he was no longer feared, like a black spot on a white paper that drew everyone's attention away from how white the paper was. I said there are not so many coincidences in the world. It was no coincidence that Li Fei took Chen Aier for testing, and the instrument malfunctioned, clearly indicating they were already targeted. The mastermind probably had the same plan as me, wanting to kill Xiao Ruyan's spirit, making her live worse than death. Although she did not have an affair with her lover, she was framed for cheating and getting pregnant. This move was indeed ruthless. Xiao Ruyan's suspected lover disrupted the mastermind's plan, and because of my interference, Xiao Ruyan did not successfully commit suicide. Instead, she held a press conference early to announce her divorce, denying any affair. By sacrificing Xiao Ruyan's reputation, Xiao Changhe's reputation was preserved to the maximum extent. The mastermind had no more cards to play and resorted to kidnapping in desperation. Of course, this was just my speculation, but based on the existing clues, I believed it was about 80% accurate. What is the name of that woman from the Xiao family? I asked, already having a name in mind. Fei Xie. Zhu Zitao finally said. Indeed, it was this woman. When I first saw her, I had a strange feeling. Perhaps only the daughter of the former Miss Xiao family had the ability to incite Li Feng and Xiao Yun to rebel successively, rallying all dissatisfied forces against Xiao Changhe in the name of family revenge. Zhu Zitao thought that by revealing all this, I would let him go. At that moment, a piercing siren was heard from outside, getting closer. You actually called the security bureau? Zhu Zitao got up from the ground, roaring, Are you an idiot? You have prohibited explosives on you. If caught, your crime is even greater than mine. I shrugged and said, Who can prove it? The explosives in the backpack on the ground are fake. There are only 3 real ones, which have already exploded, all clearly done by you. Are you playing me? Fine. Even if I get caught, I will kill you first. I've practiced boxing in Siam for 10 years, killed over a dozen people. Today, you'll get to enjoy it. Xu Zitao viciously threw his suit on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and picked up a dagger from the ground. According to Article 20 of the Empire's Law on Justifiable Defense, I am facing a life-threatening situation and have unlimited rights to justifiable defense, I said loudly. This was not for Xu Zitao but for the pinhole camera in my watch, which I had activated for recording earlier. Scared? In your next life, go talk to God about self-defense. Trash should stay in the trash. Xu Zitao sneered. What I meant by saying this is that I can fight too, I said lightly. Xu Zitao didn't react, and I had already arrived in front of him, my right fist forcefully hitting his stomach. This punch was very heavy, pushing Xu Zitao back several steps and causing the dagger in his hand to fall to the ground. The fact that he didn't fall down proved that he had received special combat training in Siam, with a strong ability to withstand hits. Xu Zitao let out a roar like a dying wild beast, his eyes red with madness as he charged at me again, swinging his fists wildly. The violence hidden in my heart was completely triggered today by a series of events. I stomped with my right foot and stepped forward with my left foot. Like an arrow released from a bow, I charged forward. When I reached Xu Zitao, I raised my right knee in a move like a crescent moon kick, mock kick. As I kicked, my right leg changed direction to a lower level, aiming straight for his ribs. Xu Zitao's pupils tightened, subconsciously raising his right knee to his lower abdomen to block, underestimating the speed of my kick. Crack! Xu Zitao's ribs were directly hit, causing him to almost fall sideways to the ground, letting out a painful howl. You were the one who ordered someone to disable my hand, right? I turned off the recording function of my monitoring watch. Then, with a smile, I approached Xu Zitao, half squatting down, and grabbed one of his fingers with my right hand. No, it wasn't me, Xu Zitao said in terror, then let out a heart-wrenching scream as his finger was broken in the opposite direction by 90 degrees. The intense pain made his face pale, and he began rolling on the ground in agony. At this moment, the security officers had already surrounded the area, and occasional gunshots and screams could be heard. Who did this? What's the use of NMD Company's shares? I remained unfazed, continuing to ask. Do you think I will tell you anything? Just wait to die. Xu Zitao gritted his teeth. I didn't press further, so I sat quietly on the sofa until the security officers rushed in, aiming their guns at me and Xu Zitao. The leading security officer was of high rank, probably the director of the nearby security office, in his early 30s, slim with a hooked nose, giving off a gloomy vibe. Chen Feng? The security officer stared at me and asked. Yes, it's me. It seems you know me. You arrived later than I expected. Have you been under pressure? I asked with a smile. The security office director said grimly, you are suspected of illegal activities. Come with us. Accusations of illegal activities were like a pocket crime, implying preconceived charges. Once in the security office, I would undoubtedly face more charges. The weapons and explosives on the ground were left unattended, while I, the one who reported the incident, was arrested first. Interesting. I thought the first to arrive would be the investigative bureau, not someone like you. Let's go and see. I voluntarily offered my hands to let a security officer handcuff me. Take him away, the security office director said coldly. As I walked out the door, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. The dead person was Xu Zitao, with limbs twisted in a horrifying manner, covered in blood, eyes wide open and filled with resentment. At the Lianhai Garrison Command Reception Center, Xiao Jinyan held Shanxian in her arms, covering her mouth, trying not to cry, her eyes turning red. She had already learned about my current situation from her younger sister, feeling both worried and scared in her heart, not knowing what to do after panicking. Xiao Ruyan appeared strong on the surface, although her heart was aching as if it was about to break open. She still remembered her husband's instructions, continuously dialing the phone number. As time passed, despair and fear in her eyes were slowly replaced by a kind of madness, and her whole demeanor seemed to be changing. Bang! The door suddenly knocked loudly, the sound was very loud, and the person knocking on the door was very strong. The door kept vibrating, as if it would be shattered in the next second. Who is it? Xiao Ruyan suddenly came to her senses, breaking free from her previous state, fear spreading again from the bottom of her heart. Sister-in-law, it's me. Isong is here. Open the door. A voice like a fierce tiger came from outside the door, low but full of intimidation. When Xiao Ruyan walked to the door, she thought of Chen Isong's identity, feeling somewhat relieved in her heart, and quickly opened the door. A strong man like a giant spirit entered through the narrow door. He was none other than the original body's younger brother, Chen Isong.
Chen Yisong was wearing a custom-made camouflage suit, his muscles were as solid as rocks, making the clothes tight, exuding a suffocating and terrifying momentum.
Are you Yisong?
Xiao Ruyan felt her legs go weak, her face instantly turned extremely pale, almost falling to the ground. She had only met him once at the wedding. At that time Chen Yisong was tall but looked very simple-minded, but after so many years, he seemed like a different person. Chen Yisong was dissatisfied with his sister-in-law. His own brother was a good person, but he had married a restless sister-in-law. How dare she cheat? Perhaps she didn't recognize the fist of Chen Yisong. Even though Pan Jinlian had warned him, he still wanted to vent his anger on his brother's behalf.
Sister-in-law, don't you recognize me, Chen Yisong?
Where is my brother? Chen Yisong's eyes widened, shooting out a terrifying murderous intent, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, exuding a bloody and violent aura. Xiao Ruyan took several steps back, finally collapsing to the ground, her mouth wide open like a fish out of water, unable to speak or even breathe. It was a biological instinct, like a mouse facing a cat. Bear! Get out of the way, a slightly hoarse female voice came from behind Chen Yisong. Chen Yisong immediately deflated like a balloon, scratching his head and moving aside his huge body, whispering, "Don't call me a bear, show some respect in front of sister-in-law." Sister-in-law, I am Chen Yisong's girlfriend, Pan Jinlian. Pan Jinlian quickly walked over to help Xiao Ruyan up, apologizing with a face full of regret. I'm sorry, Chen Yisong has a quick temper.
If it weren't for her.
Chen Yisong suddenly became angry, pointing his thick finger at Xiao Ruyan, ready to expose her dirty affair and question her.
Shut up! Pan Jinlian's pretty face turned cold as if frozen by frost.
This version of Chen Yisong was the most afraid, leaning against the door like a tamed tiger. Pan Jinlian smiled and said, Sister-in-law, don't be afraid, he just has a bad temper. Xiao Ruyan knew exactly what Chen Yisong wanted to say. Feeling bitter inside, her lips moved, and finally said, It's okay, we are all family, it's fine. At this moment, Xiao Jinyan heard the noise and walked to the door with Qianqian in her arms. Qianqian opened her mouth wide, looking at Chen Yisong in disbelief, feeling as if she had seen a monster. Especially when this monster saw her and grinned, showing his white teeth, as if he would eat her in the next second.
Is this Qianqian? Chen Yisong prepared to walk over and say hello.
Qianqian started crying loudly, holding onto Xia Jinyan and shouting not to let the monster eat her. Chen Yisong felt embarrassed, not knowing how to handle the situation.
Pan Jinlian, being more tactful, prepared a lollipop in advance and coaxed Qianqian back to normal.
Chen Yisong had his deputy take Qianqian and Xia Jinyan to see Rongxin and Chen's father in the dormitory building inside the Guard Command headquarters. There was no safer place in Linhai than the Guard Command headquarters.
Alright, sister-in-law, I won't blame you for the past. Where is my brother now? Chen Yisong spoke up. He was really naive and hot-tempered. Not even Pan Jinlian's signals could control him. Only Pan Jinlian could prevent him from grabbing Xia Ruyan by the neck to force her to speak.
Xia Ruyan quickly organized her words and explained the situation, making Chen Yisong furious and wanting to rush out to gather the troops. Pan Jinlian, somewhat helpless, pulled Chen Yisong back and started calling the local station chief of the Military Intelligence Department. Although the Military Intelligence Department was an external intelligence organization, all foreign-related intelligence was handled by this department. Xu Zitao had Siamese people around him, which involved foreign affairs, so it was reasonable for the Military Intelligence Bureau to intervene. It was only because of Pan Jinlian's background that the Military Intelligence Department could get involved. As a professional intelligence agency, within less than 20 minutes, my whereabouts and the situation in the abandoned factory were presented to Pan Jinlian. The station chief of the Military Intelligence Department in Linhai originally wanted to report the situation to Pan Jinlian in person but was refused. He has been detained at the Suburban Public Security Bureau, and now the problem is that they have detained my brother on suspicion of murder.
Pan Jinlian said solemnly. Murder? Impossible. Chen Yisong immediately retorted. Who died?
Xia Ruyan hurriedly asked.
Pan Jinlian looked meaningfully at Xia Ruyan and said, It's Zhu Zitao, the son of Senator Zhu Guide, currently a senator's assistant. The Public Security Bureau suspects that he was pushed down by my brother. Sister-in-law, your relationship with Zhu Zitao complicates this matter. Promotions for frontline commanders required background checks, and Xia Ruyan, as Chen Feng's wife, was naturally included, especially given her special status. Therefore, during high school, Zhu Zitao's status as Xia Ruyan's nominal boyfriend was recorded in the intelligence files. Chen Yisong stood up, cracking his knuckles, preparing to grab Xia Ruyan's hair and interrogate her. Xia Ruyan shook her head blankly and said, No, my husband wouldn't kill anyone. She knew the seriousness of the situation, choosing to keep silent about my bomb-making activities. She didn't trust anyone now. Even if I hadn't told her to keep it a secret, she was determined to keep it to herself. Seeing Chen Yisong getting angry again, Pan Jinlian quickly tugged at his pants leg and said, "Big brother would never kill anyone. There must be a conspiracy here." Not mentioning misunderstandings, only talking about conspiracies. This shifted Chen Yisong's focus away from Ziaruyan, as he had risen from the grassroots to a lieutenant colonel and would have died many times if he were truly foolish. He was naive, not stupid, and naturally understood Pan Jinlian's words. "There's something wrong with the people at that public security bureau. We can't let my brother stay there. Jinlian, I still want to rescue my brother first," Chen Yisong said firmly. Pan Jinlian shook her head and said, "We can't act impulsively. How do you plan to justify your actions? I'm his brother, that reason is enough. Even if it's a life and death situation, I will save my brother. If anyone hurts my brother, I will tear them to pieces." Chen Yisong roared low, full of killing intent. Xiao Ruyan felt uneasy all over, always feeling that what her little brother-in-law said was about herself, and then thinking about the disgusting things she had done in the past. She was now a little afraid that her little brother-in-law would stab her with a knife, not because she was afraid of death but because she couldn't bear to leave her husband and daughter. Pan Jinlian squinted her eyes and suddenly spoke, "I have an idea. The reserve officer under the command of the garrison headquarters has a vacancy for a major. Why not recruit him as a special talent, so that your deputy commander-in-chief can legitimately get involved? At worst, we can keep it under wraps and let the military intelligence department investigate. In the end, it will be handled by the military court." "That's a good idea. What do you think, sister-in-law?" Chen Yisong said with wide eyes. "No." Xiao Ruyan decisively refused. The first thing that came to her mind was her father's solemn warning. The people of the Xiao family must not have any connection with the military. Xiao Ruyan now considered herself not truly divorced. Chen Feng was still her husband. Although she did not understand her father Xiao Changhe's intentions, she subconsciously opposed it. "Why? Sister-in-law, with me and Yisong here, after Big Brother serves in the reserve for a few years and transitions to a military career, his starting point will be very high. It's also a good career path," Pan Jinlian persuaded. Xiao Ruyan was only emotionally low, but not intellectually low. The girlfriend of the little brother-in-law in front of her seemed to have a big background, and it was impossible for her to go to such lengths for her husband. "No, the reserve is also a soldier. The northern frontier is unstable, and you never know when you might end up on the battlefield. And Shanshan is still so young. If Qin Feng enters the military, he will be bound by military law. If there is an urgent call-up in the future, and something happens at home, what will we do?" Xiao Ruyan said in one breath, looking fearlessly at Chen Yisong. This time, it was Chen Yisong who was scared. He had originally planned to say that Xiao Ruyan had already divorced Qin Feng and was not a member of the Chen family, so she had no right to interfere. But now, the momentum that Xiao Ruyan burst out with made Qin Feng somewhat hesitant. Thinking of his brother dying with this woman, he didn't dare to push too hard. Pan Jinlian's eyes flashed with a hint of regret, but she immediately persuaded, "If this doesn't work, I'll go with Yisong to take a look in the name of family members and find a lawyer for Big Brother." "A lawyer? Right, I know one. Lawyer Zhang Xiang. I'll call him now," Xiao Ruyan said immediately. She now had some inexplicable hostility towards Pan Jinlian, as if the other party was too concerned about her husband. It wasn't jealousy, but suspicion of ulterior motives. With that said, everyone went to deal with their own affairs. Xiao Ruyan contacted the lawyer, and Chen Yisong went to change into formal attire and arrange for security guards. Chen Yisong suddenly remembered something halfway and turned back to find Pan Jinlian, only to see his girlfriend making a phone call at the corner of the stairs. Pan Jinlian's voice was very low, but Chen Yisong, with eyes like a hawk and ears like a bat, moved stealthily without making a sound. If someone looked from afar, they might mistake him for a forest tiger cautiously approaching its prey, preparing for a fatal blow. Chen Yisong showed his reconnaissance skills, intending to play a joke on Pan Jinlian, but the next moment, he was stunned. "Dad, things are not going smoothly. If Qin Feng doesn't enter the military, there may be no reason to ask the Xiao family for that money. I know they have already divorced, but judging from Xiao Ruyan's attitude, it doesn't seem like it. The two of them even jumped off a building together. There may be something we don't know about. I've already had the military intelligence department look into it. Give me a little more time, I don't want this to affect my relationship with Yisong," Pan Jinlian said as she kicked the stones under her military boots, completely unaware of Chen Yisong approaching behind her. Chen Yisong listened roughly, his face extremely ugly. If it weren't for Pan Jinlian's last sentence, he would have put the dagger on the other's neck immediately. Having been a soldier for so many years, he had gained some experience. Although he usually pretended to be straightforward and silly, anyone who could serve as a frontline commander couldn't be a fool. He knew he absolutely couldn't break ties with Pan Jinlian now. The Pan family was the most powerful force in the military. At the very least, he had to wait until his brother was safe before making any plans. In Chen Yisong's eyes, the Shao family was not good people. No matter what the Pan family wanted, as long as they didn't involve the Chun family, that was his bottom line. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruyan quickly called her family lawyer. She was also worried, afraid that Zhang Xiang would end up like Xiao Yun. Zhang Xiang readily agreed and immediately prepared to drive to the suburban police station. Husband, you must be safe. If anything happens to you, I won't live either. Xiao Ruyan hung up the phone, silently praying. At this moment, she felt extremely helpless, as if she was completely useless. She now harbored a desire for power. If she could take over her mother's connections and her father's hidden subordinates, she could definitely save her husband. In the past, she could rely on her husband and parents. But when these people were no longer around, the harsh reality slapped her in the face. How could I be so foolish? So stupid. If only I could turn back time. Husband, I'm sorry. Xiao Ruyan was filled with regret and pain. She took out a steel needle from her backpack and decisively stabbed it into her thigh. She was punishing herself for her mistakes. A red dot was left on her fair skin, and a trickle of blood flowed down. At this moment, Xiao Ruyan's beautiful face was filled with a sickly expression. She subconsciously licked her vermilion lips and murmured, "Husband, I can't live without you." Pan Jinlian, witnessing this scene, felt a hint of unease and quickly urged, "Sister-in-law, let's hurry up." "Yes, Jinlian, I'm counting on you, sister-in-law." Xiao Ruyan snapped out of it. The sickness in her eyes was replaced by panic. Interrogation room at the suburban police station. It was a cold and damp room, with a faint pungent smell in the air. The room was small, with dim lighting, and a wash basin in the corner. The following plot is only set in a fictional alternate urban world, not the real world. Please do not relate it to reality. I sat on the cold iron chair, deliberately adjusted to a height that made my feet unable to touch the ground, while my hands were handcuffed to the armrests of the chair. Name, age, occupation. How did you kill Zhu Zitao's assistant? The question was asked by a young public security officer, with a similarly young recorder by his side. I didn't answer these questions but instead smiled. What are you laughing at? Confess quickly, so that when you go to court, it can be considered as you voluntarily admitting guilt, and you may receive some lenient treatment. The young public security officer said sternly. I shook my head and said lightly, "You're new here, aren't you? How did you know? Don't change the subject." The young public security officer realized, feeling embarrassed and angry. I tapped the chair with my knuckles and smiled, Mr. Liang once taught me some things, hoping they might be useful to you." The recorder thought I was going to confess and quickly started jotting down notes. Every department and position in the government must have its own set of rules, whether explicit or implicit. You must first learn them. Most people have already fallen because they are too arrogant. Secondly, among the many intricate rules, find the ones that are most beneficial to you. Don't let others use you as a pawn. You two newcomers, you must take care of yourselves. No one will protect you when something happens. My words were plain, but they carried a special persuasiveness. The two rookie security officers' faces changed instantly. They had also seen my file and initially thought it was just an ordinary criminal case, but it was clear that there was more to it. It's no wonder that the older security officers in the security office either took leave when something happened or suddenly got injured, and in the end, the interrogation fell on them. What are your names? I asked. Li Tian Wang Ping. Very generic names, lacking in emotional intelligence and intelligence, of no value. I silently rated them in my mind, then closed my eyes and began to count down. The two young men looked at each other, feeling embarrassed. Just as they were about to speak, the door of the interrogation room suddenly opened. They both stood up and saluted, saying, "Zhao Su. Useless. Can't even handle a small matter, get out." The person called Zhao Su was the director of the security office who brought me back. The two security officers quickly packed up and left. Being scolded was better than staying here. This was not an opportunity for promotion but a big pit. After the door of the interrogation room was closed, the security officer surnamed Zhao used a remote control to turn off the camera and then looked at the interrogation records. "Nice to meet you, I'm Zhao Yongxiang." Zhao Yongxiang came straight to me and said slowly, "I won't introduce myself, you already know me well, and you have made your choice, so let's get to the point," I said with a smile. Zhao Yongxiang took out a confession letter and said coldly, "Sign it, and tonight, you will leave here. Leave in a way that fears escaping punishment, then be shot by you? Or escape abroad?" I seemed to see through everything and couldn't help but laugh. A strange light flashed in Zhao Yongxiang's eyes as he said, "It seems you know a lot. It's a good thing for both you and me to confess as soon as possible. People like us in this class have no way to choose our own destiny, so we can only seize every opportunity. Don't blame me. Not every opportunity will lead to a good result. I hope you won't regret it later," I said lightly. Two strong security officers wearing masks and without any items indicating their identity entered the room. Zhao Yongxiang stood at the door, blocking the entrance to the interrogation room. The two strong security officers didn't say a word when they came in. They took me to the wash basin, one handed me a towel for my face, and the other took a water hose from the wash basin and started pouring water on the towel continuously. This was a very cruel and degrading punishment that made one feel almost drowned and suffocated. I had been caught by an intelligence agency of a certain country and interrogated with this punishment for 3 days. At that time, I was almost on the verge of collapse, but I managed to get through it in the end, and afterwards, I underwent even more brutal training. The organizations in this world also have a dark side. I didn't resist at all because the more I resisted, the more painful it would be. As the icy water kept pouring into my nostrils and mouth, death seemed to become a luxury. Just as I was about to pass out each time, the towel would be removed, allowing me to catch my breath. The feeling of dying and coming back to life would severely impact one's psychological defenses. Confess or not? Zhao Yongxiang placed the confession letter in front of me, seemingly convinced that I wouldn't last. Not confessing. Let's try again. I feel like I'm in the right state now, I said with a smile. Continue. Let's see how long he can hold on. Zhao Yongxiang was provoked by my challenging words and ordered the two men. From 5 seconds, it lasted almost a minute. The continuous flushing made the two security officers hesitant to continue. They chose this traceless interrogation method fundamentally because they dared not take lives or leave external injuries. Zhao Yongxiang's face became increasingly ugly. He pushed aside his two subordinates, grabbed my collar with his right hand, and lifted me up in front of him. Then, he roared in a low voice, "Who exactly are you?" Typical fierce appearance hiding inner cowardice, his angry tone revealing urgency and fear. He probably didn't expect things to become so troublesome, unable to break the will of an ordinary person with the torture even intelligence agents couldn't withstand. Are you scared? This is just the beginning. I told you that your choice may not lead to the best outcome. After saying this, I suddenly broke free from the two security officers' arms, fiercely knocking my head against the sharp edge of the wash basin, and then pulled hard. In an instant, a deep cut was scraped on my forehead, blood gushing out directly, dyeing my whole face blood red. You're asking for death. Quick, grab him! Zhao Yongxiang shouted sternly. The two security officers didn't react, perhaps also frightened, letting me hit the wash basin edge a second time. Bang! The second impact was more intense, causing a larger wound and more blood to flow. Similar to what was done to Xiao Ruyan at the romantic restaurant, the same methods, the same routines, just a different target. The ultimate goal is a play. The process is not important, only the result matters. So, have you figured out how to explain to the people behind you? I remember Zhu Zitao as a parliamentary assistant, right? Involving Siamese mercenaries and explosives. Are you sure a mere security chief can handle it? I said with a smile. With my face covered in blood now, coupled with a smile, everyone present couldn't help but shiver. Bang! The interrogation room's door was heavily knocked. Zhao Yongxiang had a foreboding feeling, shouting, "Who is it? Didn't I say we are interrogating a key suspect? Open the door." A stern voice came in. The familiar voice made Zhao Yongxiang and the other two security officers freeze, panic filling their eyes. Wait. Just wait a moment. Zhao Yongxiang hurried to prepare, but the interrogation room's door was forcefully opened from the outside. A middle-aged man in a black suit, his right hand bandaged, with a weathered face and a resolute look, walked in. With a square face, he appeared quite dignified. "Director!" Everyone, including Zhao Yongxiang, straightened up, saluting respectfully and shouting loudly. The person who arrived was Wu Shangchuan, the director of the Linhai City Public Security Bureau, in charge of over 20,000 quasi-militarized security officers. There were rumors that he was hospitalized due to an injury last night, and the deputy director was acting in his place. No one expected him to appear here. Wu Shangchuan frowned, scanned the room, his gaze stopping on my face briefly before moving away, and said in a deep voice, "What's going on? Can someone explain to me?" His voice was exceptionally authoritative, with an air of no refusal. Zhao Yongxiang's eyes showed resistance, but he still bravely said, "Director, we are interrogating a criminal. Is the evidence conclusive?" Wu Shangchuan said coldly. Zhao Yongxiang was now in a gambler's mindset, shouting, "There will definitely be evidence.
Please give me some more time, this is also Miss Fei and the Xiao family's wish.
Miss Fei? We eat the government's food, not the Fei and Xiao families,
Wu Xiangquan said sternly.
At that moment, Wu Xiangquan's phone rang.
After glancing at the number, his straight back slightly bent, seemingly under immense pressure from the person on the other end of the call.
Yes, I understand, I will enforce the law impartially. Wu Xiangquan hung up the phone.
Before he could speak, a woman rushed into the interrogation room.
The person who came was Xiao Ruyan, followed closely by lawyer Zhang Xiang and Chen Yisong.
At this time, I was leaning against the wash basin, and when I saw Xiao Ruyan rushing over, I subconsciously prepared to dodge, but considering that I was disguised as seriously injured, I could only let Xiao Ruyan hug me into her arms.
Honey, wake up, how are you? Did they hurt you? Xiao Ruyan said urgently with a crying tone.
She held me tightly, resting my head on her warm chest, and I was immediately surrounded by a charming fragrance.
Who hurt my brother, was it you?
You despicable creature, go to hell. Chen Yisong, like a fierce tiger, pushed aside several security guards and headed straight for Zhao Yongqiang and two security guards next to him.
Who are you?
Zhao Yongqiang only managed to say this before Chen Yisong kicked him hard in the chest. He flew out like a cloud, crashing heavily into the wall, and it took a while before he slowly fell down.
Puff!
Zhao Yongqiang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale, his body became weak, and his eyes were full of fear. The other two security guards were each slapped by Chen Yisong, not only losing half of their teeth but also suffering from a direct concussion, their faces swelling visibly.
Don't act recklessly.
Pan Jinlian shouted anxiously, pulling Chen Yisong's arm hard, but it was of no use, and he was lifted up directly.
Who dares to stop me, will die. Chen Yisong roared, took out a revolver from his waist, and aimed at Zhao Yongqiang, preparing to pull the trigger. Wu Xiangquan frowned and coldly said, Don't you want your brother to live? If you shoot, things will get serious. Is it you who's causing trouble? I'll kill you first.
Chen Yisong pointed the gun at Wu Xiangquan's head, his eyes bursting with a terrifying killing intent, and no one dared to bet on whether he would shoot in the next second.
Pan Jinlian knew things were bad, felt even more anxious, and quickly said, Why not take your brother to the hospital first? If you kill someone, your brother will be finished. You can seek revenge later, isn't that right?
Chen Yisong didn't really intend to shoot, he was just using the situation to muddy the waters, especially after discovering that Pan Jinlian had a different purpose for coming to Linhai with him. Alright, take my brother to the hospital first, deal with these scum later, investigate their families thoroughly.
If anything happens to my brother, I'll make their whole families pay.
The statement was full of killing intent, especially the implied message was chilling. Especially in front of the director of the Public Security Bureau Wu Xiangquan, it could be said to be lawless, but Wu Xiangquan remained silent.
I was carefully lifted by Chen Yisong, suddenly looked up and smiled at Wu Xiangquan, and in a weak voice, said, You came just in time, thank you. Wu Xiangquan didn't say anything, but his eyes showed a hint of inexplicable meaning. He waved his hand, letting the security guards outside make way. Honey!
Xiao Ruyan cried as she watched me being carried away by Chen Yisong. She was a bit unsteady on her feet, walked to the door of the interrogation room, then suddenly turned around, staring fiercely at the people in the interrogation room with extremely vicious eyes. This gaze filled with resentment and hatred, even Pan Jinlian dared not meet her eyes, and the main target Zhao Yongqiang felt a chill, involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of blood.
If anything happens to my husband, all of you will die.
Xiao Ruyan viciously uttered almost like a curse, sending shivers down the spine like a cold wind. Some people recognized Xiao Ruyan's identity, as it was well known that she had divorced me, so it was puzzling why she still referred to me as her husband. But at the moment, Xiao Ruyan was like a landmine with a triggered fuse, and no one dared to provoke her. This farcical interrogation ended like this, with everyone having their own secrets. Xiao Ruyan rushed out of the police station, but she was a step too slow, only able to watch the taillights of the military vehicle disappear into the pouring rain.
Husband! Xiao Ruyan didn't know what to think.
When she saw her husband covered in blood, her heart ached as if it had been cut by a knife, and all her strength seemed to vanish. She watched as the rain gradually washed away the blood on her hands, her clothes and hair quickly getting wet, but she suddenly started running madly in the direction the military vehicle was heading.
Pan Jinlian chased after her and forcibly took Xiao Ruyan into the car.
Originally prepared to comfort her, Pan Jinlian was urged by Xiao Ruyan to hurry to the hospital. Meanwhile, I leaned against the back seat, Chen Yisong stepping on the gas pedal frantically, the military vehicle roaring like a wild beast towards the direction of the first hospital.
Drive slower, no rush.
I suddenly spoke up and sat up straight.
Big brother, how are you feeling? Do you have a headache?
Hang in there, we'll be there soon, Chen Yisong said nervously. However, he did ease up on the gas pedal a bit. Perhaps the original owner's words did have an effect on him, almost becoming a reflex. My head had already been urgently treated by Chen Yisong's deputy on the car, using field medical techniques, wrapping a thick bandage around the wound with a triangular bandage, making my ears feel numb from the pressure. "Let's have a chat. Ask your men to give us some space." I wiped the blood off my face with a wet tissue and said. Chen Yisong immediately pulled over to the side, letting the deputy in the front passenger seat run back to the command headquarters in the rain. The military vehicle continued on, but at a slower speed. Chen Yisong realized I had something to say to him, and he also had something to discuss with his big brother. After so many years apart, Chen Yisong found that his big brother had changed a lot, almost unrecognizable, but no matter how much he changed, he was still his big brother. "You were so impulsive today, were you deliberately acting?" I asked. Big brother saw through it? "Yes, I did it on purpose." "Big brother, were you also acting?" Chen Yisong said, somewhat surprised. I smiled and said, "Everyone is acting, but you have gained a lot of experience over the years. Are you acting for your girlfriend? Why?" Chen Yisong then recounted overhearing Pan Jilian's phone conversation and said he was following the original plan. He was supposed to inquire about bail, then reveal his identity to apply pressure. If I was wrongly accused, the people or forces behind this incident would soon come out to negotiate. However, Chen Yisong suddenly didn't want to continue following Pan Jinlian's instructions because he knew he wasn't good at negotiating. But letting Pan Jinlian negotiate might involve me, so he ended up flipping the table. "Big brother, why don't I take you and our parents back to North Xinjiang overnight? That's my territory, and no one dares to act recklessly there," Chen Yisong said solemnly. I pointed to the wound on my forehead and said, "If we leave like this, wouldn't my injury be in vain? With such a big incident today, do you think you can stay in Linhai for a few more days? The local authorities have to go through the military procedures. I should be able to stay for another week." "Big brother, did you really take care of that Zhu Zitao?" Chen Yisong asked. "Do you think I'm someone who breaks the law knowingly?" "Don't worry, Zhu Zitao was silenced, and I have evidence. If you can stay for another week, it's perfect for helping me with something. Can your men be mobilized?" I said slowly. Chen Yisong nodded and said, "Without approval from the city council, the mobilization of the command headquarters troops is not possible, but my security team is ready. They are my brothers who have been through thick and thin with me, each owing me more than one life." "Okay, you go back and wait for my message. Have your soldiers stand outside my ward for a few days. Don't say anything in front of your girlfriend, just do as you're told. Keep it from your parents for now," I said lightly, closing my eyes to rest and preparing for the next plan in my mind. "Brother, Jinlian said the military is eyeing Xiaokang's money. Why don't you advise him to hand over the money?" Chen Yisong hesitated for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. "What, is the military short of money?" "Very short, especially with the instability in the northern border. Deployments require money, and I heard that even the cabinet is trying to raise funds from various sources, but it's just a drop in the bucket," Chen Yisong said. I suddenly laughed and said, "So that's why so many forces are eyeing my former father-in-law? It seems like a huge sum of money, enough to tempt the military." Chen Yisong didn't know much about some things, but being on the front line, he had a better understanding of the real situation in the army. This also made me realize that the empire might not be as strong as it seemed on the surface. It made me curious about the so-called fund in Xiaokang's hands. Because I chatted a bit more with Chen Yisong, when we arrived at the first hospital, Xiao Ruyan and Pan Jinlian had already arrived. Compared to Xiao Ruyan's confusion, Pan Jinlian fully utilized the advantage of being a staff officer, arranging everything very appropriately, even bringing in a few guards in advance. Same floor, same ward, but this time my brother was in charge of security, making me feel very reassured. After a thorough examination, the doctors confirmed that I only had external injuries, but under Chen Yisong's cold gaze, all the examining doctors unanimously believed that there might be damage to the brainstem, with serious consequences. Xiao Ruyan insisted on staying until I was examined, and Pan Jinlian quietly revealed some information, causing her to faint. She developed a high fever in the emergency room, mainly due to emotional distress and being caught in the rain. Xia Yanyan messaged me, and I replied that everything was fine. The innocent woman seemed to be relieved, staying calmly in the headquarters. I edited the surveillance videos from the watch in my notebook while talking on the phone with Zhao Jin's. Zhao Jin's call at noon was suspicious, as if she had foreseen some things and was afraid I would be harmed, so she gave me a heads up. "Brother-in-law, how are you feeling?" Zhao Jin asked. "It seems like you know everything about me. Why don't you explain to your brother-in-law?" I asked with a smile, a hint of detachment in my tone. Zhao Jin remained silent on the phone for a long time before saying, "Brother-in-law, I will explain to you when I have time, but you have to trust that I won't harm you. You handled today's situation very well, and I believe Zhu Zitao's death has nothing to do with you. All the risks you've encountered are worth it. Then please tell my former father-in-law and mother-in-law that I don't like this test. But since the test has begun, how many points I get is not for them to judge. Only I can control my own destiny, I said indifferently. Okay, I understand, Zhao Jins replied before hanging up. In the top suite of a hotel in Linhai City, Shu Guide and Xiaokang were sitting together playing chess. Perhaps no one would know that the two who should have been far away from Linhai had secretly appeared here. Snap! After Xiaokang placed a black piece, he picked up the tall crystal glass beside him and carefully swirled it, watching the wine inside create a vortex as he shook it clockwise. Alright, I lost this game. Shu Guide threw the white piece, then picked up the wine glass and drank it all, with the red wine dripping directly onto his collar. So according to the agreement, is the Linhai Grand Hotel compensation for my son-in-law? Do you still want those shares? Xiao Chanha doesn't like drinking red wine, always feeling a sour taste, but the guy in front of him insists that it is a kind of grape fermentation fragrance. Your money doesn't go into the company project. What's the use of having shares? It's most important to drive the power of the capital out of Linhai. Let your son-in-law come to sign the agreement at the hotel in a few days. I admit defeat in gambling. I'm afraid you'll do something stupid and cause trouble for my son-in-law. Don't do anything foolish. But my son is dead. How do you account for that? Shu Guide's face turned dark, saying coldly. Xiao Chanha smiled and said, weren't you focusing on nurturing your younger son? Zhu Zitao is not competent. After being pushed to the front as a shield for so many years, isn't it inevitable that this day would come? He was greedy and sought his own death. Fisher and the traitor from the Xiao family actively contacted him. He was willing to cooperate without informing you. Now that he's been silenced, doesn't it give us an opportunity? And about my daughter, don't you want to explain it to me now? It has nothing to do with me. It was all Zitao's doing. We should unite now. Don't speculate on baseless suspicions. Zitao is already dead. Your daughter's matter with him should also come to an end. Ultimately, it was your Xiao family who caused this trouble, and you should be the one to explain. Zhu Guide denied firmly. Xiao Wanfan has already been expelled from the family. She is no longer part of the Xiao family. Since her daughter violated the rules and laws of the country, there is no room for mercy, Mr. Fei will understand. Those lawbreakers from the Xiao family, I will also hand them over, Xiao Changha said slowly. Shu Guide raised his eyebrows, a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, saying, isn't it you who deliberately left her a loophole? Using your own daughter's family as bait, making the forces opposing your Xiao family come out, you are really ruthless. After speaking, he got up and left. Just as he left, Wu Ge walked in with an angry face, saying, that girl surnamed Fei needs to be dealt with quickly. She's gone mad. Not only did she scheme against our daughter, this time she also got Chen Feng injured and hospitalized. I heard from Xiao Wu that it involved violence, but his brother also got involved in hurting people. That girl is fueling the fire behind the scenes. It seems like she wants to cause trouble. And those wolves from the Xiao family, I will definitely expose them this time. MS. Wu, you always think you have all the strategies. I told you to make it clear to Chen Feng, but you insisted on testing him again. Now there's a problem, right? The deal with the military didn't go through. The shares couldn't be distributed. Naturally, the money couldn't be legally transferred. There's a lot of trouble waiting for you behind this. Xiao Changhe, with his legs crossed, kept shaking his leg, seeming to be in a very good mood. Wu Ge raised her eyebrows slightly, kicked Xiao Changhe, and said impatiently, I know you are very satisfied with Chen Feng, but don't you find it strange? Where did he get the explosives from? And many recent incidents, I always feel he's not that simple. Didn't you do a DNA test? No plastic surgery, no change in appearance. The person hasn't changed. What are you worried about? Xiao Changhe shook his head and said, what am I worried about? Isn't it about our daughter? If I had known, I wouldn't have kept that money back then. Wu Ge said angrily. Xiao Changhe took a deep breath and said solemnly, during the capital's military mutiny, that money was the last hope of the royal family. Even though I think a parliamentary system is the best choice for the empire now, I owe a great debt to the royal family and I have no right to decide the ownership of that money. I see some impatience from above, otherwise they wouldn't let that girl surnamed Fei act recklessly, ruining our daughter. It's like ruining you and me. The most hateful one is Xiao Yun. I never thought that after so many years of nurturing, she would turn into a wolf in sheep's clothing. I clearly arranged for people to protect her in secret. How could a scum like him get close to our daughter? Wu Ge said angrily, you know very well that those people want to eat pork without getting their hands dirty. We have been living in peace for too long, losing our vigilance. I think Chen Feng is capable. Since the shares are already in his hands, let's see what he can do and gradually hand over our relationships to him. We only have one daughter,
as long as she chooses him, we will accept it. In the end, Shen Feng is also a victim, Xiao Changhe advised. Wu Ge shed tears from the corner of his eyes and choked. I originally wanted my daughter to live a normal life. Who would have thought she would be so foolish? She almost went astray during her school days, and now that she's grown up, she's not at ease. Having an affair in marriage is truly shameful. But no matter what, she is still our daughter. Although we don't have much family wealth, if we hand it all over and Chen Feng still harbors resentment and deliberately torments our daughter, what will we do then? Xiao Changhe felt that his wife was a bit stubborn and said helplessly, I don't think Chen Feng is ungrateful. Do you already have a plan? Yes, I want to hand over the official relations to her, and give Chen Feng the finance in those shady businesses. Wu Ge revealed his plan. Xiao Changhe sighed and said, officials are ruthless. Do you think our daughter has the brains to outsmart them? Judging by our daughter's appearance, after the scandal of infidelity and pregnancy, she will be devastated if she leaves Chen Feng. Do you think it's still meaningful? I felt Fisher looked familiar at the restaurant, just like her mother when she was young. Did you recognize her? Wu Ge suddenly questioned. Nonsense, I was so confused at that time, how could I recognize her? When you heard that woman's surname was Fei, you should have guessed, right? After all, during our daughter's school days. Xiao Changhe said. Shut up. Don't mention it again, it makes me sick just thinking about it. Wu Ge fell silent, and suddenly her phone rang. Seeing the number, her face turned as dark as water. The phone rang for more than 10 seconds, then disconnected and called back. After Wu Ge answered the call, she suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Fei said she swapped the samples, and the real sample is in her hands? Alright, what do you want? I'll consider it. Wu Ge looked at Xiao Changhe and said, Fei had Xieyun swap the samples, our daughter's sample is in her hands, and she wants us not to investigate. What do you mean? Xiao Changhe asked. Give her a week, if she can escape, it's her lucky day. If not, we'll handle it according to the law, and no one can say a word. Wu Ge said coldly. Xiao Changhe helplessly said, what's the point? If we let the tiger return to the mountain, won't it cause big trouble? Don't forget, she is surnamed Fei. So what if she's from the capital? Our daughter's sample is the most important now. I want to find out who that man is. The goal has been achieved, just drive Fei away. I still haven't settled the matter from our daughter's high school days with her. Wu Ge said coldly. She didn't voice her suspicions, but she always felt that her daughter's pregnancy was suspicious, especially the drastic change in her son-in-law, which instinctively prompted her to investigate. Xiao Changhe nodded in agreement and called to inform the Investigation Bureau and Public Security Bureau to suspend the arrest operation. Wu Ge turned expressionless and turned to Zhao Jin's sitting in the corner, saying, Jins, inform them to send the Li Feng family on their way tomorrow, and give each of them a little extra red envelope before they leave. Got it, Auntie, Zhao Jins replied. She looked cold, as if she were a robot without self-awareness. Wu Ge is getting older, her energy can't keep up. Zhao Jins is actually like her assistant that she cultivated, previously only focused on finance. Now with the rebellion of Xiao Yun and Li Feng, Zhao Jins is starting to get involved in more core affairs. The next day, in the special care ward of Lehigh City First Hospital, the doctor retreated my wound. I lay on the bed searching for some information, planning to rebuild several safe houses according to the habits of my past life, and then communicate with colleagues in this world. Suddenly my phone vibrated, and I found that it was actually a text message monitoring from Xiao Ruyan's phone. Xiao Ruyan used my old phone, installed the latest generation of monitoring inside. I had planned to cancel the monitoring, but unexpectedly it gave me some unexpected surprises. I'm sorry, Ruyan, please forgive me, that day was a mistake, but I still can't forget it. I heard that after that night, we had a child. I hope you can give me a chance to make amends. My name is Lu Mingfan, I am the attending physician at the first hospital. I know you are divorced, please give me a chance to pursue you. After a few text messages, I couldn't help but smile. It seems that something interesting has happened around Xiao Ruyan again. This is definitely not to be missed. My ex-mother-in-law and father-in-law hid and didn't show up. Now Xiao Ruyan has a new suitor by her side. I'm sure they will be happy to hear this news. I rubbed my hands, turned on the video function of the phone, put on the Bluetooth earphones, and then walked out of the ward door holding Xiao Ruyan's monitoring watch. The guard at the door saluted instinctively, but I forced them down and asked them to wait here. Xiao Ruyan lived in a ward not far from me after she got sick. There were also guards at the door, and I managed to distract one of the guards. I peeked inside through the slightly open door. Xiao Ruyan was looking at her phone. Her face looked very bad, seemingly angry and resentful at the message she received, but she didn't reply. Oh, sorry, please excuse me. A young voice came from behind me. I turned around and saw a young man of 25 or 26, looking dignified, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a white doctor's coat with a name tag that read Lu Mingfan, and holding a bouquet of roses. Roses again? I slightly smiled, walked to the side to let the young man push the door and enter. Same familiar formula, same taste. Obviously, that Fisher wanted to make trouble for Xiao Ruyan again. I wonder if this foolish woman will fall for it again after suffering losses. Who are you? Xiao Ruyan, seeing a stranger coming in, immediately sat up alertly. Although she was sick, she looked very haggard, but her stunning face couldn't be hidden. Her snow-white skin seemed to glow with a layer of crystal under the light. The young man named Lu Mingfan's eyes lit up, immediately handed over the roses, and excitedly said, Ruyan, I found you. I didn't expect that day to have that kind of relationship with you. Although we didn't keep our child, I am willing to take responsibility for you, please believe me. I recorded the video on my phone to this point, then packaged and sent it to a few people in the family's messaging group, especially mentioning Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe, and added a paragraph. Congratulations to Ruyan for finding true love. I can finally leave with peace of mind. I will take the child back to my hometown tomorrow. At this moment, Xiao Ruyan stared with bloodshot eyes and sternly shouted, Get out of here right now, I don't want to see you. Otherwise, I will kill you. Then she started to feel nauseous in her stomach, feeling like she wanted to vomit. Ruyan, what's wrong with you? Lu Mingfan asked in confusion. I smiled, reactivated the phone's video recording, then pushed the door open and walked in, pretending to ask strangely, what's wrong? What happened? When Xiao Ruyan saw me, she panicked immediately and quickly said, Honey, this doctor is here for an examination, it will be over soon. Doing an examination with roses? I deliberately said, we are both divorced. You have the right to pursue happiness. If you can meet a good person, I will be happy for you. Honey, it's not like that. Xiao Ruyan said anxiously, tears streaming down, feeling a pang of guilt, wishing to slap herself. She had promised not to lie to her husband, but in her haste earlier, she forgot about the roses in the other person's hand. What doctor brings roses for an examination? If I had seen it, I would have thought something was wrong too. Lu Mingfan's eyes lit up. He came over to shake my hand, saying, You are Ruyan's ex-husband. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. I want to pursue Ruyan. Oh, then what did I just hear? Because Ruyan was deceived in love before, I want to protect her. I don't know about you and her. I asked with a smile. Xiao Ruyan's eyes filled with fear, almost screaming, said, Honey, there is nothing between us. Don't believe him. Lu Mingfan was startled, but finally, encouraged by me, hesitantly said, Over a month ago, I got drunk and it seems I had a relationship with Ruyan. Yesterday someone sent me a sample, with proof of the mother's identity. In the morning, I compared it with my hair and confirmed it matched the sample. I am a responsible man, I know about Ruyan's past, but I don't care, I hope she can give me a chance to pursue her. Oh, I see, then you must take good care of her. I forced a smile, patted the young man's shoulder, saying meaningfully. This young man was probably set up by Fisher, perhaps Xiao Yun thought she had replaced sample B with Ruyan's mother's sample A, and after the comparison, found it on Lu Mingfan. Fisher's purpose might be to ruin Xiao Ruyan's reputation, preferably making her jump from the building again. This time, she probably won't be lucky enough to be saved. First Lu Xingchen, then this young man, Xiao Ruyan, your love life is truly enviable. Mingfan, since you have a love child, I believe you are in love, I hope you will take good care of her in the future. I said with a forced smile, my facial expression looking somewhat distorted. Lu Mingfan, this young man, probably had some ulterior motives. He must have thoroughly investigated Xiao Ruyan, knowing she was a lady from a prominent family. He might have his own background, so he completely ignored my mockery, even willing to cooperate with me in acting foolish to win Xiao Ruyan's favor. He nodded firmly at me, saying, Rest assured, I will take good care of Ruyan, she won't suffer any grievances. Then I can rest assured. Ruyan, I will be discharged today. With him taking care of you, I and the child can safely return to our hometown. I deliberately said loudly. Seeing me pretending to leave, Xiao Ruyan's limbs suddenly went cold, she directly fell to the ground at my feet, then knelt down, hugging my legs, crying, Honey, I don't know what's going on, believe me, I don't even know him. Don't leave, without you, I can't go on living. I will jump out of the window now. Lu Mingfan finally stopped pretending, realizing something was wrong. He never expected that the woman he had just started to like would shamelessly kneel at another man's feet. Moreover, this man is the other party's ex-husband, which is even more unbearable for him. As an elite returnee from a prestigious university, his pursuit of a divorced woman with children is mainly due to understanding the other party's background. If this woman still has unclear relations with her ex-husband, wouldn't he be wearing a green hat every day in the future? Just thinking about it makes him want to retreat. He stuttered, You guys talk first, I have something to do. No matter how good he sounds, he still hides when faced with problems.
Xiao Ruyan has not encountered a single good man, including the original owner, Chen Feng, who is also a useless person.
I'll kill you. Xiao Ruyan's eyes were full of resentment.
If she stabbed him, it would definitely cause a fatality. Lu Mingfan was so scared that his face turned pale.
He was about to be stabbed but was kicked by me and dodged Xiao Ruyan's fatal blow. You're crazy. You're really crazy.
Lu Mingfan was sweating coldly, trying to escape. Unfortunately, as soon as he reached the door, a security guard kicked him in the stomach, sending him back to the ward.
What are you trying to do? You are illegally detaining me. I will sue you.
Lu Mingfan stuttered. Xiao Ruyan was about to pounce, but I took the fruit knife from her, pushed her onto the bed, and said calmly, "Enough, don't be crazy.
Your mother might come over soon, we can talk then." No, nothing to say. Husband, trust me.
Xiao Ruyan urgently grabbed my clothes, looking fearful, recalling the embarrassing scene a few days ago in front of her family. I coldly said, "Okay, I will definitely trust you.
If you think there's a problem, let's investigate together.
After all, I still have to consider Chanshan.
It wouldn't be good if she found out, right?"
Lu Mingfan saw the security guard at the door, then looked at me, finally realizing he was in big trouble, so he stood silently at the door.
No matter how beautiful or well-connected a woman is, nothing is more important than life. As long as Chen Yisong has not left, I don't have to give face to Wu Gu. I can always take Shanshan to live in the north. Ding ling ling. Rong Xian's call came first.
Hearing her mother-in-law's voice on the phone, Xiao Ruyan trembled, looking at me pleadingly, shaking her head continuously.
Son, is the video you posted true? Xiao Ruyan has another man? The Xiao family is too much, teaching their daughter like this? We must go back to our hometown. Rong Xian's voice was loud and confident.
Perhaps because of the sensible and obedient Pan Jinglian, Xiao Ruyan seemed like dog poop in comparison.
Mom, it's not like that. I'm sorry. Mom, I can't be without Chen Feng and Shanshan.
Xiao Ruyan cried sadly, not knowing how to explain, just crying.
Chen Feng, you're already divorced, why are you still hanging around outside? Xiao Ruyan is sick and needs you to take care of her? The child is not yours, are you cheap? Some say men are lapdogs, but I think you're the biggest lapdog. Do you have such deep feelings? Rong Xian's words seemed impolite, as if she was venting.
Her words made me feel helpless too.
In the adult world, it's all about interests, what about feelings?
My actions are completely aimed at breaking the deadlock and forcing my former in-laws, who are hiding me behind the scenes, to come out. They are now putting me in the front, saying they are nurturing me nicely, but in reality, they might be diverting attention and involving Chen Yisong. Having suffered so much, I won't let go of my shares in NMD unless someone can offer a suitable price.
Of course, if possible, I also want more compensation, everything is for the benefit.
It is difficult to understand in novels and TV dramas how those powerless and unimportant sons-in-law show toughness when facing their father-in-law and mother-in-law. Not everyone can be a dragon king or a war god, and leave behind the words "do not bully the young and poor." Such people are usually seen as threats early on and are likely to disappear without a trace before they can truly develop, not knowing how they died. The first accumulation of capital must be bloody.
Why take the risk of dirty hands when it can be resolved through negotiation with more gentle means?
Now, the evidence of Xiao Ruyan's affair and her mental state are my current bargaining chips.
Well, my dear mother, there are things you don't understand. If it weren't for a song yesterday, you wouldn't see me today.
I explained vaguely. Rong Xian seemed to understand, and there was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Perhaps Pan Jinglian was quietly helping to explain. I don't know how Pan Jinglian explained it, but Rong Xian's attitude improved a lot, knowing that even if I divorced now, there would still be big troubles. According to your brother's girlfriend, there is a quota for the reserve forces now.
Why don't you enlist? Rong Xian suddenly persuaded. This is the second time I've heard this. I was alerted the first time Yisong mentioned it.
The second time was spoken by my old mother, probably instigated by Pan Jinglian behind the scenes. There are pros and cons to joining the reserve forces. Although it is not a regular army, military discipline is not so strict.
But if there is a national mobilization, it will immediately become a regular army.
Even reserve officers above the rank of major must be managed by the military, and even if you are seconded to the Retired Soldiers Management Center, you cannot leave your post without authorization.
Okay, I understand.
I'm not planning to join the reserve forces for now. I forgot to tell you. My former mother-in-law gave me shares worth over 5 billion, and with money, I will definitely enjoy life.
I deliberately said. This was actually said to Pan Jinglian next to Rong Xian.
If she has any ulterior motives, she will come over soon. What I didn't know was that the shares of NMD company were not worth that much money at all.
It was completely because of Xiao Changhe's operation that people thought the money was related to NMD company. Xu Zitao didn't intend to pay at the time, so naturally he exaggerated. If it were just a few million, Rong Xin might have stubbornly refused, but once the money reached a certain amount, it really could change a person's mindset. Well, you can make your own decisions. By the way, give the phone to Ruyan, I have something to say to her. Rong Xin hesitated for a moment and said, both of her sons are precious to her. The younger son is now thriving in the army, and there may be a daughter-in-law with a big background. Naturally, she also hopes that the older son will have a bright future and indirectly give face to the younger son. The sky-high value of 5 billion shares is enough to make Rong Xin hypocritical. Even if she is disgusted by her former daughter-in-law, she can only endure it now. After all, the shares have just been acquired, and if there are other benefits in the future, she must fight for her son. The current Xiao Ruyan is no longer a daughter-in-law in Rong Xin's eyes. Having done so many disgusting things, she has long lost any affection. But the value shown by Xiao Ruyan is something Rong Xin has to take seriously. In Rong Xin's eyes, she is just saying some words. If it can bring more benefits to her son, losing face is worth it. This is the helplessness of ordinary people in reality. If Rong Xin had billions of assets herself, she probably wouldn't let her son suffer. I handed the phone to Xiao Ruyan, who took it in panic and whispered, Mom, I am Ruyan. She was ready to be scolded, but strangely her mother-in-law, although harsh in tone, also asked about her health with concern. Xiao Ruyan relaxed a bit, grateful as she looked at me, understanding that it was her husband who had just mentioned the shares, causing her mother-in-law to change her attitude. However, she did not mention that these shares were temporarily unsellable, meaning temporarily unable to profit. Xiao Ruyan was still acting foolishly. I wasn't really that kind-hearted. Even though the equity agreement stated that the shares could not be sold or transferred for 10 years, all terms had loopholes to exploit. Otherwise, Xu Zitao wouldn't dare to have his eyes on these shares. Wu Gu had been overly protective of her, not teaching her many methods, and it was uncertain if there would be time in the future. Lu Mingfan, listening nearby, was green with envy, unaware of the depth of the situation, with only the figure of 5 billion in his mind. He looked at Xiao Ruyan as if she were a gold mine. While beauty was important, money was even more crucial. Clearly, one could ascend to the top in one step, so who would want to climb slowly at the foot of the mountain? Lu Mingfan cautiously approached Xiao Ruyan and asked, Ruyan, are you feeling better now? Xiao Ruyan did not respond. Her pitiful eyes instantly turned extremely resentful and terrifying, staring fixedly at the major artery in Lu Mingfan's neck. Although she didn't have a knife in her hand, if he got closer, she might actually bite his neck. Lu Mingfan now felt a chill all over his body, completely giving up. Even if there was money to be made, one needed to have a life to spend it. With this mindset, he didn't know when he might end up dead at her hands. Wu Ji's call came much later than I had expected, but she called half an hour later, already downstairs in the hospital ward. Wu Gu looked very tired, but she forced herself to perk up after entering, not even looking at Xiao Ruyan, but warmly addressing me, asking, Chen Feng, are you feeling better? Thanks to you, if Director Wu hadn't arrived in time, I might have been dead by now, I said with a forced smile. Mom will give you an explanation and also apologize for involving you in such a disgusting matter, Wu Gu said sincerely. I didn't respond, just shifting my gaze to Lu Mingfan. Wu Gu approached Lu Mingfan, glanced at him, nodded, and said, indeed a talented person. You flatter me. Lu Mingfan tried to please. Let's talk downstairs when we have time, no rush. Wu Gu said slowly. Although she appeared friendly on the surface, those who knew her well could tell that she was truly angry. Lu Mingfan thought she was praising him and quickly said, no problem, I have time, any time is fine. I said I'm willing to take responsibility. At that moment, Chen Yisong's voice came from outside the door. Big brother, sister-in-law, I'm here to see you. Chen Yisong entered the ward like a giant, making the room seem much smaller. Wu Ji's expression changed slightly. She had originally planned not to embarrass her daughter in public and handle it behind the scenes. However, Chen Yisong's appearance disrupted her plan, and now she had to explain things in front of me. Smack! Wu Gu slapped Lu Mingfan hard and said coldly, what kind of person are you? You still want to take responsibility? Lu Mingfan was stunned by the slap, holding his face and not reacting for a while. He tried to explain but was immediately restrained by Wu Ji's two men, who effortlessly dislocated his jaw. Lu Mingfan, 26 years old, returned from overseas, studying for a Ph.D. at the University of England Medical School. He was expelled from the country for drugging women in a bar. Your mother is Lu Ruiting, the vice president of the first hospital. You've been fooling around with several nurses and female doctors at the first hospital because of your mother.
Last year, a nurse got pregnant and jumped off a building.
Was that also because of your coercion? You actually still shamelessly want to take responsibility?
Wu Ji's eyes were cold, and he said slowly.
Xiao Ruyan couldn't imagine that she might have a relationship with such a person. She immediately knelt by the bed and vomited.
Purple scars appeared on her fair skin, making her look both miserable and disgusting. Wu Ge felt a bit sorry and immediately signaled to his men, saying, I will settle the score with him slowly.
Take him away from me.
Just as Lu Mingfan was about to be taken out, Chen Yisong, who had been silent just now, suddenly stopped Lu.
Big brother, is this another adulterer? Good. How dare you come here?
Chen Yisong's voice was thunderous, his eyes bursting with terrifying killing intent. His right hand, like a fan, directly grabbed Lu Mingfan's collar and lifted him into the air. Lu Mingfan kicked and struggled in the air, feeling his neck being strangled by a tremendous force. As the air in his lungs became thinner and thinner, he was about to pass out.
Wu Ge frowned, blocking Xiao Ruyan with his body.
She actually hoped that Chen Yisong would act ruthlessly, not only to avenge her but also to drive Chen Yisong back to the northern frontier.
I couldn't let Chen Yisong act impulsively.
If there were casualties here, my plans would be ruined.
Put him down and let others investigate. Someone will give us an explanation for this matter.
I said slowly. The words I said were like a decree to Chen Yisong.
As soon as I finished speaking, Chen Yisong threw the person out of the ward.
Big brother. I'm waiting for the explanation from the Xiao family. Chen Yisong was like an angry bull, exuding a terrifying killing intent. With Pan Jinlian not by his side and encountering such a situation, his dissatisfaction with Xiao Ruyan reached its peak. If it weren't for his brother's recent suicide for love by jumping off a building, he would have thrown this shameless woman off the building by now.
What's more important, face or interests?
Different people have different opinions, but those names left in history books have long provided an answer. When an ordinary wife in a normal family has an affair, she either divorces after revenge or lives in disgust for a lifetime. But women like Xiao Ruyan, even if they turn into stinking dog poop, will still have countless stray dogs pouncing on them until Xiao Changhe and Wu Ge can no longer provide benefits. The original owner, Chen Feng, came from an ordinary family, and it was impossible for him to achieve social mobility based on personal abilities. In the past, Xiao Ruyan was too well protected and not many people paid attention, which allowed Chen Feng to take advantage of the situation.
However, the outcome might not be good. As Xiao Changhe grows older, the huge inheritance faces the risk of being inherited.
Not only the Xiao family members would covet it, even outsiders would see Xiao Ruyan as a road to riches. At that time, Chen Feng would probably face even greater danger than I do now. Now that Chen Yisong is expected to become the son-in-law of a high-ranking military officer, as long as he can marry successfully, Chen Yisong indirectly becomes one of my backers. As long as Chen Yisong's attitude towards me remains unchanged, he will have reservations about acting against me.
Blood is thicker than water. Wu Ji's concern about Chen Yisong also has this aspect of reason. However, as long as Chen Yisong and Pan Jinlian are not married, this deterrent is still somewhat lacking. Everything must be done in moderation.
A scum and a loose woman are not worth risking Chen Yisong's future. Lu Mingfan could only whimper due to his dislocated jaw, but he was still dragged out like a dead dog.
Then I heard a nurse outside scream, apparently recognizing Lu Mingfan's identity. Chen Yisong ignored Wu Ge.
He had always had grievances against the Xiao family, believing that Xiao Ruyan must have had an affair within the marriage first, then used her power to pressure others, forced his elder brother to divorce, and made his elder brother a laughingstock. Based solely on the news report, Chen Yisong thought I had already divorced. The inside story, I did not tell Chen Yisong in detail, letting him maintain a huge hostility towards Xiao Ruyan and the Xiao family, which is like tying a chain around Xiao Ruyan's neck for me. Before Xiao Ruyan wants to do something out of line again, she should consider whether Chen Yisong's fist is hard enough. I ignored Xiao Ruyan and took Chen Yisong back to my ward. Wu Ge sighed, sat beside his daughter, poured a cup of hot water, carefully cleaned up the vomit on the floor, and then opened the window for ventilation. Xiao Ruyan couldn't help but cry on her mother's shoulder, feeling extremely ashamed now that she had exposed her scars again. Exposing her own disgrace in front of everyone, she felt so hateful, hating her own stupidity and hating the scheming of those behind the scenes against her. The fluctuation of emotions made her beautiful face look unusually fierce, as terrifying as a demon in the depths of hell.
Have you taken your medicine today?
Wu Ge saw that Xiao Ruyan was not in the right state, especially with a hint of madness in her eyes, which made his heart skip a beat.
Still taking medicine? Mom, my husband is about to be lost. Is taking medicine useful? Today's incident is clearly aimed at me. You tell me who it is?
I swear I won't let her go. Xiao Ruyan's voice also became unusually cold, with bloodshot eyes when she looked up, but not a single tear fell.
Wu Ge felt sorry for his daughter in this state and was also afraid that she would become someone who only knew revenge. So he gently stroked his daughter's hair and said softly, "Take the medicine first. After taking the medicine, Mom will tell you everything. But you must promise me. Don't seek revenge on your own, understand? You will be a good mother to Qianqian in the future, and also a good wife to Chen Feng. Let Mom handle the revenge. You are Mom's life. Mom will make them all pay the price." Xiao Ruyan stared at Wu Gu firmly, but in the end, she was persuaded to take the psychiatric medication. These medications were prescribed by Su Rui, and Wu Gu had a private doctor examine them, knowing that they were specifically for treating mental illnesses, providing a calming effect and non-addictive. With the medication, Xiao Ruyan's eyes gradually lost their madness, seemingly returning to that pitiful state, with tears swirling in her eyes. Wu Gu sighed and decided to shift his daughter's attention, so he revealed the grudge between Fei Shi and himself. Fei Shi is actually Aunt's daughter, a wild seed born from Aunt's extramarital affair. It's her. Her name is Sima Shui. I said she looked familiar when we first met. Turns out she resembles Aunt in the photos. After decades of not seeing each other, she still holds a grudge. Aunt had an affair, and Dad punished her according to the family rules. How could she hate me for that? Xiao Ruyan gritted her teeth. Wu Ge patted Xiao Ruyan and said calmly, "Fei Shi is now trying to lure you into an affair, forcing your dad to make a choice. If it weren't for Chen Feng's cleverness, prompting your divorce in advance, if your extramarital affair was confirmed, how would you make your dad choose? Expel you from the family like back then? By that time, both your dad and I would lose face. What Fei Shi wants is to make our family suffer. Even if you really died from jumping off the building that day, revealing your extramarital affair and pregnancy, by then, your dad and I would probably have to commit suicide to apologize. Why is she so ruthless? Dad spared Aunt's life back then, didn't exterminate her, and let Fei Shi follow Aunt to remarry in the capital. Aunt should be happy with her beloved one, right? Why does she hate our family so much? Did you and Dad do something to her?" Xiao Ruyan said incredulously. "Enough. The older generation's affairs involve too much. You don't need to ask. It's not much related to you. As for being calculated by others, it's all because of your own reasons. You practically handed yourself over. You are the daughter of Mom. I don't want to judge your morals. Whether you admit it or not, you were indeed attracted to that person surnamed Lu at the beginning. Maybe it's because of our family education and the outcome of your aunt that made you hesitate to take the final step. Mom believes there is a problem here, and I will help you figure it out," Wu Ge said in a deep voice. Her words were plain, but full of love and advice for her daughter. Xiao Ruyan couldn't help but lower her head in self-contempt because of the inexplicable pregnancy. She had no face to say she was still pure. Wu Ji's words felt like a slap in the face, truly hitting the nail on the head. Even if she kept herself clean, Fisher wouldn't succeed no matter how capable he was. Xiao Ruyan didn't know that Fisher had used a professional psychologist to manipulate her. From the packaging and promotion of Lu Xingchen to their first contact, Lu Xingchen's dressing, every word, every action was carefully designed. It perfectly matched Xiao Ruyan's inner imagination of an ideal partner. If it were a woman like Xiao Jinyan, who was bound by traditional moral values, even if she had feelings, she probably wouldn't dare to take the initiative. But Xiao Ruyan studied art, and being overly protected since childhood, she also liked romance deep down. In a moment of foolishness, she fell into the trap. Parallel world, non-ending, Chen Yisong received a call from his mother, learning that his brother Chen Feng had died, feeling extremely sad. He immediately packed his bag, took his military knife, shaved his head clean, and then walked out of the military tent with a fierce look. The hatred in his heart couldn't be concealed by the blowing yellow sand. This man from the northern frontier shed tears for the first time, slowly knelt towards the south, knocking his head 3 times. A military helicopter slowly descended, and Chen Yisong jumped on the plane. Ignoring the base's return order, the helicopter, carrying a group of men from the northern frontier, headed towards Linhai City. At this time, Linhai City was in a festive mood. While Chen Feng's family was in sorrow, Rong Xian held her son's portrait and cried bitterly, while her granddaughter Chanxian was at a loss, tears streaming down her face. "Where is Xiao Ruyan? I want to ask her what's on her mind. My son died the first night, and she played all night by herself?" Rong Xian said sternly. Xiao Ruyan was sitting on the sofa at this time, staring blankly at the urn, lost in thought. "Ruyan, we are here on behalf of the company to visit you." A familiar voice suddenly came. Xiao Ruyan looked up to find that it was her boss Lu Xingchen. She couldn't help but tremble, half in fear and half in nervousness. Lu Xingchen leaned in front of Xiao Ruyan and said in a low voice, "Darling, your useless husband is finally dead, and we can be together now. Don't come near me. Be careful, someone might see us," Xiao Ruyan said nervously. Lu Xingchen almost stuck to Xiao Ruyan, unabashedly saying, "What are you afraid of? We will get married in the future and be a real couple. Lower your voice. Don't let anyone hear us." Xiao Ruyan quickly stood up to close the door.
Just then, chaos erupted outside the room.
Chen Feng's brother is back. Someone shouted. "Chen Yisong, why are you holding a knife? Put it down. Put it down now." Rong Xin shouted loudly. Bang!
The bedroom door was kicked open, and a figure squeezed in like a giant spirit.
Chen Yisong blared, roaring, "A pair of adulterers, dare to have an affair here after angering my brother? Do you think I'm a dead man? Uncle, I didn't mean to. I didn't," Xiao Ruyan said tearfully. "It's none of my business."
Lu Xingchen shrank into a ball, ready to escape, but was cleanly dealt with by Chen Yisong. Chen Yisong sneered, grabbed Xiao Ruyan's hair, and cursed, "You slut.
Look at this."
With his right hand, he pulled out a pile of photos and threw them on the ground, all of which were intimate photos of Xiao Ruyan and Lu Xingchen. Xiao Ruyan immediately turned pale, knelt on the ground without a word, just kept crying, muttering to herself, as if only saying wronged.
Chen Yisong pressed the person down in front of Chen Feng's memorial tablet in front of everyone, and the knife fell. What a scene of Wu Song killing his sister-in-law, what a scene of avenging oneself with pleasure.
Chen Yisong knew he had violated the national law, kowtowed to Rong Xin and Chen's father 3 times, and then left directly. The people of the Xiao family set up a dragnet, but Chen Yisong killed one who turned the world upside down.
Afterwards, Chen Yisong fled abroad and established an international mercenary group.
In the imperial capital, at the residence of the former prime minister of the empire, Fei Hong. The study was filled with documents on the huge solid wood table, and the orange light emitted by the desk lamp only illuminated a small area of the room, making it even darker. Fei Hong was already over 80 years old, with white hair, wearing a pair of reading glasses, looking at a document in his hand, which was marked with the words "Top Secret."
"Master,
there is news from the south of the Yangtze River. Miss may have caused trouble, not only fired a gun but also orchestrated an assassination, resulting in 28 deaths in a car accident. The investigation bureau may not be able to withstand the pressure now. It looks like they may arrest someone," the steward said cautiously.
Fei Hong took a sip of hot tea and said, "So the operation failed?
The military department may not have reached an agreement with Xiao Changhe yet. Miss may still want to make an effort and hope to start with Xiao Changhe's daughter," the steward said in a low voice. Fei Hong said expressionlessly, "She is not going to do business, she is clearly seeking revenge. Just like her incompetent father and shameless mother. I have warned her long ago, to be upright and straightforward in her actions, and a positive strategy will always prevail. She represents me in the south of the Yangtze River, representing the intentions of the imperial capital.
Xiao Changhe will compromise even if he is unwilling. Now she is doing some shady things. Where does she have the face to continue? If others don't know, they will think it was my instruction.
You tell the investigation bureau that although Fei Shui is from my Fei family, the law is merciless. Just like Xiao Changhe was able to act against his own family in the past, I can do the same."
"Yes, master," the steward said. "What, is there something else?"
The steward said in a low voice. "It seems that Zhu Gai's son was silenced by Mrs. People, and now, he wants to make progress."
"Heh, being clever, does he think he can still stay in Linhai?"
"When Xiao Changhe reorganizes the Xiao family, the next step will be to deal with him.
It's good enough if he can keep his life.
There is a position in the foreign trade department of the imperial capital. Ask him if he is willing,"
Fei Hong said. "This is the grace given by the master. This is his only chance. By the way, shall we send someone to the south of the Yangtze River?"
the steward continued to ask. This steward was not like a servant to Fei Hong, but more like a friend, respectful yet friendly.
"Wait, hold off for now. The new and old factions have been fighting too fiercely recently, and the south of the Yangtze River is a heavy tax area. We need to be stable,"
Fei Hong said somewhat wearily. A retired former prime minister, with a few words to the steward, decided the fate of countless people. At the same time, in the inpatient department of the first hospital, Wu Ge watched his daughter fall asleep, then came to my ward. Xiao Jinyan had just arrived, her eyes swollen from crying for a long time. She had just finished wiping me, and was squatting on the ground washing my feet.
"Mom, you're here."
Xiao Jinyan quickly stood up. Even though she and Wu Ge no longer had a relationship, she had been calling her that for decades and couldn't change it. Wu Ge felt uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do, because his daughter was now fixated on Chen Feng. She is now somewhat wary of this son-in-law, which is probably an instinctive resistance to the same kind,
equally deep and ruthless. Perhaps the former son-in-law will never come back. Perhaps everything will remain unchanged if the daughter does not stray.
"Well, I'll talk to Chen Feng for a few words," Wu Ge said. Xiao Jinyan looked at me,
and only walked out of the door after seeing me nod. I told Wu Ge what Zhu Zitao said about Fisher before he died. Wu Ji's face changed constantly, and finally had to tell me some things from the past. It was mostly similar to what Zhu Zitao said, with only some differences in details. Fisher is the child born out of wedlock by Xiao Wanfang, who was called Sima Shui at the time. Later, when Fisher was driven out of the Xiao family, it was found that he was not from the Sima family, and then Xiao Wanfang took him away. Zhu Zitao's death should be related to Fisher. Those Siamese mercenaries were recruited by Fisher overseas, and they have all been captured. However, the investigation bureau has been dragging the case, so the suspicion on you cannot be cleared temporarily. The security officers your brother beat are seriously injured, but they won't pursue it. Xiao Wu will appease them internally. Wu Ge said a lot, but none of it was of my concern. In fact, I also know what her concerns are. Mom, did you and Dad know about yesterday's incident in advance? I asked directly. Wu Ge first nodded, then shook her head, saying, we and Zhu Guide were in Linhai. Besides wanting to see how you handle the shares, the main thing was to lure out those hidden people. Of course, it was not intentional to use you as bait. Your safety was guaranteed at the time. If you choose to seek refuge with the military, your dad will transfer the money to the military through NMD company. It's just that no one expected Fisher to be so crazy, coupled with Zhu Zitao's foolishness, which put you in danger. Isn't it more than that? You should have arranged Zhao's people around us, and Li Feng was supposed to protect us, right? I asked with a smile. Wu Ge was somewhat embarrassed. This was indeed where her plan went wrong. She overestimated her control over her subordinates. She completely forgot how powerful Xiao Wanfang was back then. The connections and relationships she left in the Xiao family were enough to challenge Wu Ge. This is my fault. When I was preparing to catch Fisher and those mercenaries that night, someone leaked the information. I suspected the problem was with the security bureau at the time, but I didn't expect it to be Li Feng's problem. Mom has already sent him and his family away from Linhai, and they won't be coming back. Oh, the Linhai Grand Hotel under the Zhu family's name, someone will arrange it for you later, as compensation from the Zhu family to you and Ruyan. Wu Ge said the extremely cruel content in the most plain words. One can imagine the fate of Li Feng's family. They were like ancient slaves, even the imperial law couldn't reach the dark corners. This sentence meant that I shouldn't pursue it anymore. It was also a kind of exchange. She pinned Zhu Zitao's death on Fisher, and in exchange for not investigating the torture I was subjected to, she used the Linhai Grand Hotel. Of course, the incident of Chen Yisong injuring the security officers also dissipated, which was the best news for me. Wu Ge now has a little less sincerity towards me, and a little more equal respect. Of course, as long as her precious daughter recognizes me, all the resources of Wu Ge and Xiao Changhe will eventually be mine. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Both of us tacitly did not mention the matter of Lu Mingfan and Xiao Ruyan. Wu Ge found it difficult to speak, thinking of resolving it quickly to restore her daughter to normal. As for me, I don't care because I know that the sample is fake from the start. Who knows if I casually take it and replace Lu Mingfan's sample? The original sample has long been destroyed. As long as I don't speak, the lover of Xiao Ruyan who had an affair and got pregnant within the marriage will always be a mystery. Perhaps I will take this mystery to the grave. Seeing you taking care of Jin Yan so well, Mom is very relieved. I will arrange for the Sima family to send someone over as soon as possible, and then proceed with the divorce so that you have no burden. Wu Ge said with emotion. I suspect she is hinting at something with her words, but unfortunately, there is no evidence. Although Mom also knows that Ruyan did wrong, did not do well, but still hopes that you can be more tolerant. After all, she is Chanxian's mother. After some time when things have passed, Mom will introduce you to some old friends. Wu Ge said slowly.